Li Zai had transmigrated, but he didn't become a prince, nor an immortal lord. He barely landed before realizing something was wrong. A super-strong, beast-eared woman mistook him for some hairless weakling and dragged him back to her tribe. Before him was a group of primitive, beast-eared humans, swinging claws and fists, not even knowing how to use fire. Li Zai was dumbfounded. This was clearly not his original world. It was a brutal, primitive land where giant beasts roamed and people lived by eating raw meat. As a modern man with zero physical talent, Li Zai resolved that even here, he would shine. Looking at the system panel, oh, right, he didn't have one. To survive starvation and avoid becoming a beast's meal, he decided to use 9 years of basic education to live in this savage world. He would start fires by friction, bake pottery, smelt bronze, tame beasts, and eventually unify the surrounding tribes, and provide a home for the beautiful beast-eared women. If you like prehistoric world stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Captured by a beast-eared woman. The world spun around Li Zai. The pain from hitting the ground instantly brought him to full consciousness. He wasn't on familiar asphalt streets, nor among skyscrapers. Not even a trace of modern civilization could be heard. All he saw were enormous green plants, fern leaves so large they looked like parasols. Sunlight dappled through the gaps, sharp in its brightness. The humid, heavy air smelled of soil and decaying leaves. Before he could figure out where he was, the ground trembled under him. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached. Li Zai propped himself up, only to be overshadowed by a massive figure. Before him stood a creature, not quite human, though with the silhouette of a woman, yet clearly possessing extra features. She was towering, over 6 feet tall, clad only in 2 rough animal hides covering her most private parts. Exposed skin glowed wheat-colored, with tight, muscular arms and legs, full of explosive strength. Most striking were her snow-white, furry ears and the long, restless tail swishing behind her. Li Zai froze. She clearly hadn't seen a creature like him before either. Tilting her head, her ears twitched, and her beautiful eyes scanned him. No human courtesy, only the raw appraisal of prey. Which tribe did you escape from? Li Zai's heart skipped a beat. She was speaking in a language he understood. He tried to explain he had transmigrated, or ask where this place was, but she didn't give him a chance. No fur, pale skin, no claws, but quite handsome. She muttered to herself, then extended a hand. Before Li Zai could react, she grabbed his jeans. Not caring about the strange fabric, she lifted him with ease. He felt as light as a plastic bag, soaring into the air. Wait, I'm human. Put me down first. Li Zai struggled. A modern educated man being carried like a chicken by a woman? His pride couldn't take it. Don't move. The beast-eared woman growled impatiently. She hoisted him onto her shoulder like a sack of rice. Li Zai's stomach pressed hard against her solid shoulder blades. He almost vomited breakfast. Then, as she began to run, an entirely different sensation overwhelmed him. She ran incredibly fast, each stride covering several meters. Bouncing along, Li Zai's face pressed against her back. Smooth, warm skin replaced rough calluses. He could feel every tense contraction of her muscles under the thin layer of sweat. A mix of wild grass scent and her natural aroma filled his nose, primitive, potent, and strangely intoxicating. Miss? Lady? Let's talk this through, he tried reasoning. Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll cut out your tongue. Brutal. Li Zai wisely stayed silent. Her tone left no room for negotiation. It was the attitude reserved for food or spoils. As she ran, her furry tail flicked in front of his eyes, occasionally brushing his cheek in a ticklish dance. After 10 minutes, the trees thinned. Suddenly, a black beetle the size of a wash basin leapt from the grass. Its jaws looked terrifying. The beast-eared woman didn't slow. She adjusted her stride and kicked with explosive force. Smack! The beetle exploded midair into a splatter of goo. Li Zai's scalp tingled in horror. If that kick had landed on him, his transmigrated life would have ended instantly. See that? She said. If you try to run, you'll end up like that bug. Li Zai nodded frantically, though she couldn't see him. Ahead lay an open area, a stone wall, scattered natural caves, and a huge bonfire burning in the center. This was a primitive tribe. As he approached, Li Zai noticed something strange. All moving figures were female. Some were processing animal carcasses, others grooming each other. All had beast ears and tails, wearing minimal animal hides, much of their skin exposed. This was basically a paradise for them. Aru, what did you catch this time? Called a short-haired beast-eared woman, pausing her skinning. This was Aru, the one who had captured him. Aru proudly patted Li Zai's rear. Found something strange. Looks like a male, but too weak. Planned to save him for food, but he's cute enough to show mama. At the word male, the women's eyes lit up. Li Zai knew that look well. It was like watching a fat pig at a New Year's feast. Aru strutted to the center of the tribe's clearing, and with a shoulder shake, flung Li Zai to the dusty ground. He was disoriented before he could stand. Several bare feet surrounded him. This is the male? No hair, completely smooth. Skin so thin. One scratch and it's done for. Looks pretty cute, way better than the other tribe's rejects. Some bold, beast-eared women squatted to poke and prod him. Rough hands squeezed his arms. Wow, so soft. Another opened his mouth, inspecting his teeth. So flat, no fangs for hunting. How did he survive? Lee's eye glared at the crowd that treated him like a rare specimen. Their animal hides shifted with movement, skin flashing snow white, dazzling, but he had no desire to admire it. Humiliated and powerless, he endured. Aru, arms crossed, watched with a smirk. Enough. Don't break him. She shooed the ones trying to strip him further. At that moment, a taller, more mature woman approached, the tribe's leader and Aru's mother. Her towering presence and chest were overwhelming, commanding full attention. She stood over Lee's eye, eyes sweeping his face, limbs, and finally lingering below the waist for 5 full seconds. He felt the heat of her gaze like a physical burn. Though frail, he's interesting, looks pleasant enough. Our tribe hasn't had a new male in a long time. She smiled meaningfully at Aru. Since you caught him, he's yours. Lee's eye didn't yet understand, until he heard her next words. Clean him up, feed him well. Tonight, get the job done. Make sure he sires offspring. Chapter 2. This stone has shattered the gateway to a new world. Lee was led by Aru, as though he were a mere chick, to the entrance of a semi-open stone cave. It was evidently Aru's private domain, the ground thickly strewn with dry hay. And in the corners lay several rough, but unmistakably warm animal hides. Wait a moment, my formidable lady. Might we converse first? Lee placed his hands on Aru's sturdy shoulders, attempting to maintain a semblance of personal space. Aru halted her movements, her wild eyes fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting a reasonable explanation. Lee adjusted his disheveled collar, striving to present himself as a civilized individual. In our homeland, the act of procreation is predicated on an emotional foundation. 2 individuals must first become acquainted, understand one another, and then engage in romance, culminating in that final step. Your directness is rather disconcerting to me. Aru tilted her head, her pair of pristine animal ears quivering in confusion. Clearly, she could not comprehend such intricate logic. I fail to see your point. You are the weaker party. I have captured you, provided you with shelter, and shall ensure you are fed. In exchange, you are to bear me offspring. This arrangement is quite equitable. Lee opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to counter this primitive yet straightforward rationale. In this savage realm, survival indeed held precedence above all else. Observing his silence, Aru assumed his acquiescence. She turned and approached a nearby stone platform, seizing a piece of raw meat still glistening with blood, a chunk of an indeterminate beast's thigh. It's cut rough and emanating a strong, pungent odor. Eat. Only by consuming will you gain strength. Aru approached Lee, extending the meat directly toward his lips. To convey her sincerity, she drew in close. Lee was forced to lean back, yet the stone wall behind him offered no retreat. The amalgamation of forest scents and a hint of her sweat enveloped him entirely. His gaze inevitably fell upon her, so near that the visual impact was overwhelming for a modern man. I do not consume raw meat. Lee's stomach churned at the sight of the sanguine morsel. Humph. Aru furrowed her brow, though she did not seem angered. She reclaimed the meat, took a bite herself, and then offered it again, as if to assure Lee of its safety. Just as he pondered how to politely decline this gesture of goodwill, a cacophony of shrill screams erupted from outside. Damn it. It's those thieving birds. Stop them quickly. The meat is about to be stolen. Aru's expression shifted, and she hastily thrust the meat into Lee's arms. Stay here and do not move. With that, she darted out. Clutching the raw meat, Lee hesitated for a brief moment before stealthily following her outside. The clearing was in utter disarray. In the sky, a dozen bizarre birds, resembling oversized chickens but adorned with long tail feathers, were diving downward. Their movements were astonishingly swift, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. This was the thieving bird spoken of by the beast-eared women moments ago. These avian marauders had a singular focus: the strips of meat hanging on the wooden rack, hard-earned provisions for the tribe. A cacophony of beast-eared women below was in a frenzy, their strength rendered futile against the nimble flyers. One of them leaped, swinging her fists in an attempt to knock a bird down. Yet, the bird simply flapped its wings, executing a deft maneuver in midair to evade the attack, snatching a sizable piece of meat in the process. The beast-eared woman landed awkwardly, colliding with a companion, the two tumbling in a comical display of chaos. Aru joined the fray, her leaping prowess remarkable. On several occasions, her fingers nearly grazed the bird's tail feathers, but each time, she fell just short. The birds, sensing the ineptitude of their ground-bound adversaries, grew increasingly audacious. They even circled low, emitting harsh cries as if mocking the beleaguered women below. Lee observed the scene from a corner. He noted the singular nature of the beast-eared women's combat style. Aside from pouncing and flailing their fists, they displayed no understanding of tools. Physically formidable, yet utterly lacking in technique or resourcefulness. This pursuit is futile. Lee shook his head. His gaze fell to the ground. As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, though he had not practiced martial arts, he understood physics. Such low-flying targets, with the right trajectory prediction, were not difficult to hit. He bent down to pick up a hefty stone, weighing it in his hand. At that moment, a gluttonous bird, clutching a piece of meat, swaggered past at low altitude. Lee narrowed his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he shifted his stance, drawing his arm back, utilizing his core strength to propel his shoulder. Since I am deemed useless in this world, let me demonstrate the power of knowledge. The stone flew from his hand. It soared with a whoosh, aimed directly at its target. The bird, engrossed in its feast, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. In its perception, the ground-bound creatures posed no threat as long as they did not make contact. In the next instant, bang! A dull thud echoed across the clearing. The stone struck the bird squarely on the head. With a shriek, it plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, twitching for a moment before falling still. Witnessing the bird drop at his hand, Lee couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it really that fragile?" The previously raucous clearing fell into silence. All the beast-eared women, who had been running and jumping, froze in their tracks, staring at the fallen bird, then turning to gaze at Lee, who stood in the corner, poised as if ready to throw again. Their expressions mirrored that of witnesses to a miraculous event. In their understanding, to kill prey required claws to tear open throats or fists to shatter bones. This method of downing a flying quarry from dozens of meters away with a mere stone was beyond their comprehension. Aru, too, was taken aback. She glanced between the bird and Lee, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. "Did you do this?" Lee remained silent. To reinforce the impact of this revelation, he bent down to retrieve 2 more stones. Meanwhile, the remaining birds, startled by the death of their companion, began to ascend in a panic. Yet to Lee, their disarray made their flight patterns even easier to predict, particularly since their sizable forms were hard to miss. He raised his hand once more. This time, he prepared for a double throw. The 2 stones flew in succession, crossing paths in midair. Bang! Bang! Another 2 dull thuds resounded. 2 fleeing birds succumbed to the ground. The clearing stood in stunned silence. The once brazen flock of birds scattered in every direction, disappearing without a trace. Lee brushed off the dust from his hands, striving to appear nonchalant. The flight trajectory of this bird is rather monotonous, making it quite easy to hit. He explained the principles, which were incomprehensible to all present. In the most mundane tone, Aru's gaze towards Li Zai underwent a profound transformation. The prior disdain and playful attitude vanished, replaced by an ardent fervor akin to discovering a rare treasure. She rushed a few steps towards Li Zai, grasping his hand with fervent intensity, scrutinizing the palm that had just cast the stone. This hand was fair and soft, devoid of calluses. Even her fingers struggled to bend it. Yet, it was this very hand that could achieve feats beyond the capabilities of their entire clan's warriors. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A hearty burst of laughter shattered the silence. The tribal leader strode over with purpose. She surveyed the 3 lifeless birds on the ground, then cast a look at Li Zai, her eyes brimming with admiration. The leader extended her large hand and patted Li Zai's shoulder with considerable force. The impact was so tremendous that Li Zai grimaced, feeling as though his skeletal structure might crumble. Although his physique was somewhat frail, this technique was undeniably effective. If it could be passed on to the next generation, our tribe would no longer have to worry about a lack of meat. The leader turned to the surrounding tribe members, who were still in a daze, and announced loudly, "Did you all see that? No one is to bully him from now on." After this proclamation, her gaze shifted back to Aru, her smile growing more urgent. "Aru, what are you still dawdling for? This precious male must be secured in your den at once." Leaning in close to her daughter, although her voice was lowered, Li Zai could still hear her clearly. "Quickly take him to wash up. We must act tonight. You must conceive a child who can throw stones like him." Aru nodded vigorously, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she looked at Li Zai, observing the predatory glint in the eyes of this mother-daughter duo. Li Zai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. That stunning display of skill seemed to have hastened his fate of being mated. "Wait, I believe we should reconsider this." Li Zai attempted to resist. However, Aru offered him no opportunity. She once more exhibited astonishing strength, effortlessly lifting Li Zai and striding purposefully towards the riverbank. "It's all right, we can talk later. Now, it's time for a bath." Chapter 3, The Price of Integration. The river water was icy and piercing. Li Zai felt as though he had been thrown into a high-powered washing machine. Strong hands pressed down on his shoulders and limbs, and rough animal hides were vigorously rubbed against him. The beast-eared maidens gathered by the riverbank chattered incessantly. Li Zai tried to shield his modesty, but soon gave up. Dozens of hands roamed over him, rendering any defense futile. The beast-eared maiden who had previously pinched his arms splashed water on his back, while casting envious glances at Aru. Aru stood on the riverbank, arms crossed, observing the proceedings like a supervisor. At last, after sufficient commotion, Li Zai was pulled onto the shore, barely having time to shake off the droplets of water before Aru scooped him up. This time, rather than carrying him as before, she adopted a princess carry. Li Zai curled up in Aru's embrace, his cheek pressed against her warm chest, listening to the strong rhythm of her heartbeat. Although this position stripped him of dignity as a man, he could not deny that in this primal wilderness, only this embrace provided a semblance of safety. Aru traversed the tribe, attracting numerous envious glances. She entered a higher position cave. This place was drier than Li Zai had imagined, with a thick layer of dry grass covering the ground, topped with several large, furry animal hides that exuded a faint scent of grease. Aru tossed Li Zai onto the animal hides. Though the throw lacked force, he still sank into the softness of the fur. The light was dim, with the moonlight streaming through the entrance illuminating only a small area. Aru did not rush to pounce on him. Instead, she sat cross-legged beside Li Zai, her long, furry tail sweeping the ground behind her, making a rustling sound. She still held the piece of raw meat from earlier, seemingly intending to replenish her energy before the task at hand. Li Zai gazed at the bloody morsel, his stomach churning once more. Aru? He ventured cautiously, inching back and resting against the cool stone wall. Aru turned her head, chewing on the meat and producing a muffled sound of inquiry. Li Zai pointed at the meat in her hand, then gestured to his belly, contorting his face in a painful expression. I cannot consume this. My stomach is weak. Raw meat will make me ill, even lead to death. He spoke slowly, fearing she might not comprehend. Aru paused, ceasing her chewing. She swallowed the morsel, her brow furrowing as if contemplating the existence of such a frail being. In her understanding, meat was the finest sustenance, reserved for the strongest hunters. Seeing her hesitation, Li Zai quickly remedied the situation. Are there any fruits? Or plant roots? Those I can eat. Aru studied Li Zai for several seconds, finally seeming to accept this premise. She stood up, her tall figure obscuring the light at the cave's entrance. Before long, she emerged from a stone pit deeper within the cave, clutching several wild fruits resembling green apples, tossing them to Li Zai. He caught them, wiped them off, and took a bite. Tart and lacking in juice, they nonetheless filled his belly and were rich in vitamins. Observing Li Zai nibbling on the fruit like a squirrel, Aru's curiosity deepened. She leaned in closer, extending a finger to poke at Li Zai's arm. Her finger was rough and warm, bearing the calluses from years of wielding weapons. So soft, Aru murmured softly. She traced her finger up his arm, pinching his shoulder and brushing his cheek. For one accustomed to the rock-hard muscles of her kin, the tactile sensation of Li Zai's body felt almost fluid. How can such soft hands bring down that bird? Aru's question was blunt. Li Zai swallowed the fruit flesh, unsure how to explain kinetic energy and parabolas. It is a skill. Strength does not always reside in muscle. It can also lie here. He tapped his head. Aru nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. She did not need to understand fully. She only knew that this male before her was exceptional and powerful. This was enough. The tribe's elders had spoken of how offspring born of intelligent males could evade even the most cunning predators. The light in Aru's eyes began to blaze with intensity. She finished the meat in her hand, casually wiping her oily fingers on the animal hide. The oppressive aura characteristic of apex predators instantly enveloped the confined cave. Li Zai's heart raced. He knew he could not escape what was to come. Aru leaned down. Shall we begin? I haven't done this before, so if it hurts, you must speak up. Her beast ears twitched in the darkness, and her long tail deftly coiled around Li Zai's calf. The sensation was peculiar, furry yet imbued with remarkable strength. Akin to a gentle chain, Aru's movements were not violent. Rather, they possessed a certain clumsy delicacy. Li had relinquished his resistance. In this untamed world, this was the path he must traverse to integrate into his surroundings, a necessary cost for survival. Though, in a certain sense, it was a cost that countless men would yearn for. The cave was filled only with the sound of breathing and the faint rustle of animal hides. Time passed unmeasured. Li eventually awakened. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, and the chorus of insects outside the cave resounded with an unsettling loudness. Beside him, Aru was fast asleep, clinging to him like an octopus, one of her heavy thighs pressing down on him, as weighty as a stone. Li exerted considerable effort to extricate his arm from her embrace. Cold. This was the singular sensation Li felt at that moment. The temperature fluctuation in the primordial forest was extreme. It could be sweltering during the day, only to plummet in the latter half of the night. The cave lacked blankets, providing only the animal hide beneath him. Aru, like a furnace, radiated warmth, impervious to the chill. But Li was not so fortunate, bare-chested. He felt the cold seeping through his pores and into his very bones. Trembling, he climbed to his feet and, in the dark, made his way to a corner of the cave. With the faint moonlight as his guide, he discovered scattered twigs and dried moss on the ground. likely used by Aru to make her bed. A fire was essential, not merely for warmth, but to fend off any lurking poisonous creatures or beasts that might invade under the cover of night, and for the promise of cooked food in the future. Lee crouched down, cradling a relatively straight hardwood stick in his hands, and found a flatter piece of wood to serve as a base. Although he had watched countless videos demonstrating fire by friction, this was his first attempt at the actual process. The theory was simple: generate heat through friction to ignite combustible material. Lee crumbled dry grass and placed it beneath the wood. He pressed his hands together and began to rub the stick vigorously. The sound of wood scraping echoed in the stillness of the cave. 1 minute. 2 minutes. His palms began to burn from the intense friction, followed by a sharp stinging sensation. His hands, unaccustomed to such labor, quickly formed blisters. Yet the wood, apart from becoming slightly warm, showed no reaction. Lee paused, gasping for breath, his arms aching to the point where they felt immobile. This was exceedingly difficult. The wood here was dense, and the humidity was challenging to manage. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Aru, a wave of profound helplessness washing over him. Without a system, without a guiding hand, even igniting a fire proved to be such an arduous task. Was he truly destined to exist merely as a pet meant for breeding? No. Gritting his teeth, Lee brushed aside the pain in his palms and gripped the stick once more. Speed was imperative, and he needed to apply greater pressure. He adjusted his posture, leveraging his upper body's weight onto the stick, and resumed his frantic rubbing. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the wood, where it was instantly absorbed. This time, he felt the base wood's temperature rising sharply, accompanied by a faint burnt smell wafting through the air. Lee dared not cease. Instead, he quickened his pace, willing to endure any pain that might arise. At long last, just as he felt his arms were about to give way, a wisp of thin, pale smoke emerged from the pile of dark wood shavings. The smoke was nearly invisible in the darkness, yet the scent of char was undeniably real. Lee cautiously cupped the base, directing his breath towards the tiny ember of dark red light. As he blew gently, the ember flickered, alternating between brightness and dimness, poised to extinguish at any moment or, conversely, to ignite into a blaze. Chapter 4. Do we need to add more time to this? That flicker, embodying the hopes of the entire village, glimmered momentarily in the pile of wood shavings. Lee held his breath, cheeks puffed, carefully supplying oxygen. Yet reality can be cruel. That ember did not burst into flame as hoped, but rather dimmed rapidly after a brief brilliance. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, darkness reclaimed the surroundings. He had failed. Lee despondently sank to the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His palms burned painfully, a residual effect of the vigorous friction, without professional tools or experience. The hope of achieving success on the first attempt was indeed a pipe dream. After all, if it were that easy, primitive man would have illuminated the earth long ago. Lee chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he prepared to tidy the chaotic mess around him. Just as he turned, he froze abruptly, less than half a meter behind him. Two eyes hovered in the darkness, fixated upon him. Lee's heart nearly leapt from his throat. Instinctively, he shifted backward. Thanks to the faint moonlight, he finally discerned the owner of those eyes. It was Aru. She had awakened at some point, now crouched on the ground. Her posture resembled that of a poised feline, ready to pounce. She supported herself with her hands on the ground, her white animal ears standing alert atop her head, her tail rigidly straight. When did you wake up? Lee panted, attempting to steady his racing heart. Aru did not respond to his question. Her gaze drifted past his shoulder, landing on the pile of still smoldering wood behind him. What is that? She asked, sniffing the air, her voice laced with tension. Following her line of sight, Lee caught a whiff of the lingering, burnt aroma. I was trying to start a fire, he explained, striving to convey the message using the simplest vocabulary. Fire? Upon hearing this word, Aru's previously relaxed posture tensed immediately. She stepped back 2 paces until her back pressed against the opposite rock wall. In her limited understanding, fire was a calamity that fell from the sky. It was the destruction wrought by lightning striking a tree during a storm, capable of turning forests to ashes and beasts to cinders, a terrifying demon. You must not do that. Aru's voice trembled slightly as she pointed at the pile of wood shavings, her eyes filled with apprehension. That thing can consume people. There was a fire in the forest once, and many beasts perished. Even the mightiest could not escape. Observing the fierce beast woman before him, who now resembled a frightened little girl cowering in a corner, Lee felt an unexpected surge of peculiar affection. This contrast was undeniably endearing. He adjusted his sitting position, striving to appear non-threatening. Do not be afraid. This is different. He softened his voice, akin to soothing a child fearful of the dark. The fire in the sky is temperamental and unpredictable, but the fire I create is obedient. It can help us ward off beasts and keep us warm. Aru regarded him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, her ears twitching as if assessing the truth of his words. As Lee observed her furry ears, a sudden impulse seized him. Seizing the moment while Aru was still lost in thought, he reached out his hand. The instant his hand made contact with her ear, Aru trembled as though electrified. She instinctively wished to evade, even baring her teeth, yet she did not truly attack. Lizai's palm radiated warmth. This temperature enveloped her sensitive beast ears, imparting a peculiar sensation she had never experienced before. The wariness in Aru's eyes gradually dissipated. Lizai gently kneaded the soft oracle, his fingertips gliding over the delicate fur. The tactile sensation was simply exquisite, surpassing any luxurious furs he had encountered in modernity. Rest assured, with me around, nothing will happen, Lizai said with a smile, his hands continuing their soothing motion. A purring sound, reminiscent of a contented feline, emanated from Aru's throat. She squinted her eyes, her previously tense shoulders relaxing. She even leaned her head into the warmth of Lizai's hand, her long tail having unknowingly entwined around his foot, gently rubbing against him. So comfortable, Aru murmured. Just as Lizai thought this tender moment of petting would linger, Aru suddenly opened her eyes. She leaned closer to Lizai's neck, taking a deep inhale. Lizai had sweated profusely while attempting to create fire earlier, and the scent of his undried sweat mingled with the masculine pheromones, fermenting within the confines of the small cave. You smell delightful, Aru said, her gaze fixed intently on Lizai, her tongue flicking across her lips. A foreboding sensation gripped Lizai's heart. Aru, it's still dark, and I need to continue my research on fire-making. This is crucial for our ability to enjoy a warm meal. Before he could finish, Aru interrupted him. The fire is not good, but you are. Her reasoning was blunt and straightforward. She suddenly reached out, wrapping her arms around Lizai's waist. He felt the world spin around him. Wait, we can talk this out. Lizai attempted to grasp onto the stones beneath him for traction, but it proved futile. Aru effortlessly pulled him back into the pile of animal hides, as if he were a mere plush toy. Now that it's dark, we shall sleep, she declared, pressing him beneath her, her entire form melding against him. She buried her face in Lizai's chest, inhaling his scent. Lizai found himself pinned down, unable to move. One of Aru's thighs instinctively pressed against his legs, while her arms encircled his neck tightly. Isn't it too soon to be at it again? We just finished a few hours ago, Lizai thought, despairing. Aru lifted her head, her eyes sparkling in the darkness. I want to. In this primitive tribe, when a female desired a male, there was no need for convoluted subtleties. Outside the cave, the calls of night owls echoed through the jungle. The commotion within the cave persisted for a long while before finally subsiding. That night marked the longest and most exhausting one since Lizai's arrival in this world. When he next opened his eyes, sunlight poured in through the cave entrance in large swathes. He wiggled his fingers, the soreness in his lower back serving as a reminder of the previous night's events. This was hardly the experience of a revered traveler. It felt more akin to being a laboring donkey in a production team. Supporting his aching back, Lizai struggled to sit up. The spot beside him was already vacant. The animal hides still held a hint of warmth. Aru had risen early. For the physically robust beastmen, such exertion was trivial, akin to a mere warm-up, leaving them invigorated. Lizai crawled to the cave entrance to peer outside. The young women of the tribe were absent, likely accompanying the lord on a hunting expedition. Only a few elderly beastmen and some young beast-eared girls remained to guard the tribe. Aru was nowhere to be found. Lizai touched his cheek, where he could still feel the imprint of Aru's earlier nibble. However, at that moment, his stomach let out a loud protest. Hunger surged within him like a tidal wave. Since yesterday, he had consumed only a single tart wild fruit, yet the energy expenditure had been astonishing. Lizai turned his gaze toward the corner of the cave. Scattered there were the remnants of last night's failed attempts, including the charred wooden stick. At this moment, with no one around and Aru absent, it was the perfect opportunity. If I can't ignite a fire today, I will truly lose face as a traveler. His resolve firmed. To live with dignity in this world, the first step was to produce fire. Taking a deep breath, he pushed through the pain in his back and approached the tools once more. This time, he would not embark on blind attempts. The lessons from last night had imparted valuable experience. Although the wooden base had a pit from drilling, it lacked a notch for airflow. Thus, while heat was sufficient, the absence of oxygen rendered ignition impossible. As for the tinder, the dry grass he had used last night, though dry, was not fine enough. Lizai scanned the cave for suitable materials. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the pile of animal hides where Aru had slept. There, he spotted some grayish-white fluff. His eyes brightened. He crawled over and carefully collected the delicate tufts. These were exceedingly dry and fluffy, undoubtedly premium tinder. Aru, though you nearly broke my back. The treasures in this nest have proven invaluable, Lizai thought, clutching the fluffy material in his hand, a confident smile spreading across his face. Today, the fire shall ignite. Chapter 5, Smoke and Flames, the first glimmer of civilization. Lizai clutched the tuft of grayish-white beast fur tightly, as if holding a ticket to the world of civilization. He did not rush to begin drilling wood, but instead calmly assessed the tools at his disposal. The lessons from last night's failure had taught him that brute strength alone would not suffice. While the principle of friction generating heat was well understood, it was the details that determined success in practice. It was imperative to create a channel for air to enter. Lee's circled the cave, his eyes searching the pile of stones. Soon, he picked up a shard of stone with a sharp edge. He held the shard against the edge of the pit in the wooden base and began to painstakingly carve. The wood was hard, and Lee's hands were weak. Within a few strokes, his fingers bore red marks from the sharp stone. Yet, he dared not pause, gradually chiseling a small triangular notch connecting the pit's center to the outside. This notch served as the ventilation channel, allowing oxygen to enter and fuel the fire. Satisfied, Lee's blew away the wood shavings. After completing this step, he took the fluffy beast fur he had collected and began to knead it in his palm. He fluffed the material until it was airy, creating a small depression in the center resembling a bird's nest. Then, he grabbed a handful of the dry moss he had crumbled the previous night and spread it evenly beneath the fluff. This formed a perfect fire nest. Everything was ready. By now, the sun had risen high, and the temperature outside the cave began to climb. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lee's discarded his already dampened t-shirt. Sitting cross-legged on the ground bare-chested, he took a deep breath and inserted the polished fire drill into the pit of the base. Let us begin. With both hands clasping the wooden stick, Lee's commenced to exert his strength. The sound of wood rubbing against wood echoed monotonously in the desolate cavern, a stark contrast to the silence. The initial minutes proved to be the most arduous, although the blisters on his hands from the previous night remained intact. The pressure of the night had rendered them acutely painful upon this renewed friction, making him wish to hurl the stick away in despair. Each downward press of his palm and each rapid motion felt akin to needles piercing the tender flesh of his hands. Gritting his teeth, with his cheeks puffed out, Lee's endeavored to ignore the pain. At this moment, the tribe was far from quiet. Though the hunting party had ventured out, the elderly orcs and younglings left behind were not idle. A few small beast-eared girls, no taller than Lee's waist, peeked from behind distant rocks, their small ears twitching with excitement and their wide eyes brimming with curiosity. To them, this male, captured by Sister Aru, seemed a curious anomaly. Instead of resting to regain his strength or basking in the sun, he was engaged in a peculiar contest with 2 pieces of wood in the dimness of the cave. Lee's had no time to concern himself with his spectators. All of his focus was devoted to the stick in his hands. As time passed, the monotonous, mechanical motion began to induce a sense of fatigue and heaviness in his arms, as if they were laden with lead. Sweat trickled down his neck, coursing over his chest before pooling at his waist. Exhaustion enveloped him. This purely physical endeavor felt like a form of torture for a modern-day corporate worker. For a fleeting moment, a thought flickered in Lee's mind. Perhaps he should give up? Waiting for Aru to return, he could survive on the raw meat, as they had for so many years without incident. But no, raw meat harbors parasites and bacteria. In a world devoid of antibiotics, a bout of diarrhea could very well be fatal. I must survive here, and not just survive, but thrive, not destined to be a short-lived specter. Lee's motivated himself internally, driven not only by the desire for cooked food, but also by the need for dignity. Should he fail to kindle a fire, he would forever be viewed by Aru as a mere pet meant for breeding. He had to prove his worth, to demonstrate that his intellect surpassed their brute strength. With that thought, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through him. He quickened his pace. The friction intensified, and he could even detect the familiar scent of scorching wood becoming increasingly pronounced. The base of the wood began to char, and a thin wisp of blue smoke escaped through the triangular notch. It was a signal of hope. Lee's eyes sparkled, yet he did not halt. Instead, he accelerated with renewed fervor. This was a sprint, a race to reach the ignition point. Ignite for me, Lee's roared, summoning every last ounce of strength to vigorously rub the stick with fervent intensity. In an instant, the thin smoke thickened into a dense plume that rushed into his nostrils, causing him to cough. Now was the moment. Lee's abruptly discarded the fire-starting stick. Within the indentation of the wooden base, a small mound of blackened wood powder was emitting smoke, and at its center, a faint crimson glow flickered. A spark. Ignoring the blood seeping from his blistered palms, he carefully cupped the base with trembling fingers. He directed the precious spark into the prepared tinder nest. The tuft of animal fur quickly enveloped the spark. Lee's cradled this precious bundle and lifted it to his lips. He dared not blow too forcefully, fearing he might extinguish the fragile ember. He exhaled softly, a steady and gentle breath. As oxygen flowed in, the interior of the fur began to glow red, and the volume of smoke surged, stinging his eyes with tears. Yet, he did not dare to close them. Another breath. The glow intensified, accompanied by faint crackling sounds. Suddenly, with a soft pop, a bright yellow flame erupted from the thick smoke. Though it was no larger than a thumb, to Lee's eye, it was more radiant than the midday sun. Success. Overcome with excitement, Li's eye trembled all over. He hastily placed the burning tinder on the ground, scrambling to gather the prepared dry twigs to feed the flame. The withered branches crackled joyfully upon encountering the open fire. The flames surged higher, greedily consuming the fuel, quickly transforming into a stable bonfire. The orange glow illuminated the dim cavern, a wave of long-forgotten warmth enveloping him. It was the warmth of civilization. Li's eye collapsed onto the ground. Gazing at the flickering flames before him, a foolish grin spreading across his face. He spread his arms wide, relishing the sensation of the heat radiating against his skin, as all previous fatigue and pain dissipated in that moment. Outside the cave, the small beast-eared girls were already stunned into silence. They witnessed the peculiar male conjuring a monstrous entity that consumed people, and with a terrified shriek, they scattered, as if the flames might leap forth and engulf them. Li's eye paid them no mind. He simply wished to savor this moment of triumph. He even began to fantasize about the delectable roasted meat that Aru would bring back, picturing it sizzling over the flames, dripping with juices, and sprinkled with salt. Though even without salt, the aroma alone was enough to make his mouth water. However, as Li's eye indulged in his delightful imaginings of roasted meat, chaos erupted in the tribe. The cries of the tribe is on fire. The tribe is on fire, echoed through the jungle. In quick succession, a lithe figure burst into the scene. Aru, clutching a slain wild boar, was splattered with grass and blood, evidently having endured a fierce hunt. Her thoughts were consumed by Li's eye, and though she had gone hunting, she hadn't strayed far, returning with her quarry swiftly. Yet, upon her return, she was greeted with the alarming shouts of fire. Her face was a mask of terror as she dropped her catch. "Don't fear. I'm here to save you," Aru shouted, her speed blurring as she rushed forward. Sitting by the bonfire, Li's eye heard the commotion and turned just in time to see Aru burst into the cave. Her expression was frantic, as if she intended to charge in and confront a foe. Li's eye was momentarily taken aback. He was about to raise his hand in greeting, eager to showcase his achievement. "Aru, look, I succeeded." But she heard none of his words. Her gaze solely fixed upon the inferno that she perceived as a rampaging fire demon. In the next moment, Li's eye felt a whirlwind before him. Aru had charged directly into the cave. Chapter 6. The explosive utterance of the mother-in-law. Li's eye had no time to explain even a fragment of his success before he was enveloped by a wave of astonishing softness. The sensation of being smothered arrived with startling abruptness. Aru's speed had been so great, combined with the massive inertia of her desperate rescue, that she pressed Li's eye into her broad, soft embrace. Immediately, Li felt a lightness in his body. Aru, regardless of his willingness, wrapped her sturdy arms around his waist and head like iron clamps, firmly securing him against her chest. "Don't be afraid. I will take you away," Aru shouted, turning to dash towards the cave's exit. Li's face was pressed tightly between her beast skin and flesh, though the sensation was astonishingly soft. At this speed, he felt as if he were enduring the most severe motion sickness. If he didn't speak soon, he might be the first-time traveler to be suffocated by cleansing foam. "Stop. Let go." Li struggled desperately, his hands forcefully pounding on Aru's back. Perhaps his fidgeting disrupted her balance, or perhaps his cries were too distressing. Aru finally halted a few meters from the cave's entrance. She looked down at Li, whose face had turned a deep shade of red from the pressure, her beautiful eyes filled with urgency. "Don't move. That thing will turn you to ashes." Seizing the opportunity, Li gasped for air, feeling as if he had finally come back to life. He pointed at the steadily burning fire within the cave. "See, it's not running wild." Aru paused for a moment. Embracing Li, she maintained a stance ready to flee, her gaze warily fixed on the cave. The orange glow still danced in place, not devouring everything in an instant like the wildfires she remembered. It remained within a small circle of stones, as obedient as a tethered dog. "It really isn't moving?" Aru's erect beast ears drooped slightly, though her tail remained tightly clutched. Li patted her arms that were wrapped around his waist. "Put me down. I'm hungry. That pig was brought back for us to eat, right?" Aru hesitated for several seconds before cautiously placing Li on the ground. Yet she dared not approach the cave. Standing at a distance, her muscles taut, ready to rush back to retrieve Li at any moment. At that moment, other beast-eared women from the tribe gathered around. The chief led the way, her expression serious as she observed the firelight within the cave, her eyes filled with deep apprehension. Li understood that mere words would not suffice. To dispel their fears, the best approach was to demonstrate the value of fire. He moved closer to the lifeless wild boar. The boar's skin was thick and tough, still unbled. "Do you have something sharp?" Li glanced at Aru. Confused about his intentions, Aru approached and directly extended her hand. With a swift motion, she pierced the wild boar's thick hide and tore it open. Flesh and skin were ripped apart, blood and entrails spilling out. Li's eyes twitched at the sight. "All right, let us proceed with this." Li requested Aru to help him tear off a large piece of leg meat. He found a stick and skewered the meat, then walked back to the fire pit in front of everyone. The air in the tribe instantly thickened. All the beast-eared women held their breath, watching as Lee extended the piece of meat towards the terrifying creature. As the fresh red meat touched the searing flames, a delightful sound erupted. The fat quickly melted from the heat, transforming into golden droplets that slid down the meat's fibers, dripping onto the red coals below. Sizzle! A cloud of white smoke billowed up, followed by an overpowering aroma. The rich, roasted scent, ignited by the Maillard reaction, was a revelation to these primitive beings who had only ever consumed raw, gamey meat. The fragrance wafted on the breeze, instantly infiltrating the nostrils of every beast-eared woman present. Aru, who had been cautiously retreating, suddenly twitched her nostrils. Her throat involuntarily convulsed, producing a loud swallowing sound. Not just her. The surrounding beast-eared women were rapidly replacing their initial fear with a primal hunger. Even the typically composed chief could not resist taking a step forward, craning her neck to greedily inhale the scent in the air. What is that smell? Lee rotated the stick in his hand, watching as the surface of the meat gradually turned golden and crispy, the excess fat bubbling away. This is called roasted meat. As Lee deemed the meat sufficiently cooked, he blew away the steam and lifted the skewer. He tore off a small piece and offered it to Aru, who stood closest and was nearly drooling. Want to try? Aru gazed at the steaming piece of meat, then at Lee, trusting him, combined with the irresistible aroma, finally overcame her fear of the fire. She leaned in, opening her mouth, and cautiously bit into the meat. It was scalding hot. Aru instinctively wanted to spit it out, but the next moment, the juices burst in her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant, her pupils dilating. The meat was tender, flavorful, and fragrant, sliding down her throat into her stomach, bringing with it a warm sense of satisfaction. Delicious, Aru exclaimed, her words muffled, her tail wildly wagging behind her, even stirring up dust from the ground. Within a few bites, she swallowed the meat and eagerly fixed her gaze on the remaining skewer in Lee's hand. That look was akin to a wolf, starved for 3 days, spotting a little white rabbit. Before Lee could utter a word, he felt a lightness in his hand. The remaining skewer of meat had been snatched away by a large hand. The chief had rushed over at some point, taking a hefty bite from the skewer. She devoured it, her mouth dripping with grease, while gasping from the heat and chewing heartily. So fragrant, so incredibly fragrant. In mere moments, the chief polished off the entire skewer, even crunching half of the stick. Savoring the grease on her fingers, she looked at Lee with a changed expression. This feeble male had indeed tamed that man-eating creature, the flames, and could even use it to produce such delectable meat. The surrounding beast-eared women began to stir, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they eyed the wild boar on the ground, glancing at the fire, eager to try. Lee breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had secured his position. As long as he held their stomachs, he had effectively grasped the power of survival within this tribe. However, he still underestimated the primitive mindset. The chief wiped the grease from her mouth, her fiercely aggressive eyes scrutinizing Lee from top to bottom, finally resting on his lower half. Suddenly, she turned to Aru with a serious expression and said, Aru, this male is too important. Aru, still savoring the meat's aroma, nodded vigorously in response. Yes, he smells good, and the meat is delicious. The chief continued, with such a fine specimen, it would be a waste for just you to have him. For the future of our tribe, so we can have more clever offspring like him, I have made my decision. I want to bear a child with him. Clang. The stick Lee had just picked up to roast the second skewer fell to the ground. He looked up at the figure before him, his future mother-in-law. Oh no, the chief. Wasn't he something about this scene off? Not that. Lee stuttered as he attempted to speak. To his surprise, Aru, upon hearing his words, not only displayed no hint of jealousy, but instead her eyes lit up with joy. Really, Mama? That's wonderful. Aru exclaimed, tugging at the chief's arm, her tail wagging with even greater enthusiasm. The younger siblings born from this union would surely enjoy roasting meat over fire. From now on, hunger would no longer plague us. The mother and daughter exchanged a warm smile, a scene so heartwarming that it sent shivers down Lee's spine. The chief even nodded at Lee, reassuring him. No need to rush. Once your body has regained its strength, we shall commence. Watching them, Lee felt as if his worldview had shattered into 1,000 pieces. He gazed at the flickering flames and suddenly realized that while this fire illuminated civilization, it also cast his situation into a more perilous light. Chapter 7. The Sweetness Beneath the Roast. The wood in the fire crackled, occasionally spitting out a spark that landed near Lee's feet. At this moment, Lee had fully descended into the role of the tribe's dedicated barbecue master. Although the others marveled at the miraculous method of cooking meat when it came to practical execution, this group of beast-eared maidens, accustomed to straightforward approaches, was utterly clueless. A kind-hearted beast maiden had just attempted to assist, only to inadvertently toss a skewer of meat into the glowing coals, instantly charring it to a crisp. To avoid wasting this hard-earned dinner, Li had no choice but to shoo everyone aside and take matters into his own hands. He sat cross-legged before the fire, clutching several branches, his wrists constantly twisting. This motion appeared simple, yet it was exceedingly exhausting. Without iron skewers, the branches softened and even burned under the heat, necessitating his vigilant attention to the condition of each skewer. The high temperatures roasted his face, beads of sweat cascading down and soon soaking his collar. The acrid scent of smoke was somewhat overwhelming, yet the aroma of the roasting meat was sufficient to make all nearby creatures overlook this minor discomfort. Li was busily engaged in his task, while Aru appeared remarkably at ease. Or perhaps she simply relished the state of companionship. Rather than waiting with the other tribespeople for a share of the meat, she nestled closely beside Li. Aru's shoulder pressed tightly against Li's arm, leaving scarcely any space between them. As Li tended to the roasting meat, their skin brushed against one another. She seemed to delight in this intimate contact, occasionally tilting her head to nuzzle her cheek against Li's shoulder, reminiscent of an affectionate kitten seeking attention. Her long tail was also quite active, sweeping across the ground and occasionally helping to whisk away dust from behind Li. Aru's gaze remained fixed on the meat over the fire, her throat emitting soft swallowing sounds. Yet she refrained from reaching for it, understanding that this was Li's labor and a moment for him to showcase his skills, deserving of her utmost respect and companionship. The tantalizing aroma of the meat not only captivated the adult beast maidens, but also lured the tribe's young ones. A few immature beast maidens, having hidden behind distant rocks for quite some time, could no longer resist the enticing scent. Cautiously, they approached with their short legs. These little creatures appeared utterly adorable. Gathered around the fire, their large eyes reflecting the flickering flames, drool glistening at the corners of their mouths. To them, fire was fearsome, yet the meat was irresistible. This contradiction left them yearning to draw closer, yet hesitant to do so. Finally, one little one could no longer contain herself. Spotting a glistening skewer of meat tantalizingly close to the flames, she instinctively reached out her tiny hand to grasp it. Li, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings, swiftly intervened. "Don't move," he warned. With quick reflexes, he seized the young beast maiden's wrist. The startled little one fluffed up in fright, her fur bristling, her ears instantly flattening against her head. She feared she might be punished, instinctively shrinking her neck and freezing in place. Li gently pulled her hand back, adopting a serious expression. "You cannot touch it directly with your hands." He pointed to the glowing embers. "This is very hot. If you touch it, you will burn yourself." Hearing this, the little beast maiden quickly withdrew her hand behind her, shaking her head vigorously. Observing her terror, Li's demeanor softened. He retrieved a skewer of perfectly roasted meat from the fire, blew away the heat, and confirmed it was safe to hold before offering it to the young beast maiden. "If you want to eat, just let me know, or wait for it to cool down before taking it. Remember, when I'm not around, you must never approach this fire." The little one stared at the skewer in front of her, then glanced at Li. Tentatively, she accepted the skewer and took a small bite. In the next moment, her eyes transformed into crescent moons, her ears twitching with delight. Li chuckled and reached out to ruffle her fluffy ears. "Such a delightful texture. Go on, enjoy it." The little creature, clutching the meat, scampered back joyfully to her friends. Aru had been observing the entire scene from the side. Seeing Li pat the little one's head, she too extended her large hand to tousle the small beast maiden's hair, nearly toppling the little one over. Then, turning around, her expression shifted to one of fierceness. She bared her teeth at the other young ones still watching from a distance, as well as a few eager tribe members lingering nearby. "Did you all hear? This fire is only to be handled by Li. Anyone daring to meddle while he is distracted will have their paws broken." Upon hearing Aru's warning, everyone shrank back. Nodding vigorously, Li watched Aru with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. This girl certainly had a straightforward and somewhat brutish way of being protective. Just then, a gust of night wind shifted unexpectedly. The previously ascending smoke suddenly billowed toward Li's face as if pressed down by an unseen hand. The abruptness caught him off guard. He coughed violently from the smoke, tears welling in his eyes. Once the haze dispersed, he lifted his head, his face now a sooty black, with only the whites of his eyes and teeth remaining visible. Sweat from his forehead washed away the ash, leaving comical streaks of dark water marks. Aru, preparing to pat his back, froze upon witnessing the scene. Then, she burst into a fit of melodic laughter, pointing at Li's face, her mirth causing her to double over, her tail thumping against the ground in amusement. "Your face is so black." Li wiped his face, only to smudge more grime onto his hands, darkening them further. "And all for the sake of roasting meat for you," he retorted with mock irritation, yet seeing Aru so delighted eased his own mood. Having been in this world for 2 days now, it was the first time he had witnessed Aru display such an unguarded smile. Once her laughter subsided, she leaned closer to Li, her face mere centimeters from his, her breath brushing against his nose. "Stay still, I'll help you clean up." As Aru spoke, she extended her tongue. Just as that pink tongue was about to make contact with his cheek, Li's body was engulfed in a shiver. The notion of such an interspecies method of cleanliness was undeniably exhilarating, and his heart fluttered in protest. Stop! Stop, please! Li abruptly leaned back, flailing his hands to shield his face. Aru, there's truly no need for that. I can wash myself. I have hands. Aru's movements halted midair. She tilted her head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why Li would reject her. After all, her tongue was quite adept at scrubbing away dirt. You can't clean yourself properly. Aru, slightly discontented, leaned forward once more, attempting to find an opportunity to use her mouth. Li hastily grabbed a piece of animal hide nearby to wipe his face, retreating while waving his hands. I'm clean. Look, I'm already clean. Observing Li's panicked demeanor, Aru appeared quite pleased. All right then. She withdrew, resuming her seat. Seizing a skewer of roasted meat, she took a hearty bite, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. Yet, her tail stealthily wrapped around Li's waist, gently tightening, as if to say, I'll let you off this time, but we'll revisit this in the cave tonight. Li exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Life in this primitive tribe was indeed filled with surprises. Chapter 8. Eat more meat to gain strength. As nightfall descended, the bonfire in the center of the tribe became the only source of illumination, casting an orange glow that brightened the surroundings. An unprecedented rich aroma filled the air. All the meat had been roasted. Before the wild boar was reduced to a mere skeleton, Li had finally completed this monumental task. No pushing, form a line to collect your share. Li waved his hand feebly. Although the beast-eared women emitted anxious whimpers, their tails spinning like windmills, they obediently formed a circle. Each held a rudimentary stick skewered with glistening, golden roasted meat. For these primitive individuals, who had consumed raw food their entire lives, this texture was a true challenge to their taste buds. Crunch. A young beast-eared girl could no longer contain her eagerness and took a bite. The crispy exterior shattered between her teeth, followed by a burst of scorching meat juice in her mouth. Her eyes widened, her slit pupils quivering. Delicious, she exclaimed, her words muffled as she stubbornly refused to spit the meat out, even as it burned her mouth, desperately swallowing it down. The air was filled with the sounds of chewing and swallowing, accompanied by the smacking of fingers coated in grease. This scene appeared somewhat crude, even bordering on barbaric. Yet for Li, it embodied the purest form of happiness. Gone was the brutality of consuming raw flesh, replaced solely by the unadulterated enjoyment of exquisite food. As Li observed the spectacle, his sense of fatigue dissipated significantly. He sought a place to rest for a moment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a warm, soft body pressed against him. Aru had settled behind him without him noticing. She extended her long arms, pulling Li into her embrace. His back sank into a remarkable softness. It was Aru's broad arms, even more comfortable than the most luxurious sofa. Though her muscles were firm, when relaxed, the springy sensation was utterly irresistible. Exhausted, are you? Aru gazed down at the man in her arms. In her hand, she held the most tender piece of pork from the entire boar, a morsel she had deliberately saved for him. She tore the meat into small strips and offered them to Li's mouth. Indeed, hunger gnawed at him, and he opened his mouth to receive it. The meat was succulent, lacking salt or cumin, yet in his state of extreme hunger, it was the most delectable delicacy in the world. You should eat too. After swallowing the food, Li gestured for Aru to stop solely feeding him. Aru shook her head, stubbornly tearing off another piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. You're too thin. You need to eat more meat to grow strong. In her eyes, Li's pale skin, which reddened at the slightest pinch, was the epitome of malnutrition. She felt the need to nourish him well, for only then would their offspring be healthy. Li, somewhat resigned, could only indulge in this treatment as if he were an endangered species. Hey, Aru suddenly called out to him. Li turned to find her gazing intently at his face, her eyes filled with curiosity. What is it? Did I just call you? Aru tilted her head, her beautiful beast ears swaying with emotion. I've seen in other tribes that formidable males have their own titles, like Big Tooth or Black Claw. You're quite impressive. Surely you have one too? Li froze for a moment. Having been in this world for 2 days, they had consistently referred to him as male or the one who captured him. I have a name. Li adjusted his sitting position for greater comfort. My name is Li Zai. Li Zai? Aru repeated, struggling with the pronunciation, her tongue twisting within her mouth before she managed to say it correctly. What a peculiar sound. What does it mean? Li chuckled softly. He raised a hand to point at the starry sky obscured by the treetops and then at the ground beneath his feet. Li from the wood, Zai from to be present. It means, I am still here. I am alive. In this perilous primitive world. To survive and hold a place here was the greatest significance. Aru nodded, seemingly grasping the essence, though she didn't require a profound understanding. She simply knew that from this day forth, the man in her arms was no longer just a captured prey, nor an unnamed breeding tool. His name was Li Zai. Li Zai. Aru repeated once more, this time with greater ease. She rested her chin atop Li's head, tightening her embrace slightly, as if to confirm his existence. I am Aru, and you are Li Zai. This is good. Just as the two were savoring this rare moment of warmth, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. The previously boisterous tribespeople immediately fell silent, parting to create a path. The chieftain approached, her massive leg bone gnawed clean, indicating her satisfaction with the meal. As the strongest of the tribe, her presence exuded undeniable authority. She stood by the fire, her gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally resting on Li Zai and Aru. The meat is delicious, the chieftain's voice boomed. After eating this meat, one feels warm, as if one's strength has increased. The surrounding beast-eared women nodded in agreement. Aru glanced at Li Zai, recalling his earlier advice. She released her hold on him and stood up. Amma, Li Zai said that the fire is something he can control, but it is still very dangerous. Aru pointed solemnly at the still-burning bonfire. The chief, gazing at the flickering flames, nodded gravely before turning to address the gathered tribespeople with a commanding voice. From this day forth, apart from Li Zai, no one is permitted to approach the fire without authorization. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping across the crowd. Should anyone dare to act recklessly and attract disaster upon the tribe, I shall personally cast them out to be devoured by wild beasts. The weight of her words was profound. In this world, being banished from the tribe equated to a death sentence. All the beast-eared maidens recoiled in fear. Their glances towards Li Zai markedly transformed. Previously, they had regarded him for his handsome appearance and the delectable meat he provided. Now, however, their eyes were imbued with a deep sense of reverence. He was the sole sage capable of wielding such terrifying power. Sitting on the ground, Li Zai felt the shift in the atmosphere around him. Once the chief had finished outlining the rules, she resumed her boisterous demeanor. With a hearty belch, she patted her round belly. All right, now that everyone's well fed, off you go to sleep. We need our strength for tomorrow's labor. The tribespeople began to disperse, retreating one by one into their stone abodes. The chief, however, did not hasten her departure. She remained rooted in place, her eyes meaningfully scanning Aru and Li Zai. The depth of her gaze was rich with layers of appreciation, expectation, and a sense of urgency typical of a senior urging a junior to take care of important matters. Aru, the chief nodded towards her daughter. Li Zai is exhausted from today, but has also eaten well. This meat will nourish him. Tonight is an excellent opportunity. With that, she flashed Li Zai an exceedingly warm smile, one that sent a chill down his spine. Aru understood the unspoken message. Lowering her head, she gazed at Li Zai, still seated on the ground. The firelight cast a warm glow upon her cheeks, which were slightly flushed. Yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, a blend of primal instinct and newly blossomed emotions. Li Zai, Aru reached out, her fingers gently hooking into the collar of his attire. Are you full? As Li Zai was about to respond that he was full and wished to sleep, he caught sight of Aru's gaze and swallowed his words. I'm satisfied. Do you have the strength? Before Li Zai could answer, his body was once again lifted off the ground. Aru required no response from him. With practiced ease, she hoisted him onto her shoulder, her movements fluid, indicating she had been well prepared. As long as you have strength, that's all that matters. We can't waste all the delicious food you just consumed. Aru's strong hand pressed against Li Zai's struggling waist as she strode purposefully toward their designated cave. A few young beast maidens lingering nearby erupted into laughter. Li Zai, perched on Aru's shoulder, gazed longingly at the diminishing bonfire, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. This, perhaps, was the price of fame, responsibility for igniting the flame of civilization while also perpetuating the tribe's very essence. Life in this new world was indeed fulfilling to the point of exhaustion. Chapter 9. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The morning sun filtered through the sparse leaves, casting golden flecks upon the entrance of the cave. The chirping of birds roused the slumbering forest. When Li Zai opened his eyes, he felt that even the slightest movement would elicit a gasp of discomfort. The primitive tribe's bedding was far from comfortable, compounded by the strenuous labor of the previous night, leaving him feeling like a wrung-out piece of sugarcane. Nearby, the animal hide shifted. Suddenly, a familiar face loomed close, revealing Aru, who had already risen. She appeared astonishingly energetic, her bright eyes devoid of any hint of fatigue. The recovery capabilities of beast-eared maidens were utterly disheartening for modern men. Upon noticing Li Zai's awakening, Aru emitted a series of playful sounds, nuzzling against his unwashed face, her warm breath brushing against him, infused with a faint, pleasant aroma. Awake, are we? Aru reached out to pat his chest with considerable force, nearly pushing him back down. Today, I'm heading further afield. We've exhausted yesterday's pig and need to hunt for more. Li Zai propped himself up, rubbing his sore lower back. Be careful. Aru flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, nothing in this forest can harm me. With that, She deftly rose, shaking off the animal hide skirt. Glancing back at Li Zai with a look that conveyed a sense of endearment, as if to say, "You stay here and wait for me to earn a living." She then bounded out of the cave, her agile silhouette swiftly disappearing into the thicket. The cave fell silent. Li Zai sighed and slowly rose to his feet. He approached the entrance, observing the scene within the tribe. Most of the able-bodied young women had accompanied Aru, leaving behind only the elderly and children. Li Zai found a stone to sit upon, contemplating his current predicament. These beast-eared maidens relied solely on raw physical strength, claws, bites, and fists. While this combat style appeared vigorous, it was exceedingly perilous. The fangs and claws of ferocious beasts could inflict severe injuries, likely leading to infections and fevers, ultimately resulting in death. They needed an upgrade in their equipment. Li Zai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Creating firearms and cannons was but a dream. He could hardly memorize the formula for gunpowder, let alone smelt steel, bows and arrows. That required bow-making techniques, suitable string materials, and practice to develop accuracy. For these maidens accustomed to close combat, the difficulty of mastering such a weapon was daunting. After much contemplation, only one option seemed suitable: the spear. It was one of the oldest, simplest, and most effective weapons in human history. All that was needed was a sturdy stick, sharpened at one end. The spear's greatest advantage lay in its range of attack. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Currently, Aru and the others could strike only within the length of their arms, roughly less than a meter. However, with a spear, the attack range could be extended to 2 or 3 meters, or even further with practice. This meant that one could inflict damage before a beast could reach them. Moreover, this weapon had a high margin for error, requiring no complex techniques, just thrust it. Deciding to act, Li Zai stood up and began to wander around the cave. He intended to remain within the safe confines of the tribe while searching for materials. Fortune smiled upon him. This primitive forest was abundant with trees. Behind a pile of rocks, he discovered a small grove of hardwood, its bark a grayish hue. He selected 2 straight, slender saplings, each about the thickness of his wrist. Lacking an axe or saw, Li Zai could only find a flat stone with a sharp edge to begin the painstaking task of scraping at the base of the trees. Though it appeared simple, the task was laborious. Li Zai sweated profusely, his palms vibrating painfully as he struggled to break the 2 saplings. He returned to the fire with 2 wooden poles, each over 2 meters long, dragging them behind him. The next task was stripping the bark. He carefully scraped away the rough outer layer with a shard of stone, revealing the pristine white wood beneath. This timber was remarkably dense, heavy in his hands, and exuded a pleasant tactile sensation. The most crucial step lay in crafting the spearhead. If metal were available, even bronze or iron, affixing it to the pole would create a formidable weapon. However, he had only wood at his disposal. Li meticulously sharpened one end of the pole with the stone, shaping it into a smooth, pointed tip akin to a large pencil lead. Yet, this was insufficient. A mere wooden point would easily snap or dull when piercing through tough animal hides. Li stoked the fire, intensifying the flames. He held the sharpened spearhead above the blaze, not to ignite it, but to harness the heat to dehydrate and carbonize the wood. The heat-treated tip would significantly enhance its hardness, rivaling even some inferior bones or stones. With unwavering focus, Li rotated the pole, watching as the tip gradually turned to charred black. By the time he had fashioned 2 rudimentary spears, the sun hung directly overhead. He brandished the finished products, producing a whistling sound as they sliced through the air. Though rudimentary and devoid of adornments, in a primitive society, these were weapons of mass destruction. Just as Li reveled in his creation, a rustling sound emerged from outside the cave. Aru had returned. Today, fortune seemed to have eluded her, as she clutched 2 small creatures resembling rabbits, their bodies smeared with grass and mud, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. It appeared that large prey was not an everyday encounter. Upon entering the cave, Aru spotted Li standing there with the 2 elongated sticks. She tossed her catch to the ground and wiped the sweat from her brow. "What are you doing with those?" she inquired, approaching him with curiosity. "Are they for firewood?" But they seemed too long for that. In her eyes, wood had only 2 purposes, either for burning or for constructing a nest. Li handed her one of the spears. "This is not a firewood stick, it is a weapon." "A weapon? What is that?" "A weapon is used for hunting." Aru took the spear, weighing it in her hands. It felt quite manageable, but she questioned its efficacy for hunting. "This end is sharp," Li pointed out, indicating the charred tip. "You see, when you hunt, you usually rush at the prey to claw and bite them. That approach is exceedingly perilous." Aru blinked, her expression one of innocent understanding. "But that's how hunting is done. How can you catch something without getting close?" Li took back the spear, assuming a poised stance for thrusting. "With this, you need not approach so closely." He glanced around, pointing at a decaying tree stump a few meters from the cave's entrance. "Aru, stand here and try to grab that stump with your claws." Although perplexed by the task, She obediently positioned herself and swung her arm. Her limbs were long, but the stump remained 2 meters away, leaving her claws grasping at air. Not close enough, huh? Lee chuckled, placing the spear into her hands. Now with this, thrust forcefully at the stump. Aru gripped the spear's shaft. Although she did not understand the mechanics, instinct guided her to adjust her stance for power. Her arm muscles tightened, her waist coiled, and she propelled herself forward with great force. Thunk! A muffled sound echoed as the carbonized spearhead, propelled by Aru's extraordinary strength, plunged deeply into the decayed stump, splintering wood in all directions. Aru was momentarily stunned, maintaining her thrusting position, her gaze fixed intently on the impaled stump. In that fleeting moment, she experienced an unprecedented sensation. Although she stood far from the stump, as if it were a living beast, it could not touch her, yet she could inflict significant harm upon it. The feeling was profoundly exhilarating. I can strike it, and it cannot strike me? Aru exclaimed, pulling the spear from the stump and examining the darkened tip. Lee nodded, moving closer to pat the stump. Indeed, that is the purpose of the spear. The longer it is, the greater its strength. With this, when you encounter something like a wild boar, you need not engage in close combat. Simply pierce it with this. Wound it first, instill fear, and then approach to capture it. Isn't that much safer? Aru's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Though simple-minded, she was not foolish. As a huntress, she understood the significance of distance all too well. Countless times, her fellow tribe members had fallen victim to wild beasts due to proximity, their throats bitten or eyes clawed out. If she possessed this weapon, Aru tightened her grip on the spear, turning to Lee, her eyes brimming with excitement. Lee, you're truly clever. She cast aside the spear and leaped towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The mingled scent of sweat and earth enveloped Lee once more. With this, I can hunt larger prey. I won't get hurt anymore. Aru was as exuberant as a child with a newfound toy, spinning around with Lee in her grasp. Lee felt dizzy from the whirlwind, his feet leaving the ground. Stop, stop. Put me down. I'm going to be sick. Aru released him, retrieving the spear and caressing its smooth shaft with affection. She thrust it into the air a few times, the whooshing sound attesting to its might. Coupled with her extraordinary explosive strength, that simple wooden spear was transformed into a scythe of death in her hands. Is it difficult to make this? Aru inquired, glancing back at Lee. Not at all. Simply find a straight piece of wood, sharpen the tip, and harden it with fire, Lee explained. Excellent. Aru's eyes gleamed with a combative spirit. Tomorrow, or rather this afternoon, I will take the sisters to fell some trees. Everyone must have one of these. Chapter 10. This broken wood is more useful than claws? Aru seized Lee by the wrist, pulling him along as they sprinted to the central clearing of the tribe. She gripped the spear tightly, dragging Lee along in a chaotic dance as he struggled to keep pace with her fervent strides. At this moment, most of the hunting parties had returned. The clearing was alive with activity. A dozen beast-eared women were gathered, processing the day's catch. Today's luck was rather average, with only small prey piled upon the ground, lacking anything substantial enough to incite a tribal celebration. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with the ever-present odor of wild beasts. What are they all doing? Look at what I have, Aru exclaimed, releasing Lee and leaping atop a slightly elevated rock. She raised the charred spear high above her head, its tail fiercely whipping behind her, stirring up a gust of wind. The beast-eared maidens below paused their tasks, lifting their gazes to behold her. From the crowd emerged a strikingly statuesque beast-eared maiden named Manhwa, the strongest warrior in the tribe aside from the chieftain. In her grasp, she held the thigh of an unknown beast, her mouth busy gnawing on a piece of raw meat, her cheeks puffed. Squinting her eyes, she cast a glance at the spear, letting out a derisive snort. Aru, what do you intend to do with that piece of wood? Are you planning to roast all the meat for today? The surrounding beast-eared maidens erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Indeed, Aru, that wood looks so charred it's nearly turned to coal. To them, would serve no purpose beyond constructing shelters. Moreover, the wood was sharpened to a point, appearing flimsy. With a bit of force, it could likely snap. Aru felt urgency rise within her. She leapt down from the stone and thrust the spear into the ground. This is a weapon made by Lee. It's even better than claws. Better than claws? Manhwa erupted with laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. She swallowed her meat, carelessly tossing the bone aside, and strode up to Aru. Extending her right hand, she spread her fingers wide. With a swift motion, 5 sharp claws sprang forth, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Manhwa proudly wiggled her claws. Aru, have you lost your mind? Is there anything in this forest more formidable than our claws and teeth? This wood is fragile. I could snap it with a mere exertion. If you take that to hunt, you might as well be trampled by a wild boar. The other beast-eared maidens nodded in agreement. They revered physical strength and the sharpness of claws. In their eyes, this slender stick resembled a child's toy. Lee, who had been silently observing, felt no anger towards these obstinate primitives. Rather, he found their ignorance amusing. It was akin to explaining airplanes to ancient peoples. Words alone were futile, action was required. Taking a few steps forward, he patted Aru on the shoulder, signaling her to refrain from arguing hastily. He turned his gaze to Dahua, wearing a calm smile characteristic of civilized folk. "So you're Dahua?" Dahua looked down at this male, whose height barely reached her chest, snorting with disdain. "What do you want? Do you also wish to claim that stick is formidable?" He nodded. "You doubt its power because you do not understand how to wield it." He gestured towards the spear in Aru's hand. "When you hunt, you must get close enough to grab and bite your prey. While that approach is powerful, it is also perilous. What if a wild beast turns and bites you?" Dahua scoffed dismissively. "If you fear injury, how can you call yourself a warrior? Only the weakest of the weak fear harm." This primitive logic of valor left Lee somewhat exasperated. Yet, he quickly adjusted his thinking and rephrased his argument. "But wouldn't it be better to kill the prey without sustaining injuries? You could conserve your strength to catch even more." Lee took the spear from Aru, positioning it before Dahua. "The advantage of this weapon can be summarized in one word: length. As long as I wield it, I can strike you while you cannot reach me. That is what we call an advantage." Dahua regarded the lengthy stick with skepticism. "Is that so? I could take a step forward and swat that stick away with a single hand, then pin you to the ground." Lee shook his head. "Words alone are insufficient. Shall we have a practice duel?" The declaration silenced the crowd, all eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Lee, as though he were mad. A male, barely grown. Wish to spar with the tribe's top warrior? Dahua could easily crush him into a pulp. Lee quickly waved his hands. "Not me against you, but rather, let Aru face you." He turned to Aru, handing her the spear. "Aru, use this to spar with Dahua. Remember, we are testing the weapon. Do not genuinely injure anyone. Keep it light." Aru took a deep breath, eager to demonstrate the weapon's prowess. "Come on, Dahua. Let us give it a try." Dahua rolled her neck, the joints cracking audibly. She looked at Aru, a hearty yet fierce grin spreading across her face. "Fine then. Since you want to play, I shall indulge you. But remember, if you lose, no crying to your mother." The crowd parted, forming a circle several meters in diameter. Aru gripped the spear firmly, positioning it as Lee had instructed. The tip slightly lowered, aimed at Dahua's chest. Dahua, unfazed, stood with her legs slightly bent, her form resembling a mountain of muscle, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Watch out!" Dahua bellowed, launching herself forward with a powerful push from her hind legs. The dust beneath her feet erupted as she charged directly at Aru. Normally, Aru would have lunged forward to grapple and wrestle, but today was different. As Dahua barreled towards her, Aru recalled Lee's words, "Stay back. Utilize your length advantage." Just as Dahua was about to close the distance, Aru did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward half a pace. The spear thrust out with remarkable speed, striking Dahua's abdomen with precision. "Ugh!" Dahua grunted. Her momentum abruptly halted. It felt as if a stone had slammed into her stomach, causing her to furrow her brow in pain. Yet, her tough exterior rendered this discomfort trivial. Dahua, annoyed, reached out to seize the offending stick. Annoying thing. As her hand stretched forth, Aru had already retracted the spear. Before Dahua could adjust her stance, Aru deftly flicked her wrist, thrusting the spear once more. Crack. This time, it landed on Dahua's shoulder, forcing her to pause again. The sensation was unbearable. Despite being mere meters away from Aru, she found herself unable to advance. Each time she prepared to charge, that infuriating spearhead appeared in a position she had to evade or defend against. Gur. Dahua grew furious, abandoning all pretense of caution and charging in. She believed that if she could endure a hit and seize Aru, the battle would be over. However, Aru proved far more agile than she had anticipated. Seeing Dahua's fierce determination, Aru shifted her footwork, gliding to the left. Meanwhile, the spear remained unwavering, coiling like a nimble serpent between them. As Dahua lunged to the left, the spear tip pointed in that direction. When she veered right, the spear tip sealed off that side. The two circled each other several times in the makeshift arena. The Grand Flower, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, felt her muscles quivering with exertion. The explosive power of her physique, once a formidable asset, now seemed futile. She swung her claws, tearing through the air with a whoosh. Yet not even a single hair of Aru was grazed. In stark contrast, Aru remained composed, hardly moving from her spot, merely shifting her body in the direction of her spear, her face devoid of flush and breathlessness. Chapter 11. Go find some wood. This was not a battle. It was mere mockery. The onlookers, the beast-eared maidens, who initially wore expressions of amusement, gradually fell into a hushed silence. Though they lacked understanding of tactics, the unfolding situation was crystal clear to all. The Grand Flower, usually an equal match for Aru, was now soundly outmatched, and by nothing more than a mere stick. At last, after the spear tip had pressed against her throat for the 10th time, the Grand Flower ceased her movements. She plopped down onto the ground, gasping for air, waving her hands in surrender. No more, no more, she exclaimed, her expression one of frustration as she regarded the spear with a look of trepidation. This object was far too cunning. It kept her at bay, rendering her unable to fight back. Eru retracted her spear, a victorious smile gracing her features. She proudly turned to Li Zai, her tail practically soaring skyward. Li Zai approached, chuckling as he inquired, "So, do you believe me now?" The Grand Flower gingerly touched her aching belly, and though reluctant to concede, the evidence was undeniable. "I believe," she admitted. "This wood indeed possesses some merit." Just then, a round of applause erupted from the back of the crowd. "Well done. Splendid performance." Everyone turned to see the chief, who had mysteriously appeared, her presence having gone unnoticed until now. She had been observing this unique contest in silence the entire time. The chief approached Eru, extending her calloused hands. "Let me see that." Eru promptly handed over the spear. The chief hefted the weapon, gauging its weight, then pressed her finger firmly against the charred tip. Hard, sharp. The chief's eyes sparkled with realization. As a leader of the tribe, she saw far beyond what the Grand Flower and the others could comprehend. She recognized the significance behind this weapon. If every warrior in the tribe possessed one of these, how many lives could be spared when confronting those fierce, formidable beasts? Previously, they had gambled their lives for meat. Now, with this, they could exchange wood for lives. The math was indisputably advantageous. The chief turned to Li Zai, her gaze so fervent it almost seemed to devour him. "Li Zai, can this be made from the wood in these woods?" Li Zai nodded. "As long as we find a straight and sturdy piece of wood, the crafting method is quite simple." The chief inhaled deeply, raising the spear high. "Excellent." She bellowed to the tribe members still in shock. "Did you all see this? This is the treasure Li Zai has brought us. From now on, no one is allowed to call this mere firewood." The chief spun around, grasping Li Zai's shoulder with such force that he nearly buckled. "Li Zai, I want you to ensure that every warrior in the tribe receives one of these. The more, the better. Whether our tribe feasts on great meat in the future depends entirely on you." The beast-eared maidens, finally awakening from their stupor, realized that the formidable weapon that had been verified by the Grand Flower could also be theirs. In an instant, dozens of green-eyed gazes were fixed upon Li Zai, their expressions now devoid of scorn and ridicule, replaced by an eager yearning. "I want one too. I want that long stick. Li Zai, make one for me. I can share my meat with you. I want one too. Can I warm your bed tonight?" With the throng of enthusiastic beast-eared maidens surrounding him, Li Zai could only helplessly raise his hands in surrender. All right, there will be enough for everyone. As long as there's wood, there will be plenty." However, as he surveyed the overzealous crowd of women, a mischievous smile crept across his lips. "But this task won't be easy. You'll have to put in your own effort." Determined to upgrade the warriors' equipment without delay, the atmosphere within the tribe became fervent. Upon hearing that they would be crafting spears, the energetic beast-eared maidens were even more excited than for a feast. As soon as Li Zai mentioned going to the woods to select wood, he found himself airborne once more, as Eru didn't give him a chance to walk. "You move too slowly. The paths in the forest are treacherous." Eru's reasoning was sound, as she effortlessly slipped her arms beneath Li Zai's armpits and around his knees, cradling him as if he were her most cherished teddy bear. Before Li Zai could protest, Eru took off at a sprint. "Wow, how can you move so quickly?" The other beast-eared maidens followed suit, a throng of them bursting forth from the tribal camp, stirring up a cloud of dust. The wind howled past Li Zai's ears, compelling him to cling tightly to the pelt across Eru's chest. The elastic bounce of her form rhythmically jostled his head as they ran. While it's a bit embarrassing, this is actually rather comfortable," Li Zai mused. Soon, the group arrived at the edge of the forest near the tribe. The trees were dense, entwined with vines, and various plants thrived wildly. Eru set Li Zai down upon a relatively flat boulder and turned to the eager tribe members, calling out, "Listen up. Li Zai says we need to find wood. Everyone hurry." The moment she spoke, it was as if a drop of water had splashed into a hot pan. Dozens of beast-eared maidens erupted into excited cries, scattering in all directions. They were accustomed to hunting and wrestling, lacking any knowledge of material selection. In their simplistic minds, a spear was merely made of wood. So all they had to do was bring back a tree, right? In no time, the forest was filled with the crackling sounds of branches snapping, the trees lamenting their fate. Within minutes, the first batch of spoils was presented to Li Zai. A beast-eared maiden named Redtail excitedly dragged over a log as thick as a thigh. Her tail was held high as she proudly tossed it before Li Zai with a thud. "Li Zai, look how big this is. I exerted so much effort to drag it here." Redtail wiped the sweat from her brow, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. Li Zai glanced at the decayed wood, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This was hardly suitable for crafting a spear. It would be better used as firewood, albeit smoky. Before he could voice his thoughts, another maiden dashed over with an even more absurd offering. This girl was petite but quick, brandishing a vibrant green branch as if presenting a prized possession. I found this too. It's long, and especially straight. Lee's gaze sharpened as he beheld a colossal leaf stalk before him. Indeed, it was long, straight, and glistening with moisture. However, aside from serving as a makeshift fan or a rain shield, using such a thing to poke a wild boar would merely be akin to giving it a scratch. More and more beast-eared maidens returned, some carrying a bundle of serpentine, crooked vines, others hoisting a thorny bramble tree, and even a few uprooting entire bushes. As Lee surveyed the bizarre assortment of plant refuse before him, he felt his head might explode. This was a classic case of brawn over brain. Chapter 12. Preparations for Labor. Aru stood nearby, observing Lee's furrowed brow with a hint of confusion. She pointed to a decaying piece of timber and remarked, "Isn't this suitable?" "It looks quite sturdy," Lee sighed, fully aware that unless he imparted a lesson to this rowdy bunch, crafting a spear would remain an unattainable goal. He leapt down from the large bluestone and approached the rotting wood. Hongwei, still waiting for praise, puffed out her chest upon seeing Lee's approach. Lee placed a foot on the decayed log and applied a bit of pressure. With a crack, what had appeared robust crumbled like a crisp cookie, revealing a core of black wood shavings and termites. Hongwei's eyes widened, her mouth forming a new astonishment. "Now that's fragile." Lee then walked over to the girl holding the banana stalk and pressed a finger against the verdant shaft. An immediate dent formed, and sap oozed forth. "This is soft." Lee clapped his hands, addressing the bewildered beast-eared maidens around him. "The weapons we must forge are intended to pierce the thick hides of beasts. Such rotten wood and grass stalks will shatter upon contact with a wild boar, and it will be you who pays the price." Startled by his words, the maidens hastily discarded their assorted items far away. "What sort of material do we need then?" Aru inquired, her concern for Lee's disappointment evident. Lee gestured deeper into the forest. "Follow me. We seek hardwood with gray bark, straight trunks that resist breaking." Though these beast-eared maidens may have been simple-minded, they were obedient. Lee led the way, with Aru steadfastly by his side. The path through the forest proved treacherous, littered with protruding tree roots and slippery moss. As Lee navigated, he observed the surrounding trees, momentarily neglecting his footing. Suddenly, an old vine sprawled across the grass and snared his ankle, and he lost his balance, teetering toward the ground. "Watch out." A powerful arm swiftly encircled his waist. Aru's reflexes were astonishing. With a gentle tug, she steadied him. "I told you the path is difficult." With a furrowed brow, Aru glared at the vine that had tripped Lee. In a fit of anger, she raised her foot and stomped down hard. Crack! The vine, as thick as a wrist, was obliterated and sank into the earth. "Daring to trip my Lee, I'll crush you," Aru muttered under her breath, her fierce protectiveness unreasonable. She refused to let Lee walk unaccompanied, gripping his arm tightly as she half-dragged, half-supported him forward. "I'm fine. I can walk myself." "No, you mustn't get hurt." "All right, fine. Let us proceed this way." Lee acquiesced, ceasing his struggle. Soon, Lee spotted their target. In a slightly clearer area ahead, a dozen gray-barked trees stood tall. These trees grew slowly, their wood remarkably dense, making them ideal for spear shafts. "This is the one." Lee approached and patted one of the trees. "About the thickness of a bowl." "Aru, give this a try." Aru stepped forward, wrapping her arms around the trunk and shaking it vigorously. The crown rustled. Yet the trunk bent only slightly, showing no signs of breaking, exemplifying superb resilience. What a find! Aru's eyes sparkled with excitement. She required no instruction on felling trees. Stepping back half a pace, she inhaled deeply, her right leg sweeping out like a whip. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as the sturdy gray tree's bark splintered, and its wood fibers fractured significantly. Following this, she clasped the trunk and, using her waist strength, yanked upward. Crack! The entire tree was uprooted with sheer force. Lee stood agog, witnessing not so much lumberjacking as an act of violent demolition. With a prime example set, the remaining tasks became significantly easier. Did everyone see that? "We need trees like this. Each of you bring back 2. The beast-eared maidens comprehended instantly, surging forward to begin their labor. The forest soon echoed with the sounds of thudding impacts and the thunderous crashes of falling trees. These women, typically capable of crushing stones, transformed under Lee's guidance into the most efficient lumberjacks. A young beast maiden, seemingly eager to impress Lee, dragged 2 freshly processed tree trunks and scampered up to him. "Lee, what do you think of my selection? Isn't it particularly straight?" As she spoke, she intentionally leaned closer, her fluffy tail nearly brushing Lee's face. Her large, watery eyes filled with admiration and a certain indefinable longing. Before Lee could respond, a large hand intervened. Aru shoved the young maiden aside with such force that she staggered several steps. "If we're working, why are you so close to him?" Aru glared, positioning herself protectively in front of Lee. "He is mine. Let him see the wood I've gathered." The young maiden, feeling slighted, recoiled but understood that in their tribe, might made right. She dared not retort to Aru, retreating with her wood in defeat. Aru turned back to Lee, her expression transforming into one seeking praise. Look, mine is far better than hers. She pointed to her impressive pile of quality timber, stacked like small hills. Lee couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Indeed, indeed. Aru is the most formidable. Hearing the praise, Aru's tail wagged even more enthusiastically. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the laden group returned to the tribe. Dozens of beast-eared maidens, each shouldering 2 or 3 hefty hardwood logs, marched with vigor, shaking the ground beneath them. At the heart of the procession, Lee walked leisurely, hands empty, resembling a supervisor overseeing the operation. The elders and children of the tribe had long awaited their return. Witnessing this grand spectacle, they erupted into cheers. The gathered logs were piled near the central fire, quickly forming a veritable mountain of wood. As night descended, no one felt inclined to sleep, all gazes fixated upon Lee. The materials have been gathered, and now comes the moment of witnessing a miracle. The chieftain approached, gazing at the pile of wood, nodding in satisfaction. Lee Zai, everything is here. What shall we do next? Lee Zai stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, and with the flickering flames illuminating his face, his expression appeared particularly earnest. Although he lacked physical strength, this technical task was the true moment for him to establish his position. Let us all exert ourselves tonight. Lee Zai picked up a sharp flint shard and turned to meet the eager eyes surrounding him. We will work late. Tonight, I shall arm all of you. Chapter 13, The Tempering Flames. The towering bonfire illuminated the tribal square as brightly as day. Lee Zai stood before the woodpile, resembling a general commanding a vast army. Though his soldiers were all beast-eared maidens clad in leather skirts, their bare legs exposed. Everyone, pay close attention to my movements. Lee Zai grasped a piece of gray bark, demonstrating how to scrape off the surface with the flint shard. For the beast-eared maidens, this task was child's play. With their strong hands and sharp nails, they eschewed the flint and tore at the bark with their bare hands. The sound of tearing echoed repeatedly. Before long, the original logs, still muddy and covered in moss, transformed into a collection of pristine, white poles. Then, Lee Zai picked up a shard of flint with a sharp edge, crouched down, and patiently began to shape one end of the wood. This task required finesse. It could not be severed in one stroke, but needed to be gradually crafted into a conical shape. The beast-eared maidens formed a circle around him, imitating Lee Zai's actions. However, accustomed to brute strength yielding miraculous results, one young maiden inadvertently applied too much force and snapped a significant portion of the wood. She gazed at the broken piece in her hands, her spotted ears drooping as she cast a guilty glance at Lee Zai. Lee Zai approached and knelt beside her. Do not use brute force, follow the grain of the wood. He reached out, grasping the young maiden's wrist, guiding the angle of her flint shard. The little beast maiden stiffened momentarily, her face flushing a deep crimson. Perhaps she had never before experienced such gentle guidance from a male. Her large, watery eyes fixated on the profile of Lee Zai. Just then, a warm hand intruded. Aru forcefully wedged herself between them, pushing the little maiden aside. I want to learn too. Teach me, she declared, thrusting the wood and flint shard towards Lee Zai, her beautiful eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Lee Zai couldn't help but chuckle. Aru had just demonstrated superior skill, crafting a spear tip that rivaled a needle. All right, I shall teach you. Lee Zai released the young maiden and took hold of Aru's hand. The moment he grasped her hand, the displeasure vanished from her face, replaced by an uncontrollable smile. Her tail sweeping back and forth on the ground behind her, she cast a triumphant glance at her rival, her eyes gleaming with pride. The sharpening task was completed under Aru's vigilant supervision. Next came the final step, the one that this group of primitives found the most perplexing. Lee Zai tended to the bonfire, stoking it to greater heights. He took a sharpened spear and thrust its tip into the high-temperature zone above the flames. Ah, it's burning. Hong Wei cried out, stomping her feet in distress. To her, this was a weapon they had painstakingly crafted. How could it be thrust into the fire? The other beast-eared maidens wore expressions of terror. Had the chieftain not been present, they might have rushed forward to rescue the wood. Lee Zai calmly rotated the spear in his hand. Do not panic, this is called quenching. Unable to convey the principles of carbonization, Lee Zai opted for a simpler explanation. The wood contains moisture, making it soft. The fire can absorb the water, rendering the wood as hard as stone. As he rotated it, the originally white spear tip began to change color, first turning a burnt yellow and then deepening to a rich black, its surface even taking on a metallic sheen. Satisfied, Lee Zai set the spear aside to cool and picked up another. This assembly line operation continued for a full 2 hours. By the time the last spear was completed, dozens of black-tipped spears lay neatly arranged on the ground. The beast-eared maidens surged forward, clamoring to seize the spears. Mine. This straight one is mine. Do not fight. Everyone shall have one. Lee Zai hurriedly maintained order, distributing the weapons one by one. The warriors, armed with their spears, wielded them with excitement, thrusting them into the air with jubilant shouts. The once wild and savage nature of their demeanor transformed into a newfound sense of military discipline. Aru clutched the straightest spear, handpicked for her by Li Zai. With this, we shall venture into the Black Forest tomorrow, Dahua exclaimed, brandishing her spear with exuberance. The Black Forest was a forbidden area near the tribe, where fierce beasts roamed, and they had never dared to venture deep within. The chieftain observed the scene with satisfaction, patting Li Zai on the shoulder. Well done, everyone. Retire early tonight. We shall set off at dawn. The next morning, just as dawn broke, over 30 fully armed beast-eared maidens congregated in the clearing of the tribe. Clutching their black-tipped spears, clad in leather, their eyes burned with a fierce battle spirit. This was the strongest hunting party in the tribe's history. Li Zai emerged from the cave, adjusting his tattered t-shirt. He approached the chieftain earnestly, declaring, "I want to go as well." At this proclamation, the previously quiet assembly erupted into a flurry of commotion. Aru was the first to rush over, shielding Li Zai protectively. "No, you can't." She shook her head vigorously. "It's too dangerous out there. You run slowly and lack claws. Those beasts could easily kill you with one bite." Although Li Zai had armed them, in Aru's eyes, he remained the delicate male who needed to be sheltered within the cave. He was the tribe's treasure, one who could not be allowed to see blood. Li Zai gazed into Aru's anxious eyes, reaching out to smooth her disheveled hair behind her ear. "It is precisely because of the danger that I must go." He pointed to the spears in their hands. "These are new weapons. You are not yet accustomed to them. I can observe from the sidelines and instruct you on how to coordinate and use them most efficiently. Moreover, I cannot always hide behind you, living off your efforts." "Can I?" Li Zai turned to the chieftain. "Chieftain, I wish to see what this forest is truly like. Only by understanding the beasts can I devise better strategies to combat them." Aru opened her mouth to protest, but the chieftain raised her hand to silence her. The formidable female leader regarded Li Zai with a scrutinizing gaze. After several seconds, she suddenly broke into a smile, revealing her white teeth. "Very well." The chieftain pressed his large hand upon Li Zai's head, vigorously ruffling his hair. "This is how a male should be. If all he could do was breed in a den, that would be utterly uninspiring." She turned to glance at the reluctant Aru. "Aru, take him along." However, Aru remained apprehensive, her beastly ears trembling in a tangle. There's no room for hesitation. The chieftain's expression hardened. "You are the strongest warrior of our tribe. If you cannot even protect your own male, how can you claim to bear him offspring?" Her words served as a provocation. Aru straightened her chest, her gaze sharpening instantly. She seized Li Zai, pulling him behind her, her spear thudding heavily to the ground. "Who says I can't protect him?" She turned to her sisters behind her, baring her teeth in a fierce display of protectiveness. "Listen up. If anyone allows a single hair of Li Zai to fall today, I will settle the score with them upon our return. If we encounter a beast, you all must form a circle around Li Zai, understood?" Dozens of beast-eared sisters responded in unison. Li Zai chuckled helplessly. The sensation of being shielded by a group of beast-eared maidens was indeed peculiar. Onward, with the chieftain's command, the troops set forth, marching towards the mysterious and foreboding Black Forest. Li Zai walked in the center of the formation, wielding a spear for self-defense. The morning breeze carried a chill against his face. This marked his first genuine venture into the primal jungle since arriving in this world. For reasons unknown, he felt little fear, instead harboring a sense of anticipation. Perhaps it was the weapon in his hand, or perhaps it was Aru, who remained closely attached to him, her tail almost entwining around his arm. "Stay close to me," Aru whispered, her voice low against his ear. "If you feel frightened, just hold on to my waist." Looking at her serious profile warmed his heart. "Rest assured, I am not afraid." Chapter 14. This behemoth is just right for practice. The illumination within the Black Forest was markedly dimmer than outside. The towering trees grew in crooked formations, their canopies intertwining high above, effectively blocking the sunlight. A damp, moldy scent hung in the air, and the layer of decaying leaves underfoot was as thick as a carpet, yielding softly with each step. As soon as the group entered, the atmosphere shifted ominously. The beast-eared maidens, who had been chattering and laughing moments before, now fell silent. Their ears perked up in vigilance, swiveling occasionally to catch the slightest sound in the air. Aru was particularly tense, her strong tail tightly coiling around Li Zai's wrist, the grip almost constricting. She practically pressed herself against him, her ample bosom occasionally brushing against his arm. "Li Zai, do not stray too far from me," Aru whispered, her beautiful eyes filled with apprehension. "This place feels wrong. A formidable creature is nearby." Li Zai patted her taut hand, signaling her to relax. Although this was his first foray into such an untamed jungle, his knowledge informed him that fear stemmed from the unknown. As long as he could ascertain what lay ahead, there would be a method to confront it. He halted, crouching beside a broken tree. This tree, as thick as a barrel, had been brutally snapped in half. The jagged edge was uneven, the the wood fibers curling outward, clearly having suffered immense external force. How does this compare to your strength? Li Zai reached out to touch the break. Dahua approached, glancing at the fracture, her expression shifting. I cannot do it. If I were to break such a stout tree, my shoulder would shatter. Dahua shook her head earnestly. Though she was strong, she had yet to reach such inhuman levels of might. Li Zai then shifted his gaze to the ground. Beside the broken tree, in a muddy pit, lay a colossal footprint. The print was rounded, the edges neatly sunk deep into the muck, filled with murky water. Li Zai picked up a twig. Probing the depth of the footprint, the stick sank considerably. It weighed at least 2 tons or more, with sturdy limbs and a low center of gravity. 2 tons at least, Li Zai muttered to himself, taking a few steps forward. Next to a thicket of trampled bushes, he discovered a pile of freshly expelled waste still steaming. It contained a substantial amount of undigested plant fibers, an astonishing quantity. Herbivores possess a crude digestive system. Thus they consume vast amounts and are often quite irritable. Standing up, Li Zai brushed off the dirt from his hands, feeling reassured. At that moment, the chieftain, who had been leading the way, returned. Upon seeing the footprint and the broken tree, a grave expression replaced her previously jovial demeanor. It's an iron-skinned beast. Upon hearing this name, the surrounding beast-eared maidens turned pale. Even the fearless Aru had her tail bristle. Mother, let us take a detour. Aru tugged at Li Zai's arm, attempting to lead him back. Its hide is too thick, claws cannot pierce it. And it moves like a rock tumbling down a hill. Whoever encounters it meets their doom. Several strong sisters in the tribe have been crushed to death by an iron-skinned beast. From that point onward, whenever they spotted signs of such a creature, they would take a wide berth. Yet Li Zai remained rooted in place. He observed the once boisterous female warriors, now desiring to retreat, and shook his head. We cannot take a detour. This iron-skinned beast has just fed, and is likely drowsy and reluctant to move. This is the perfect opportunity. The chieftain frowned at him. Li Zai, I know you are clever, but this creature cannot simply be outsmarted. Our claws truly cannot harm it. Li Zai raised the spear in his hand, pointing the dark tip towards the massive footprint. You were unable to harm it before because you always thought to leap onto it and bite. Look at the dozens of you armed with spears. This is why I crafted these for you. As long as you do not engage it head-on. This creature is merely a mountain of moving flesh. Observing Li Zai's confident demeanor, the chieftain hesitated. She glanced at her sturdy spear and then at her eager yet fearful kin. Very well. The chieftain gritted her teeth, her leadership resolve compelling her to make a decision. We shall heed Li Zai's counsel. If this wretched wood proves effective, we shall feast grandly today. With the decision to fight made, strategy became paramount. Li Zai did not allow them to charge recklessly to their demise. He sought a slightly drier patch of ground and drew several circles in the dirt with a branch. The group was divided into 3. Li Zai pointed at the makeshift map on the ground. Dahua, you lead one group, hiding behind the trees on the left. Aru, you take another group to the right. Remember, when that creature charges, do not engage it head-on. If anyone dares to rush in and embrace it, I will deny them roasted meat upon our return. This threat proved more effective than anything, and the beast-eared maidens nodded vigorously. You are to utilize the great tree for cover. When it collides with the tree, it will be momentarily dazed, presenting you with an opportunity to strike. Li elaborated extensively, even personally demonstrating how to maneuver around the trunk in circles. This underhanded tactic opened a new realm of possibilities for the hot-blooded beast girls, who were accustomed to straightforward confrontations. So there are alternative ways to engage in battle? It need not always result in bloodshed. One can employ cunning as well. After laying out the strategy, the team pressed onward. Following the scent of dung, they soon discovered the hiding place of their quarry. It was a small clearing within the forest. A colossal creature lay nestled in the grass, dozing. This beast resembled an enlarged rhinoceros, but its entire body was encased in a thick, grayish-white keratinous layer, akin to wearing a natural suit of armor. It lay there like a small mound of earth, and as it breathed, 2 jets of vapor erupted from its nostrils, sending the fallen leaves scattering. This was the ironhide beast. Gazing at its glimmering, thick skin, Dahu swallowed hard, her grip on the spear wavering. This is excessively tough, she murmured. She sensed that if her wooden staff were to thrust at it, it would surely snap. The other beast-eared girls also displayed expressions of fear, instinctively wanting to retreat. The overwhelming pressure emanating from its size was formidable. Li crouched behind the bushes, observing the giant beast. It was fast asleep, completely oblivious to the approaching danger. Its vulnerabilities lay beneath its neck and at the joints of its limbs, where the thick skin was absent and soft flesh was exposed. However, to strike there, it was necessary to first provoke it into movement and expose a flaw. Are we all in position? Li glanced to either side. Aru and Dahu had already taken cover behind the great tree with their companions, tense yet complying with his directives. Li took a deep breath. He picked up a stone about the size of his fist, weighing it in his hand. It was time to awaken it. Aru, keep an eye on me. Upon uttering these words, Lee abruptly stood up. He did not hide, but boldly positioned himself over 20 meters away from the colossal beast. This was a perilous position, yet a decoy was essential to draw its ire. With his arm drawn back and core engaged, Lee hurled the stone with all his might. The stone traced an arc through the air. Thud! A muffled thump echoed. The stone struck squarely on the ironhide beast's damp snout. Although the impact was not severe, it was deeply insulting. Roar! A deafening roar erupted instantaneously. The once snoring giant beast jolted awake, its small eyes instantly reddening with rage. It was enraged. In this forest, apart from the large predators, none dared to provoke it so audaciously. The ironhide beast rose with a thunderous crash, its stout legs shaking the ground beneath. It shook its massive head, releasing a huff of air from its nostrils, its gaze locking onto Lee standing not far ahead. That bipedal creature appeared so diminutive, so fragile. It seemed it could be swallowed whole. The ironhide beast lowered its head, aiming its single horn directly at Lee. With a powerful push off its hind legs, dirt flew up in a frenzy. It charged toward Lee with the force of an out-of-control heavy truck, intent on crushing him. In the adjacent bushes, Aru's eyes reddened at the sight. Instinctively, she moved to rush in front of Lee. "Don't move," Lee shouted, his voice unwavering. "Follow the plan. Anyone who deviates will endanger me." Aru's feet were firmly planted in place. She bit down hard on her lip, her nails digging deep into the tree bark. As she struggled to restrain her instincts, Lee watched as the colossal beast approached, even catching the foul stench emanating from its maw. The ground trembled, and the wind rushed toward him. Yet he did not flee. He waited, anticipating the lumbering creature to reach its maximum speed, fast enough that it could not stop. Chapter 15, The Flying Wood. The vibrations from the ground intensified. The enraged ironhide beast lowered its head, its horn aimed at Lee's chest, its hooves kicking up a storm of dirt and grass. Its massive form surged toward him like a tank at full throttle, intent on turning the diminutive figure before it into a mere pulp. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Lee did not turn to flee. Doing so would only expose his back to the beast. He abruptly lunged to the side, his movement lacking elegance, even rolling on the ground, yet it was practical. As he dove away, the ironhide beast's immense weight surged past him, unable to halt its momentum. Bang! A tremendous crash reverberated, causing leaves to rain down. The beast's massive head collided forcefully with the thick trunk of a tree behind Lee, one that was stout enough for two people to embrace. This ancient tree, having stood for countless years, swayed violently, its bark splintering and wood chips flying. The impact was so tremendous that the ironhide beast itself became momentarily dazed. It shook its head, its legs wobbling, emitting heavy, labored breaths, momentarily stunned. "Now's the time. Attack!" Lee scrambled to his feet, spitting out the dirt from his mouth. The beast-eared girls, who had been lying in wait, could hardly contain their impatience. Upon hearing the command, Dahu was the first to charge from behind the tree. Gripping her spear tightly, her wild eyes blazed with excitement. "Watch me as I skewer this behemoth," Dahu yelled, harnessing her momentum to thrust the spear fiercely into the beast's flank. That was one of the thickest areas of its hide. Clang! A dull thud resonated, akin to wood striking stone. Dahu felt a jolt in her wrist, her grip almost shattering. The spear tip, hardened by fire, merely left a white mark on the ironhide beast's thick keratinous layer before sliding off. No breach. Though the ironhide beast felt the sting, it was not injured, yet. The irritation of being bitten by a mosquito ignited its fury. It swung its head violently, the thick horns sweeping toward Dahu. If it connected, it would surely snap her in half. Dahu, startled, instinctively leaped back. Fortunately, she wielded a spear. This wooden pole became a life-saving measuring stick, keeping her at a relatively safe distance, though she failed to wound the beast. The horn grazed the spear shaft, sending sparks flying. "It is far too tough. I can't pierce it," Dahu cried out in panic, her face filled with fear. The other beast-eared girls faced similar predicaments. They surrounded the ironhide beast, thrusting wildly. Yet the colossal creature remained unyielding, akin to an iron lump. Aside from merely causing the spear to resonate with a buzzing sound, no substantial harm was inflicted. The armored beast regained its composure. It realized that although these bipedal creatures wielded peculiar weapons, they were still incapable of posing a threat to it. It began to unleash its fury, lowering its head and charging recklessly within the encirclement. Despite the agility of the beast-eared maidens, they appeared somewhat flustered in the confined space, struggling to contend with the onslaught of such a formidable vehicle. Several times, they narrowly avoided being grazed. The situation descended into chaos. Lee's eye stood on the periphery, his brow furrowed in concern. It was still a matter of entrenched thinking. Even with spears in hand, these young women instinctively resorted to close combat, as if using claws. Engaging in close quarters against such a heavily armored creature was akin to courting death. "Everyone retreat. Do not confront it head-on." Lee's eye inhaled deeply, his voice cutting through the clamor of battle. Treat it as a target. Throw. De Hua, who was being relentlessly pursued, paused momentarily upon hearing these words. Li Zai wasted no time. With a spare spear in hand, he seized an opportunity as the armored beast turned. He took 2 strides, exerted force through his waist, and swung his arm in a wide arc whoosh. With a sharp crack, the spearhead struck the beast's rear. Although Li Zai lacked the strength to drive it deep, the spear merely bounced off and fell to the ground. Nonetheless, this strike successfully captured the beast's attention, and it furiously turned its gaze upon Li Zai. Just like that. Throw it with force. Li Zai pointed at the massive target. Aru, you have strength. Give it a try? This can be thrown like a stone. Aru, who had been waiting for an opportunity, brightened at the suggestion. Standing several meters away from the armored beast, she grasped the spear at its balance point, her body stretching back like a drawn bow. Die. Aru's spine coiled with tension, her strength surging from her back to her arms. The spear flew from her hand with astonishing speed, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Thwack! The sound of a blade piercing flesh was unmistakable. The spear, propelled by immense kinetic energy, drove forcefully into the unarmored flesh at the base of the armored beast's foreleg. The tip sank deeply into its body, leaving only half the shaft protruding, still trembling violently. Aya! The armored beast emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Blood gushed from the wound, staining its grayish-white hide. In agony, its foreleg buckled, nearly causing it to collapse. At that moment, it had truly breached its defenses. The surrounding beast-eared maidens were left in stunned silence. They had never imagined that a mere piece of wood could wield such power once released. Do you see? This is how it's done. Li Zai shouted, raising his fist. It's just a giant target. Everyone, throw together. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon all. This method of inflicting damage without the need for proximity was utterly ideal for dealing with such a cumbersome foe. De Hua, no longer fleeing, mimicked Aru's stance, raising her spear to aim at the still wailing giant beast. Sisters, throw it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a rain of wooden spears descended upon the forest. While the accuracy varied, with some embedding themselves in the ground and others bouncing off its thick hide, the sheer number overwhelmed. Spear after spear flew forth. Thud, thud. 2 more dull thuds echoed. One lodged itself in the beast's back, though not deeply, it remained stuck. Another, by sheer luck, pierced its ear, causing it to shake its head frantically in pain. The once mighty ruler of the forest had been reduced to a living target. It attempted to charge at Aru, who turned and fled, turning back to make faces as she ran. Just as it intended to pursue, it was struck again on the rear. It turned to confront De Hua, who had already hidden behind a large tree, peeking out with a mischievous grin. This tactic was undeniably cunning. Retreat when the enemy advances. Strike when they retreat. This 2-ton behemoth was being led in circles by the agile, beast-eared maidens, akin to walking a dog. Within minutes, several spears had embedded themselves in its body, giving it the appearance of a massive porcupine from a distance. Blood pooled on the ground as its movements slowed. Breaths coming in labored, wheezing gasps. Li Zai observed this scene from the periphery, a sigh of relief escaping him. This was the power of intellect. This was the tactical advantage of dimensionality reduction. These primitive beings, who once only knew to charge headlong into battle, had finally learned the art of kite flying. The armored beast finally realized it had encountered a formidable opponent. It ceased its attempts to attack, survival instincts taking precedence. Its small eyes darted around, searching for a weak point in the encirclement. Suddenly, it spotted a gap. In the southeast corner stood 2 young beast maidens, still stunned from the commotion, their spears having been thrown away, leaving their hands empty. Moreover, they were small and had yet to learn how to utilize the terrain for cover. That was the breach. The armored beast let out a desperate roar, expending the last of its strength. Ignoring the spears embedded in its body, it lowered its head and surged forward once more, aiming directly at the 2 frightened young maidens. Run. Li Zai's face paled. There were no large trees to provide cover in that direction. The 2 little ones, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the charging mass, stood frozen, tears brimming in their eyes. At that moment, Aru and De Hua were on the opposite side, unable to reach them in time to assist. While the armored beast's speed had diminished, the force behind its charge remained capable of flattening the 2 children. The distance closed rapidly. 10 meters. 8 meters. The bloodied horn was now aimed squarely at one of the young beast maidens' chests. Chapter 16. A miracle of 0 casualties. Li Zai shouted urgently, aim for its hind legs. Do not let it gain momentum. Before his words fully registered, a nimble figure burst forth from the nearby bushes. It was the chieftain. The strongest warrior of the tribe had been present all along, rather than rushing into action like the younger warriors. She had been patiently searching for the most lethal opportunity. Upon witnessing the 2 terrified younglings facing imminent peril, she finally sprang into action. The muscles in the chieftain's arm bulged as she executed a powerful, throwing motion mid-stride with her spear. The spear shot forth like a black bolt of lightning, accurately embedding itself into the beast's hind leg, right at the knee joint where it was pushing off the ground. Thwack! The force of this strike was astounding, with half the spear penetrating deeply, even dislodging a spray of shattered bone fragments. Aya! The armored beast let out a scream, even more piercing than before. Its body, propelled forward at high speed, instantly lost its balance. The injured hind leg could scarcely support its massive bulk, causing it to kneel abruptly to one side. The tremendous inertia remained unvanished. The iron-skinned beast resembled a collapsing hill, crashing down upon the ground littered with decaying leaves. The earth was plowed into a deep gash, with splintered roots and fragments of grass flying in all directions. Its colossal form, drenched in a trail of blood and carnage, drew ever nearer under the terrified gazes of the two small beast maidens. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Ultimately, the large head, still exhaling heavy breaths, came to a halt less than half a meter from their toes. A pair of crimson eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet it could rise no more. The entire scene was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the chattering of the two maidens' teeth. Lizai felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he shouted at once, "Don't just stand there. It's not dead yet. Everyone together. Finish it off." This bellow roused all the dazed beast maidens from their stupor. The earlier spectacle had been too perilous and too exhilarating. Kill. Eru was the first to react. With reddened eyes, she seized a long spear from the ground, charging forward with an overwhelming urge to unleash all her pent-up fear. Keep your distance. Strike from 2 meters away. Lizai reiterated the strategy. Eru forcefully stifled the impulse to pounce and bite. Standing 2 meters back, she thrust the spear fiercely into the soft flesh of the iron beast's neck. Following her, Dahua and then Hongwei joined in, and finally, even the chieftain stepped forward to deliver a strike. Dozens of spears descended from all directions. This once dreaded overlord of the forest, which had instilled terror in the tribe, now lacked even the strength to struggle. Its proud, thick hide was riddled with punctures from the concentrated assault of the spears. With one final, heavy gasp, the iron beast's immense body convulsed and lay still. Blood stained the surrounding grassland, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of iron. After confirming the prey's demise, Lizai exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground. His legs felt weak. This was more exhausting than running 10 kilometers in the gym. The beast maidens exchanged incredulous glances, each bearing expressions of disbelief. Is it really dead? In the past, encounters with prey of this caliber have always resulted in casualties and severe injuries. The prospect of complete annihilation had been an all too common occurrence. Everyone, check for injuries. Lizai's voice shattered the silence. The beast maidens began to inspect themselves and their comrades. I'm fine, just twisted my ankle from running too fast. I'm alright, not a scratch on me. The two little ones were unharmed as well, though they had wet themselves in fright. As more voices reported their well-being, the light in everyone's eyes grew brighter. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon Lizai. 0 casualties. This was a miracle, a moment worthy of being inscribed in the annals of tribal history. Incredible, truly incredible. Dahua pulled the spear from the corpse, disregarding the blood still dripping from it, and examined the charred tip closely. I used to think this was merely a firewood stick. Who knew it could be so effective? Turning to Lizai, the previous disdain in her eyes was replaced by fervent admiration. Lizai, you are remarkable. Dahua rushed over, her muscular frame quivering with excitement. Ignoring whether he consented, she swept him off the ground and spun him around twice. Put me down. Put me down. Eru shouldered Dahua aside and reclaimed Lizai into her embrace. Eru held him tightly, burying her face in his neck, inhaling deeply. The terror from the previous moment still lingered, and it was only by feeling the warmth of this man that she could find solace. Lizai, you are truly clever. Eru lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glistening with affection. If it weren't for your shout just now, we would have lost someone. Lizai patted her back, chuckling. All right. Enough of the mushy stuff. We have such a large prey. Let us figure out how to get it back. If night falls, the scent of blood will attract other troubles. Looking at the mound of flesh on the ground, they were once again faced with a dilemma. Shall we divide it? Cut it into pieces to carry back? Dahua suggested. No divisions. Lizai shook his head. Such fine hide would be a waste if cut into pieces. Bringing it back intact will allow those who didn't come to see how he triumphed. But it's too heavy. Eru expressed her concern. Let us cut some branches and make a makeshift litter. Lizai directed the group to gather sturdy branches, binding them into a large A-frame. Then, he enlisted the strongest beast maidens to help heave the iron beast onto the structure. With several vines at the front, they pulled it along like porters. Although it was still heavy, dragging it across the leaf-strewn forest floor reduced friction considerably compared to lifting it directly. On the return journey, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The beast maidens, while hauling their quarry, animatedly discussed the battle. Did you see that? My spear hit it perfectly right in the ear. Huh. My spear was even more impressive. It struck its thickest part on the back and didn't fall. Confidence radiated from their faces, and the fear of the dark forest evaporated in that moment. Li Zai intended to walk alongside, but the chieftain stopped him. You are the hero of this endeavor. We cannot let you tire yourself. With a grand gesture, the chieftain pointed to the iron beast's broad and flat back. Sit upon it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Li Zai felt somewhat embarrassed. What is inappropriate about it? This is the privilege of the strong. With Dahua and Aru's enthusiastic assistance, Li Zai was compelled to sit atop the carcass. This position was indeed elevated, providing a splendid view. Thus seated upon this unique chariot, he was pulled back to the tribe by dozens of beast maidens, resembling a triumphant king in grand procession. As they entered the tribal gates, the elders and children left behind were left awestruck by the sight before them. A colossal mound of flesh blocked half of the entrance. Good heavens! It's an iron beast. They had actually hunted an iron beast? How could this be? Several older beast maidens rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. In their memories, this creature was an invincible entity to be avoided at all costs. Yet now, this once invulnerable monster lay there like a heap of rotting meat, riddled with holes. Build up the bonfire. The largest one. The chieftain bellowed from the center of the clearing. Tonight, everyone feast to their heart's content. There will be plenty of good meat. Cheers instantly erupted throughout the valley. Chapter 17. Skinning is a skillful task. The enormous corpse of the iron beast lay sprawled in the center of the tribe, resembling a gray-white hillock, surrounded by a throng of beast-eared maidens. Their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, they appeared ready to pounce and devour the mass of flesh before them. Li approached, placing his hand upon the thick, horn hide. It was as unyielding as stone, marked by several white imprints where spears had struck. This protective layer must not be destroyed. As you have witnessed, its formidable hardness is undeniable. Even piercing it with a spear requires immense effort, and clawing at it leaves no trace whatsoever. The beast-eared maidens nodded in agreement. Having felt the intensity of the previous battle, this hide was akin to a turtle's shell. If this skin could be meticulously removed and fashioned into garments, would it not render them invulnerable to the tusks of wild boars in future hunts? Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in their eyes. Though unfamiliar with the concepts of armor or equipment, Li's analogy struck a chord, and they instantly grasped its significance. Wearing this hide would grant them an additional lease on life. Aru immediately tempered her earlier eagerness to dismember the prey, adjusting the angle of the stone shard in her hand. But how shall we proceed? This hide is far too tough to skin. Patience, Li instructed, work along the grain, peeling it away gradually. He directed a few dexterous beast-eared maidens to form a circle around the task. This was not merely a matter of skill. It required considerable strength as well. The hide of the ironhide beast was tightly bound to its flesh, every cut necessitating great force. The maidens no longer exhibited their usual ferocity. Instead, they crouched in focused concentration. Sweat trickled down their necks, gliding over their full bosoms, and splattering onto the earth below. Li watched from the sidelines, captivated by the unique beauty of these primitive women as they labored. As time passed, a massive, blood-streaked pelt was gradually peeled away. The heavy scent of blood permeated the air, yet for the tribe, it was the most tantalizing aroma. A few young beast-eared girls, enticed by the scent, approached cautiously. They dared not venture too close, instead hiding behind the adults, peeking at the heaps of discarded scraps. These remnants included bits of flesh, brittle bones, and glistening fat. Redtail was currently processing a thigh when she turned to see the little ones eyeing the morsels hungrily, a grin spreading across her face. With swift motions, she sliced off several chunks of fatty meat and casually tossed them over her shoulder. The young maidens sprang into action, catching the meat midair and eagerly devouring it. The sound of crunchy bones echoed as the fat burst in their mouths. Covered in blood, their faces radiated joy akin to a festive celebration. In a tribe where food was scarce, this was the finest of treats. While Li observed this scene, he still struggled to fully accept the raw nature of their consumption. But he recognized that hygiene was not a priority in this moment. Once the skin was fully stripped, the next task was to divide the meat. Li instructed them to carve out the most succulent pieces, particularly the robust thighs and ribs. Raise the fire, make it the largest yet, he commanded, beginning his preparations. He expertly constructed a bonfire, larger than any previous attempt. The orange flames licked the dry wood, crackling and popping with fervor. Aru, having washed her hands, remained steadfastly at Li's side, aware that while the flames were fierce, they could be managed with care. She assisted him in skewering the massive chunks of meat onto sharpened sticks, her movements still somewhat clumsy, yet increasingly adept. At that moment, heavy footsteps approached. Dahua arrived, hoisting a colossal rack of ribs, which she unceremoniously dropped by the fire. Without hesitation, she plopped down beside Li, her substantial frame causing the ground to tremble. Her broad shoulders collided with him, the solid contact resembling a wall of flesh, yet surprisingly resilient. Li, teach me, she implored, nearly leaning on him. Pointing at the sizzling meat, her large eyes fixed intently on him. I see Aru knows how to do it, I want to learn too. Cooked meat is definitely more appealing than raw. Before Li could respond, Aru's temper flared. What do you think you're doing? Step aside. With a swift flick of her tail, she struck Dahua on the thigh. This is Li's cooking for me. If you want some, figure it out yourself. Dahua remained unfazed by Aru's outburst, even leaning closer to Li, her ample bosom thrusting towards him. That's why I'm asking Li to teach me, she countered, a simple yet mischievous smile gracing her face. Li, if I learn, I'll cook for you too. In exchange, how about you grant me one of those clever offspring? Her words were blunt, so much so that Li nearly dropped the meat into the flames. In this tribe, the valuable male resources were shared for the sake of reproduction. A male like Li, capable of inventing weapons and transforming meat into such delectable fare, was seen as a coveted prize among the females. Upon hearing this, Aru's rage escalated. She tossed her stick aside, positioning herself squarely between Li and Dahua, hands on her hips like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Dream on. Li is mine. I brought him here. Aru glared at Dahua, her ears flattening against her head, a clear sign of impending conflict. If you want offspring, go capture one from another tribe. Not this one. Dahua, instead of retaliating, chuckled at Aru's flustered demeanor. Oh, come now. Have you forgotten our tribe's old customs? Good things are meant to be shared. And especially good males should be shared. What harm is there in letting him father a child with me? It won't cost you a single piece of meat. The other beast-eared maidens, busy butchering meat, chimed in, egging Aru on. Yes, Aru, you're being rather selfish. Li is exceptional. We all wish to have his offspring. Indeed, Li. Wouldn't you consider it? The atmosphere around the fire turned lively with banter. Li found himself caught in the middle, the weight of their words buzzing in his head. Yet, the prospect felt overwhelming, and he genuinely feared he might not be able to handle it. Enough, enough, let us not quarrel, Li hastily interjected, shoving a piece of freshly cooked meat into Dahua's hands to silence her. Learning to cook is fine, but discussions of offspring can wait. Let's fill our bellies first. Dahua grinned, meat in hand, and ceased her teasing of Aru. Teach me, quickly, how do we manage this fire? Following Li's lead, Dahua placed a skewer of raw meat over the flames. With her taking the initiative, the other beast-eared maidens, once hesitant around the fire, began to feel emboldened. If Dahua was unafraid, then surely the flames were not as daunting as they seemed. Coupled with the increasingly intoxicating aroma of roasting meat, it was impossible to resist the stirrings of hunger within them. Gradually, a few audacious beast-eared girls approached, clutching pieces of meat that had been expertly sliced. Their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed at Li Zai. Li Zai, we wish to learn too. Observing the eager expressions and the glimmering eyes that shone like stars in the firelight, a warm sensation blossomed within Li Zai. The dissemination of civilization often begins with a simple, warm meal. Come, take a seat. Don't crowd. Be careful not to burn your hands. Li Zai shuffled his position, creating space for them. Although Aru still wore a slight frown, muttering about a bunch of greedy cats, she refrained from shooing anyone away. She nestled closely against Li Zai's back, asserting her claim, while simultaneously relishing the rare, lively atmosphere. The massive bonfire illuminated every face, the sizzling of dripping fat harmonizing with the sounds of laughter and merriment. This barbecue feast, belonging to the primitive tribe, was only just beginning. Chapter 18. As the first morsel of meat entered his mouth, Li Zai felt a rush of warmth ignite within him. The aroma of the meat acted like tangible hooks, drawing in those beast-eared maidens who had dared to linger at the periphery. Initially, only Aru and Dahua attempted to grill the meat, but soon Red Tail joined them, and before long, those young beast girls, who had merely watched from a distance, could no longer resist the pangs of hunger gnawing at their bellies. They jostled and crowded around the fire, clutching their freshly allocated pieces of meat, their eyes fixated on Li Zai's every movement. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone. Li Zai found himself a bit breathless from the crowding, prompting Aru to tighten her embrace, using her arms and back to carve out a small space. The area around the bonfire buzzed with the vibrancy of a festival. Thick branches were propped on stones, skewering substantial chunks of iron-skinned beast meat. Fat sizzled under the intense heat, droplets falling onto the coals, each one releasing a tiny plume of white smoke, the sounds reminiscent of raindrops. The fragrance was so rich it enveloped the air. A few younger beast girls squatted at the outermost circle, hesitant to draw too close to the flames. Their little faces tilted skyward as they inhaled the delectable scents wafting through the air, their throats emitting soft swallowing sounds. See, you need to turn it slowly like this. Li Zai held Aru's hand, teaching her how to rotate the skewers evenly. Turning them too quickly would result in a charred exterior and raw interior, while turning them too slowly would lead to overcooking. Aru was earnest in her learning, her hands, typically used to shred prey, now delicately gripping the branch. Turning it incrementally, the firelight cast a soft glow on her focused profile, accentuating her concentration. Dahua, unable to restrain herself, interjected, "Li Zai, is my piece almost done?" The rib she held was already a golden brown, crisp to perfection, with the surface bubbling with fat. "Just a bit longer, let it darken a little more." Li Zai leaned in to inspect. It wasn't cooked through, and eating it undercooked would lead to stomach pains. Stomach pains? We've eaten raw meat before and never had any issues, Dahua retorted with a pout. That's because your stomachs are resilient. Mine cannot handle it. I definitely have a problem, Li Zai explained. Just then, a flurry of chatter erupted nearby. It was Red Tail regaling the younger beast girls with tales of their hunting adventures. She sat cross-legged on the ground, animatedly gesticulating, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You should have seen it. That giant creature charged at us. The ground shook beneath its weight. Red Tail exaggeratedly swayed her body. Aru stood there, spear in hand, not batting an eye. The young beast girls formed a circle, captivated by the story. And then what? What happened next? Then Li Zai shouted. And Aru threw her spear. Red Tail exclaimed dramatically. It went thwack, right into its leg. Blood gushed out. Wow. The little ones gasped in unison. Dahua was impressive too. Her throw lodged in its back, holding firm. Red Tail continued with increasing fervor. And the chief's spear, if she hadn't acted swiftly. Those two silly ones would have been knocked over. The two young beast girls named blushed, lowering their heads, their ears turning red. Li Zai, while turning the skewers, listened to the lively banter. Such oral tales would soon evolve into new legends within the tribe, and he, along with the spear and today's victory, would be etched in their memories. All right, Aru suddenly exclaimed, pulling Li Zai back from his reverie. The tenderloin she had been grilling was perfectly cooked. Its exterior a crisp golden hue, while the inside retained a succulent, pink juiciness. Carefully, Aru withdrew the meat from the flames, blowing on it gently before offering it to Li Zai's lips. Try this, it's the best piece. Li Zai, not one to refuse, opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite. As the meat touched his tongue, his eyes widened in delight. The flavor of the iron-skinned beast was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. The texture was firm yet tender, each fiber bursting with rich juices. The moment he bit down, the juices exploded in his mouth, delivering an indescribable taste of sweetness. Strangely, once swallowed, a distinct warmth surged within his stomach, not the satisfying fullness of a meal, but a genuine warmth akin to sipping warm wine. This warmth spread through his esophagus to his limbs, even causing the tips of his fingers to tingle. Li Zai could feel his muscles subtly twitching, as if infused with newfound vigor. Experimenting, he clenched his fist, feeling a tangible increase in strength. How is it? Aru looked at him with eager anticipation. Delicious. And rather unique, Li Zai replied honestly. Of course it's special. Eating meat builds strength and helps the body grow robust, Dahua chimed in. Aru's heart soared at Li Zai's compliment, her tail wagging with joy. She tore off a generous portion of her skewer and unceremoniously thrust it into Li Zai's hands. Eat more, you're too thin and need to replenish. Li Zai gazed at the additional meat in his hands, both amused and exasperated. Yet, he was indeed hungry, and the taste and effects of the meat compelled him to indulge further. As he ate, he surveyed his surroundings. The beast-eared maidens had fully let loose. Initially cautious of the heat, they now confidently turned the skewers themselves. Around the fire, a throng of 20 to 30 individuals surrounded the bonfire, each holding sizzling pieces of meat, their faces glistening with grease. Laughter, the sounds of chewing, and the crackling of burning would intertwine to create the most primitive and vibrant symphony. A few elder beast girls sat together, eating meat while reminiscing. It's been years since we've enjoyed such a hearty meal. Indeed, with such a massive iron-skinned beast, we can truly feast. Li Zai is remarkable. Without him, we would have been running away from this creature. Listening to their praises rekindled a sense of accomplishment within Li Zai. He took a final bite of meat, feeling the warmth still coursing through his body, and suddenly thought that perhaps surviving in this world wasn't as daunting as it seemed. Just then, a cheer erupted nearby. It turned out that Dahua's rib had finally finished cooking. She proudly lifted the long branch, laden with golden, crispy meat, the fat still dripping down. Who wants some? First come, first served, Dahua called out. A swarm of eager young beast girls rushed forward, each tugging and pulling, quickly reducing the rib to mere remnants. Dahua retained only the smallest morsel for herself, popping it into her mouth and chewing audibly. Delicious, truly delightful. It was undeniably far tastier than raw meat. As she munched, her words elicited a chorus of agreement from those around her. Gradually, the conversation by the campfire shifted from today's hunt to visions of the future. With such an abundance of meat, Surely we need not venture out to hunt tomorrow or the day after? One beast girl wiped the grease from her lips, declaring she would feast at home until she was full. Yes, yes, I share that sentiment. After all, meat won't spoil in just 2 days. Others quickly chimed in. Indeed. With this much, we have enough to last several days. The excitement among the crowd swelled, with some even contemplating sleeping in until the sun warmed their backs the next day. Lee, listening to their chatter, felt his smile gradually fade. He turned to glance at the pile of raw meat on the other side of the clearing. That iron-skinned beast was simply too large, even if the entire tribe feasted. They would scarcely consume a quarter of it tonight. The remaining meat loomed like a small mountain, glimmering with a dark red sheen under the moonlight. The dilemma lay here. In this humid climate, raw meat left overnight would begin to spoil. By noon tomorrow, flies would swarm, and thereafter, the meat would stink, breed maggots, and ultimately rot away. The tribe's former practice was to devour their catch ravenously until they were stuffed, then endure hunger until the next bounty. This cycle of feasting and famine seemed to Lee a perilous gamble with their lives. He surveyed the jubilant crowd, their faces radiant with happiness and satisfaction, their bodies languid from their indulgence. Would it be too much of a downer to pour cold water on their merriment? Lee hesitated, ultimately swallowing back the words on the tip of his tongue. Never mind. Let everyone revel in their joy tonight. The matter of food preservation could wait until tomorrow. He picked up another skewer of meat, just as Aru sidled up beside him. What's wrong? Is the meat not to your liking? She perceptibly sensed the shift in his mood. No, it's quite delicious. Just a bit too much. I feel a little stuffed, he replied, shaking his head and suppressing his worries. Aru took his words at face value, reaching out to rub his belly. If you're full, take a break. There's plenty of meat. You can eat more later when you're hungry. Her warm, strong hands made Lee's belly feel pleasantly heated. He leaned back, allowing himself to sink into her embrace, savoring this moment of tranquility. As the night deepened, the bonfire still blazed, albeit with a diminished intensity. The well-fed beast ear girls leaned against one another, some resting their heads on companions' shoulders, others sprawled on the ground, their bellies round and taut. The satiation brought on by carbohydrates and fats lulled everyone into a drowsy comfort. The chieftain, too, had eaten her fill. She let out a resounding belch and patted her belly. All right, let us sleep here tonight. No need to go back to the cave. It's warmer all huddled together. This sentiment resonated with the crowd. No one was inclined to move, and they simply spread out their furs on the ground, crowding together in a cozy heap. Lee found himself tightly embraced by Aru, her warm chest pressed against his back. On the other side, the chieftain nestled closer, her robust frame shielding them from the night breeze. Sandwiched between two beast ear girls, Lee felt as though he had been enveloped in an insulated cocoon. The warmth from the iron-skinned beast meat still coursed through him, warding off the evening chill. He gazed up at the starry sky. The night here was exceptionally clear, the Milky Way stretching like a luminous ribbon across the heavens, countless stars scattered densely upon the deep blue canvas. The chirping of insects emerged from the surrounding darkness, harmonizing with the steady breaths of his kin. Lee closed his eyes. Tomorrow would bring its own concerns. But for tonight, he could momentarily set aside those worries and enjoy a restful sleep. Sleepiness washed over him like a tide, just before he succumbed to slumber. The last thought that crossed Lee's mind was the need to devise a way to preserve the remaining meat. Smoking, drying, or curing, whatever the method. He had to act before the meat spoiled. Chapter 19. Full bellies and thoughts of food storage. Lee awoke from the heat, not from the lingering warmth of the bonfire, nor from Aru's body heat, but from the sun. The morning sunlight poured down unimpeded, warming the huddled beast ear girls. As he opened his eyes, he discovered Aru still clinging to him tightly. She was in a deep slumber, one leg sprawled carelessly over him, her tail entwined around his wrist. Surrounding them lay a tangle of bodies. The revelry of the previous night had left everyone in an unusually deep sleep, with only a few stirring from their slumber. The air was still tinged with a faint aroma of meat and the remnants of smoke, mingling with the scent of furs and sweat. Lee gently shifted Aru's arm and sat up. His back ached slightly, but the warmth from the iron-skinned beast meat seemed to linger, invigorating him. He stretched his shoulders, his gaze sweeping across the remaining pile of meat. At a single glance, his brow furrowed. A dark cloud of flies had already gathered over the meat pile. Those green-headed flies buzzed around the chunks, some having already landed, greedily feeding on the seeped blood. Worse still, the edges of the lower pieces were beginning to discolor, a dark red surface developing an abnormal grayish-white hue, an ominous sign of decay. Lee's heart sank. It was happening faster than he had anticipated. The temperature and humidity here were far too high. The speed of spoilage far exceeded his expectations. At this rate, by noon, the meat would start to reek. Immediate action was necessary. Just as he was about to rise, a rustling sound came from beside him. Aru was waking. She groggily opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lee sitting up, she followed suit. Her disheveled hair fell across her shoulders, a few strands sticking to her sweaty forehead. Up so early? Let us sleep a bit longer. We don't need to hunt today. Aru's voice still carried the remnants of sleep as she naturally leaned closer, resting her chin on Lee's shoulder. We can't sleep any longer. Look, Lee pointed towards the pile of meat. Following his gesture, Aru finally noticed the flies. She frowned, her ears twitching slightly. Those bothersome bugs, we can shoo them away later. She mumbled, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Even if we shoo them away, they will return, and the meat is already beginning to spoil. If we don't act now, all this good food will go to waste. Lee shook his head. Spoil. Aru paused, taken aback. How could meat spoil just sitting there? We've left uneaten meat out before, and after a couple of days, it was still edible. Meat will attract flies after a day, and after 2 days, it will begin to stink. Lee explained patiently. The other beast ear girls were certainly aware of what Lee was saying. Oh, that's quite normal. It can still be eaten then. Ahong scratched her head, not comprehending the issue. But it will taste bad, won't it? Lee rephrased, understanding that for these primitive folk, having food was a blessing in itself. And the notion of meat spoiling was an inconsequential concern. So it is, then. What methods does Li Zai propose to render the meat palatable? We shall employ smoke. Li Zai remarked with a smile directed at the others. Smoke? Confusion etched across the faces of all present. Li Zai approached the remnants of last night's campfire, where a pile of charred wood still emitted faint wisps of smoke. He picked up a twig, brushed aside the ash, revealing the dark red embers beneath. Do you see the smoke? Li Zai pointed to the curling tendrils rising into the air. By smoking the meat with this, we can gradually dry out the moisture within. With the moisture gone, pests cannot survive, and the meat can be preserved for an extended period. The beast-eared women exchanged glances, this notion surpassing their understanding. However, won't the smoke blacken and render the meat bitter? Hong Wei inquired softly. It may darken, but it will not become bitter, Li Zai explained. Moreover, smoked meat possesses a distinctive aroma, offering a unique flavor. Most importantly, it can be stored for a long time. Upon hearing of the preservation potential, the chief's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you suggesting that this meat can last until the next lean hunting season? Indeed, Li Zai nodded affirmatively. With provisions secured, we need not fear hunger any longer. Even if we fail to catch game for several days, there will still be sustenance. This struck a chord with everyone present. The memories of hunger were too vivid. Each individual had endured nights of sleeplessness, subsisting solely on water. If we could truly preserve this meat. The chief slapped his thigh. Very well, Li Zai, we shall follow your lead. With the chief's endorsement, everyone sprang into action. Li Zai directed the group to reorganize the pile of meat, trimming away the visibly discolored edges and slicing the remaining portions into palm-sized strips. The beast-eared women were adept at this task, swiftly dismantling the meat with their stone knives. Simultaneously, another group began collecting suitable wood for smoking. We need branches that are somewhat damp, laden with leaves. Dry wood burns too quickly, yielding insufficient smoke. Wet wood will smolder and produce a rich smoke, Li Zai instructed. Aru and Dahua each led a team into the forest, soon returning with an abundance of leafy branches. Next came the construction of the smoking racks. Li Zai selected a slightly elevated area, requesting the relocation of several large stones to form a circle over 2 meters in diameter. He then laid across stout hardwood sticks, creating a rudimentary grid for the meat to rest upon. Li Zai demonstrated how to evenly space the cut strips of meat, ensuring gaps between each piece. The smoke must rise from below, enveloping every morsel. Once the meat was adequately arranged, Li Zai instructed the group to kindle a small fire in the center of the stone circle. Not an open flame, but a smoldering fire stoked by damp wood. Thick smoke immediately billowed upwards, infused with the aromas of grass and wood. Maintain this flame. It must neither be too large nor too small. Li Zai advised the beast-eared women assigned to tend the fire. A roaring fire will cook the meat too quickly, while a feeble flame will yield insufficient smoke. We need a steady stream of smoke without any open flames. This task requires patience, yet for the night watch accustomed beast-eared women, it posed no challenge. Soon, the first smoking rack was operational. Dense white smoke rose from the stone circle, enveloping the strips of meat above. The surface of the meat began to exude fine droplets of moisture, slowly evaporating in the smoke. Li Zai stood nearby for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. Just like that. We will need more racks. With a successful example established, the subsequent tasks proceeded with greater ease. The beast-eared women divided into groups. Some continued cutting meat. Others sought out damp wood, while others focused on constructing additional racks. The entire tribe was in motion. Chapter 20. The smoking of the meat commences. Aru remained closely aligned with Li Zai, assisting in relaying instructions and coordinating the various groups' efforts. She learned quickly, and before long, was capable of independently directing the assembly of a smoking rack. Li Zai, does this look satisfactory? Aru gestured toward her freshly constructed rack. her expression akin to a student awaiting praise from a teacher. Li Zai approached to inspect her work. The stones were arranged stably, the wooden supports evenly spaced, and the meat laid out neatly. Excellent, he praised. Aru's tail immediately wagged with delight. Dahua, not to be outdone, had her own sizable rack to manage. With her great strength, she could lift stones that required 2 others to carry, and hers was the largest rack, laden with the most meat. Is the smoke thick enough over here? Dahua called out. Li Zai approached for a closer look. Dahua had piled on a bit too much damp wood. The smoke so dense it nearly obscured her from view. Reduce the wood a touch, or else the smoke will be too acrid. Oh, understood. Dahua promptly began removing some of the fuel. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature grew increasingly warm. The beast-eared women toiled, sweat pouring down their brows. Their leather vests thoroughly soaked. Yet no one complained. Hope surged within them. Those strips of meat, slowly transforming within the smoke, signified a future devoid of food scarcity. Li Zai moved between the smoking racks, adjusting the placement of the meat and monitoring the fire. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, and his back was already drenched. Aru attempted several times to persuade him to take a break, but he steadfastly declined. Time waits for no one. Li Zai wiped his brow. Today, we must process the majority of the meat. The remainder can be smoked again tomorrow, and that should suffice. By noon, 6 smoking racks stood in a row across the clearing. Thick smoke billowed upward, forming a low-hanging cloud above the tribe. The aroma of meat intertwined with the scent of smoke, creating a distinctive fragrance that pervaded the air. The chief stood beside the largest smoking rack. Observing the meat strips that flickered in and out of view through the smoke, a rare smile gracing her face. Li Zai, how did you come to conceive this idea? We never imagined meat could be preserved in such a manner. She patted him robustly on the back. It's merely a different method, Li Zai humbly replied. Indeed. With these provisions, how many fewer lives shall we lose this winter? This statement momentarily silenced those around her. Yes, in winters past, frail elders and children often succumbed. Hunger and cold are the most merciless of killers. But now, it seems, things are different. Let's all put in our utmost effort. The chief raised her voice. Today, let us smoke all this meat, and I shall allow you to indulge in an extra piece tonight. This tangible reward invigorated everyone's spirits. Li Zai approached the water hole, cupped his hands to splash his face with water. The cool stream temporarily alleviated the heat, refreshing him. Aru followed suit, offering him a wild fruit. Eat something. You haven't had a morsel since morning. Li Zai accepted the fruit and took a bite. The tart juice spread across his palate. While it could not compare to roasted meat, it replenished his hydration and sugars. Thank you. Aru sat beside him, mimicking his actions to wash her face. Water droplets traced down her neck, disappearing into the neckline of her leather vest. Li Zai, she suddenly spoke. Did you come from a faraway place? Aru turned her gaze toward him. Far, far away, in a place that is entirely different from here. Li fell into a brief silence, nodding slightly. Do you still wish to return? This question had not truly crossed Li's mind in detail. When he first arrived, his thoughts were solely consumed with the struggle for survival. Now that he had managed to establish a foothold, he occasionally reminisced about his former world. However, the desire to return and the ability to return are 2 distinct matters. I do not know. Even if I wish to, I have no idea how to go back, Li replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Aru seemed to exhale in relief. Yet there was a tinge of sadness in her demeanor. She reached out and gently touched Li's hand. Then let us live well here. I will protect you, ensuring you are not bullied. The straightforwardness and sincerity of her words made Li unable to suppress a smile. Very well. The afternoon's work resumed. The first batch of smoked meat had noticeably changed, its surface darkening, shrinking in volume, appearing much more withered. After inspecting it, Li confirmed that the smoking process had been quite successful. At this rate, the first batch could be harvested by evening. He informed the beast-eared girls responsible for tending the fire. The collected meat should be hung in a ventilated area to continue drying. As the sun began its descent, the entire tribe was enveloped in the aroma of smoke. All 6 smoking racks billowed thick plumes of smoke, with strips of meat slowly dehydrating and changing color within the haze. The beast-eared girls took turns keeping watch, adding firewood and flipping the meat, bustling yet composed. Finally, Li was able to take a moment to breathe. He sat upon a stone, observing the vibrant scene before him. These primitive people, who had once regarded fire with trepidation, were now adept at using smoke to preserve food. The advancement of civilization often accumulates gradually, bit by bit. Aru approached and settled beside him, naturally leaning over to rest her head on Li's shoulder. Are you tired? Li inquired. A little, Aru replied, closing her eyes, though her heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, joy. As Li watched the figures bustling amidst the smoke, their faces radiant with smiles and hope, a warmth surged within him. Perhaps being transported here was not such a misfortune after all. At least here, he could genuinely affect change, feel needed, and be cared for. As twilight fell, The first batch of smoked meat was carefully removed, strung together with vines, and hung on branches surrounding the tribe. The dark red strips of meat swayed gently in the evening breeze, exuding a unique smoky aroma. The chief had a bonfire lit, not for roasting meat, but for celebration. Everyone has worked hard today, the chief proclaimed, his voice resonant. But the effort was worthwhile. This meat will see us through the toughest days. All credit goes to Lee. Dahua shouted. Yes, Lee is amazing. Amidst the cheers, Lee found himself thrust into the center of the crowd. He felt a touch of embarrassment. Yet a profound sense of accomplishment swelled within him. Eru stood beside him, her face brimming with pride. She wrapped her arms around Lee's waist. The dinner was simple, consisting of smoked meat and wild fruits, yet everyone relished it. The smoked meat had a delightful chewiness, the smoky flavor permeating every fiber, imparting a distinct character. As the beast-eared girls ate, they discussed how this meat was even tastier than fresh. Lee chewed on the jerky, contemplating the next steps. With a stockpile of provisions, the tribe's survival pressure would be significantly alleviated. Next, they could consider improving living conditions or exploring safer water sources. What are you thinking about? Eru's voice interrupted his reverie. Oh, it's nothing. Just pondering what else we might do in the future. Lee shook his head. We'll talk about future matters later. Tonight, you must rest well. You've had a long day. Eru popped the last piece of meat into his mouth. This was indeed true. Lee felt his entire body ache, particularly his waist and arms. The exertion from yesterday's hunting and today's labor had indeed taken a toll. As night deepened, everyone gathered around the embers of the bonfire to sleep, just as they had the previous night. Eru, sensing that Lee was too fatigued, chose not to return to her room, allowing him a proper rest. Lee found himself nestled between Eru and the chief, enveloped in warmth and safety. He closed his eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of surrounding breaths, inhaling the mingling scents of smoked meat and animal hide. His body was weary, yet his heart felt at ease. In this primitive world, he had finally carved out a place for himself. Sleepiness gradually overtook him, just before drifting into slumber. Lee hazily thought about rising early the next day, as the meat required another round of smoking. Then he knew nothing more. Chapter 21 Awakening in a State of Immobility. Lee was roused by the heat. This warmth was not the comforting glow of a fire, but rather a heavy, stifling heat that enveloped him. He felt as though a great stone slab was pressed against his chest, making breathing somewhat laborious. Blinking awake in a daze, he was greeted by the sight of bronze-colored skin. To his left lay a long leg, sprawled indiscriminately across his waist. That was Eru. The situation on his right was even more precarious, as an arm draped over his chest. That belonged to the chief. Lee turned his stiff neck, realizing he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, sandwiched between the two beast-eared girls, as if ensconced in a human thermal box. Attempting to shift his legs to dislodge Eru's heavy limb, he found that the moment he moved, Eru's leg muscles instinctively tightened, only squeezing him more firmly. The sensation was palpably direct. For a typical adult male, encountering such a situation first thing in the morning made it difficult for the body to remain unresponsive, especially with two bodies of wild beauty laid bare before him. The chief's animal hide skirt had shifted, revealing a broad expanse of taut abdominal muscles that rose and fell with each breath. Eru's sleeping position was even more audacious, her form entangled around him like an octopus, her snow-white ears resting against his cheek, tickling him slightly. Taking several deep breaths, Lee endeavored to suppress the tumult within him. He could not afford to move recklessly. Awakening these two strong women could lead to unforeseen complications this early in the day. He cautiously raised a hand, attempting to lift the chief's arm from his chest. The arm was unyielding, as if it were affixed to him. Holding his breath, he employed both hands, gradually lifting. At last, the heavy arm was freed from his chest. Lee exhaled, feeling his lungs regain their liberty. Just then, Eru stirred beside him. She emitted a sound reminiscent of a kitten stretching, then slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful vertical pupils were initially bleary, but upon focusing on Lee's face, they sharpened instantly. Eru disregarded the ambiguous nature of their current position and leaned in, rubbing her face against the crook of Lee's neck. Are you awake? Lee's body stiffened momentarily. As Eru shifted in her slumber, her thigh, which had been resting on him, brushed against him momentarily. Waking up, he murmured, could you please get up? I can hardly breathe. Lee tried to keep his voice steady. Eru blinked, seemingly just realizing the awkwardness of her sleeping position. She propped herself up, her tousled long hair cascading down, brushing against Lee's chest. She glanced down at him, then at the chief, who was still snoring beside them, and a mischievous smile crept across her lips. I'm not heavy, she declared, not only remaining in place, but pressing down even more. The fullness that faced Lee swayed slightly with her movement, creating a visual impact that was overwhelming. Lee had no choice but to turn his head away, gazing up at the sky. It's not about weight, it's mainly the heat. Noting his flushed face, Eru decided not to tease him further. With a swift motion, she sat upright, adjusting her somewhat disheveled animal hide skirt. Seizing the opportunity, Lee hastily got up, stretching his sore limbs. Last night's sleep had been more exhausting than work. At that moment, the chief also stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. He sat up and looked at Lee, his gaze still clouded with sleep. "Why are you up so early? There's plenty of meat. No need to rush into hunting." Lee stood, straightening his clothes. "The meat still needs some processing. Yesterday's smoking wasn't thorough enough. For safety's sake, it needs to be smoked again this morning." Upon hearing the mention of business, the chief nodded, abandoning his laziness and rising to his feet. The other members of the tribe began to awaken one by one. A new day was dawning. Although it was a day of rest, Lee had no intention of idling. After a simple breakfast, he made his way to the wood storage area. There was still a substantial amount of ash bark wood left from yesterday's cutting. He found a sharp stone shard, sat on a large rock, and began to carve the wood. Aru, initially intending to drag him to the river for a bath and some water play, squatted down beside him upon seeing him hard at work. "Aren't we supposed to take a break from hunting today? Why are you doing this?" she asked, twirling a piece of wood in her hands. Lee continued his task without pause. "You saw what happened with the iron-skinned beast. While the spear is powerful when thrown, it is also prone to breakage, and some can be lost forever once thrown. These are consumables. We need to prepare more. In the future, every person going out should carry an extra one. When encountering wild beasts, throw a few first to injure them before getting close. That's much safer." Aru considered the events of yesterday and found his reasoning sound. She decided against playing in the water and began to assist him. Not long after, Hongwei joined them. She plopped down opposite Lee, her tail swaying behind her, creating a gentle breeze. "Lee, you're quite the diligent one," Hongwei said, munching on an unfinished wild fruit. "While the other males are basking in the sun, you're busier than us." Lee chuckled, blowing away the wood shavings. "Just soaking up the sun one tea fill your belly. It's always prudent to prepare more." Observing Lee's focused profile, Hongwei's eyes sparkled with mischief. She tossed aside the fruit pit and picked up a piece of wood. "I'll help too. After all, I've got nothing else to do." Thus, what had initially been a solitary endeavor for Lee transformed into a harmonious collaboration among three. Hongwei took charge of stripping the rough bark. Aru shaped the wood into a rough form, while Lee handled the fine sanding and fire hardening. Despite the labor, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Hongwei chatted incessantly about amusing stories from the tribe, recalling how Dahu, in his youth, had been stung into a swollen face while attempting to steal honey, or how the chief had once single-handedly scared off 2 wolves. Occasionally, Aru interjected to correct any embellishments from Hongwei. Lee listened to their banter, occasionally glancing in their direction. He couldn't help but appreciate the unique beauty of beast-eared women. Aru seemed to sense his gaze, lifting her head to flash him a radiant smile, pure and untainted. Lee felt a stirring in his heart, then lowered his head to resume his work. By the time the sun reached its zenith, a pile of 50 or 60 brand-new short spears had accumulated on the ground. These spears, shorter than the previous ones, were designed specifically for throwing. With the center of gravity shifted forward, Lee stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow. That should do it. Looking at the pile of weapons, he felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, the smoke from the meat drying racks had begun to dissipate. Lee walked over to inspect them. After half a day of smoking, the strips of meat had fully dehydrated, transforming into deep red, hard blocks. Such meat, if kept dry, would last for a month without issue. "Let us gather this meat," Lee directed Aru and Hongwei. They found some sturdy branches and constructed a rack against a well-ventilated rock wall in the tribe. Strings of smoked jerky were hung up, resembling a crimson wall from afar. This was the tribe's future assurance. After completing this task, Lee felt a pang of hunger. He tore off a piece of jerky and chewed on it. It was tough and chewy, growing more flavorful with each bite. Aru approached, gazing at the meat wall with satisfaction. "So much meat, it looks wonderful," she remarked simply. Lee offered her half of the jerky in his hand. "You still need to train." Aru accepted the meat, somewhat puzzled. "What is training?" Lee swallowed the morsel and glanced toward a nearby open space. "I'm still too weak. I need to take advantage of today as free time to practice." Aru paused, then quickly grasped Lee's intent. Watching him walk toward the open area, her restless tail began to sway once more. This male always managed to think of things they had not considered. Moreover, when he was serious, he looked rather appealing. The midday sun was fierce, heating the ground to the point where heat waves shimmered. Lee held a freshly made short spear in his hand. Standing at the edge of the tribe's territory on a patch of open ground, 20 meters ahead of him stood a long dead old tree trunk, its bark nearly stripped away, exposing the gray-white wood beneath, marred by several insect holes. Lee adjusted his breathing and took his stance. "Here we go." He powered through his waist, his arms swinging forward sharply. The short spear flew from his grasp, but it did not strike the tree as he had envisioned. Instead, it tumbled through the air, losing its aim, and finally landed ineffectively in the soil, a good 2 meters away from the trunk. It even wobbled a couple of times before toppling over. Li felt a twinge of embarrassment, rubbing his hands together. His physical condition was indeed a significant drawback. Although I have consumed quite a bit of that peculiar beast meat over the past few days, which has indeed bolstered my strength, I still find myself leagues behind those exceptionally gifted beast-eared girls. He approached to pick up the short spear, brushed off the dust from its surface, and prepared to try again. At that moment, a burst of laughter floated over. Look, Li Zai is hitting the tree. Is that really hitting? It seems more like he's scratching the tree. Li Zai turned his head and saw a row of fuzzy little heads peeking out from behind the nearby grass. It was the tribe's group of young beast girls, the oldest barely looking 7 or 8, while the youngest had only just learned to run. Each sported wild, tousled hair. Their small beast ears adorned in a myriad of colors, some even speckled. These little rascals had been playing in the mud, but upon noticing Li Zai's activity, they all hurried over to see what was happening. Surrounded by a gaggle of children observing his practice, and doing so rather poorly, Li Zai felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. What are you all hiding for? Come out. Li Zai waved them over. The group exchanged glances and then giggled as they rushed toward him. Chapter 22. Practicing accuracy. They weren't dressed in anything substantial, most merely wrapped in small pieces of beast hide, revealing their round little bellies and limbs resembling lotus roots. Their tiny tails swished playfully behind them as they ran, looking utterly adorable. One slightly taller beast girl, the boldest of the bunch, dashed to the front of Li Zai, gazing up at the spear in his hand. Li Zai, is this fun? She reached out her grimy little hand, eager to touch the spear's tip. Li Zai swiftly moved the spear away, denying her access. This is not a toy. It's a weapon capable of slaying beasts. You're lying, the little beast girl pouted, pointing at the untouched dead tree in the distance. You can't even hit that stationary log. How can you kill a beast? The innocence of children can be quite piercing. Li Zai wasn't angry. Instead, he squatted down to meet their eye level. I can't hit it because I'm still practicing. Once I perfect my skills, I will be able to. As he looked at these energetic youngsters, a thought suddenly struck him. Though they were young, their physical prowess was undeniable. When they had run over earlier, their speed and agility were more impressive than that of adult athletes back on Earth. What if we started training from a young age? Would you like to learn? Li Zai asked with a smile. Learn what? To hit trees? Learn how to scare off the bad guys without getting too close. The children, in their playful and boisterous age, lit up at the prospect of something new. Yes, we want to learn. I want to be as strong as Sister Eru. Li Zai stood up and glanced at the short spear in his hand. This item was limited in quantity, a resource for battle. He turned to the nearby pile of rocks. There were plenty of river stones he had collected, just the right size, heavy in hand. Today, we won't teach you to use the spear. We will start with those. Li Zai pointed to the pile of stones. Each of you go pick up a few stones. One's about the size of your fists, preferably round. The little beast girls rushed over in a flurry, soon returning with their arms full of stones. Li Zai lined them up about 15 meters from the dead tree. Watch my movements closely. He picked up a stone and demonstrated the throwing posture. Your feet should be stable, one in front of the other. Don't just use your arms, engage your waist. He moved slowly, breaking down the action step by step. Aim carefully, then throw with force. Li Zai twisted at his waist, sending the stone flying with a thud against the tree trunk. Wow! The little beast girls exclaimed in awe. Now it's your turn to try. Li Zai stepped aside. The leader among the little beast girls was the first to step forward. She mimicked Li Zai's stance, legs apart, lifting the stone above her head. Huh! The little one shouted in a high-pitched voice, hurling the stone with all her might. The stone soared through the air with astonishing speed, albeit wildly off target, landing in the nearby bushes. But the power behind it made Li Zai's eyelids flutter. Was this really a child? If that stone had struck someone's head, it would surely have caused a serious injury. I want to try too. I want to try? The other little beast girls, equally determined, began throwing their stones. In an instant, the clearing became a chaotic flurry of flying rocks. Some struck the ground, others soared skyward, and a few nearly hit their companions' heels. The scene was quite tumultuous, yet Li Zai did not call for a halt. He stood aside, carefully observing each child's movements. Though their technique was unrefined, relying solely on brute strength, their innate talent was unmistakable. They exhibited excellent coordination and remarkable flexibility, particularly their tails, which provided superb balance during their throws. Stop for a moment. Li Zai clapped his hands. The little ones halted, their faces flushed with excitement and sweat glistening on their foreheads. Your movements are incorrect. Raise your hands higher. Don't look down at the ground when you throw. Li Zai approached, correcting their stances one by one. He placed a hand on one little beast girl's shoulder, adjusting her arm's angle. Keep your eyes on your target, not on the ground. The little beast girl's skin was smooth and warm, carrying a delightful scent reminiscent of milk. Under Li Zai's attentive guidance, the child giggled, her tail playfully wrapping around his leg. After several rounds of corrections, the accuracy of this motley crew significantly improved. Thud! A stone struck the tree solidly. I hit it. I hit it. One little beast girl leapt up in excitement, her long rabbit ears standing upright. This moment seemed to trigger a cascade of successes. The unfortunate dead tree became a target, pelted with stones that sent splinters flying and bark raining down. Watching this scene unfold, Li's eye felt a swell of pride. This was the embryonic form of ranged firepower. Though they were merely throwing stones now, once they honed their accuracy and power techniques, transitioning to short spears or even more formidable weapons, these little ones would become the most formidable guerrilla fighters in the tribe. Just as the children were reveling in their fun, Li's eye sensed a presence behind him. He turned around to see Aru, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. She remained silent, quietly perched on a large rock a few meters away, supporting her chin with her hands, her long legs elegantly crossed. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her, gilding her wild, sun-kissed skin. Noticing Li's eye's gaze, Aru's beautiful eyes crinkled with a smile. Li's eye approached and paused beside her rock. Why didn't you say anything when you arrived? Seeing you all having such a delightful time. I do not wish to intrude. Aru's voice was languid, imbued with a sense of contentment. She extended a hand, grasping the hem of Li's eye's garment. Gently tugging him closer to her side, Li's eye leaned back against the stone, and without hesitation, his hand found its way to the soft, furry ears atop her head. Giving them a gentle rub, Aru, in response, nuzzled her head into the palm of his hand, emitting a soothing purr from her throat. Li's eye replied, How wonderful, Aru remarked, her gaze drifting to the distant group of exuberant little ones, her expression softening. In the past, at this hour, everyone fretted about what to eat tomorrow, and the little ones could only sleep with empty stomachs. Ever since you arrived, everyone has been well fed and can enjoy such happiness every day. She lifted her head, her bright eyes fixed on Li's eye. I am very happy too. Li's eye gently brushed aside the stray hairs by Aru's ear with his fingers. This is just the beginning. The days ahead will be even better. Aru smiled, her expression brimming with trust and reliance. Suddenly, she leapt down from the stone with the grace of a large cat. Let me try? She approached the pile of stones, casually picking up the largest one. Without any apparent preparation, she simply raised her hand and flicked her wrist. Whoosh! The stone seemed to have a mind of its own, cutting through the air in a straight line. Bang! With a resounding crack, the stone struck a slender branch protruding from a withered tree, snapping it cleanly in two and sending it flying far away. The crowd fell silent for a moment. The group of little beast girls gaped in awe at Aru. Wow! Sister Aru is amazing. Aru, dusting off her hands, turned back to Li's eye with a raised eyebrow, her expression clearly asking, What do you think? Still want to practice? Li's eye could only smile helplessly and gave her a thumbs up. Together, they stood beneath the setting sun, watching as the children resumed their lively competition of stone throwing. The scene was so heartwarming it felt almost surreal. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, the chieftain stood, holding a half-eaten meat bone, observing the happenings below from her elevated vantage point. She watched as the stones rained down upon the tree trunks and noted the increasingly skilled movements of the little ones. Taking a bite of her meat, she chewed slowly. This mind of theirs is indeed quite clever, the chieftain mused to herself. She could envision a scenario where these agile little ones wielded stones or the short spears crafted by Li's eye. In the face of an enemy, they would not need to approach closely. A barrage of stones would suffice. Even the fiercest beast would be left disoriented by such an onslaught. This was not merely play. It was a new form of combat, one that could fortify the tribe and reduce casualties. Discarding the bone, the chieftain's face broke into a satisfied smile. Come back for dinner. Her booming voice reverberated through half the tribe. The little beast girls, upon hearing the call, immediately dropped their stones and joyfully scampered back to the tribe. Li's eye and Aru exchanged smiles, walking back side by side, their shadows stretching long on the ground. Intertwined. Chapter 23. After eating, it's time to work. The atmosphere during dinner was more fervent than ever. A massive bonfire crackled at the center of the clearing, sparks ascending into the night sky with the heat. Dozens of beast-eared girls sat in a circle, each cradling large chunks of meat bones, their faces glowing with grease and satisfaction. Aru nestled closely against Li's eye, the two even sharing a large thigh bone. She thoughtfully tore off the most tender and flavorful meat and fed it to Li's eye, while she herself gnawed on the tougher sinewy bits. As Li's eye chewed his meat, his gaze swept around the gathering. The little ones, who had been so boisterous just moments ago, were now well-fed and content, sprawled beside their elders, dozing off. Some still clutched the smooth stones they had practiced with earlier, clearly still entranced by the day's games. The chieftain occupied the highest seat. A whole roasted pig leg lay before her. The leader of the tribe ate with remarkable vigor, tearing into the meat, golden grease trailing down her chin, gliding over her long, powerful neck, ultimately disappearing into the deep crevice of her collarbone. After swallowing her mouthful, she wiped her lips and cast a glance over the fire. Landing on Li Zai, the chieftain's voice boomed, cutting through the din of the crowd. The surrounding beast-eared girls fell silent, turning their attention to her. I have seen everything just now. The chieftain pointed to the little ones still dreaming with stones in their hands. In the past, these little rascals only caused me trouble by running amok, but today, witnessing their stone-throwing technique, I find it rather intriguing. Li Zai set down his bone and smiled. They possess great strength and agility. They are natural talents. With just a little guidance on how to exert their force, even without weapons, they can wield stones to defend themselves against danger. That's a good strategy, the chieftain nodded, her eyes reflecting admiration. We used to believe that only sharp claws counted as a skill. Now it seems that a sharp mind can be even more valuable. If these little ones can truly be trained, our tribe will no longer fear those pesky creatures that come to steal our food. At the mention of food theft, several older beast-eared girls displayed expressions of disgust. Such creatures thrived on troubling the tribe while the main forces were away, although they could not overpower adult warriors. They posed a threat to the young. Rest assured, they will become proficient stone throwers, Li Zai affirmed confidently. At that moment, Dahua approached with curiosity, holding a piece of half-smoked jerky and sniffing it inquisitively. Chieftain, we have so much meat now. With those racks overflowing, Dahua pointed to the nearby smoking racks. The alluring aroma of smoke mingling with the scent of meat particularly enticing on this night. I believe we have enough to last us a long while. Can we perhaps take a break tomorrow? Dahua's question echoed the sentiments of many. The past few days had been filled with tree cutting, spear making, and skinning meat. Though the food was plentiful, everyone was indeed quite exhausted. With such a stockpile of provisions, the tension in their hearts eased. Indeed, I too would relish a lie-in. I wish to bathe by the river. I feel so grimy. Several young beast-eared girls chimed in, their tails lazily swaying. The chieftain's smile instantly vanished. She slammed the hefty bone down onto the ground with a resounding thud. Rest? Standing tall, her imposing figure cast a long shadow in the firelight, exuding an intense aura of authority. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze sharp and penetrating. The previously chattering beast-eared maidens fell silent in an instant, each shrinking back, hesitant to utter a sound. Do you believe that merely gazing at the meat absolves you of labor? The chieftain admonished, pointing sternly at the smoking racks. That meat is our lifeline. It is meant for consumption when the heavens unleash torrential rains, or when winter's snow seals us in. It is the foundation of our tribe. With such fine weather and prey abundant in the forest, do you wish to lounge about and feast on our stores? She strode purposefully before the indolent individual known as Dahu, towering over her with an unwavering glare. If we deplete our reserves, when winter truly arrives, shall I resort to severing your tails to stave off hunger? Dahu, chastened, dared not raise her head, the piece of jerky in her hand suddenly unappetizing, as she obediently shrank to the ground. As long as we are able-bodied, we must venture forth to hunt, proclaimed the chieftain, her voice resonating with authority. Only by continuously bringing back fresh meat can we preserve our smoked provisions. It is the only way our tribe can truly avoid starvation. Li Zai, sitting nearby, nodded quietly. Though this chieftain had not received formal education nor grasped economic theories, such fundamental survival wisdom was etched in her very essence. She understood all too well that complacency is the greatest poison. Have you all comprehended this? The chieftain bellowed. We understand. The collective response echoed. Though some still rubbed their sore shoulders, none dared to mention rest again. Observing the change in demeanor, the chieftain's expression softened slightly. She resumed her seat, tearing off a piece of meat to chew while she began assigning tasks for the following day. We cannot linger in the vicinity any longer. That iron-skinned beast is dead, and the smaller creatures have likely scattered in fear. We must venture deeper into the woods. She turned to Aru. Aru, you will lead the team tomorrow. Aru, preoccupied with wiping the grease from Li Zai's mouth, straightened at the mention of her name. Rest assured, mother, I will certainly bring back provisions. However, the chieftain's gaze remained fixed, crossing over Aru to land on Li Zai. And you, Li Zai, she extended her greasy hand, pointing at him. You shall accompany us as well. At this pronouncement, Aru's actions faltered, her brow furrowed, her lovely ears drooping back in dismay. But mother, Li Zai still needs to teach the cubs to practice with stones. Moreover, he lacks fur and tough skin. It is far too perilous for him to venture deep into the forest. Aru instinctively attempted to object. To her, Li Zai was a precious treasure of the tribe. Should anything happen to him, it would be a monumental loss. The depths of the woods were fraught with dangers that even she approached with caution. Teaching the cubs can be done at any time, the chieftain countered, her resolve unwavering. Li Zai possesses a keen mind, yet he is not sufficiently familiar with these woods. He must witness firsthand how we hunt and what formidable beasts roam here. She regarded Li Zai with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Only by seeing can he conceive of more ingenious tools akin to the spear. Merely hiding in the cave will not yield solutions for confronting the monsters outside. Besides, with both you and Dahu by his side, can we not ensure the safety of one male? Aru was momentarily silenced, her mouth agape as she sought to refute. Yet she recognized the wisdom in her mother's words. She turned to Li Zai, her eyes filled with conflict. What do you think, Li Zai? If you do not wish to go, I shall speak to mother on your behalf. Should he shake his head, she would defy the chieftain to keep him within the tribe. Li Zai, touched by Aru's concerned gaze, felt warmth in his heart. However, he did not hesitate. He set down the bone he had thoroughly gnawed and wiped his hands. I will go. The chieftain is correct. I cannot always rely on you for sustenance. I, too, wish to discover what lies within the depths of this forest. His curiosity was piqued. Moreover, he understood that to thrive in this world, relying solely on his current skills would not suffice. Spears and stones were merely rudimentary defenses. If the forest's depths held richer resources, be it minerals or unique flora, it would significantly bolster his survival plans. Excellent, the chieftain exclaimed, slapping her thigh and laughing heartily. I knew you were no coward. Now that the decision is made, hurry and eat, fill your bellies, and return to sleep. We shall depart at dawn. The chieftain rose, declaring the meal concluded. The beast-eared maidens began to clear the remnants, tossing bones to the outskirts of the tribe to feed the still-growing wild beasts, serving as a warning system as well. Aru appeared somewhat downcast. She grasped Li Zai's hand as they made their way back, her tail drooping, clearly still anxious. Upon returning to their cave, Aru did not rush to exercise as usual. She rummaged through a corner for an unprocessed, thick piece of beast hide, and fetched several sturdy vines. What are you doing? Li Zai inquired curiously. Making you something. Aru replied without elaborating, using a stone knife to measure and then cut the hide. By the light of the moon filtering through the entrance, Li Zai discerned her actions. She punctured several holes in the hide and strung it together with vines. Before long, a rudimentary yet sturdy piece of beast hide armor took shape. Aru approached without hesitation, fastening the armor onto Li Zai. It may be a bit unsightly, but the leather is thick enough to withstand claws. She tightened the vines around his waist, giving a firm tug to ensure it would not loosen. After completing this task, she exhaled slightly in relief. Tomorrow, you must stay closely behind me. If I say you cannot move, you must absolutely remain still. Aru cradled Li Zai's face in her hands, her eyes shining remarkably in the darkness, filled with earnestness. If you are hurt, I would be heartbroken. Li Zai gazed at her, wrapping his arms around her lean yet strong waist. Do not worry. I still intend to stay alive long enough to roast meat for you. Aru buried her face into his chest, rubbing against him affectionately. Sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. Though her words urged sleep, her legs entwined around him, locking him in place. That night, Aru clung to him more tightly than usual. Li Zai lay on the beast hide, feeling the warmth of her embrace, his heart brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. Chapter 24, Specialization in Skills. Just as dawn began to break, the tribe's team had assembled. Li Zai felt akin to a clumsy bear wrapped tightly in a dumpling. The armor Aru had crafted last night was exceedingly thick. 3 layers of treated, sturdy beast hide were stacked together, with some dried soft grass sandwiched in between for cushioning. Although its defensive capabilities seemed adequate, the weight bore down on him, forcing him to walk with his legs slightly apart. Aru stood beside him, adjusting the vine fastenings at his waist. Is it too tight? If it feels constrictive, I can loosen it, she said, her head bowed, fingers deftly tying knots. As she moved, her somewhat unruly long hair cascaded down, brushing against Li Zai's arm, tickling him. Li stretched his arms, albeit somewhat clumsily. Yet it did not hinder his fundamental throwing motion. Safety first, after all. In this departing group, every beast-eared maiden bore 5 or 6 short spears upon their backs. These wooden weapons were lightweight, allowing for the effortless carriage of multiple shafts. From a distance, the assembly resembled a cluster of humanoid porcupines, exuding an aura that hinted at their formidable nature. In previous ventures into the depths of the forest, the expressions on everyone's faces would often bear a semblance of gravity. Each foray into the unknown signified the potential of never returning. However, today was markedly different. A sense of ease was palpable among the group, with some even engaging in quiet laughter behind. The atmosphere felt less like a desperate hunt and more akin to a casual expedition into the woods for supplies. Let us depart. Aru called out, prompting the group into motion. Unlike her usual role of leading the charge, she maintained a position close to Li, less than half a meter away. Her striking vertical pupils scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Even the slightest flutter of an insect would capture her attention. As they entered the forest, the light dimmed considerably. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying leaves, yielding softly underfoot, occasionally revealing a few vibrant mushrooms. Li tread carefully, wary of tripping over roots. Stop. The large flower among them suddenly raised her hand. Instantly, the group fell silent. She crouched beside a dense thicket, parting several broad leaves with her hands. Aru leaned in closer, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled rapidly. Mimicking her, Lee took a deep breath. Aside from the persistent musty odor of dampness, he discerned only the mingled scent of Aru's earthy aroma of grass and wood, failing to detect anything else. Something large passed by not long ago. The large flower indicated towards an unremarkable patch of grass. Observe the direction in which the blades have fallen, and this distinct gamey scent. It must be a herd of long-haired deer. Lee squinted at the spot, perceiving nothing but a tangle of disheveled grass, utterly incapable of discerning any tracks, let alone identifying the animal. As for the scent, he inhaled deeply again, but all he could detect was the odor of decomposing leaves. How can you smell it? Lee, somewhat skeptical, leaned closer to the thicket for a better whiff, only to be startled by the fine hairs on the leaves, causing him to sneeze. A low chuckle rippled through the group. Several young beast-eared maidens stifled their laughter, exchanging glances that bore hints of playful mockery. Aru gently patted Lee on the back. The scent is quite potent. You can discern it from quite a distance. Is your nose perhaps malfunctioning? She gazed earnestly at him, even reaching out as if to touch his nose. Lee awkwardly recoiled. My nose is functioning perfectly. It is merely that your olfactory senses are exceptionally keen. The large flower rose from the ground, clutching a tuft of dirt-stained fur. Not just the nose, look here. She pointed to a branch jutting out overhead. Fresh scrapes marred the bark, reaching just to her chest. Only long-haired deer or wild boars could reach such a height to scratch themselves. However, this fur is grayish-white. Undoubtedly from the long-haired deer. Lee glanced up at the branch. Indeed, there were subtle marks that would have gone unnoticed had the large flower not pointed them out. This exemplified the disparity in their innate abilities. In this primeval jungle, they were the natural hunters. They could hear the faintest rustle of the wind, detect the scent of blood from miles away, and deduce the direction of prey from a broken leaf. Observing Lee's slightly crestfallen expression, Aru assumed he was disheartened. Do not worry, Lee. It matters not if you cannot smell it. I will do so. In the future, I will lead the way, and you can follow me. Her tail gently entwined around Lee's wrist, conveying a sense of reassurance. Looking at these pure yet formidable women, Lee's embarrassment dissipated. He cleared his throat, addressing the clan members who were still chuckling. Actually, this arrangement is quite advantageous. Lee pointed to his head, and then to the robust arms of the large flower and Aru. If I possessed your keen sense of smell and strength, what need would there be for you? I shall employ my intellect to devise strategies that allow us to secure meat without harm, while you utilize your noses to locate prey and your hands to wield the spears. This is what we term complementarity. Just like a hand, a palm alone is insufficient. It requires fingers to grasp. Together, we form a formidable unit. Though his words were simple, they resonated profoundly with the beast-eared maidens, particularly for Aru. She felt a sense of pride in being acknowledged by Lee. Though he had not directly praised her beauty or strength, the feeling of being needed filled her with joy. Indeed, together, we are the strongest. Aru nodded vigorously, gripping her spear tightly. The group pressed onward. With a clear objective, their pace quickened considerably. Following the direction indicated by the large flower, they tracked for approximately half an hour. The trees ahead began to thin, revealing a clearing lush with tall grass. Suddenly, Aru halted, lowering herself and concealing behind a massive rock. She turned back to Lee, signaling him to be silent, her ears pinned back against her scalp. Lee quickly crouched and peered through the gaps in the stones. Before them, in the clearing, a herd of gray-brown animals grazed, their heads lowered to the ground. These creatures bore a resemblance to deer on Earth, yet were considerably larger, covered in thick fur, with antlers branching out. Counting them, he estimated there to be over 20. This was a substantial herd. In the past, when encountering such prey, the tribe typically managed to capture only the slowest and weakest among them, as these animals were exceedingly alert and swift, capable of charging with their antlers. The prospect of encircling such a large group seemed like a mere fantasy. Several impatient beast-eared maidens had already placed their hands on their stone knives, their bodies taut, ready to spring into action. Yet Lee extended his hand, restraining Aru from drawing her spear. Hold on. He lowered his voice, scanning the unsuspecting prey while also assessing the surrounding terrain. The clearing was bordered by forest on 3 sides, with a steep rocky wall on one. In the past, the group would have scattered and charged directly, hoping to catch at least one. But today was different. A smile played at the corners of Lee's mouth as he turned to face the well-equipped band of maidens behind him. Listen closely, he said, drawing a large circle in the air with his finger to signify encirclement. We shall claim this entire herd. Upon hearing this, every pair of eyes in the group sparkled with excitement. How shall we proceed? The large flower inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Lee picked up a twig and sketched a few lines on the ground. Large flower, you take 10 individuals and flank them from the left. blocking their path into the forest. Remember, do not reveal yourselves until I give the signal. When I do, make your presence known with a loud call. ARU. You lead the others on the right. The remainder will stay with me at the front. What we must do is not charge in and kill, but rather drive them into the lowland at the center. Li Zai pointed towards the depression in the middle of the slope. Once they are in there, they will become immobile targets. At that moment, we shall let them experience the taste of a rain of spears. Observing Li Zai's confident demeanor, the beast-eared women felt a surge of warmth coursing through their veins. With Li Zai's command, the team silently dispersed. These towering women moved through the jungle with surprising grace, akin to a group of lurking phantoms, gradually unfurling a vast net. Li Zai tightened his grip on the short spear, feeling the sweat in his palms. The hunt was just beginning. Chapter 25, The Hedgehog Maker. The long-haired deer continued to graze leisurely on the grass, blissfully unaware that a great net had been cast around them. Li Zai lay in a damp patch of grass, feeling an unknown insect crawl into his collar. Yet he dared not move. Aru crouched beside him, her gaze fixed intently on the prey below, her breath held to a whisper, with only the tip of her tail occasionally quivering in excitement. As time ticked away, Li Zai sensed the moment was ripe and signaled. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the dense thicket to the left. It was Dahua's voice, resonating powerfully and causing the leaves to rustle. The previously serene herd of long-haired deer erupted into chaos. They raised their heads in terror, their grayish-white fur trembling with fear. The startled deer had no time to think. Instinct drove them to flee from the source of the sound. Just as Li Zai had anticipated, the pursuers were on their left and a sheer cliff behind them, leaving only the low-lying valley ahead as their escape route. The lead stag emitted a sharp call and bolted forward, kicking up dust as dozens of massive beasts charged ahead, creating a cacophony akin to a minor earthquake. The ground quaked, and mud and grass flew into the air. Watching the panicked mass of flesh plunge into the preordained trap, a cold smile crept across Li Zai's lips. In past tribal hunts, they had always chased the prey, exhausted and covered in dust. Yet now it felt like inviting the enemy into a snare. Prepare, Li Zai commanded, slowly raising his right hand. The beast-eared women, lying in ambush to the front and right, rose from the grass. They gripped their sharpened short spears tightly, their arms drawn back, showcasing their elegant muscle lines. The long-haired deer sprinted swiftly, closing in on them from less than 30 meters away. Release. Li Zai's hand swung down sharply. The beast-eared women, unable to contain themselves any longer, unleashed their spears in unison. Dozens of short spears flew forth, whistling through the air, interweaving into a deadly net. Although their aim varied, some veering wildly into the ground, others even landing in trees, the sheer quantity overwhelmed any lack of precision. The unfortunate stag at the forefront bore the brunt of the assault. Thud! A spear pierced its shoulder, quickly followed by two more embedding into its back. While the wooden spear's lethality paled in comparison to modern firearms, the tremendous impact disrupted its running rhythm. The stag let out a pained cry, its front legs buckling as its massive body crashed to the ground, skidding several meters across the grass due to inertia. With its fall, the remaining deer were thrown into disarray, colliding with one another and tripping over their companions. Do not stop. Keep throwing, Li Zai shouted, seizing the opportunity. The beast-eared women acted swiftly, drawing second spears from their backs and launching them once more. This time, the distance was shorter, the targets closer, and the accuracy higher. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out in succession. The long-haired deer trapped in the lowland were utterly bewildered. They had encountered hunters before, who either pounced to tear them apart or ambushed them from the shadows, but they had never witnessed such a method of assault from a distance. Panicking, they flailed about, attempting to break free, only to be met with wave after wave of wooden spear strikes. Aru was the most exuberant in her throws, standing atop a large rock. She surveyed the scene, and with each throw, a cry from the prey followed. Soon, each beast-eared woman had exhausted the 5 or 6 spears at their sides. In the lowland, a multitude lay sprawled out, aside from a few fortunate ones that dashed into the forest. The remaining 7 or 8 long-haired deer lay in pools of their own blood, each adorned with dark wooden shafts protruding from their bodies, resembling enormous hedgehogs from a distance. The battlefield fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the wounded prey. Dahua and her team burst forth from the woods. She had prepared herself to chase and corner the deer, even bracing for a fierce melee. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before her, she was left in utter disbelief. Is this it? Dahua gaped at the fallen prey, then glanced at her and scathed companions above. In past hunts for such long-haired deer, they had always returned exhausted and bruised. Yet today's battle felt like a dream. Without breaking a sweat, the prey had already fallen. Stop gaping. Finish off the ones still alive. Li Zai jumped down from the rock, brushing the dust from his hands. As per our usual practice, keep your distance. Pick up the spears on the ground and poke from afar to ensure they are dead before approaching. This cautious, yet somewhat unscrupulous tactic had now become the tribe's new decree. The beast-eared women cheered as they rushed down the slope. They retrieved the spears from the ground and delivered final blows to the twitching prey. Thud, thud. There were no savage bites, only this efficient and merciless harvesting. Weevee struck it rich. Weevee struck it rich. Hong Wei exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she circled around the largest stag, her tail spinning like a propeller. So much meat. We'll have enough to fill our smoking racks. Aru approached Li Zai, puffing out her chest proudly, her ample softness nearly colliding with his face. Li Zai, I struck that one in the neck. Look right there. She pointed at the most thoroughly dispatched long-haired deer. Eager for recognition, Li Zai chuckled as he wiped the sweat from her forehead. Indeed, our Aru is the most formidable. Hearing the praise, Aru beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, leaning against Li Zai, her clinginess causing Dahua nearby to roll her eyes. All right, enough of that. Let us hurry and gather our things, Dahua interjected, kicking at the fallen prey. With this much meat, we'll need several trips to transport it properly. Though she feigned disdain, the smile on Dahua's face was unmistakable. This is indeed genuine, substantial meat. Moreover, it was acquired without any casualties, effortlessly obtained. The crowd began to clear the battlefield. Some were tasked with extracting the short spears embedded in the prey, diligently wiping away the blood for retrieval. Such treasures must not be squandered. Others commenced binding the limbs of the game with vines, preparing to drag it back. The atmosphere was as lively as a festival. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of the harvest, Aru, who had been on guard duty, suddenly halted her actions. Her pair of pristine white beast ears perked up sharply, swiveling twice toward the dense thicket on the left. Following that, her nose twitched vigorously, and her previously cheerful expression darkened instantly. No more smiles. Aru's voice turned low and ominous as she pulled Li Zai behind her, deftly grasping a bloodied spear. Something was approaching. Upon hearing this, the beast-eared girls, still engaged in merriment, immediately ceased their activities. Although they lacked Aru's acute senses, they quickly sensed that something was amiss. A nauseating stench wafted through the air. The surrounding underbrush rustled with an unsettling cacophony. Even from a distance, one could feel the malevolent gaze lurking, eyeing them as prey. Li Zai furrowed his brow, standing behind Aru to peer in that direction. Emerging slowly from the dim forest was a horde of shadowy figures, their forms a murky gray. They were not particularly large, about the size of a terrier, yet they were numerous, densely packed together, no less than 20 or 30. Their appearance was grotesque, with scabby skin and sparse fur, revealing a surface riddled with pus and scars. Their disproportionately large heads bore uneven yellowed teeth, drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. Most repulsive of all was their countenance, marked with black and white patterns, resembling a distorted human face at first glance. They were the ghost-faced beasts. Big Flower spat disdainfully, her face twisted in disgust. This band of marauders, their noses keen, had come sniffing just after we had finished our hunt. These creatures had a notorious reputation in the forest. While their combat prowess was not exceptional, their overwhelming numbers and sheer ruthlessness made them formidable. Their favorite pastime was to seize the spoils of other predators or to assault lone, injured victims. During previous tribal hunts, if they encountered these beasts, to avoid being bitten and infected, they would often abandon half their catch as a toll to send them on their way. After all, a bite from one of these creatures could lead to festering wounds, potentially fatal if left untreated. The leading ghost-faced beast was slightly larger, standing at the forefront, emitting a cacophony of unpleasant sounds that seemed a mix of laughter and intimidation directed at Aru and her companions. Its murky eyes greedily fixated on the fallen long-haired deer, clearly regarding this feast as its own. In its mind, this group of bipedal creatures, while larger, was inherently timid. As long as they charged en masse and instilled a little fear, the meat would be surrendered without hesitation. The surrounding ghost-faced beasts joined in the ruckus, their encircling formation gradually tightening. A few younger beast-eared girls appeared anxious, instinctively glancing at the carcass on the ground, seemingly debating whether to relinquish part of their share. Li Zai, what should we do? Aru gripped her spear tightly, positioning her body protectively in front of Li Zai. These beasts are filthy and their bites are excruciating. Should we give them to? Though reluctant, it seemed the safest option. Li Zai surveyed the obliviously brash mutts, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He patted Aru's taut shoulder and stepped forward from behind her. Give them anything? His voice was low but carried an icy undertone. That is our hard-earned meat. Why should we offer it to these brigands? He bent down to pick up 2 short spears from the ground, weighing them in his hands. In the past, you feared injury because you had to engage in close combat. Now that we possess these, should we still fear these squat nuisances? Li Zai turned to face the still hesitant tribesman, raising his voice. Listen well. Not a single piece of our meat shall be surrendered. Surround the prey. Big Flower, take the front line and brace your spears. The rest of you, stand back and prepare to throw. Today, not only shall we feast on venison, but we shall also rid ourselves of these pests. With Li Zai's resolute leadership, any lingering doubts among them evaporated instantaneously. The beast-eared girls sprang into action. They reformed from a disordered assembly into a tightly knit, semicircular formation as directed by Li Zai. Big Flower, leading a dozen of the strongest warriors, stood at the forefront. They lowered their spears, pointing the tips outward, creating an impenetrable wall of points. Aru and the others stood at the back, gripping their short spears, poised for throwing. The ghost-faced beast leader hesitated momentarily. Its pitiful intellect evidently could not comprehend why these bipedal creatures, who typically shied away from them, suddenly displayed such boldness. Moreover, the formation they presented instinctively signaled danger. Yet, greed swiftly eclipsed caution. The scent of blood on the ground was too tantalizing. With a shriek, the leader issued the command to attack. 30 or so ghost-faced beasts surged forward like a swarm of gray rodents, bared teeth gleaming as they lunged. Seeking death, Li Zai narrowed his eyes, observing the approaching monstrosities. Throw the spears. Chapter 26. This time, we shall not divide the meat. As soon as Li Zai's words fell, the short spears from the back row, already poised for action, soared through the air. The foremost ghost-faced beasts dismissed the incoming attack entirely. They maintained their leaping and biting stance, propelling themselves into the air. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Li Zai had anticipated. In midair, they had no leverage. Thud, thud. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh resonated, sending chills down the spine, yet offering an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The fastest among the ghost-faced beasts, even before comprehending what had transpired, were impaled through the chest and abdomen by the short spears. The tremendous impact shattered their momentum, akin to flies swatted down. Crashing to the ground with piercing cries, the beasts behind stumbled over their fallen companions, the once ferocious charge devolving into utter chaos. Hold the front line steady. Do not falter, Li Zai commanded calmly from behind Aru. Big Flower and the other frontline warriors obediently refrained from attacking, gripping their spears firmly, the tips angled firmly forward, forming an unyielding barrier. Those ghost-faced beasts fortunate enough to evade the initial barrage rushed forward, trampling over their dead comrades. They opened their foul, yellow-toothed maws, intent on gnawing through the wooden poles, eager to pounce and tear at the enticing throats. Yet, they faced an overwhelming advantage in reach. Before their claws could even brush against the fur of the beast-eared girls, the cold, hard spear tips had already pressed against their eyelids. Thrust! Big Flower roared, her arm muscles bulging as she decisively thrust her spear forward. This required no finesse at all. The adversary collided with us, and all Dahu needed to do was thrust out the spear. A demon-faced beast was pierced through the throat, its foul blood splattering all over Dahu. She did not withdraw the spear. Instead, she used the shaft to prod the still convulsing creature, tossing it aside like refuse, before swiftly retracting the spear and striking again. The other warriors mirrored her actions. Previously, these demon-faced beasts were a source of great frustration due to their agility, circling around and biting when one least expected it. However, now, dozens of spears had sealed off all avenues of attack. For the demon-faced beasts to engage, they had to confront us head-on. And the consequence of such confrontation was the addition of several transparent holes in their bodies. The battlefield echoed with the desperate howls of the demon-faced beasts and the dull thud of spears meeting flesh. This was unequivocally a one-sided slaughter. Aru stood beside Li Zai, clutching two short spears that she had yet to throw. As she gazed upon the scene before her, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. It was too effortless. So effortless that it felt surreal. In the past, when facing this pack of mangy hounds, everyone had to stand back to back in a tight circle, nerves taut, ever wary of being bitten. After a battle, each warrior was left utterly exhausted. But now, they stood still, hardly moving, scarcely even catching their breath. Those repugnant marauders charged headlong into the spear tips, like fools offering themselves to death. Don't let that leader escape, Li Zai suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance. The slightly larger demon-faced beast leader, evidently more clever than its subordinates, witnessed a substantial portion of its minions perish in an instant. The bipedal creatures, unscathed, replaced its greedy thoughts with sheer terror. This pack of bipeds had transformed, becoming more fearsome than the great monsters lurking deep in the forest. It clutched its mangy tail and turned to flee into the woods. Aru reacted swiftly. Upon hearing Li Zai's command, she instinctively sprang into action without a second thought. Stepping forward, she twisted her waist, her taut, sun-kissed muscles exploding into action. The short spear in her hand became a blur as it soared through the air. Just as the leader reached the forest's edge, too late to relish its swift escape, the spear struck, pinning it to the ground at the base of its hind leg. The leader emitted a heart-wrenching scream, rolling frantically on the ground, only to exacerbate its wound. The remaining demon-faced beasts, witnessing their leader incapacitated, dared not linger. They scampered away in terror, tails tucked between their legs, not daring to look back. Don't pursue. Seeing a few bloodthirsty beast-eared girls eager to chase after, Lizai quickly called for a halt. The situation in the forest was complex. They must not jeopardize their gains for a trifling chase. They needed to clean up this area first. The battle concluded sooner than anticipated. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and the ground was littered with a dozen demon-faced beast carcasses, alongside 7 or 8 long-haired deer that had been the original spoils. The beast-eared girls exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward Lizai. In their eyes, there was admiration, fervor, and an exhilarating sense of vindication. Did we really not share any meat with them? Hongwei asked incredulously, unscathed and her clothes pristine. Dahu kicked aside a lifeless demon-faced beast at her feet and laughed heartily. Share? Not a chance. These creatures had it coming. I've always despised them, and today, it felt so satisfying to slay them. She turned to Lizai, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lizai, this tactic is truly effective. I feel as though I barely exerted any effort, and they all perished. Lizai approached, inspecting the spoils on the ground. Although the flesh of these creatures was inedible due to its sour and foul nature, their hides were sturdy enough to be stripped for mats for the elders in the tribe. The remaining meat could be dragged back to feed the sentinel coyotes outside the tribe. Take it all. It's still meat and shouldn't go to waste. The group erupted in cheers, beginning to clear the battlefield. The bounty was extraordinarily abundant. The massive long-haired deer alone constituted a small mountain of meat, compounded by the weight of the dozen demon-faced beasts. Yet, the beast-eared girls felt no fatigue. They bound the prey with vines, working in teams, hauling it away with vigor. On the return journey, the atmosphere among the group was even more jubilant than on the way there, reliving the thrill of the earlier battle. Did you see? That demon-faced beast tried to bite my leg, and I turned its snout askew with one thrust. I took down 2. The sensation was incredible. It just slid right in. Aru walked closely beside Lizai, never straying far. Although Lizai had displayed unwavering command and impressive authority, in her eyes, he remained the fragile male who needed protection. Are you tired? Would you like me to carry you? Aru asked, noticing the sweat on Lizai's forehead, her heart aching slightly. Lizai shook his head, gesturing to the mountain of spoils behind them. Everyone is working hard. I can't possibly ask you to carry me. Besides, I'm not tired, just a bit hoarse from shouting. Aru promptly unfastened a water gourd from her waist and handed it to him. As this grand procession appeared at the tribe's entrance, it coincided with the setting sun. The golden-red rays bathed the mound of prey, amplifying the awe of their bountiful harvest. The chief, stationed in the tribe with a few elders, was sun-drying meat when she heard the commotion and looked up. Just one glance, and the jerky she held fell to the ground. My heavens! A few small children playing nearby were so startled they sat down abruptly, their mouths agape. What had they witnessed? Not only were there the elusive long-haired deer, but also a pile of demon-faced beast corpses that typically instilled dread. Moreover, the hunting party stood tall, unscathed, with only Dahu's face smudged with a bit of blood, still grinning foolishly. Have they emptied the forest? An elder beast woman rubbed her eyes, her voice trembling. The chief rushed over, inspecting the pile of prey. Mama, we're back, Aru shouted, tossing the demon-faced beast leader she had dragged to the ground. This is the one that led them. I pinned it down with a single spear. The chief approached, examining the fatal wound, then gazing at the expressions of confidence, even a touch of arrogance, on the faces of her kin. With Lizai, along with this new weapon and tactics, they were the new dominators of this jungle. Good, 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 the chief exclaimed thrice. Tonight, we feast on fresh meat, the finest deer meat. Light every fire. We must let everything in this forest know that we are in charge here. A resounding cheer erupted, echoing through the skies and startling birds into flight. Lizai stood at the center of the crowd, observing the jubilant faces around him, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. This was merely the beginning. The best days were still ahead. Chapter 27, Call Me Lie at Night. The central bonfire of the tribe illuminated the night sky with a fiery glow. The mounds of meat sizzling on the grill exuded a rich aroma, the sound of fat dripping onto the charcoal reminiscent of a gentle rain. Lizai sat closest to the source of warmth, clutching a piece of unfinished venison. He truly could eat no more. Regardless of how delectable the meat was, or how comforting it felt to consume it, the capacity of his stomach was ultimately limited. The sensation was one of food pressing against his throat, with the slightest movement threatening to bring it back up. Eat. Lizai, why have you stopped? Aru exclaimed, brandishing a massive foreleg, her mouth glistening with grease. She nudged him with her shoulder, the firm muscle and warm skin radiating a delightful scent of meat and greenery. I really cannot eat any more. Li Zai waved his hand dismissively, leaning back to find a slightly more comfortable position against the stone. All around him were the sounds of his kin feasting heartily. For them, the luxury of indulging without the worry of tomorrow's hunger was the epitome of enjoyment. Not far away, Hong Wei sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a gaggle of younglings. Today, she had truly shone, and now was the perfect moment for boasting. You should have seen the scene, Hong Wei exclaimed, her mouth frothing with excitement as she wielded a bone like a weapon. That majestic long-haired deer king was taller than our cave. Its antlers were as sharp as tree branches. The younglings listened with wide eyes, their mouths agape in admiration. When it charged at us, the ground trembled. I must admit, my heart raced, yet Li Zai stood completely still. Hong Wei raised her voice, casting a glance in Li Zai's direction. He merely waved his hand, and I mimicked his command, striking downwards. We hurled our spears, dozens of them raining down upon that beast. With a thud, it fell to its knees. A chorus of awe erupted from the younglings. One small beast girl, who had been taught by Li Zai to throw stones earlier that day, now clutched a piece of jerky, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at him. Li Zai is truly remarkable. When I grow up, I want to command the hunt like him. De Hua, overhearing, chose not to shatter Hong Wei's embellishments, but instead chimed in. Indeed, our Li Zai possesses the sharpest mind. In the past, we risked our lives for meat, but now we trade wood for it. Can it be compared? As she spoke, she tossed a clean leg bone into the fire, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Her well-defined muscles glistened bronze in the firelight, their weight swaying with her movements, exuding a primal beauty. Li Zai listened to their praise, a faint smile gracing his face. The feeling of being acknowledged by the entire tribe, revered by the children, was indeed intoxicating. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps approached. The previously boisterous Hong Wei and Da Hua immediately quieted, settling down obediently. The chieftain approached, visibly in high spirits, holding a large fruit shell filled with fermented wild fruit juice, its rich aroma wafting through the air. Such a delicacy was rare in this world, typically reserved for times of great abundance. The chieftain's cheeks bore a slight flush, her usually commanding eyes now softened with a hint of drunken languor. Her fur skirt appeared loosened from the heat, revealing swathes of skin. Li Zai, the chieftain, settled beside him, her presence enveloped in a heady mix of fruit wine and the unique scent of mature femininity. Care for a sip? She offered the fruit shell to his lips. Li Zai accepted without hesitation, taking a generous gulp. It was a delightful blend of sour and sweet, with a hint of spiciness that warmed his throat and belly. Delicious, he remarked, wiping the corner of his mouth. The chieftain smiled with satisfaction, drinking deeply herself and letting out a hearty belch. Then, she reached out, firmly grasping Li Zai's arm. The grip was strong, and he felt a twinge of soreness in his muscles, yet he did not flinch. Her fingers traveled up his arm, squeezing his shoulder and pressing against his chest, the sensation coarse yet robust, as if she were assessing merchandise or admiring a treasure. Not bad, she mused, her eyes sparkling with delight. When you first arrived, your body was as soft as water, reddening at the slightest touch. Yet, after consuming so much iron-skinned beast meat these past few days, you have certainly grown sturdier. Her gaze roamed over him unabashedly, devoid of any pretense. Though you still lack a bit compared to us, you have begun to take on a male form. This physique is capable of enduring trials. The implications within her words were unmistakable, and Li Zai felt his face grow warm. Nearby, Aru, gnawing on a bone, lifted her head upon hearing this. Mouth still full of meat, speaking indistinctly. Of course, I watch him eat meat every day. I said he could grow strong. Aru beamed with pride, her tail wagging enthusiastically, completely oblivious to the underlying meaning in her mother's words. The chieftain turned to her foolish daughter, ruffling her hair affectionately. Indeed, he has been well nurtured. The chieftain set the fruit shell down, leaning back. Tonight, I shall join as well. At this declaration, Li Zai nearly dropped the bone in his hand. Though he was aware of the tribe's open customs, such a direct invitation sent his modern heart racing. He instinctively glanced at Aru. Logically, one would expect a proper girlfriend to feel a tinge of jealousy at such a moment. Yet Aru, instead, brightened, her eyes shining with delight. Really, mother? You are joining now? She swallowed the morsel in her mouth, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. How wonderful. In her mind, her mother was the strongest warrior of the tribe, and to earn her favor was the greatest honor for a male. Li Zai watched this mother-daughter duo, feeling his worldview once again shaken. After all, the chieftain's mature voluptuousness and Aru's vibrant wildness were two entirely different experiences. In this primal world devoid of ethical constraints, to refuse would be seen as pretentious. All right, Li Zai nodded, his voice somewhat dry. Night had deepened. The bonfire continued to burn. Yet most of the tribe had eaten their fill and snuggled together to sleep. The chieftain rose. Let us return to the cave. This time, they did not go to Aru's quarters, but instead retreated to the chieftain's exclusive domain. This place is far more spacious than Aruna. With the ground covered in thick, dry hay and several layers of soft, exquisite beast skins laid over it. The air carries no hint of dampness. Instead, a faint, dry fragrance pervades the atmosphere. Without the prying eyes of outsiders, the chieftain appears more at ease. She casually loosens the beast skin straps adorning her body, allowing the already revealing beast skin skirt to slide down, presenting herself unreservedly before Li's eye. The magnificent rise and fall of her form with each breath is simply captivating. Aruna, too, makes her way in, playfully rolling in the pile of beast skins like a small pup, then patting the space beside her. Li's eye, come here. Taking a deep breath, Li's eye approaches. This night is destined to be long and fervent. Though the chieftain commands respect as a leader outside, in this intimate moment, she exhibits astonishing tenderness and grace. Lying in the center, Li's eye feels as if he is floating on a cloud. The chieftain nestles beside him, her face devoid of all its earlier authority. Leaning closer, her warm breath brushes against his neck. Out there, they call me chieftain. In moments like this, you may call me by my name. Turning his head, Li's eye gazes into her eyes, so close they seem to shimmer. What is your name? Leet. She utters this word as if releasing a flame. I am Leet. Li's eye reaches out, caressing her slightly rough yet warm skin on her cheek. Leet, he softly repeats. She buries her head in the crook of his neck. It sounds lovely. Say it again. Nearby, Aruna has already fallen asleep, emitting gentle snores, one leg habitually draped over Li's eye. Observing these two entirely different beast-eared women, Li's eye feels an unprecedented sense of belonging swell within him. In this perilous, untamed world, this place is his sanctuary, his home. The following morning, sunlight pierces through the cave entrance with blinding intensity. Li's eye attempts to turn over, only to find himself utterly immobilized. His waist feels as if it has been shattered, aching so intensely that he cannot help but gasp. Such indulgence is indeed not something ordinary individuals can endure. Even with enhanced physical resilience, he cannot withstand the relentless antics of these two untiring lionesses. It takes considerable effort for him to cautiously shift the arms and legs resting atop him. Leet still sleeps, her matured face radiating serene repose, completely devoid of her usual fierceness. Aruna lies beside her, a droplet of drool lingering at the corner of her mouth. Li's eye rubs his aching back, slowly crawling out of the cave. As he emerges, a cacophony greets his ears. It is not the usual cheerful clamor, but rather one filled with urgency and disorder. Chapter 28. Too much meat is a burden. Upon reaching the entrance, Li's eye is greeted by a scene shrouded in swirling smoke. The earlier commotion was not due to any trouble, but rather a fervent production effort. In the open space, dozens of beast-eared maidens are bustling about, hardly pausing for breath. The bounty from yesterday's hunt is overwhelming. If not promptly processed, the precious meat will spoil as the sun reaches its zenith. Clearly, these young women are acutely aware of the urgency. They do not wait for Li's eye's instructions, but instead rely on their prior experiences to begin working industriously. Several makeshift smoking racks have been erected. Though somewhat crooked and haphazard, the principle remains sound. A circle of stones emits thick smoke, laden with cut strips of meat. Watching this scene, a smile involuntarily graces Li's eye's lips. This is the essence of their learning capability. Once taught, and having tasted the rewards, they will instinctively mimic and labor. Li's eye, you're awake. Godhood, carrying a bundle of wet branches adorned with green leaves, spots him and immediately calls out. Come and lend a hand. There's too much meat. We don't have enough racks. Godhood drops the branches and wipes the sweat from her brow. Li's eye approaches, surveying the bustling scene. It is indeed a bit chaotic. Though everyone is working, coordination is lacking. Some racks have flames that are too fierce, nearly charring the meat beneath, while others emit too little smoke to adequately cure the meat above. A large pile of cut raw meat lies on the ground, attracting a swarm of buzzing flies. Don't rush. Take your time, Li's eye advises as he steps into the smoke. He moves to the rack with the excessive flames, carefully removing a few dry twigs from beneath and covering it with a layer of damp leaves. The flames that had leaped up are swiftly subdued, transforming into thick, white smoke. The fire cannot be too fierce. We need smoke, not cooked meat. The young beast maiden responsible for monitoring the fire sheepishly sticks out her tongue. I was worried about the smoke being insufficient, so I added more twigs. Patience is key. The same principle applies to smoking meat. Li's eye reassures her with a pat on the shoulder, encouraging her to keep watch. He then approaches the group, cutting the meat. This is the epicenter of the chaos. A dozen long-haired deer alongside those with ghostly faces create a small mountain of meat. Hungwei is leading a few skilled maidens in rapid slicing. Their techniques are swift, but in their haste for speed, the meat strips vary in thickness. Cuts that are too thick are difficult to smoke through, while those that are too thin risk becoming dried out and unpalatable. Hungwei pauses momentarily. Li's eye crouches down, picking up a piece of meat that resembles a brick. This is far too thick. The smoke won't penetrate, and it'll spoil in a couple of days. Hongwei glances at the meat in her hands, visibly troubled. But there's too much meat. Cutting it thinner takes too long. The flies are swarming. Li's eye surveys the surroundings. Indeed, as the temperature rises, the flies multiply, refusing to be shooed away. Gather those little ones over there. He gestures towards a group of children playing in the mud. Give each of them a branch and assign them the task of driving away the flies. You focus on cutting. Remember, they should be this thick, no thicker. Hongwei's eyes light up, and she immediately raises her voice to call for help. Soon, a fly-swatting squad is formed. The little beast maidens, holding leafy branches, leap around the meat pile, enjoying themselves. Though lacking in strategy, the flies indeed find it difficult to land. With Li Zai's involvement, the previously chaotic scene swiftly becomes orderly. Cutters, carriers, fire tenders, and rack builders each find their role. Li Zai moves like a conductor, navigating between various stations. The smoky scent is pungent, mingling with the raw meat's odor and the tang of sweat, hardly pleasant. Li Zai coughs from the smoke, his eyes watering, forcing him to squint as he works. Just as he bends to inspect a piece of deer meat freshly placed on the rack, a warm, damp beast skin suddenly presses against his cheek. The touch gentle and imbued with a hint of caution. Li straightened his back and turned his head to look. It was Lai. The chieftain of the tribe had somehow joined the laboring group. Instead of carrying the heavy prey, she held a clean, water-soaked hide, standing behind Li, gently. She wiped the ash and sweat from his face. Are you tired? Lai's voice was low, audible only to the two of them. Not tired, Li shook his head, relishing the rare warmth of the moment. So much meat, just looking at it brings a sense of security. A little fatigue is worth it. You should take a break over there and drink some water. I'll keep an eye on things here with Aru. As she spoke, she unfastened a water pouch from her waist, pulled out the stopper, and brought it to Li's lips. After taking a few sips, Li felt his throat much more at ease. He smiled at Lai. All right, I'll rest for a bit. Just don't overexert yourself. You are too important to the tribe. With that, Lai turned and rejoined the busy crowd. Watching her tall and robust figure, warmth filled Li's heart. At that moment, Aru approached as well. She had been helping to move stones to build a new rack, and her body was covered in dirt. Mother is really good to you. Aru rubbed her face against Li's shoulder like a spoiled kitten. I want to wipe your face too, but my hands are too dirty. She extended her mud-stained hands. Waving them in front of Li, Li chuckled, grasping her hands and giving them a gentle squeeze, undeterred by the grime. As long as the sentiment is there, it's enough. Now, go help Dahua get the fire started over there. The meat is nearly piled high. All right, Aru exclaimed and dashed off energetically. The sun slowly climbed to its zenith before beginning its descent towards the west. Throughout the day, the tribe was enveloped in a rich, smoky aroma. In addition to the existing racks, several more were hastily constructed for smoking meat. All the prey, including the unwanted meat of the ghost-faced beasts, was sliced into strips and hung on the racks. From a distance, it resembled a forest of red. The setting sun cast its golden rays, filtering through the layers of meat strips, creating dappled shadows. The sizzling sound of fat dripping onto the coals became the most enchanting music of that twilight. Finally, it was done. Dahua plopped down on the ground, her legs sprawled, breathing heavily. She was utterly exhausted. But upon raising her head and gazing at the rows of meat hanging full, her fatigue was instantly replaced by satisfaction. This is too much. Hongwei stood beneath the meat rack, her gaze dreamy as she looked up. With so much meat, we want to finish it by next spring, right? In her memory, the tribe had never been this affluent. Li approached and patted Hongwei's shoulder. As long as we store it properly, we can eat it until spring. Besides, we can continue to hunt. This is just the beginning. The chieftain also approached. Her eyes glistened with a hint of moisture as she surveyed the stored food. As the leader of the tribe, no one understood better than her what this food signified. It meant survival, reproduction, and the tribe's growth. She turned to face the exhausted clan members sprawled on the ground, took a deep breath, and called out, "Everyone, rise. Come and see our harvest." All the beast-eared women struggled to their feet. Though they were dirty, covered in ash and grease, each stood tall. This is what we achieved with our own hands. The chieftain's voice boomed as she pointed at the wall of meat. With this, we need never fear the rain or snow again. No one will go hungry. Although the cheers were somewhat hoarse, they remained fervent. Everyone looked at one another, their faces beaming with silly smiles. Li stood among the crowd, observing it all. His stomach let out a timely growl. After a whole day of work, having only snacked on a couple of wild fruits at noon, he was indeed hungry. All right, stop just staring. Li clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The meat is smoked. It's time to eat. Tonight, we'll change things up. Change things up? Aru inquired curiously as she moved closer. How are we eating? No roasting? Li smiled mysteriously. We will still roast, but we can add some seasoning. He pointed to a pile of ghost-faced beast fat nearby. Though it has a strong flavor, it's perfect for frying. We'll cut the best venison into small pieces. Place them on a stone slab to sear until golden brown on both sides. Then sprinkle some of this tangy herb powder. Before Li could finish, a chorus of swallowing sounds erupted around him. Dahua sprang up from the ground, her fatigue seemingly vanishing in an instant. Quick, quick, I'm starving. Li, you tell me how to prepare it. I'll go move the stones. Watching the group of food enthusiasts whose eyes sparkled at the mere mention of eating, Li couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Yet his steps were light. In this primitive world, happiness was indeed quite simple. A reliable group of companions, a warm nest, and an endless supply of meat. This was more than enough. As night fell, a new bonfire was lit. This time, the flames illuminated not anxiety and hunger, but tangible abundance and tranquility. Li sat beside the fire, turning the pieces of meat on the stone slab. The aroma wafted through the air. He glanced at Lai and Aru beside him. The days ahead truly seemed worth looking forward to. Chapter 29, Uninvited Guests. The morning air still carried the lingering scent of last night's meat feast. All the meat had been hung on racks, forming rows of comforting red walls. Li stretched lazily, feeling his bones crack. Although the issue of meat had been resolved, a large pile of stripped hides remained on the ground. If not properly processed, these would quickly harden and stink, ultimately ending up discarded. What should we do with these hides? Aru held up a still-dripping long-haired deer hide, looking somewhat disgusted. In the past, they would only wrap themselves in a few stiff animal hides when the cold became unbearable in winter. Those hides were as hard as tree bark, chafing their skin painfully and emitting a terrible odor. Li approached and touched the deer hide. The fur was long and soft, making it excellent material for mats and blankets. The nearby ghost-faced beast hides, however, were different. Ugly and bumpy, but incredibly resilient. They could not be easily torn by hand. Don't throw them away. These are good materials. Li found a flat stone to sit on. Aru, go get some animal brains and the oil we rendered last night. Although Aru didn't understand why they needed those unpleasant items, she obediently went off to fetch them. Li turned to the several beast-eared women resting nearby. Everyone, don't just sit idle. Come over, a few of you. We must thoroughly scrape away the excess fat and fascia from these hides. The processing of animal skins is a laborious and unclean task. Li is instructing them to lay the skins on a log and scrape forcefully with a dull stone shard. It is imperative to remove all the decomposable tissues beneath the skin. Dahu, with her considerable strength, is most suited for this work. Holding the stone shard, her arm muscles bulge with each movement, and with every scrape, large patches of white fat are lifted away. Sweat trickles down her cheeks, pooling at the tip of her chin before dripping off. This display of raw power captivates Li, prompting her to steal a few extra glances. Once the skin is cleaned, Li directs everyone to apply the viscous mixture of fat and brain matter onto the hide, followed by vigorous kneading. This process is known as tanning. Although Li cannot elucidate the chemical principles behind it, she can certainly convey the outcome. As long as the oil is worked into the skin, it will remain supple and soft, akin to fabric once dried. Lai stands nearby, observing intently. As the chieftain, she is particularly intrigued by this skill that transforms waste into treasure. Li picks up a nearly processed hide from the ghost-faced beast. Although the hide is unappealing, it is astonishingly thick. She takes a stone knife and deftly outlines a rough shape on the skin before commencing the cutting. Lai, curious, leans in closer. What are you doing? Making something for you. Without raising her head, Li sketches a general outline on the hide with the stone knife. The material is exceptionally tough, requiring significant effort with each cut. Before long, a rudimentary piece of armor takes form. It lacks the refinement of a modern ballistic vest, resembling more of a tunic that protects the chest and abdomen. Li punctures a few holes on either side, threading robust vines through. Here, give it a try. Li stands, presenting the still odorous armor before Lai. Lai pauses for a moment, glancing at the dark object before returning her gaze to Li. For me? You are the chieftain, leading from the front. You must have something to shield yourself. Li gestures for her to raise her arms. Obediently, Lai spreads her arms wide. The height is just right for Li to affix the armor to her form. Though the hide of the ghost-faced beast is coarse, it has become somewhat pliable after the initial processing. This armor snugly envelopes Lai's impressive figure, the vines cinched behind her accentuating the deep curve of her spine. The combination of wildness and ruggedness creates a striking visual impact. Dahu watches, her eyes wide with admiration. Wow, it looks fierce when worn. Lai glances down at her new attire. She attempts to move about, feeling little restriction. Instead, there is a comforting sense of being enveloped. She pats the thick hide, producing a muffled thud. So hard. Lai lifts her head, and in her usually commanding eyes, a hint of bashfulness emerges. She spins around before Li, her long tail sweeping gracefully behind her. Does it look good? She asks softly, her voice lacking confidence. In her life, no one has ever gifted her something like this, nor has anyone cared about her appearance. All that mattered was her prowess in battle and her ability to bring back prey. Li gazes at her, sunlight illuminating her profile, casting a gentle glow upon her strong features. You look splendid. It suits you perfectly. Then I shall wear it. She mumbles, her hands tenderly caressing the coarse hide. The surrounding beast-eared women erupt in a chorus of playful laughter. Aru approaches, boldly reaching out to touch Li's new armor. Mama, I want one too. No. This is a gift from Li. Li swats Aru's hand away, then effortlessly lifts her into her arms. Mama, you're so stingy. Just have Li make one for me. Fine. All right, just let me down now. Li gently sets Aru down and ruffles her hair. The playful exchange between mother and daughter brings a smile to Li's face. After a morning of hard work, the hides are nearly processed. The afternoon unfolds lazily, with the sun warming the clearing at the cave's entrance. Most of the tribe members have sought out places to nap, utterly exhausted from the past few days' exertions. Li sits on a large slab of stone at the cave entrance, leaning against the warm wall. Aru has long claimed the prime spot, sprawled across Li's lap. Her face buried in Li's abdomen, soundly asleep. Her long legs dangle unceremoniously, her tail lazily brushing against Li's calves. Li holds a blade of dogtail grass, gently scratching Aru's snowy white ears. The ears twitch instinctively at each touch, eliciting muffled murmurs from the slumbering girl, akin to petting a giant cat. Li, however, remains awake. Sitting behind Li, she holds a comb fashioned from fine bone, delicately grooming Li's hair, which has grown long and somewhat unruly. Her touch is gentle, completely at odds with the fierce warrior capable of crushing beast bones. She carefully detangles any knots, anxious not to cause Li any discomfort. Your hair is so soft. Li remarks softly. Not like ours. Ours is as coarse as grass. Li closes her eyes, relishing this rare moment of pampering. Softness has its advantages. Li responds, her hands continuing their task. Sunlight, gentle breezes, the aroma of meat, and the presence of these two women who depend on him wholly. This is the life Li has always desired. No treachery, no mortgages or debts. Only the purest forms of survival and procreation. Just as Li is on the verge of drifting into slumber, a sharp scream pierces through the tranquility from the direction of the tribe's entrance. The voice, youthful yet filled with terror, is soon followed by the sounds of stones striking objects and chaotic footsteps. Li's eyes fly open. Aru, who had been resting on his lap, jolts awake. She leaps to her feet, all traces of sleep vanishing, replaced by a primal alertness. Her ears stand erect, and a low growl emanates from her throat. Li halts her grooming, standing up, the languor evaporating as she transforms back into the formidable chieftain. What is happening? Li rises, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. That direction is where the little beast girls usually frolic and keep watch. Before they can rush over, a figure stumbles in, breathless and frantic. It is Dahu. She gripped the spear tightly, her face a mask of fury. Chieftain, Lizai, a horde of blind fools has arrived outside. Dahu spat vehemently onto the ground. It's that rabble from the neighboring Yaya tribe. They must have caught a whiff of our flesh. The mention of the Yaya tribe caused Li's expression to darken instantly. It was a tribe of purely male orcs, notorious for their savagery and brutality. They never engaged in productive labor, instead subsisting solely on the plunder of nearby smaller tribes, stealing meat and abducting people. How many of them are there? Lizai inquired calmly. Over 30. They look hostile, Dahu said through gritted teeth. The little brats are hurling stones at them. Lizai exchanged a glance with Li. Let us go see. The three of them seized their weapons and rushed towards the entrance of the tribe. Before they reached the door, they saw the usually playful young beast women, who often flirted and acted cute before Lizai, now cowering behind a pile of rubble. Clutching pebbles in their hands, they screamed as they desperately threw them outward. But given their tender age, their strength was limited. Outside, in the clearing, stood a group of burly orcs, adorned with black tusks and rough, dark skin, smeared with grotesque red and white paint. They emitted unpleasant, mocking laughter. The leader of the group was particularly tall, wearing a necklace of skulls around his neck. He casually swatted away a stone that flew towards him, his eyes greedily fixed upon the racks of smoked meat overflowing in the tribe. His gaze resembled that of a starving wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Moreover, he was not merely focused on the meat. His eyes wandered past the racks to the beast-eared maidens, drooling with a repugnant desire. There's plenty of meat, the leader grinned, revealing a mouth full of decayed teeth. And quite a few women as well. It seems today will offer a delightful feast and some indulgence. Chapter 30. Only beasts use claws. The leader of the orcs scratched his hairy chest, his slanted eyes brazenly surveying Li and Aru. TSK. How is it that this tribe has a hairless monkey? He took a few steps forward, his arrogance dismissing the women entirely. In his mind, males were inherently stronger than females, and with over 30 of them, the opposition, though numerous, consisted mostly of seemingly weak females, with the remaining cluster of stone-throwing children posing no real threat. Hey, monkey. Yaya pointed at Lizai's nose. Today, I'm feeling generous. I might let you scurry away. Otherwise, not only will I feast on meat, but I'll also have your tender flesh as a side dish. The male orcs behind him erupted into raucous laughter, their breath reeking of foulness. Lai trembled with rage. Her dignity as chieftain was gravely insulted. She stepped forward, gripping her spear tightly, a dangerous growl escaping her throat, ready to charge at this oblivious creature. But a hand crossed in front of her. Li Zai's expression remained calm, not even raising an eyebrow. He regarded the band of uncivilized marauders as one might observe a herd of swine awaiting slaughter. Don't rush. Li Zai's voice was low yet steady. Since they are so eager for meat, let us give them their fill. Lai, upon seeing the look in Li Zai's eyes, felt her previously boiling anger inexplicably subside. She knew that whenever Li Zai bore such an expression, misfortune awaited someone. Dao, prepare the front line. Ignoring Yaya's taunts, Li Zai had no desire to waste words on such base creatures. He merely turned to Dahu beside him and issued his command. All right, Dahu, having been eagerly awaiting the order, shouted, and the previously scattered group of robust beast women quickly regrouped. They no longer fought individually but stood shoulder to shoulder, simultaneously leveling their spears. Dozens of darkened, charred spear tips, under the sunlight, exuded an aura of ominous silence. The precision of their formation was so meticulous it seemed almost uncharacteristic of a tribe of savages. Yaya was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into even louder laughter. Who are you trying to scare with a few sticks? Brothers, charge. Capture the big one for me tonight. He pointed greedily at the voluptuous Lai, his eyes nearly brimming with avarice. With a wild roar, the horde of male orcs surged forward like a frenzied swarm. There was no semblance of formation. They simply rushed ahead like a tide. To them, the few meters separating them from their prize seemed trivial, and they believed that once close enough, a mere swipe could shatter those slender wooden poles, allowing them to overpower the women at will. The ground thundered with the sound of heavy footsteps. The sight of dozens of muscular men charging was indeed terrifying, the stench wafting towards them with the wind. Yet this time, not a single beast woman retreated. Aru stood in the second row, tightly gripping her short spear, her eyes fixed intently ahead, her breath growing heavy. She could see the gaping maw of the foremost orc and even discern the remnants of flesh caught between his teeth. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The orcs raised their claws, poised to relish the thrill of tearing flesh. Thrust. Dahu and the row of beast women exerted their strength simultaneously. They made no unnecessary movements. Their muscular arms flexed as they thrust their spears forward with force. There were no flashy techniques, just a simple, direct, and brutal jab. Utilizing the 2-meter length advantage of their spears, they struck before the enemy's claws could reach them, making contact with their bodies first. The sound of flesh being pierced was enough to send chills down one's spine. The first 5 or 6 male orcs, their cruel grins froze in an instant. They had no time to react, only feeling a sudden chill in their chests or bellies, followed by excruciating pain. The spear tips, hardened by fire, were tougher than ordinary bone. Fueled by the tremendous momentum of their charge and the terrifying strength of the beast women, the spears effortlessly pierced through their coarse skin, plunging deep into their insides. Blood sprayed from the spear shafts. 2 unfortunate souls were even impaled right through, the spear tips emerging from their backs, dripping with gore. A shrill scream drowned out the battle cries. Dahu felt a weight on her spear, the sensation of a heavy object hanging from its tip. In the past, she might have panicked at the thought of her weapon getting stuck, but Li Zai had taught them how to handle such situations. Dahu shook her arms vigorously, transmitting her strength down the spear shaft. The orc hanging from the spear let out a wail as the wound was violently torn. His body flung to the ground like a rag doll, clutching his belly and rolling in agony, intestines spilling onto the earth. Several other sisters followed suit. The first wave of enemies surged forward, only to collapse in an instant. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. The remaining orcs were rendered speechless with fear. Their charge abruptly halted, eyes wide as they stared at the twitching bodies of their fallen comrades, then at the women wielding bloodied spears. How could this be? Wasn't that merely wood? How could it inflict such devastation? And why weren't these women rushing in to bite? Why attack from such a distance? This completely alien method of combat left their minds paralyzed. The leading orc opened his mouth to shout a command, but no sound emerged. He watched as Dahu extended her tongue to lick the blood splattered across her face, revealing a chillingly white grin. That smile sent shivers down his spine. Dahu and her companions stepped forward in unison. The synchronized sound of their footsteps struck the ground with a dull thud, akin to a heavy hammer pounding against the heart of the orcs. The spears were raised once more, their tips still dripping with blood, yet steadfastly aimed at the throats of their adversaries. Again, they thrust. This was not a battle, it was an execution. The bewildered orcs, still reeling from their shock, were met with a second wave of thrusts. This time, the distance was shorter, the force greater. 3 or 4 more orcs fell into the pool of blood. One attempted to grasp a spear, only to have his hand pierced through, followed swiftly by a gaping wound in his throat. Run, run. It was unclear who shouted first. The sheer terror of the unknown shattered the morale of this disorganized rabble. They no longer craved meat or sought women. These women were not prey. They were demons wielding the scythes of death. The once compact formation disintegrated in an instant. The remaining orcs fled like headless flies. In their panic, some stumbled over the bodies of their fallen comrades, scrambling to escape. Yaya was also running, faster than anyone else. He harbored but one thought. There are ghosts in this place. That piece of wood is cursed. As he observed the chaotic retreat of the enemy, cheers erupted from the tribe. Dahu slammed her spear into the ground and laughed heartily, her ample bosom jiggling with her movements, glistening with sweat under the sun. Why are you running? Didn't you come for me? I haven't had my fill yet. She glanced back at Li Zai, her eyes brimming with fervent admiration. This was exhilarating. Never had she experienced such a thrilling battle. In the past, encounters of this magnitude always left them with wounds. Today, they hadn't even touched a hair on the enemy's body and had already emerged victorious. Li Zai did not smile. He gazed at the retreating figures disappearing into the woods, his expression turning somewhat grave. For a tribe that thrived on plunder, allowing them to escape was a grave mistake. Inflicting pain upon them today would only lead to their gathering more forces to retaliate under the cover of night. Only the dead could guarantee safety. They must not be allowed to flee. Li Zai's assertion was correct. They had to pursue. Lai nodded, observing how Li Zai would strategize. Li Zai picked up a short spear from the ground, weighing it in his hand. Dao, you and the remaining ones guard the home front. Chieftain, Aru, Hongwei. We will take some people and pursue with the short spears. Aru had been impatiently waiting. Upon receiving the order, she excitedly wagged her tail and grabbed the spear bag from her back. Sisters, follow me. Whoever kills the most gets to eat an extra piece of meat tonight. Dozens of exuberant beast-eared women surged forth like unleashed beasts. Chapter 31, The Reign of Death That Flies. Yaya, along with the remaining disheartened remnants, plunged into the dense forest. These brigands, who usually roamed the jungles with impunity, now resembled rabbits scattered by hunting dogs. They paid no heed to the path, desperately burrowing deeper into the woods. Even as branches slashed their faces, not daring to pause. The shouts of pursuit behind them grew louder, not quieter. Aru led the charge at the forefront. Her tautly muscled, sun-kissed skin glistened with beads of sweat, sparkling in the sunlight filtering through the leaves, while her bushy tail helped maintain her balance, lending an incredible lightness to her movements. Li Zai found himself sandwiched between two robust, beast-eared women. Despite his utmost effort to run, he still lagged behind compared to those who had lived in this forest all their lives. Keep up, don't fall behind. Lai slowed her pace slightly, glancing back at the panting Li Zai. Don't worry, I'm not tired. Li Zai gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath to regulate his breathing. A rustling sound emerged from the bushes ahead. Evidently, the group of fleeing soldiers was not far off. In the past, during such moments, the beast-eared women would have scattered, using the trees for cover to approach cautiously, fearful of ambush. But now it was different. They had weapons. There was that foul stench ahead. Aru halted, her pristine white ears swiveling sharply towards a dense thicket of ferns. She inhaled deeply, a look of disgust crossing her face. They're hiding over there, several of them. Li Zai also stopped, eyeing the seemingly tranquil patch of grass. It was indeed an excellent ambush spot. The grass grew as tall as a person, and hiding a dozen individuals within it would go unnoticed. Charging in recklessly would surely result in being bitten by those cornered beasts. Don't go in. Li Zai halted Hongwei, who was about to rush forward. He drew a short spear from behind, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since they preferred to hide like turtles, let us ensure they remain concealed. Li Zai raised the short spear, gesturing towards the patch of grass. Everyone, throw your weapons at that patch of grass. No need to aim, just cover it with fire. The beast-eared women instantly understood Li Zai's intent. They had already tasted the sweetness of this tactic in the earlier battle. In unison, they drew their short spears, requiring no further discussion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The short spears whistled through the air, piercing into the thicket. While the accuracy of such blind shots was questionable, the sheer density was overwhelming. A series of anguished screams erupted from the grass. The few orcs from the Yaya tribe, who had hoped to ambush from their hiding spot, never anticipated that these women would act so ruthlessly, striking without even revealing themselves. As the screams faded, 4 or 5 orcs, each impaled by spears, leaped from the thicket. Clutching their wounds, they stared at the pursuing force in sheer terror, as though they had seen a ghost. Run! One of the orcs screamed in despair, turning to flee. Now you want to run? It's too late. With a fierce snort, he hurled the thickest spear in his hand with great force. Thud! The spear accurately pierced the back of the orc that had shouted, propelling his body forward several steps before pinning him firmly against a sturdy tree trunk. The remaining injured orcs barely managed to flee a few paces before being engulfed by a second volley of javelins that followed swiftly. With this round of throwing, the 6 orcs ambushed in the underbrush were annihilated, leaving not a single intact corpse behind. Continue the pursuit. Do not let them catch their breath. Lee, pulling out a nearby javelin, did not glance at the corpses but led his team onward. This one-sided massacre had elevated the morale of the beast-eared women to unprecedented heights. They had endured enough harassment from this gang of rogue tribes, always living in fear of having their prey snatched away or being captured as breeding machines. Today, they would settle both old and new grievances. Yia was currently hiding behind a massive rock, panting heavily. He was left with fewer than 10 subordinates, and each was injured. "Boss, these women have gone mad," one trembling subordinate exclaimed, a broken spear protruding from his thigh, blood gushing forth. "They want to even come close. They're just throwing those broken sticks from afar. We haven't even reached them, and half our men are dead." Yia slapped the subordinate hard across the face, sending him spinning in place. "Shut up. They were just lucky." Though Yia spoke these words, an icy dread filled his heart. Having navigated this area for so many years, he had never witnessed such a combat style. It was not mere luck, it was a genuine suppression. "Boss, they're closing in." Another lookout, stricken with terror, pointed behind him. Through the sparse trees, the sight of the female warriors wielding spears, striding purposefully towards them, was unmistakable. Their faces bore no signs of fatigue, but rather an excitement akin to that of a cat playing with a mouse. Especially the leading chieftain, who brandished a still-dripping spear, her eyes gleaming with a ferocity that seemed ready to devour life itself. "Split up. Save yourselves." Yia understood the dire situation. Gathering together would only make them sitting ducks. After issuing his command, he was the first to dart down a secluded path, relying on his familiarity with the terrain. He hoped to use the complex landscape to shake off his pursuers. Seeing their boss flee, the remaining subordinates dared not linger and scattered like birds, each choosing a direction to run for their lives. This tactic might have worked against the previous beast-eared women, but now they wielded ranged weapons. Trying to escape? Aru smirked disdainfully as she observed the fleeing figures. She reached out to pat Hongtail beside her. "Hongtail, take your team and block that way. The rest will follow me to chase down the one with the necklace." Aru's commands were organized and devoid of her usual clumsiness. In this jungle, any prey that exposed its back was doomed. Hongtail chuckled, hefting her spear as she charged forward. She had long harbored a grudge against the limping orc, who had been the loudest in hurling insults at the clan's entrance. "Hey you, pretty fast on your feet, huh? Stop right there." As she ran, she shouted, but her actions did not falter. Suddenly halting, she twisted her body and launched her spear. The limping orc, hearing the wind behind him, instinctively attempted to dodge, but his injured leg slowed him just enough. Thud! The spear plunged into his rear. "Arg!" he screamed, toppling to the ground in a messy tumble. Hongtail rushed forward, stepping on his back, and without hesitation, plunged her spear into the nape of his neck. The forest was rife with such scenes of relentless pursuit. Those male orcs, typically fierce and intimidating, now resembled toothless tigers, utterly defenseless. Their once proud strength was rendered worthless in the face of distance. Lee did not partake in the immediate hunt. He remained close to Lai and Aru, resolutely pursuing the most significant target, Yia. This fellow was indeed formidable, running swiftly and deliberately veering towards the thorny thickets. He aims for the cliff. Lai discerned Yia's intentions. That direction was a dead end, with a precipice behind it. Yet it was the only place where he might escape pursuit due to the terrain's complexity, which was ill-suited for throwing weapons. "Do not let him escape. He is a menace." Lee gasped. "Fear not. He cannot flee," Lai exclaimed, suddenly accelerating. Her explosive power was on full display in that moment. With each stride, the ground seemed to tremble beneath her. She disregarded the thorns that scraped against her skin, and though her protective leather gear creaked under the strain, her speed showed no signs of diminishing. Hearing the footsteps drawing ever closer behind him, Yia's heart raced with panic. He glanced back and saw the chieftain was now less than 20 meters away. Behind her, the hairless monkey and the young female beast were hot on his heels. "Damn it, I'll fight." Yia realized he could not escape. Ahead lay the cliff. Running further would lead to a dead end. He abruptly halted, turning to face his pursuers. Since escape was futile, he might as well take someone down with him. Despite the women's new weaponry, they would surely falter in close combat. Especially the chieftain. If he could kill her, the others would surely fall into chaos. A fierce glint shone in Yia's eyes, and rather than retreating, he charged forward. "Damn women, die!" A beast-like roar erupted from his throat as he lunged at the leading Lai. 20 meters was nearly nothing for both sides charging at full speed. Aru, witnessing the scene unfold, shouted a warning. "Watch out, Mom." She had already expended her javelins and could not reach in time to provide aid. Lee's heart raced as well. Yia's physique was even more robust than Lai's. Despite wearing protective gear, A real fight could still spell disaster. Yet Lai did not retreat. Instead, she surged toward Yi. Just as they were about to collide, Yi's fist, slicing through the air, aimed straight for Lai's head. However, Lai executed an extraordinarily daring maneuver. Instead of raising her spear to block, she crouched low, dropping to her knees, and utilized her momentum to slide along the ground. This was an exceedingly perilous move. Yi's fist grazed just above her head. Meanwhile, Lai's spear, in that moment, was thrust upward with tremendous force, targeting Yi's unguarded abdomen. Thud! The spear's tip penetrated his soft belly without any hindrance, emerging from his lower back. The immense impact momentarily lifted Yi off the ground. His eyes widened in shock as he glanced down at the wooden stake that pierced through his body. Blood gushed from his mouth, and though he attempted to utter something, only gurgling sounds escaped him. Lai stood up from the ground, gripping the spear shaft with one hand, and with a swift motion, she flung Yi's heavy corpse aside as if discarding refuse, sending it tumbling toward the precipice. The body traced an arc through the air before vanishing into the unfathomable abyss below, where a dull echo resonated long after. Lai stood at the cliff's edge, her chest heaving violently. Turning around, she regarded the approaching Li Zai and Aru, wiping the blood from her face to reveal a dazzling smile. All done. Chapter 32. Only the weak use corpses to instill fear. The wind at the cliff's edge carried a pungent, briny scent that invaded her nostrils. Lai glanced downward, noting that after the notorious bandit chief, Yi plummeted, not even an echo returned. She turned back, casually wiping her spear against the blood-stained stone, the thrill of bloodlust still coursing through her veins. Surrounding them lay dozens of corpses, remnants of the recent skirmish. Hong Wei, accompanied by several beast-eared women, busily dragged the scattered bodies together. They executed the task with efficiency, gripping the ankles and pulling, leaving behind dark red trails on the ground. Pile them all together. Aru's boisterous voice rustled the leaves. She strode up to Li Zai, wiped the blood from her face, and gestured toward the heap of bodies. Mother, what do you think we should do? Should we follow the old custom and behead them all? Aru spoke with a casual tone, as if discussing which piece of meat to have for dinner. Let us find some sharp stakes and impale the heads, displaying them at the boundary of our territory. Let other wandering tribes in this forest witness the fate of those who provoke us. The nearby warriors nodded in agreement, viewing this as the most direct display of power. Only by hanging the enemy's heads would those with ill intentions be deterred, realizing the ferocity of the territory's masters. Yes, we should also skin them and hang the hides from the trees. Hong Wei chimed in eagerly, already eager to get to work. Li Zai, witnessing this scene, could no longer suppress the churning in his stomach. During the battle, he had been too tense to feel nauseous. Now, having relaxed, the sight of the blood and gore, coupled with the acrid scent of rust and excrement in the air, overwhelmed him. He covered his mouth, his face turning pale as he bent over, retching several times. Though nothing came up, his distress startled Aru beside him. Li Zai, what's wrong? Aru quickly dropped her spear and approached, gently patting his back. Did you run too fast earlier? Are you hurt? Concern filled her beautiful eyes, and without caring about her own filth, she half embraced Li Zai. Lai also dropped her smile, frowning as she gazed at Li Zai. Li Zai waved his hand, finally managing to suppress the nausea. Straightening up, he looked at the beast-eared women, who seemed to take beheading for granted, and shook his head. Don't chop them up, it's too filthy. His voice was faint but resolute. Hanging these corpses outside will only attract flies and maggots, making our territory reek with foulness, serving no purpose whatsoever. Lai paused, puzzled. How is that of no use? Those wandering tribes are bullies who fear the strong. Seeing this display, they certainly wouldn't dare approach. That's merely intimidation for the timid. Li Zai took a breath, patiently explaining. If they encounter a bolder tribe, or one with greater numbers, they will recognize that a battle has taken place here. They will ponder how we triumphed and how many of us there are. Li Zai pointed at the corpses. Moreover, if they understand our brutality, the next time they come, they won't charge recklessly. They will lurk in the shadows, waiting to ambush us while we sleep. Lai and Aru exchanged glances, having never considered such intricacies before. Here, a victory was simply a victory. Displaying the spoils was a matter of course. So, shall we just leave them here? Aru scratched her head, uncertain. No. Li Zai gazed at the pile of bodies, his expression flickering. The best course of action is for them to disappear. Disappear? Aru tilted her head, puzzled. Yes. Completely vanish. Li Zai pointed toward the distant mountains. Isn't there a large ravine nearby? People usually say it's teeming with wild beasts and avoid it. Lai nodded. There is indeed a ravine. It's too deep, and large creatures often roam there, so we usually steer clear. Let us toss these bodies into it, Li Zai suggested. Think about it. If another tribe passes by and discovers that this group of bandits has vanished, no living souls, no corpses, not even a bone left behind, what would they think? They would believe there's an unseen monster in this forest that devoured this group whole. The fear of the unknown is far more terrifying than merely hanging a few heads. Lizai smiled at Lai. We want them to feel that this place is cursed, where anyone who comes meets an untimely demise, and in a mysterious manner. Only then will they dare not approach lightly. As Lai listened, her eyes widened in astonishment. This notion was devious and clever. Without shedding a single drop of blood, they could instill terror in their enemies merely through wit. In contrast, her earlier idea of beheading and hanging heads seemed rather simplistic and barbaric. Moreover, these bodies are resources, Lizai added. Tossing them into that ravine will attract the beasts, drawn by the scent. In the future, when we want to hunt, we won't have to scour the mountains. We can simply wait by the ravine. It's a natural trap. Now everyone understood. This was not just about instilling fear. It was also about nurturing prey. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Hong Wei exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Her eyes filled with admiration for Lizai. Lizai, how did you come up with such convoluted ideas? Lai, in high spirits, strode over and patted Lizai on the shoulder with a force that nearly knocked him off his feet. I'm with you. Let us do it. Lai turned, calling out to the waiting tribespeople. Did you all hear? Don't chop them up. Drag these filthy things away. Toss them into the wailing ravine to feed the beasts. Although everyone didn't fully grasp Lizai's intricate reasoning, since both the chief and Lizai had spoken, it was undoubtedly right. Dozens of beast-eared women immediately sprang into action, hauling the corpses away as if they were refuse, marching resolutely toward the wailing ravine. Having completed the arduous tasks, the sun had begun its descent towards the west. Lizai stood amidst the trees, feeling a slight weakness in his legs, a remnant of the recent tension he had endured. It was time to return. Lai cast a glance at the now tidy scene, nodding in satisfaction. Just as Lizai took a step forward, he wobbled slightly, only to be steadied by a strong arm. Aru had mysteriously appeared before him, presenting her broad back. Get on, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for refusal. I can walk. I'm just a bit weary, Lizai replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed with so many eyes upon them, reluctant to let a woman carry him. Don't be stubborn, Aru said, her nose wrinkling in earnestness. You turned pale earlier. You must have been frightened. Mother said to take good care of oneself after a scare. I was merely nauseous, Lizai attempted to clarify, but Aru paid him no heed. She swiftly grabbed his arm, swung him onto her back, and stood up effortlessly. Lizai felt an immediate lightness as he found himself draped over Aru's back. Her back was broad and muscular, yet not rigid, and through the animal hide, he could sense a continuous warmth emanating from her. Hold on tight. If you fall and hurt yourself, I won't take responsibility, Aru remarked with a feigned sternness, yet her hands securely supported his thighs. Carefully navigating around the gnarled roots of the trees, Lizai sighed and ceased his struggles, resting his chin on Aru's shoulder and wrapping his arms around her neck. The mingling scent of sweat and foliage enveloped him once more. Is it heavy? He whispered. What is this weight? It's nothing compared to the deer leg I carried this morning, Aru scoffed, though the tail swishing behind her betrayed her cheerful spirit. The tip of her tail occasionally brushed against Lizai's dangling calf, sending a delightful shiver through him. Hong Wei, walking alongside, observed the pair with an envious glimmer in her eyes. She approached them without regard for Aru's feelings and playfully pinched Lizai's calf. Aru, if you're tired, why not let me take over? I'm quite strong. Carrying a male is a piece of cake, she exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation as she looked at Lizai. Get lost. Aru shot back, her demeanor akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, baring her teeth at Hong Wei while tightening her hold on Lizai. P.S. mine. If you want to carry someone, find your own. Such possessiveness, Hong Wei pouted. Though she did not dare to truly contest Aru, trailing behind and seizing opportunities to exchange a few words with Lizai, the atmosphere within the group grew remarkably relaxed. Freed from the threat of enemies and the pressures of survival, everyone chatted and laughed, as if returning from a pleasant excursion. The evening sun bathed the forest in golden hues, elongating the shadows of the group. As Lizai lay on Aru's back, gazing at the strong yet innocent women surrounding him, the earlier feeling of discomfort finally dissipated. Although they existed in a primitive society rife with savagery and bloodshed, the sense of being protected and valued instilled a profound sense of security within him. Unbeknownst to him, the group had reached the familiar banks of a small river. The water glimmered red under the setting sun, crystal clear to the bottom. Lai halted, glancing down at her own attire, the animal hide stained with blood and dirt, remnants of the earlier skirmish still apparent on her arms. She then turned her gaze to Lizai, who, despite not having engaged much in the fight, was also covered in grime. Let us pause, Lai instructed, addressing her fellow tribesmen. Everyone looks like muddy little monkeys. We can't return like this and dirty the cave. Her eyes lingered on Lizai, a smirk playing on her lips, hinting at something deeper. Especially Lizai, who had exerted considerable effort today. He must be feeling uncomfortable. Let us all wash up here before heading back. Chapter 33. It seems there won't be a single drop left. The river had been warmed by the sun all day. Its surface pleasantly warm. No sooner had Lai finished speaking than the group of animal-eared women, tired of their sticky states, erupted in cheer. They had no qualms about gender norms, especially on their home turf. Let us get in. Hong Wei was the first to hurl her spear onto the grassy shore, swiftly shedding the inadequate animal hide that barely covered her, and leaped into the river like a cannonball. A tremendous splash erupted, sending waves 2 meters high, drenching the grass on the bank. Soon, the sounds of splashing echoed, as dozens of naked animal-eared women frolicked in the water, creating a dazzling spectacle. Li Zai, still on Aru's back, contemplated suggesting he merely find a spot downstream to rinse off, fearing the overwhelming visual stimulus might be too much for him. Aru, put me down, I'll go over there. Before he could finish his thought, Aru had already waded into the water, the river lapping at her calves, then her thighs. Where do you think you're going? We're washing right here. Aru didn't afford him a moment to escape. She set Li Zai down, but maintained a firm grip on his arm, as if fearing he might be swept away by the current, even though the water barely reached his waist. Your clothes are filthy. They're coming off, she said, clumsily tugging at his ragged t-shirt. Li Zai hardly had time to protest before he found himself completely undraped. The warm river water enveloped him, washing away fatigue and dirt, a truly delightful sensation. Yet, the best was yet to come. Lai approached, her powerful physique exuding an undeniable presence in the water. Drops of water cascaded down her voluptuous curves, glistening gold in the sunlight. She stepped behind Li Zai, her broad palm pressing firmly on his shoulder. Don't move, I'm going to wash your hair. Lai's voice was a commanding whisper in his ear. She poured a bit of soapberry powder onto his head from a hollow fruit shell and began to vigorously scrub. The motion felt less like a massage and more akin to an attempt to abrade Li Zai's scalp. Easy, easy. He winced, baring his teeth in surrender. Is this little strength too much for you? Lai teased, although her grip did lighten considerably. Meanwhile, Aru refused to be outdone. She moved to Li Zai's front, dipping her fluffy tail in the water to wet it, then began to rub it against his chest and arms like a large towel. The damp, fuzzy sensation was a true test of Li Zai's resolve. Is this how tails are meant to be used? Li Zai chuckled in exasperation, attempting to restrain the mischievous tail. As long as it's effective, Aru replied, her innocent expression rendering Li Zai speechless. The other animal-eared women, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. Li Zai, let me help too, Hong Wei exclaimed, splashing a handful of water directly onto his face. I am coming too. I am coming too. Several young beast girls giggled and formed a circle, splashing water playfully at one another. Li found himself ensconced in the middle, utterly drenched. Yet, as he gazed at these carefree women laughing unabashedly and listened to their melodious laughter echoing across the river, the tension within him dissipated entirely. Upon returning to the tribe after their bath, the sky had already darkened. However, the tribe was far from quiet. The elders and children who remained had already kindled the largest bonfire, its flames soaring high and illuminating the entire campsite with a warm glow. Upon seeing the main group return, particularly noting their joyful expressions despite their empty hands, the elders realized that they had triumphed in battle. They're back. Everyone's back. The little ones were the most exhilarated. The small beast girl, who had been taught by Li to throw stones earlier that day, rushed over to hug his leg. Li, Sister Redtail said you all drove the bad guys away. The little one looked up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Did you use our stone-throwing technique? Li patted her still damp hair, smiling as he nodded. Yes, you all practiced splendidly. You were a great help. Upon receiving this affirmation, the children erupted into joyous leaps, circling around Li, chanting an unknown tune. Dinner commenced. Although they had not hunted today, the racks hung with smoked meat were plentiful. Aru had specially selected several prime cuts of hind leg, roasting them over the fire until they sizzled with succulent juices. Li sat beside the fire, wrapped in clean animal skins, meat in hand, listening to Sister Redtail animatedly recounting stories. Those bandits were exceedingly brazen. Redtail illustrated dramatically, but when I pointed, I said eliminate them, and we hurled our spears. The adversaries, terrified, fled in disarray. Although the tale was somewhat embellished, everyone listened with rapt attention. Li was enveloped in this heroic atmosphere, feeling a sense of elation. The feeling of being needed, respected, and even revered was something he had never experienced in his previous life. As night deepened, the tribe had feasted, played, and weariness began to set in. Li stifled a yawn. Today had been exhausting, filled with travel and directing the battle, depleting both his mental and physical energy. He stood up, ready to return to his cave for a restful sleep. Just as he turned, he noticed Lai wasn't patrolling the tribe as usual. Instead, she sat by the fire, swaying an empty fruit wine shell in her hand, her cheeks adorned with a noticeable flush. Her eyes, illuminated by the firelight, appeared both hazy and dangerous, fixated on Lee. Aru, squatting by his feet, offered him a piece of roasted kidney, as if presenting a treasure. Lee, eat this. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity that was almost frightening. What you eat nourishes you. You've exhausted yourself today, you need to replenish. Lee glanced at the charred kidney, then at Aru's eager expression, and finally at Lai's aggressive gaze not far away. A sense of foreboding washed over him. I'm not hungry. I've already brushed my teeth, he thought. Seeking an excuse to sneak away, Lai stood up, stretching lazily, her exaggerated curves casting an arresting silhouette in the firelight. She strode confidently towards Lee, towering over him. Tired? Her voice was slightly hoarse, infused with the languor of intoxication. Yes, immensely tired. I wish to sleep, Lee nodded fervently. Perfectly exhausted, then you can simply lie down. Lai's lips curled into a smile that made Lee's legs weak. Before he could react, she bent down, nudging him with her shoulder. That familiar scene unfolded once more. Lee was hoisted onto her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Today's battle was splendid. I am quite pleased. This energy is a bit overwhelming. Lai patted his backside, striding towards the cave. That little girl Aru probably can't quell this fire alone, she murmured in his ear, her breath warm and tickling against his skin. Tonight, we must put in some effort. Lee lay against Lai's shoulder, watching Aru follow eagerly behind, still clutching the half-eaten kidney. He closed his eyes in despair. Can this reward be paid in installments? In response, he was met with Lai's hearty laughter and the encroaching darkness at the cave's entrance. It seemed that to truly achieve freedom within this tribe, aside from developing weaponry, he must find ways to branch out the technological tree into more peculiar realms. For instance, how could he provide these exuberant beast girls with alternative forms of entertainment? Yet before that, he feared he would have to endure the trials of this night with gritted teeth. Chapter 34. The beast ear girls stirred restlessly. The morning light was somewhat blinding. Lee attempted to raise his arm to shield his eyes, but found it weighed down as if filled with lead. His waist ached fiercely, as if he had been trampled by a herd of wild boars the night before. Of course, the culprits were the two beast-eared girls. He attempted to turn over, only to find a sturdy thigh extending beside him, like a heavy chain pinning him back beneath the animal hide. Aru, already awake, lay next to him, her disheveled long hair cascading over her shoulders. It seemed that the previous night's tireless frolicking had not drained her energy. Rather, it made her appear even more vivacious, her eyes sparkling with contentment. Lee, are you awake? Aru cooed as she noticed him opening his eyes, her voice raspy. Her fluffy tail playfully brushed against his nose, leading to an itchy sensation. Lee irritably swatted away the mischievous tail. Stop it, let me lie down a little longer. The truth was, he was utterly immobilized. The physical prowess and endurance of the women in this primitive tribe were nothing short of a mystery, far surpassing that of modern humanity. You can't lie around. The sun is already high. Aru evidently had no intention of letting him rest. She propped herself up, her loose animal skin skirt hanging precariously at her waist. And with her movements, the astonishing curves of her figure dazzled his eyes. And I'm hungry, we must eat. Mother said that males who exert themselves must eat more meat the following day to replenish their strength. Just as Lee was about to protest that he wasn't hungry, Aru unceremoniously seized him. One arm slipped beneath his neck while the other hooked around his legs, effortlessly lifting him along with the animal hide. In midair, Lee instinctively grasped her shoulder. Aru, put me down. I can walk on my own. Don't squirm, you'll move too slowly. Aru ignored his protests, striding confidently out of the cave. Outside, the air was thick with the rich scent of smoke and meat. In the clearing of the tribe, rows of smoking racks were adorned with vibrant red strips of meat, a spectacular sight basked in the sunlight. These were the fruits of their labor over the past few days, the tribe's assurance for weathering the winter ahead. Aru placed Lee's eye upon a smooth, large bluestone and turned to fetch food from the fire. Before long, she returned, cradling several pieces of hot smoked meat and a bamboo tube filled with clear water. Eat, she urged, tearing off a strip of meat and directly stuffing it into Lee's mouth. The smoked meat was indeed fragrant, possessing a delightful chewiness and a hint of herbal freshness. As Lee's chewed, he felt a slight alleviation of the emptiness in his stomach, though the soreness in his body remained quite pronounced. While eating, he awkwardly moved his neck and reached to massage his lower back. Where does it hurt? Aru keenly observed his movements. Swallowing her food, she leaned closer and pressed her hand on Lee's shoulder. Here, or here, everywhere aches. Your strength is too much for me. My body can hardly endure it, he admitted. Aru blinked, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. Yet it was eclipsed by an eagerness to try. Let me give you a massage. Dahuai often helps me. I'm quite skilled at this. Before Li Zai could refuse, Aru had already maneuvered to his back. Sit still and don't move. A pair of warm hands pressed down on Li Zai's shoulders. The initial pressure nearly made him cry out. Be gentle. Are you trying to crush my bones? Aru quickly moderated her strength, mumbling, is this painful? I haven't even applied force yet. She adjusted her grip, beginning to knead his shoulders and neck. Though her technique was rather crude, relying heavily on brute strength, it did provide some relief from his muscle stiffness. However, the position felt rather awkward. Aru was kneeling behind him, her body leaning forward to exert pressure. Li Zai could feel two soft, heavy masses pressing against his back, their tangible presence shifting and molding with Aru's movements. This was not merely a massage. It felt like a test of endurance. Aru, you could distance yourself a bit. No need to be so close, he said, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he shifted forward. If I move away, I can't exert enough strength, she retorted, unwilling to comply. Instead, she spread her legs apart, effectively trapping Li Zai between them. Her thighs clamped down like a vice around his waist, rendering him immobile. Be still, I haven't finished yet. She rested her chin atop Li Zai's head, her soft white ears drooping, brushing against his neck and cheek. The delicate fur sent shivers down his spine. Is this comfortable? She whispered in his ear, her warm breath enveloping him. Li Zai felt his body tense. To claim discomfort would be a lie, yet to admit comfort felt peculiar. The scene unfolded before Dahuai and Hongwei, who were nearby tending to their weapons, altering the atmosphere entirely. Dahuai was polishing the tip of her spear to a gleaming shine. Watching the two entangled figures, her motions grew more vigorous, the stone grinding under the increasing pressure. This is too domineering, Dahuai huffed, her tone laced with envy. Why does Aru get to monopolize all the benefits? Hongwei, sitting nearby and weaving her hair with a thin string, glanced up just in time to see Aru feeding the choicest piece of leg meat to Li Zai, while she herself nibbled on what was left in his hand. Exactly. Hongwei tightened the string in her hands. Li Zai is so clever, produces such useful things, and is even handsome. I wanted to massage my shoulders too. I want to feed him meat. Wasn't that against the rules of our tribe? Dahuai rose, dusting off her behind as she stood, her muscular form glistening in the sunlight. In the past, when there were good resources, the chief would share with us. Why is it that now, with Li Zai, everything belongs to Aru? Several young beast-eared women gathered around, their hushed voices buzzing with excitement. If Li Zai were merely an ordinary breeding tool, they would not be so concerned. After all, such frail males serve little purpose beyond procreation and consume food that could nourish others. Yet Li Zai was different. He could transform meat into delicious fare, craft weapons that ensured hunters' safety, and lead others to victory. Being near him provided an unparalleled sense of security and satisfaction. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? We need to speak up. Dahuai, always impulsive, resolved to act. She glanced over at Chief Lai, who was inspecting the smoked meat, and strode over decisively. Hongwei and a few other brave souls followed suit. At that moment, Li Zai was still enduring Aru's sweet torment. Her hands were indeed strong. Having finished with his shoulders and now moving to his waist, she seemed particularly fascinated with the area around his waist, her palms lingering there, occasionally pinching the soft flesh above. Li Zai, you have too little meat here. You need to train. Otherwise, it might snap later, Aru remarked seriously. Li Zai rolled his eyes. As long as you don't meddle, it won't snap. Aru chuckled, suddenly leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Don't worry, I'll protect it. As the two engaged in their oblivious interaction, Dahuai and her group had already encircled Lai. He was examining a piece of jerky, assessing its drying state, and raised an eyebrow at the cluster of warriors approaching. Why aren't you resting? What brings you here? Do you not wish to eat tonight? Lai set the jerky down and scanned the faces of the gathering crowd. Chief, we have something to discuss, Dahuai declared boldly, despite feeling a flutter of trepidation in front of him. What is it? It concerns Li Zai. Dahuai pointed towards the distant figures of Li Zai and Aru. Aru has been monopolizing him, not even allowing him to return to his own den at night. Our tribe is not lacking in meat anymore. We need not worry about hunger constantly. The sisters also wish to be with Li Zai. At this proclamation, the surrounding beast-eared women flushed, yet none recoiled, their eager expressions fixed on Lai. Indeed, Chief, I too desire a clever offspring, Hongwei added softly. I can hunt, I can work. Why shouldn't I have a chance? Listening to their words, Lai's expression remained calm, devoid of anger. She turned her gaze towards Li Zai, still playfully jostling with Aru, her eyes deepening with contemplation. She understood their sentiments. In this brutal primeval jungle, superior genes were the most precious resource. Li Zai's displayed intelligence and capability had thoroughly captivated these women, who revered strength. If Aru were to monopolize him, over time, the unity of the group would fray. Furthermore, having a male like Li Zai solely for Aru and herself would be a tremendous waste. The tribe needed more descendants like him, needed more individuals invigorated by his presence. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Lai's mouth as she surveyed her yearning kin. All right, I understand. Dahuai's heart soared. So, Chief, do you agree? Agree to what? Li Zai is a person, not a mere hunk of meat to be sliced and shared among you. She shot a glance at them, though her tone was not harsh. However, you do have a point. Indeed, good things should not be monopolized by a single individual. She paused, her gaze sweeping across each face in the crowd. Go back and prepare. Sharpen your claws and polish your spears. When the fire is lit tonight, I have an announcement to make. With that, she waved her hand, signaling them to disperse. Dahua and Hong Wei exchanged glances, although they were unaware of what the chief was about to announce. The atmosphere suggested that something significant was afoot. Several of them eagerly hurried away, and as they passed by Li Zai, Dahua deliberately cast a rather awkward flirtatious glance at her, sending shivers down Li Zai's spine. What is wrong with them? Aru, feeling somewhat protective, tightened her embrace around Li Zai. I don't know, it feels strange. Li Zai shook her head, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. That look from her mother-in-law earlier seemed to be calculating something. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the atmosphere in the tribe grew increasingly restless. Typically, at this hour, everyone would be languidly basking in the sun or chatting. But today was different. Almost all the young beast-eared women were bustling about. Some were bathing by the river, scrubbing themselves clean. Others were applying oils to their hair to make it appear more lustrous, and still others were adjusting their fur skirts, attempting to enhance their figures with the simple fabric. This collective display of courtship created an air thick with the scent of hormones. Aru also sensed something amiss. She ceased her clinginess to Li Zai and dashed back to her den, retrieving the pile of short spears she hadn't had the chance to discard. Sitting at the entrance to meticulously inspect and sharpen each one. Her expression was grim, her lips pursed in a discontented pout. Li Zai, sitting nearby, could surmise the situation with a fair degree of certainty. It seemed that their tranquil days were about to be disrupted once again. This time, however, the trouble did not stem from external beasts, but rather from this group of overly energetic women. Such fortune truly felt burdensome. Chapter 35. This mother-in-law truly knows business. As night fell, the enormous bonfire in the center of the tribe was reignited. The flames blazed particularly brightly today, casting an orange glow that illuminated the faces of everyone present. Except for a few tasked with vigilance, all the adult females of the tribe had gathered. They sat around the fire, but unlike usual, they did not rush to divide the meat. Instead, each one sat upright, their eager eyes fixated on the figure of Lai standing at the center. The air was charged with a blend of tension and excitement. Li Zai had been assigned a spot beside Lai, seated upon the softest white fur. Yet, he did not feel at ease. For dozens of green eyes were fixated upon him, their hunger more intense than that for roasted meat. Aru sat on Li Zai's other side, tightly gripping a short spear. Occasionally, she bared her teeth at Dahua across from her, emitting a low, threatening growl from her throat. Dahua paid her no mind. Lai cleared her throat, and the commanding presence of the chief enveloped the gathering. Listen closely. Today, someone approached me, claiming that I am being unfair, asserting that all the good things in our tribe are monopolized by Aru. As these words echoed, silence descended upon the crowd, yet all ears perked up. After some contemplation, I found this to be true. Lai turned, grasping Li Zai, who was seated on the ground, and showcased him as the tribe's sole male treasure. Li Zai is the only male in our tribe. He is intelligent and handsome. If he only forms a bond with Aru, then our tribe will be filled with nothing but Aru's offspring. What will become of you all? Shall we face extinction? Absolutely not. We want offspring. We want Li Zai. Hong Wei was the first to shout, followed by a chorus of agreement. Yes, we demand fairness. I want him too. Li Zai, listening to these predatory declarations, felt a chill run down his spine and whispered to Lai, what are you planning? Am I to be treated as a prize? Lai turned to him with a wink, her smile laced with mischief. That's more or less the idea. Just watch. This will be beneficial for you. She turned back, raising her hand to quiet the crowd. Since everyone desires him, we must establish some rules. In our tribe, the strong always prevail. Might makes right. However, Li Zai is frail and cannot withstand your brawls and disputes. Should he be harmed, none of you will have it easy. Lai picked up a spear from the side and struck it heavily against the ground. Therefore, I propose a competition tomorrow. Except for those on guard duty. Everyone else will go hunting. No matter the method you choose, the one who returns with the heaviest and most challenging catch will be declared the winner for the day. Lai's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Li Zai. The victor shall take him back to their den that night, exclusively for themselves, with no one else allowed to contest or interfere. Boom. This declaration ignited an uproar, akin to a spark falling into a pot of oil. Really? Will the chief's word hold? Dahua exclaimed in excitement, jumping up. Of course it holds. When have I ever deceived you? Lai responded loudly. Excellent. I like this rule. Tomorrow, I shall capture that old wild boar. The beast-eared women rubbed their hands together, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. The previously languid atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a primal ferocity driven by the desire for mating rights. Li Zai stood on the platform, observing the frenzy of women stirred by the prospect of a single man, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. The good news was that the tribe's productivity was sure to skyrocket. This motivation, ignited by the instinct to reproduce, was nothing short of terrifying. Likely, the beasts within a radius of several dozen miles would bear the brunt of it. The bad news was that he had irrevocably become the spoils of this group of women. This mother-in-law was indeed a managerial genius, adeptly resolving internal conflicts, mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm, and conveniently bolstering the tribe's food reserves. The only sacrifices appeared to be his own dignity and well-being. I refused to accept this. Just as the cheers erupted, an incongruous voice rang out. Aru sprang to her feet. Li Zai was brought back by me. He is mine. Why should we compete over him? Aru felt utterly wronged. She had believed Li Zai to be her exclusive possession, only to find her mother leading the charge to distribute him. Lai regarded her daughter, her expression turning serious. Aru, this is the way of the tribe. All good things are won, not merely kept. You were once the strongest warrior. Now that you have Li Zai, do you wish to simply keep him for yourself? Lai's words were piercing. If you truly believe Li Zai is yours, then win him back. Prove it to everyone. If you lose to Dahua or Hong Wei, it merely signifies your inability to keep him. Don't come crying to me afterward. Aru was rendered speechless by this statement. She gazed at her eager kin surrounding her, catching the provocative glint in Dahua's eyes. The feeling of injustice within her gradually dissipated, replaced by an indomitable spirit of defiance. Indeed, she was the strongest in the tribe, once and still now. If a contest were to be held, let it be a decisive one. Let the challenge commence. I fear you not. Aru gritted her teeth and shouted. How could I possibly lose to them? I am the strongest. Thus, the tempest was set in motion. The evening gathering did not linger long, for all were eager to retire early and replenish their strength for the grand competition ahead. Even Hong Wei, who usually reveled in the festivities, retreated to her den to sharpen her claws early. As the crowd dispersed, only a handful of elderly watchers remained. Aru silently grasped Li Zai's hand, tugging him back to her cave. Upon entering, she pressed him onto the animal hides and leaped upon him. This time, she did not hasten to act as usual. Instead, she held him tightly, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her body trembling ever so slightly. Do you wish to be with them too? Aru's voice was muffled, tinged with a hint of tears. Li Zai sighed, gently stroking her hair. No, I cannot help it. Humph. I noticed you did not object just now. Aru lifted her head, and in her beautiful eyes, Li Zai saw a wildfire blazing. But it matters not. I shall prevail. Aru cupped Li Zai's face, her gaze imbued with a terrifying resolve. Tomorrow night, I will show you who is the strongest in this forest. Li Zai looked at her, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. Such a bold declaration was fraught with peril, too high a flag to raise, causing his eyelids to twitch. Generally, those who uttered such words often encountered significant troubles the next day. Yet, observing Aru's spirited demeanor, he felt that perhaps this young woman could indeed stir up a commotion. Regardless, tomorrow would undoubtedly be far from tranquil. Chapter 36. The forest is in peril. As the morning sun painted the treetops in golden hues, the air in the tribe became stifling, as if it were on the verge of igniting. Typically at this hour, most beast-eared maidens would still be indulging in slumber within their caves, or lazily making their way to the riverbank to wash their faces. But today was different. The entire camp was eerily quiet, save for a few elderly folk with impaired mobility and a gaggle of immature cubs wandering about in the clearing. The robust adult women had long since ventured into the woods before the sun had fully risen. Li Zai sat upon a stone at the cave's entrance, surveying the desolate scene before him, slowly chewing on a piece of leftover roasted meat from the night prior. Beside him, an old beast man, with only a few teeth remaining, was gnawing on tender entrails, grinning widely, causing the wrinkles on his face to bunch together. Li Zai, my boy, you are now the most precious treasure of our tribe. Only you possess the ability to drive these lazy girls to exert themselves so fiercely. Li Zai smiled ruefully. This approach of treating mating rites as prizes dangling at the finish line, though simplistic and crude, proved astonishingly effective in this primitive society. Aru's gaze before she departed lingered vividly in Li Zai's memory. She had not even eaten breakfast, shouldering 7 or 8 short spears, and brandishing a specially crafted long spear, she darted off like a gust of wind. Deep within the forest, as Li Zai had anticipated, chaos had erupted. In a bid to secure the evening's reward, the group of beast-eared maidens had truly thrown caution to the wind. Dahua, accompanied by 2 of her close companions, was fervently assaulting a nest of wild boars. They had even agreed that each would take turns claiming victory. Spare no effort. Do you see that large male? I want that one. Dahua bellowed, hurling her spear with all her might, utilizing her waist and core for added force. Despite the techniques Li Zai had imparted over the past few days, Dahua still favored this straightforward approach. The spear, propelled by immense force, pierced through the belly of a half-grown wild boar. The boar let out a wail and collapsed. Under normal circumstances, Dahua would have been satisfied, but not today. She paid no heed to the smaller one, withdrew a short spear from her back, and continued her pursuit of the massive boar weighing several hundred pounds. Too light. This won't win against Aru. I want that big one. Meanwhile, in another thicket, Aru did not create a ruckus like Dahua. She lay concealed beneath a colossal fern, her breathing slow and steady, nearly blending into the surrounding flora. Her exquisite vertical pupils fixated intently on a clearing ahead. There stood a spine-blade beast. This creature was even more formidable than the iron-skinned beast. Although slightly smaller in size, it boasted a back covered in bone-like spikes. Known for its volatile temperament and remarkable agility, in the past, members of the tribe would avoid this beast altogether, as its claws were nearly impossible to counter. One misstep could lead to grievous injuries from its spines. Yet today, Aru had set her sights on it. Ordinary prey, no matter how numerous, could hardly surpass others in weight or shock value. To ensure victory, one must target the tough adversaries that everyone else deemed troublesome. The spine-blade beast was digging in the earth with its foreclaws, oblivious to the impending danger. Aru tightened her grip on the long spear. The words Li Zai had spoken echoed in her mind. Do not rely on brute strength. Use your intellect. Its back is spiked, so attack its belly and legs. It runs swiftly, so first, I must impede its movement. Aru sprang into action. She did not charge in with a loud cry. Instead, she stealthily approached from the side. When she was within 15 meters, she suddenly rose. With a surge of power in her arm, the first short spear was released. Thud! The spearhead struck precisely into the hind thigh of the spine-blade beast. Roar! The spine-blade beast, in agony, turned to locate its assailant. Its bone spikes bristled ominously. Aru had no intention of lingering. Having landed her hit, she swiftly retreated, using a tree trunk to shield her position. The spine-blade beast spotted Aru and charged furiously. However, due to its injured hind leg, its speed was noticeably hindered, resulting in a limping gait. That was sufficient. Aru circled around the tree, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters from the beast. The moment it paused or exposed its side, her short spear would fly forth mercilessly. The second spear struck its front shoulder. The third pierced its ribcage. This ferocious creature could not even graze Aru's clothing. Yet its body was already riddled with numerous wounds. The loss of blood drained its strength, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish, its breaths resembling the wheezing of a bellows. Finally, as it attempted to turn and flee, Aru seized the opportunity, thrusting her thickest spear with all her might. This time, it was aimed at the heart. The massive beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Aru approached, kicking the lifeless body, a triumphant smile gracing her face. She wiped the sweat and dirt from her brow, her long tail held high behind her. Li Zai is mine. As the sun neared its descent, the clearing of the tribe was already heaped with an abundance of game. This spectacle surpassed even the most extravagant of celebrations. Dozens of beast-eared maidens returned in succession, each carrying the unmistakable scent of blood and sweat, yet their eyes gleamed with an exhilarating ferocity. Come and see my spoils. I've caught 3 wild boars, Dahu exclaimed, hurling her bounty to the ground with a thud that reverberated through the earth. She proudly patted her mound of meat, casting a defiant glance around her. Hongwei was not to be outdone. Though she hadn't captured any large game, she had strung together a dozen plump badgers and wild chickens with vines, draping them over herself like a market stall. Quantity is a skill too. My meat is tender. Li Zai will surely relish it. The maidens engaged in a friendly competition, each believing themselves to be the victor of the day. At that moment, a heavy dragging sound pierced the air. The crowd turned to look, and an instant silence enveloped them. Aru, bent over, grasped 2 thick vines in her hands, making her way forward step by step. Trailing behind her was the massive and fearsome spine-backed beast. The bony spines on its back glinted ominously in the sunset, though lifeless. Its fierce aura still sent shivers down spines. The spine-backed beast? Da's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if it could fit a fist. Aru, have you lost your mind? Did you provoke this creature? The surrounding beast-eared maidens gathered around, examining the wounds on the beast's body. Each was a spear injury, devoid of claw marks. Moreover, the locations of the wounds were particularly cunning, all situated at joints and vital points. This indicated that Aru had not only slain it, but had done so without a scratch, relying solely on her skill to wear it down. Lu stepped forth from the crowd. She glanced at the pile of wild boars Dahu had amassed, then at the spine-backed beast at Aru's feet. As the most seasoned warrior in the tribe, she knew full well the disparity in worth between the two. Dahu's achievement stemmed from brute strength, whereas Aru's was born from intellect. There was no need for comparison. Lu patted the hardened skull of the spine-backed beast. Today, Aru is the victor. Dahu regarded the spine-backed beast, feeling a twinge of envy yet acknowledging her own limitations in dealing with such a creature unscathed. All right then, I concede your prowess. But Aru, do not grow complacent. We shall compete again next time. Aru hardly had time to heed Dahu's words. Upon hearing the announcement of the results from their matriarch, she tossed aside the vines in her hands and strode purposefully towards Li Zai, who was seated on a stone, observing the spectacle. She positioned herself before him, her towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. She was drenched in sweat, her beast-skin skirt stained with the blood of the beast, an intoxicating aura of raw vitality emanating from her. I have one, Li Zai, you are coming with me. Without allowing him a moment to respond, Aru bent down, her shoulder pressing against his abdomen, expertly hoisting him onto her back. Wait, aren't you going to rest? Not at all, I'm not tired. She moved with the grace of a triumphant general bearing her most prized trophy. The surrounding beast-eared maidens erupted in a chorus of cheers, their admiration tinged with the understanding of the customs at play. Li Zai lay against Aru's shoulder, feeling the warmth radiating from her firm muscles. Aru, it's still light out. I can hardly wait. Aru playfully swatted his rear, her pace quickening. Today, I've run the entire day to catch that creature, and I'm brimming with energy. You must take responsibility for extinguishing it. As the entrance to the cave loomed nearer, Li Zai ceased his struggles. It seemed that tonight was destined to be another sleepless one. He could only silently lament that while productivity had certainly surged, his back might soon be rendered useless. Chapter 37. We need a higher perspective. The following morning, as Li Zai propped himself against the wall and emerged from the cave, he felt as if every sinew in his body had been drawn taut. Aru's physique was truly remarkable. She had tirelessly toiled in the woods all day yesterday, returning with an unquenchable energy that lasted well into the night. Now, the young woman was already up, humming an unknown tune as she meticulously processed the spine-backed beast by the riverbank. The fearsome creature had been expertly eviscerated by her sharp claws. Although Li Zai had taught them to use stone knives, the beast-eared maidens still preferred their natural talents for handling such large prey. The nails were sharper than any stone, slicing effortlessly through thick hides. Aru's hands were smeared with blood, yet she seemed unfazed, deftly extracting the entrails and tossing them into a nearby wooden barrel. Upon noticing Li Zai's presence, she looked up, her face adorned with that signature silly grin, her tail wagging excitedly behind her. Li Zai, come quickly. The meat from this beast is bound to be robust. I've saved the best piece for you. Li Zai waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was not in the mood for food. He stepped into the bustling clearing of the tribe, inhaling deeply the cool morning air in an attempt to clear the fog from his mind. The square was already alive with activity. The results of yesterday's hunt, sparked by the competition for mates, were astonishing. In addition to Aru's spine-backed beast, Dahu's wild boars and the various game brought back by Hongwei and her companions nearly filled the clearing. Lu was directing several elder tribesmen in the distribution of the meat. Everyone, don't dawdle. The heat is rising. Hurry up and cut it for smoking. Lu's voice boomed as robust as ever. Spotting Li Zai, she approached him, her keen eyes assessing his somewhat unsteady gait, a knowing smile curling at her lips. Well? That girl Aru didn't tear you apart, did she? Li Zai managed a wry smile. Chief, your strategy is effective, but it takes quite a toll on me. Ha ha. That's what we call the diligent reaping the rewards. Lu clapped him on the shoulder with a force that nearly sent him off balance. But you've seen it yourself. Everyone is brimming with enthusiasm now. With this abundance of meat, our tribe will be free from worry for quite some time. Li Zai nodded, surveying the busy yet joyful figures around him. Indeed, this sense of prosperity was something the beast-eared maidens had never dared to imagine before. Yet, the tension in his heart had not entirely dissipated. He slowly made his way to the entrance of the village, the site of Dahu and Yaya's recent skirmish. The bloodstains on the ground had dried to a dark hue, but remained starkly visible. A group of young beast maidens crouched nearby, playing with stones, grinding them against the earth. Look, Li Zai, I've sharpened the stone. The leader of the little ones exclaimed, proudly raising her hand, displaying a pebble that had indeed acquired a slight edge. This will hurt more when thrown. Li Zai ruffled her hair, offering words of praise. However, he lifted his gaze, peering past the children towards the dense expanse of forest beyond. It was eerily quiet, nothing visible but the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, and no other sounds could be heard. This is the crux of the matter. The forest is excessively dense, rendering visibility severely obstructed. Had the members of the Yaya tribe not paraded in broad daylight during their last visit, but rather chosen to approach under the cover of night or stealthily from the side thicket, by the time the tribe became aware of their presence, the enemy would likely have already stormed into the camp. In such chaos, even with spears, both long and short, at hand, one would struggle to leverage any advantage in close-quarters combat. What are you looking at? Lai queried, having unexpectedly approached from behind and following his gaze. We are being watched. Li pointed to his own eyes and then gestured towards the distant woods. Our vision is obstructed. We can only see a few dozen meters ahead. This is perilous. Lai furrowed her brow. Isn't that the nature of the forest? Everyone has limited sight. No, we can see further. Li turned to face Lai. If the Yaya tribe brings more people next time, or if something else attempts to ambush us, we need to know before they draw near. He bent down and picked up a twig, sketching a simple diagram. We require an elevated position. Li pointed to the tallest ancient tree at the side of the tribe's entrance. It was a venerable giant. Its trunk so thick that it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle it, its crown soaring high above the surrounding trees. If we construct a platform atop that tree, allowing someone to stand watch all day, we could observe any birds taking flight, any trees swaying, or even the faintest plume of smoke for miles around. Lai's eyes gradually lit up. As an experienced hunter, she understood the significance of visibility. Why are birds formidable? It is because they soar high above, while the rabbits below remain blissfully unaware. What an excellent idea, Lai exclaimed, slapping her thigh. With this, we need not fear those sneaky intruders. However, Lai cast her gaze upward at the towering tree, her expression turning contemplative. It's one thing to ascend that height, but how do we remain up there? The tree stood at least several dozen meters tall, although the beast-eared women could climb. Maintaining a watchful vigil without a proper foothold would be impossible. Leave this to me, Li asserted confidently. We need not complicate matters. The forest is teeming with vines and timber. We can weave vines into a ladder and suspend it from the tree. Then, we can place planks between the branches to create a platform akin to a bird's nest. Having made the decision, they swiftly set to work. The tribe currently had an abundance of labor. Li called upon Hongwei, who was resting, along with a few agile young beast-eared women. Hongwei, take a few people to find the sturdiest vines in the forest, the kind that cannot be torn apart no matter how hard you pull. Dahuai, lead a team to cut some straight, slender saplings, nothing too thick, but sufficiently robust. Although the others were unsure of Li's latest endeavor, their trust in him ensured their unwavering commitment to the task. Before long, materials were amassed beneath the ancient tree. Li first instructed them on how to weave the vines together to create a soft ladder. This task was not difficult for the dexterous beast-eared women, who were accustomed to crafting with grass. Soon, a long vine ladder was completed. Hongwei volunteered to tie one end of the ladder around her waist, and, like a monkey, swiftly ascended the tree. In no time, she reached the first large branch. I've secured the ladder, Li shouted from below. Perched on the branch, Hongwei diligently stabilized the vine ladder before lowering it. With the ladder in place, traversing up and down became considerably easier. The next task involved transporting timber to construct the platform. Although Li could not ascend, he directed from below, instructing them on where to position each log and how to secure them with vines. The beast-eared women, with their considerable strength, worked atop the tree as if it were solid ground. In less than half a day's time, a rudimentary yet sturdy wooden platform began to take shape beneath the tree canopy. Hongwei stood on the newly constructed platform, exhilarated as she gazed down. From this height, the entire tribe was laid bare before her, and even the distant glimmer of the river could be seen. Li, the view is magnificent from up here, Hongwei shouted, her tail wagging like a windmill. I can see a flock of birds taking flight over there in the forest. Li nodded in satisfaction. This was merely the first step. In due course, they could add a roof and even construct additional platforms around, forming a network of vigilance. Just as Hongwei prepared to descend, she unexpectedly spotted something nestled within a concealed crevice of the branch. What is this? Hongwei reached into the bark's fissure and extracted a clump of material. She slid down the ladder, clutching the object, and hurried to Li. Li, look what I found up there. Li took it, and, upon examining it, his brow furrowed instantly. It was neither bird feathers nor the fur of a common beast. It was a tuft of hair, long and silky. Li leaned closer to sniff it, her expression shifting to one of concern. This is not the work of the Yaya tribe. Li's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the silver hair. A new presence has entered this forest. Li held the silver hair and stared at the seemingly tranquil woods in the distance. It seems the construction of this watchtower was timely. The guards will need to be doubly vigilant from now on. Li nodded in agreement. This forest is likely on the brink of turmoil. Chapter 38, The Silver in the Forest. Hongwei stood on the wooden platform they had erected in the branches, shielding her eyes from the sun as she peered into the distance. The underbrush in that direction was behaving oddly. The wind blew eastward. Yet several leaves swayed against the current, oscillating rapidly before ceasing abruptly. Not the behavior of a breeze, nor that of the lumbering wild boars that would normally trample through such grass. If wild boars were to pass through that thicket, they would undoubtedly flatten the grass, creating quite a ruckus. However, this subtle movement was so faint that anyone lacking keen eyesight would scarcely notice. Hongwei seized the hardwood whistle hanging around her neck and blew forcefully. Hush! Hush! The sharp, brief notes echoed throughout the clearing of the tribe. This was a signal established by Li. 2 whistles indicated the presence of a person, while 3 signified the approach of a beast. Li, seated on the ground with a piece of skin from a demon-faced beast in hand, was demonstrating to Aru how to soften the connections of the protective gear to avoid chafing against the skin. Upon hearing the whistle, he tossed the skin aside and sprang to his feet. Someone is coming. Without needing further explanation, the beast-eared women, who were busy with their tasks, responded with remarkable alacrity. Lai slammed the meat onto the table and bellowed, "Stop what you're doing. Grab your weapons." Dahuai, accompanied by a dozen of the strongest warriors, swiftly turned to retrieve the row of long spears propped nearby. Their movements were practiced. Each woman seized a spear and dashed toward the tribe's entrance. Aryu couldn't afford to concern herself with the protective gear any longer. She sprang up from the ground, deftly drawing 2 short spears from behind her, and swiftly positioned herself in front of Li, forming a formidable barrier. "To the entrance. Do not rush," Li Zai called out from behind Aryu. In no time, everyone had lined up behind the 2 large stones at the tribe's entrance. At the forefront were Dahu and her companions, their long spears extending menacingly from the gaps between the stones and the thickets, tips aimed at the open ground outside. Behind them stood a group of throwers led by Hongwei, clutching short spears and stones, poised to strike at a moment's notice. The entire tribe fell into an eerie silence, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Before long, a disturbance emerged from the woods ahead. First, a foot cautiously stepped out onto the carpet of decaying leaves, making no sound whatsoever. Following that, 5 figures emerged from the shadows. They moved with great care, their bodies bent low, backs pressed against one another, eyes darting around vigilantly. Li Zai squinted, scrutinizing the unexpected visitors. They were 5 beast-eared women. Each bore pointed ears atop their heads, a striking silver-gray hue, with bushy tails cascading down to their heels. Wolves? This was Li Zai's initial impression. The 5 of them appeared quite disheveled, clad in tattered animal skin skirts that left large swathes of skin exposed. They were emaciated, their ribcages visible, and their thighs not as robust as Aryu's. Yet their lines were taut, composed entirely of lean muscle, especially the one at the forefront, the tallest among them, with unkempt silver hair cascading over her shoulders, obscuring half of her face. The scant animal skin she wore barely covered her chest and backside, her waist smeared with black mud, and her thighs bore several scabbed wounds. Yet, despite their gaunt appearance, their eyes were fierce, exuding a readiness to fight at any moment. As the 5 stepped out from the forest, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Dozens of dark, glistening spear tips were aimed squarely at their faces and chests. A single step forward would result in those spears piercing their bodies. The silver-haired leader immediately halted, her reflexes sharp, signaling her companions to remain still. The 4 others swiftly complied, pressing their backs together, forming a tight circle, their eyes glaring defiantly at their surroundings. This posture clearly indicated they had trained together, their coordination exceptional. The standoff continued until Lai emerged from behind the stones, brandishing the thickest spear, her face adorned with the authority of a superior. "Where do you come from?" Lai inquired. The silver-haired leader glanced at Lai, then at the armed warriors surrounding her, finally settling her gaze on the spear tips. She realized her predicament. The opposing party appeared well-fed and robust. In a confrontation, her group, in their current famished state, would undoubtedly be defeated. "We were passing through." The leader spoke, her voice hoarse as if she hadn't had water in days. She slowly opened her palm in a gesture of peace. "We mean no harm." Observing their leader in such a state, the 4 younger beast-eared women hesitated momentarily before mirroring her gesture. "I am Een," the leader introduced herself, pointing to herself, then to her companions. "This is Hui, this is Ban, that is Claw, and the youngest is Ya. We came drawn by the scent." Een was candid, taking a deep breath, her eyes inadvertently drifting toward the interior of the tribe. There hung rows of red, smoked meats, the aroma wafting irresistibly into her nostrils, stirring her insides. "We are terribly hungry. We haven't eaten in several days. We merely wish to see if there are any leftover bones or scraps we might salvage." Li Zai stood behind Ryu, closely observing the 5 women. Though they had opened their hands, their bodies remained tense, poised to flee or retaliate at a moment's notice. Moreover, Li Zai recalled the tuft of silver fur he had discovered high in a tree, identical in color to their hair. The ability to scout from such heights without being detected until reaching the tribe's entrance was no small feat. Desiring meat, Lai glanced at Li Zai, and upon seeing his silence, continued to inquire. Indeed, Een nodded, her stomach betraying her with a series of rumbling sounds. Not just her, but the 4 companions behind her also joined in, their bellies growling in unison, creating an awkward atmosphere. The little one, named Ya, stared wide-eyed at the meat, drool pooling at the corners of her mouth. "We can work," Een implored Lai, her tone urgent. "We are strong, fast runners, capable of tracking prey. Just provide us with a morsel, and we shall do anything you ask." She paused, glancing at the sturdy beast women surrounding them. "If you do not wish to keep us, just give us some water, and we will leave immediately, causing no trouble." This plea was quite humble in this world. Li Zai pondered this. These individuals were evidently of the wolf breed, known for their social nature and cooperation. Judging by their defensive formation earlier, it was clear that together, they possessed combat capabilities far superior to that of 5 Dahu combined. Li's eye gently tugged on Aryu's arm, whispering, "Is this normal?" 5 of them appearing at once. Could they be trouble? Aryu glanced at the pitifully thin women and replied nonchalantly, "What is abnormal about this? It is common for tribes to be scattered in the forest, and the remaining females seek new tribes to join for survival. As long as they are willing to work, we are all sisters. Our tribe has had outsiders before, and it turned out well." Aryu assessed the woman named Een, her gaze lingering over her dirty, yet still pert breasts and backside. "And look at their physiques, though slender. They have good frames. Once nourished, they would surely be excellent bearers of offspring." She leaned closer to Li's eye, chuckling softly. "Too bad there are no males among them. Otherwise, we could have more laborers." Li's eye nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see." Li, observing the exchange, lowered her spear. "All right, everyone, put your weapons away." She gestured to Dahu and the others. "Since they are here seeking food, they are guests. As long as they abide by the rules, we have plenty of meat to share." Upon hearing the promise of ample meat, the eyes of the 5 wolf maidens sparkled with excitement, their expressions more radiant than the flames of a nighttime bonfire. "Really? Is it true?" The youngest, Ya, asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. "Why would I deceive you? Have you not seen how much hangs behind us?" Dahu scoffed, planting her spear firmly in the ground. While she had relaxed her hostility, she remained vigilant, watching the newcomers closely. "You may enter." Li stepped aside, allowing a path to open. Een took a deep breath, cautiously leading her 4 sisters into the tribe. As they passed by Li, he was struck by a potent blend of sweat and earthy odors, yet the raw, untamed essence emanating from these individuals was not repugnant. Een cast a glance at Li, astonished to find a seemingly pristine male among the tribe, devoid of body hair. Moreover, it appeared that this male held a position of some significance within the tribe. However, her mind was preoccupied. Her senses were captivated by the tantalizing aroma of meat. Li observed the silhouettes of the 5 newcomers as they entered the tribe, noting their tattered garments which could not conceal their well-proportioned figures, yet he remained cautiously vigilant. How could such capable individuals find themselves in such dire straits? The fur discovered atop the tree indicated they had been here before, perhaps for an extended period of observation. Such skilled individuals reduced to begging surely concealed a deeper story. Regardless, the priority was to keep them close. If they were assets, they could be utilized. If they posed a threat, they would need to be dealt with. Chapter 39. A meal brings unforeseen trouble. The 5 wolf maidens stood in the open space of the tribe, their eyes fixed hungrily on the racks before them. Dozens of smoking meat racks were meticulously arranged, laden with deep crimson strips of meat. As the wind stirred, the rich aroma of smoke and fat wafted into their nostrils. For Een and her companions, who had gone days without sustenance, this was beyond their wildest dreams. In their understanding, meat was best immediately after being slain. After just half a day, it would spoil. Never had they encountered such a towering display of meat. In addition, heaps of animal hides, resembling small mountains, lay piled in the corners, sturdy gray pelts from iron-skinned beasts and soft, long-haired furs from deer. Were all these for consumption? The youngest, Ya, could hardly suppress her saliva, her throat constricting audibly. Liao gestured towards the empty space by the fire. "Sit over there." He then called out to Hongwei, instructing her to fetch some hot water and a few pieces of smoked meat. "Don't bring anything too tough. They haven't tea eaten in a while, and their stomachs won't tea handle it." Though still somewhat wary, Hongwei did not hesitate. She hurried to grab several water-filled fruit shells and tore down a few strips of semi-dried meat, tossing them to the 5 newcomers. Een caught the meat, her hands trembling slightly. Cautiously, she sniffed it, confirming there was no foul odor, but rather a strange, enticing scent of wood. Tentatively, she took a bite. The smoked meat was chewy. While it lacked the sweet, metallic tang of fresh blood, it grew increasingly flavorful without the nauseating stench of decay. Yin's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this what you refer to as cooked meat?" Not minding the heat, she began to devour it voraciously, seeing their elders savoring the meal. Her 4 sisters followed suit without hesitation, and soon the clearing was filled with the sounds of ravenous feasting. Li observed from a distance. The way these individuals consumed their food was ferocious, as if they intended to grind the bones to dust. Even in their starved state, they maintained a back-to-back seating arrangement, each one fixated on a single direction. Such ingrained vigilance could not be feigned. Before long, the meat was reduced to mere scraps. Een wiped the grease from her mouth and took a generous gulp of hot water, feeling her fire-scorched stomach finally settle. Rising to her feet, she scanned the tribe. Dahu was directing several individuals in moving the heavy timber that had not been processed the previous day, preparing to reinforce the walls. The timber was hefty. Even 2 individuals struggled to lift it. Without uttering a word, Een strode over, positioning herself opposite Dahu. taking the place of a young beast maiden who was gritting her teeth while attempting to lift the wood. Let me help. As she bent down, her wild silver hair cascaded down. Her somewhat weathered palms gripped the timber, and the muscles in her arms tensed immediately. Though her form appeared slender, with ribs clearly visible, she exerted herself, lifting the heavy wood effortlessly off the ground. As she did so, the tattered animal skin skirt she wore shifted, exposing a considerable expanse of skin at her waist and thighs. Dahu momentarily paused, sensing a sudden lightness in her hands. Oh, you possess quite a bit of strength. Dahu regarded the wolf maiden, who appeared to be a fraction of her size, with newfound respect. Here, the ability to work was the only measure of worth. After eating, one must labor. Een, with her head down, muttered a few words before shouldering the timber and heading towards the walls. Observing this, her four companions also rose to their feet. The one named Hui assisted Hongwei in organizing the furs, while Ban and Zhua gathered firewood. Even the youngest, rushed to help shoo away flies. The other beast-eared maidens in the tribe, witnessing the industriousness of the newcomers, gradually softened their initial hostility. These individuals seemed capable and not lazy. Daihu brushed the dust from her hands and remarked to Li and Liao, who nodded in agreement, appearing quite satisfied. As long as they are willing to work, it is acceptable. We do not harbor idlers here. As long as they remain compliant, there is no issue with them staying. However, Li remained silent, his gaze fixed on the industrious Een. Her movements were remarkably agile. She understood how to leverage her waist and legs for lifting. Clearly someone accustomed to hard labor or combat. Moreover, her execution was immediate and decisive. Li tugged on Liao's arm, pulling her aside to a slightly more secluded spot. Liao regarded him curiously. What is the matter? Li lowered his voice. We must keep a close watch on these individuals tonight. Liao seemed perplexed. Why? They appear quite docile to me. Observe how they ate and worked. When the leader made a move, the others immediately followed suit. Li gestured towards them. Their discipline surpasses that of our tribe. If they decide to act under the cover of night, we would be utterly unprepared and surely suffer the consequences. Liao frowned, feeling Li was overly cautious. There are only 5 of them. We have so many people. Should we really fear them turning on us? Better safe than sorry, Li insisted. Tonight, we must separate them while they sleep. Ensure they do not rest in the same den, nor together. Place them in the dens of Dahu and her stronger sisters. 1 guardian for each. He continued, and do not provide them with quality weapons. Just give them a few unsharpened sticks for self-defense. They should not have access to our tempered spears or short blades. Liao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll follow your lead. I'll make the arrangements now. Li turned back to continue observing the newcomers, noting how the woman named Een, while working diligently, frequently cast her gaze towards the entrance of the tribe. What was she concerned about? Was she waiting for someone? As night gradually fell, the tribe quieted. After a long day's toil, everyone was weary and returned to their dens for rest. The 5 wolf maidens were also led away by Dahu. Een did not resist, nor did she express any dissatisfaction. She obediently followed Dahu to her den. Li Zai and Lai sat by the fire, preparing to extinguish the last embers before retiring for the night. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps reached their ears. Dahua returned, accompanied by Een. Chief, this person insists on speaking with you, and Li Zai, she declared, her expression one of impatience, a long spear in her hand, clearly annoyed at being roused from slumber. Een stood in the glow of the fire, her head bowed, hands hanging limply at her sides. The scent of sweat that clung to her had diminished considerably, yet a palpable tension surrounded her. Could this not wait until tomorrow? Lai yawned, wrapping an arm around Li Zai's waist, ready to return to more pressing matters. No. Een suddenly stepped forward. Dahua swiftly positioned her spear across Yin's chest. Step back. Move again, and I shall pierce you. Een remained steadfast. She gazed at Li Zai and Lai, and then, without warning, her knees buckled, and she knelt before them. This gesture rendered both Lai and Li Zai momentarily speechless. In this world, such an act of submission was rarely seen outside of completely subdued slaves. I am sorry. Yin's voice quivered as she lowered her head, almost touching the ground. You have fed us meat and treated us as sisters. I should not have deceived you. Li Zai raised an eyebrow and withdrew his arm from around Lai's waist. Deceived us? What do you mean? Een lifted her gaze. The firelight illuminated her face, revealing eyes that had once been fierce and vigilant, now filled with fear and remorse. We are not lost, nor are we unable to find food. We are fleeing for our lives. The sleepiness vanished from Lai's face in an instant. She stood up, exuding an aura of authority. Fleeing? Who is pursuing you? Een bit her lip, as if summoning great resolve. It is our tribe. We have lost. Our tribe is far away, larger than this one. The old chief has died. The new chief is exceptionally strong and ruthless. We did not wish to follow her, so we rebelled, but we were no match. Many have perished. Tears tinged her voice. We are the only 5 who managed to escape. But that new chief will not let us go. She has sent her most formidable hunting team after us. They are powerful, with sharp claws and teeth. They followed our scent all the way to this forest. At this point, Ian trembled all over. She did not want to implicate this kind-hearted tribe, but her desire to survive was overwhelming. We initially intended to hide here, eat a little, and leave. But upon seeing the abundance of delicious meat and such fine dwellings, I could not bear to watch you be destroyed by those lunatics. Ian raised her gaze, fixating intently on Li Zai. The hunters pursuing us will likely arrive by tomorrow morning, following our scent. There are many of them, far more than your warriors. After hearing this, Li Zai looked at the kneeling Ian, then at the seriously concerned Lai. So, this meal has brought forth a significant dilemma? Chapter 40, The Mother-in-Law's Layered Schemes. Ian knelt on the ground, her head nearly buried in the earth. The air around them was eerily silent, save for a few distant, unidentifiable insect chirps. Lai did not react as Ian had expected, with fury or by throwing her out. Instead, the leader of the tribe merely stood there, her eyes, having weathered countless storms, scanning Ian twice, before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha! Lai's laughter was robust, shaking the nearby fire pit as if it too were quaking. Ian, bewildered, raised her head, utterly confused by the situation. She had warned of impending disaster, yet the chief continued to laugh. Good. Excellent. Lai strode forward, extending her calloused hand to seize Ian's arm. She offered no time for Ian to react. With a slight exertion, she hoisted Ian from the ground as easily as one might pull a radish. Your ability to speak up indicates your sincerity. You do not regard us as outsiders, and thus we shall not regard you as such either. So what if it is a band of pursuers? If they dare approach, they shall not return unscathed. Ian was taken aback, as were her 4 companions behind her. In their understanding, abandoning a few outsiders for the survival of the tribe was entirely justifiable. They had witnessed firsthand the new chief's cruelty. Yet, there were indeed many of them. Ian remained apprehensive, biting her lip, her gray eyes filled with anxiety. The hunting team sent by the new chief consists of the most formidable fighters. They possess keen senses and swift claws. We 5 are no match for them. For the safety of the tribe, it would be wise for us to find another place to hide. If all else fails, you could bind us and hand us over. That might appease their wrath. Upon hearing this, Lai's smile faded slightly, but she was not angry. Rather, a hint of disdain crept into her expression. Hand over people? After living all these years, I have never expelled a meal that was almost within reach. What is there to fear in numbers? What is there to fear in ferocity? Lai turned, her robust tail sweeping behind her with a commanding arc. She pointed at Li Zai, who had remained silent and observant. As soon as these words left her lips, Dahua, Aru, and even Hong Wei all turned their gazes towards Li Zai in unison. Their expressions contained no trace of doubt, only an almost blind trust. It was as if, as long as this man stood there, the heavens themselves could come crashing down, and someone would stand to meet it. Li Zai, positioned behind Aru, had intended to remain a mere observer, watching how this mother-in-law would handle the diplomatic crisis. However, with the finger pointed at him, he found himself thrust into the spotlight. He looked at Lai's self-assured demeanor, then at Yin's bewildered face, and could not help but let out a sigh. This mother-in-law was indeed no simple character. On the surface, she appeared carefree. Yet her mind was as clear as a mirror. If she did not accept these individuals now, the earlier meal would have been in vain, and they would have fled. But if she directly accepted them, it would place the tribe in jeopardy. Thus, she played her hand beautifully, taking the role of the good person, showcasing the chief's magnanimity, and winning hearts, while deftly shifting the burden of resolving the trouble onto herself. This was not trust, it was clearly viewing him as a versatile tool. Well, since she is both my mother-in-law and beloved, I might as well acquiesce. Ian followed Lai's finger to gaze at Li Zai. She simply could not fathom how this seemingly delicate male, devoid of claws or sharp teeth, could serve as the backbone against formidable foes. Li Zai sensed Yin's skeptical gaze. Given the circumstances, feigning ignorance would be inappropriate. Since his mother-in-law had set the stage, he must play his part. Moreover, he truly could not bear to part with these 5 formidable laborers. Li stepped forward, wearing that unique, composed smile characteristic of civilized individuals. Silver, is it? Li's voice was steady, unhurried. Trust me, though there are many of them, they may also be quite fierce. However, this is our territory. Once they enter here, they become our prey. Silver gazed at Li, still feeling uncertain, yet she sensed an unprecedented calm emanating from this man. It was a calm that was not feigned, but rather stemmed from an absolute mastery of the situation. What do you intend to do? Silver inquired. Lure them into the trap, Li replied succinctly. Silver blinked, clearly not comprehending the idiom. Li chuckled softly and rephrased in simpler terms. In essence, we will open our pockets and wait for them to come in of their own accord. He pointed to the largest clearing in the center of the tribe. Tomorrow morning, the 5 of you will sit right here, feasting on the meat as you please. What? Silver's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. The enemy is approaching. And we're just going to sit here and eat? Precisely, we must eat for their benefit. Lee turned to the beast-eared women awaiting orders nearby. Everyone else, head to the river immediately. Dig up as much mud as you can. Cover yourselves completely, especially in the armpits and the inner thighs where the scent is strongest. Not a single spot can be missed. Additionally, Big Flower, go stoke the fire beneath the smoked meat rack. Add plenty of damp leaves. I want this place shrouded in smoke, obscuring any figures. Lee methodically organized the plan. Aren't they sensitive to scent? Then we shall seal our smell with mud and use smoke to confuse their sense of smell. Aren't they greedy? Let us use the abundance of meat and your unguarded selves as bait. The moment they think this is a free feast, and let down their guard to rush in. Lee narrowed his eyes, his face illuminated with a smile that nonetheless bore a chilling aura. That will be the moment we claim their lives. After hearing this plan, Lai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though she was no strategist, as an experienced hunter, she understood all too well how treacherous this tactic could be. Utilizing the prey's greed while concealing one's own fangs. This was no mere male. It was cunning beyond the most wily fox in the forest. Did everyone hear that? Lai bellowed, her voice brimming with exhilaration. Follow Lee's instructions. Move quickly. No one sleeps tonight. Stay alert. Yes. The beast-eared women responded in unison. The tension of pre-battle replaced by an exhilarating anticipation of the impending deception. Silver observed the bustling tribe before glancing at the man being pulled by Aru toward the river. She suddenly felt that the pursuers sent by the new leader might indeed be in for a misfortune. Lee was dragged by Aru to the riverbank. The moonlit water shimmered like silver, and the mud on the shore emitted a strong, earthy scent. Hurry, hurry, I'll help you apply it. Aru appeared particularly enthusiastic. She jumped into the mud pit, scooping up a large handful of the dark, sludgy muck, and without regard for Lee's willingness, she began smearing it on him. I can do it myself. Lee attempted to refuse, but Aru's hand was already reaching out. That hand was warm and strong, slick with mud, trailing down his chest. Don't move, Lee. You need to apply it too, or you'll smell. Aru wore a serious expression, but her actions were decidedly inappropriate. Her fingers danced over Lee's abs, even inadvertently brushing against certain sensitive areas. Lee inhaled sharply, quickly seizing the mischievous hand. Aru, we're preparing for battle. Not playing in the mud. I know. Aru blinked, and in the moonlight, Lee could see the mischievous smile on her face. Since we're applying it anyway, what is wrong with a little touch? I'm not delaying anything. She leaned in and planted a kiss on his relatively clean face. Then plastered a handful of mud onto Lee's face, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. There, now you won't smell. Observing Aru's triumphant demeanor, Lee felt somewhat helpless but resigned to her whims. The atmosphere in the tribe turned peculiar. Dozens of beast-eared women, once with smooth skin, now appeared as muddy creatures. The dark muck cloaked their proud figures, leaving only pairs of gleaming eyes visible in the darkness. The thick smoke from the meat rack began to rise. A dense, white fog enveloped the entire camp, rendering everything hazy. Silver and her 4 sisters sat in the center of the clearing. They had not applied any mud. Still clad in tattered animal hides, with several choice pieces of smoked meat laid before them. Silver's palms were clammy with sweat as she gripped a piece of meat, utterly unable to bring herself to eat it. Big sister, is this really going to work? The youngest, trembled slightly, glancing at the mud-covered figures hidden in the smoke and shadows, feeling as if she were seated in the jaws of a monster. Trust him this once. Silver took a deep breath, striving to steady herself. This is our only chance. If we lose, it's merely death. If we win, we'll have meat to eat from now on. She took a bite of the meat, chewing it resolutely. Time passed slowly, from midnight to dawn. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees, illuminating the tribe's walls, movement finally stirred in the forest. It was not the sound of wind or the footsteps of wild beasts, but a chaotic and urgent cacophony of running that bore ill intent. Lee crouched behind a low wall, gripping a short spear. Through the crevices of the stones, he observed the distant woods. They're coming. The so-called formidable enemies were finally about to reveal themselves. He turned to glance at Lai beside him. This formidable mother-in-law was now caked in mud. Her usual imposing demeanor completely obscured, resembling a creature that had crawled out of a swamp. Yet her eyes remained sharp. She nodded at Lee, tightening her grip on the spear. The hunters were poised, awaiting the arrival of their prey. Chapter 41. Who allowed you to speak? The sun had fully breached the horizon, and the golden rays did not dispel the smoke hovering above the tribe. Rather, they intensified the thick, white haze. The air, infused with the scent of smoke, was also permeated by a pungent aroma of meat. This was due to Lee's deliberate addition of the rich fat leftover from processing the entrails, thrown into the fire. Its charred fragrance overwhelmingly enticing, capable of luring all the hungry creatures within miles. Silver and her 4 sisters sat amidst this tantalizing aroma. Before them lay not only meat but also several freshly processed animal hides carelessly strewn about, resembling discarded refuse. The commotion in the forest grew louder. Suddenly, a horde of shadowy figures burst forth from the thicket. They were more than 30 fully armed beastmen. Unlike Silver and her sisters, they did not tread cautiously. Instead, they strode boldly, exuding an air of arrogance that suggested they ruled the land without fear. At the forefront stood an exceptionally robust female orc. Towering half a head above her companions, her muscles bulged like chunks of stone, her skin a glossy shade of black, adorned with an array of scars of varying depths. Around her neck hung a necklace strung with teeth from unknown beasts, and her hands bore the remnants of dark crimson blood. This was Jing, the leader of the hunting party dispatched by the new chieftain. As she burst forth from the thicket, her stride faltered momentarily. Her inverted triangular eyes did not first behold humans, but rather flesh. The rows of smoked meats, suspended and shrouded in mist, glimmered a tantalizing red. More enchanting than the most exquisite vistas of the world. Her gaze swiftly shifted to a heap of animal skins on the ground, and then to Een, who sat in the center, devouring meat. Ha ha! Jing suddenly erupted into laughter, as if everything were under her control. Een, you wretched creature, I knew you wouldn't stray far. Laughing, she advanced with her entourage, entirely unconcerned by the eerie silence surrounding them. In her eyes, this tribe was nothing short of paradise, brimming with unending meat and fine pelts, guarded only by a handful of wretched souls. As for the original inhabitants of this tribe, Jing did not even acknowledge their existence. The figures, caked in mud and concealed in the shadows, seamlessly blended into the smoke-filled backdrop. The stench of mud and smoke masked the scent of the living, rendering this pack of hunters, known for their acute sense of smell, blind and deaf. It seems you are quite adept at finding your own demise. Jing strode confidently before Een, looking down upon her. She extended her tongue, licking her claws, her eyes glinting with cruelty and avarice. Such a bounty will be perfect to present to our chieftain. As for you lot. Jing's gaze wandered over Een and her companions. Though Een appeared dirty and gaunt, her frame still held promise. Strip the skin, and perhaps the meat could be salted for consumption. Een and her companions trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of primal fear. Yet, she did not flee, nor did she plead for mercy. She fixed her gaze upon Jing, contemplating Li's fate. At least if she were to die, she would have savored the taste of good meat. Jing's subordinates joined in her raucous laughter, scattering their formation, some eagerly reaching for the meat on the racks, while others advanced towards the young wolf girls. This place is splendid, it will soon belong to us. First, we shall deal with these traitors, and then turn this place upside down. Jing lifted her foot and kicked over the meat in front of Een. Eat. You traitor do not deserve such fine sustenance. Een glared back at her with an equally hostile gaze. Oh, you dare to look at me. She raised her hand, poised to strike Een's head with a swift blow. Who permitted you to be so brazen before me? A voice suddenly resonated through the smoke. Jing's movements froze, her hand suspended in midair. She hesitated, her fierce eyes darting around, attempting to locate the source of the voice amidst the haze. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Before her words could fully dissipate, she was met with a series of hair-raising sounds of piercing air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of short spears hurled with full force filled the air. Li crouched behind a low wall, his face smeared with black mud, revealing only his eyes as he surveyed the scene before him. Dozens of blackened spears, tempered by fire to a hardness rivaling steel, surged forth like venomous wasps from the depths of hell, piercing through the billowing white smoke. The distance was perilously close, less than 20 meters. For the powerful beastkin like Dahu and Aru, this proximity was akin to delivering the spearhead directly into the enemy's flesh. The sound of sharp blades meeting flesh resonated in a chilling symphony. Those standing at the forefront, laughing most boisterously and unguarded, had no time to scream before darkness enveloped them. They felt a sudden chill at their chests or bellies, followed by the force of impact that sent them sprawling backward. Blood erupted like a fountain, instantly staining the ground crimson. Jing felt a sudden cold rush by her ear as a spear grazed her cheek. A piece of flesh torn away, and it embedded itself brutally into the neck of one of her subordinates behind her. Only at that moment did the screams finally erupt. Those fortunate enough to have survived the initial onslaught were driven mad by the sight before them. They had no comprehension of the source of the attack, only witnessing their comrades collapsing in an instant, once vibrant lives now punctured by black wooden stakes, convulsing upon the ground. An ambush. Where? Jing screamed in terror, clutching her bleeding face. She sought cover in the enemy, but the smoke and the stench of blood surrounded her, rendering her blind to anything beyond the fallen companions at her feet. Just as chaos reigned and they scrambled to flee, that icy voice echoed again. Second round, throw. From within the depths of the smoke, dozens of figures, caked in mud, rose simultaneously. Aru stood behind a large rock, gripping two short spears, her muscles taut, eyes glimmering with vengeful delight. Whoosh! The second barrage of black rain surged forth, aimed at the disoriented figures. Chapter 42. The Mud Demon in the Smoke. Jing clutched her still bleeding ear, the searing pain extinguishing any remnants of her earlier disdain. The cacophony around her was chaotic. There were screams from subordinates impaled through the abdomen, the frantic footsteps of those flailing like headless flies, and the disconcerting sound of flesh being pierced. With each sound, another body fell to the ground, lifeless. Where are you? Show yourselves. Jing's nails extended to nearly 2 inches in length, her favored weapon for slaughter. Typically, a swipe from her claws would suffice to eviscerate any beast or warrior from rival tribes. She had always believed that her claws were the mightiest of weapons. Yet now, she could not find a single target to grasp. This place was too cursed. According to Orcish custom, battles were preceded by a bellowing challenge, displaying muscle and fangs. A show of who was more fearsome. How could it be that death came without a word, lurking within the smoke? Charged towards the meat. They must be guarding it. Jing's mind raced. Though she could not see her foes, the overwhelming aroma of meat was undeniable. If she could just charge towards the racks, she was certain to collide with those skulking figures. Hearing their leader's command, the remaining 20 or so orcs who had yet to perish seized the opportunity. Charge! Seize the meat. A frenzied mob, their eyes ablaze, rushed forward, indifferent to the corpses or muck beneath their feet, howling as they barreled towards the rows of smoked meats. Ine sat on the ground, watching as those who typically drove her away like a dog now resembled a herd of foolish deer, willingly thrusting their heads into the noose. Just as they were mere meters from the racks. From the originally desolate haze, a row of dark shadows suddenly emerged, as if they had burrowed up from the depths of the earth. Da Huang stood at the forefront, her muscular physique smeared with thick, glistening riverbed silt. The mud clinging to her typically disheveled hair, adhering it to her scalp. Only her eyes remained visible, the whites flickering with a fierce intensity. Hungry for flesh? Perhaps in the next life. Da Huang grinned, revealing a set of unnaturally white teeth that appeared particularly menacing against her dark visage. The spear in her hand was also at the ready. With a commanding shout, she rallied her dozen sisters, similarly coated in black mud, who executed their movements in unison. This was the result of Li's training over the past few days. There was no need for flamboyant maneuvers, as long as their strength was focused. No one could withstand them. In a swift motion, the spears lunged forward in unison. The foremost orcs were unable to halt their charge. Armed with nothing but their natural claws, they aimed to rake at Da Huang's face and tear out the throats of their enemies. However, before their claws could even graze Da Huang's nose, the spearheads had already pierced through them, leaving them chilled to the core. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. Da Huang felt a sudden weight in her hands as the spear tip snagged onto a live orc weighing over 100 pounds. The orc clung desperately to the spear shaft, her claws leaving deep gouges in the wood as she attempted to snap the life-threatening pole, but her vitality was swiftly waning, rendering her efforts futile. Da Huang remained composed. With a twist of her waist, the muscles in her arms bulged as she forcefully flung the unfortunate creature aside, sending her crashing against a nearby rock, where she convulsed twice before becoming still. What in the world is this? Jing, positioned slightly behind, watched in horror as her subordinates fell like grass before a scythe, her hair bristling in fright. She inhaled deeply, but detected no trace of the living, not a hint of human scent, only the earthy odor of soil and smoke. For the orcs, accustomed to locating their foes by scent, this was akin to being blind. You cheat. If you have the ability, wash off that layer of mud, and let us engage in a genuine battle with claws. Jing shouted in exasperation, waving her hands wildly in the air, her sharp claws slicing through the haze, yet grasping nothing. At that moment, another tall shadow emerged from the side. It was Li, the tribe's chief, who had coated herself in mud to the fullest extent, even wrapping her tail into a black stick. Holding a long spear, she regarded Jing as one might a dead rat. Use claws. Li's voice dripped with mockery. When you brought your people to bully Ine, did you consider fairness? Now that your life is at stake, you speak of rules? Only beasts rely solely on claws. Li wasted no more words. With a flick of her spear, she lunged directly at Jing's throat. Though Jing was startled, she was a capable leader and remained agile. She reacted swiftly, sidestepping and raising her arm to attempt to absorb the blow with her thick, horn-like skin, intending to seize the spear shaft. From her experience, anything made of wood could be easily snapped if she grasped it firmly. A muffled thud echoed. She was mistaken. This was no ordinary wooden stick. The spear tip, charred through fire, possessed remarkable hardness, piercing her flesh and embedding itself within her bone. Jing gasped in pain, and before she could retaliate with her other claw, a smaller shadow surged forth from the side. Aru had remained silent, waiting for this moment. Without any sense of chivalry, she charged in from the side, her short spear lacking any flourish. thrusting directly toward Jing's vulnerable side. There was no bone to obstruct, only soft flesh lay in the way. Despicable. Jing cursed loudly. But it was too late to evade. The short spear plunged halfway in. Pain contorted Jing's face, and her previously poised claws fell limply to her sides. Lai seized the opportunity, stepping forward and thrusting her spear once more. This time, Jing could not escape. The spearhead sank into her shoulder, wedging itself between her bones. Lai bellowed, "Lie down," as she gripped the spear shaft and pressed down with immense force. The sheer power forced Jing's massive form to kneel on the ground. The remaining subordinates, witnessing their once mighty leader brought low, lost all will to resist. Unarmed, they faced a wall of sharpened wood, akin to walking to their deaths. One by one, they turned to flee into the mist. Trying to escape? Li's voice rang out from behind. He too was busy, his body smeared like a coal-black figure, wielding a short spear as he directed Hongwei and her sisters to block the escape. Since they had come, they would all remain. After all, they were in need of fertilizer. Li's words were cold, devoid of any emotion. Hongwei, accompanied by several agile sisters, had long since sealed off the retreat. Armed with throwing spears, they watched the fleeing figures as though engaged in a target practice game. Whoosh, whoosh. The spears flew, and someone was bound to fall. Een and her 4 sisters sat on the ground, having forgotten to swallow the meat in their mouths. Ya, terrified, dropped the chunk of meat she held, which landed in the dust. "Sister, is this it?" Ya stammered, bewildered. In their memories, Jing was an invincible being, her claws capable of rending tree bark and crushing skulls. Yet now, the fearsome Jing knelt like a dead dog, 2 spears protruding from her body, blood flowing like a small river. And those who had brought her to such a state had not even torn a layer of skin. Was this what Li meant by inviting the enemy into the trap? This was no battle. It was akin to slaughtering pigs. The enemy had not even laid a finger on them. He swallowed hard, gazing at the man slowly emerging from the mist. Li was covered in mud, except for his eyes, which shone brightly. He approached Jing, who was still struggling, blood frothing from her mouth. Her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Li. "Who are you to rely solely on wooden weapons?" Jing was unwilling to accept her fate, still unable to comprehend why that long wooden pole was so unyielding, or what secrets lay within that black mud. Li did not respond. He merely cast a glance at Aru, saying, "Hurry up and end her suffering." Aru nodded, without a hint of hesitation. She approached, one hand pressing firmly on Jing's head, claws deftly slicing through. The world fell silent. Only the fat from the rack of cured meat continued to sizzle and drip into the charcoal, emitting faint popping sounds. The clearing was strewn with corpses. Over 30 individuals. Not a single survivor remained. This band of robbers, who had just moments ago lusted for meat and women, had now become the decaying flesh upon the ground. Dahu wiped the mud from her face, revealing a set of bright white teeth, her smile radiating pure delight. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. She yanked a spear from a corpse, wiping the blood off on the lifeless body. These fools, did they think they could grasp me with their claws? They couldn't even touch a hair on my head. She turned her gaze towards Li Zai, her eyes burning with a fervor that seemed to wish to consume him whole. "Li Zai, your tactic has proven effective. Though the mud clings to my skin uncomfortably, it serves its purpose well." They flounder about as if blinded. Li Zai glanced at the gruesome scene on the ground, his stomach churning slightly, but he composed himself. In this moment, as the commander, he could not show weakness. He walked up to Een. She quickly stood, lowering her head alongside her 4 sisters, their demeanor 100-fold more reverent than before. Their previous awe was born from the promise of meat. Now, they were genuinely afraid. This group had been merciless, their methods utterly ruthless. "Well, did I not speak the truth?" Li Zai gestured to the bodies on the ground. "Once they entered our territory, they became our prey." Een nodded fervently, not daring to utter a word of dissent. "Enough dawdling." Li Zai clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Dao, take a few people and clean up this place. The stench of blood is too overpowering. It will attract flies and spoil the good meat. Hongwei, check if those individuals have any valuables on them. Bring everything out. Aru, come with me." Li Zai's arrangements were meticulous. This battle had indeed been beautifully executed. A resounding victory with 0 casualties. Yet, Li Zai knew in his heart that this was not the end. Having slain the young, the elders would surely come. Since Jing was the vanguard, a larger force must follow. The deaths of these dozens would inevitably be reported back. When the time came, they would not come alone. A strategy must be devised to cover this incident. At the very least, time must be bought for the tribe to prepare. "Move the bodies over there." Li Zai pointed to the narrow path leading to the valley of wailing ghosts behind the tribe. "We must leave a surprise for those who come after us." Chapter 43. Engaging in misdirection. Dragging the bodies was indeed a laborious task, especially with these orcs, each one plump and heavy. However, the tribe currently had an abundance of labor, aside from Dahu and her main force. Ain and her 5 companions eagerly volunteered for the dirty and strenuous work to prove themselves. Ain single-handedly dragged 2 corpses, moving swiftly, as if fearing that others might claim the credit. A group of them marched towards the Valley of Wailing Ghosts. This path was seldom traversed, with grass growing taller than a person on either side, interspersed with thorny brambles. Lizai walked in the middle, wielding a branch, aimlessly scratching at the ground as he walked. Aru, go over there and disturb the grass a bit. Make it look as if something large has trampled through. Lizai pointed to a patch of bushes. Though Aru did not understand the reasoning behind this, her execution was impeccable. She dashed over, rolled through the underbrush, kicked the surrounding soil into disarray, and casually snapped a few saplings. Hongwei, cut a few pieces of flesh from the corpse you're carrying and toss them onto that tree branch over there. Lizai directed Hongwei again. Without hesitation, Hongwei used her claws to slice off 2 bloody chunks of flesh and hurled them onto a branch over 2 meters high. Blood dripping down. They fabricated evidence as they walked. Upon reaching the edge of a cliff, known as the Valley of Wailing Ghosts, the atmosphere turned decidedly eerie. Below lay an unfathomably deep gorge, with the wind rising from the depths carrying a scent of decay, emitting a mournful sound as if ghosts were lamenting. Let them all fall. Lizai stood at the cliff's edge, peering down. The fog swirled, obscuring the view below, but this was perfect. Plop, plop. Over 30 corpses were cast down like dumplings. Shortly thereafter, strange sounds emerged from below, akin to beasts tearing flesh or bones crunching. Clearly, the depths housed a plethora of valuable creatures. Hand me that broken spear. Lizai received a splintered spear shaft from Dao, which had broken during the battle. He found the nearest large tree to the cliff, climbed a bit, and forcefully drove the broken spear into the trunk, at a height of about 3 meters. Done. Lizai brushed off the bark dust from his hands and jumped down from the tree. From this vantage point, it appeared as though this group had encountered a formidable monster. The creature had slain them all, consuming them and discarding the bones into the gorge. Ain stood nearby, observing Lizai's meticulous actions, feeling a chill run down her spine. His thoughts were astutely detailed. If those who followed came across this scene of devastation, along with the exceptionally high spear mark, they would surely believe a terrifying beast had lurked here. After all, their foes had arrived empty-handed, clad only in scant animal skins. There were no signs of weapon clashes, only evidence of one-sided carnage and shattered corpses. This reinforced the illusion of encountering an invincible beast. Lizai, have you done this before? Ain couldn't help but ask. Lizai glanced back at her, a hint of white teeth visible beneath the mud on his face. The first time. However, the principle remains the same. Instilling fear of non-existent entities is far preferable to having them charge at us recklessly. Ain nodded, though her complexion did not improve. Yet, this could only veil the truth temporarily. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke candidly. That new leader commands more than just these individuals. This time, they sent the fastest team. Their tribe's main base is further back, and when accounting for the elderly, weak, and sick, they number in the hundreds. Hundreds? Dahu, who had been wiping sweat, halted her movements. Lai also furrowed her brow, cracks forming in the mud on her face with the change in expression. This number was astronomical for their small tribe of merely dozens. Even if every person could stand against 10, they would still be outmatched. The earlier elation from their decisive victory was suddenly dampened considerably. The atmosphere grew heavy. What of those hundreds? Lizai's voice shattered the silence. He exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, he smiled calmly. They cannot possibly all arrive at once. As long as it is not tomorrow, we still have time. Lizai pointed towards the direction of the tribe. We have walls. Although they are currently a bit low, we can raise them. We possess long spears and can craft even more. We also have this forest at our disposal. Just grant me time, I assure you. Regardless of whether it's hundreds or even thousands, as long as they dare to come, I can ensure they never return. He gazed steadfastly at Lai. Let us not forget. We are not lacking in provisions at present. As long as we maintain our composure, no one can do us harm. Lai looked at Lizai, and the weight in her heart inexplicably lifted. Indeed, with Lizai around, it seems that no difficulty is insurmountable. Let us heed Lizai's words. Lai waved her hand with renewed vigor. Let us return. First, we shall fill our bellies. Regardless of whether there are 300 or 500, once they arrive, we will engage. The group made their way back to the tribe. The first order of business was to wash in the river. Although the mud served as a life-saving disguise, once it dried on their skin, it became unbearably tight and uncomfortable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the river shimmered with golden light. Dozens of muddy figures leapt into the water, staining it dark. As the clear water flowed, the thick, dark sludge gradually peeled away, revealing their true skin tones underneath. Dahua scrubbed the mud off her thighs while laughing heartily. Oh my goodness, while this mud may be foul, it is quite effective. That person who didn't even recognize me until death was too amusing. She tried to grab me, but ended up with a handful of mud. Ha! Aru was beside Li Zai, aiding him in scrubbing his back. Her sun-kissed skin appeared particularly smooth in the water, droplets rolling down her taut muscles and pooling in the small of her back. Li Zai, hurry up and wash. I'm already hungry, Aru whispered into his ear. Tonight, we have a celebratory feast, and Amma says everyone must eat their fill. Li Zai, slightly flustered by her closeness, hastened his movements. The scenery of the river, although beautiful, was a considerable test of restraint for any normal man. Especially now, having just emerged victorious, the thrill had yet to fade, and their frolicking in the water was quite spirited. The sight of fair, glistening thighs and chests danced before Li Zai's eyes, and he felt that if he didn't act soon, he might very well bleed from his nose. After their bath, they returned to the camp, where darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. The largest bonfire was once again ignited, this time more massive than ever, with flames leaping over 2 meters high. The swordback beast brought back by Aru was now roasting over the fire, sizzling and crackling as its fat dripped into the flames. In addition to the roasted meat, there were also numerous wild fruits and vegetables gathered from the forest, all delectably flavorful. Come, raise your cups. Lai held up the largest fruit shell filled with fermented fruit wine. She had changed into clean animal hides, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face flushed with excitement and the effects of alcohol. Today's battle was magnificent. Not a single one of us perished, yet we vanquished that band of robbers. This is the prowess of our tribe. To Li Zai, to meat. Cheers. All the beast-eared maidens raised their food or drink, cheering loudly. Cheers. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Een and her 4 sisters sat by the bonfire, having also bathed and donned the old animal skins that Lai had procured for them. Although still somewhat reserved, their sense of belonging had grown significantly. Een held a piece of meat, observing the surrounding individuals who laughed unguardedly. She had never encountered such a tribe in her life. With such formidable weapons, such intelligent males, and such united kin, perhaps, by following them, she could truly survive. Li Zai sat between Lai and Aru. He was utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors, yet his spirits were high. Lai ripped off a piece of the tenderloin and directly fed it to Li Zai. Eat more. Lai's gaze was somewhat hazy, a reflection of her inebriation. When Een mentioned that her tribe was numerous, I must admit I felt a twinge of anxiety. Lai leaned closer to Li Zai, her voice barely above a whisper. As chief, I cannot show fear. Yet I know that if it comes to a fight, our small number may not suffice. But seeing your unwavering courage, I feel braver too. Li Zai chewed the meat, savoring its rich flavor. Fear is futile. As long as we continue to grow stronger, they shall never catch up to us. Lai smiled, her expression carrying a hint of wildness and anticipation. One hand rested on Li Zai's thigh, gently squeezing. So, I was thinking, perhaps we are still insufficient with just us. Should we not seize the time to bear more offspring as clever as you? Just look at how anxious Aru is. Li Zai turned to glance at Aru, who was gnawing on a large bone. Upon hearing her name, she lifted her head, her mouth smeared with grease, grinning foolishly at Li Zai, observing these 2 fierce women and the ambiguously gazing tribespeople around him. Li Zai sighed and downed the fruit wine in one go. Very well, for the future of the tribe. Such a noble justification. Yet, in his heart, he understood the reality. The tranquility before the storm is the most precious. Before the arrival of a larger tribe with hundreds of members, he must utilize every moment to make this small tribe unassailable. Be it the walls or the population, both must grow stronger. Chapter 44. Can this feeble thing kill? The morning light had yet to fully penetrate the cave, and the air was stifling, akin to a steamer. Li Zai felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. A heavy arm lay across his chest. Lies. The situation on his left was even worse. As Aru had wrapped herself around him like a massive octopus, her solid leg pressing down on his stomach, making even the slightest movement a luxury. This sensation of being trapped in the middle was quite torturous. Li Zai attempted to push Aru's leg away, but it remained immovable. This girl was sound asleep, her breath warm against his neck, carrying the lingering sense of last night's revelry and savory meat. He exerted a bit more force, trying to extract his arm. At that moment, Aru stirred awake. She emitted a lazy hum from her throat, her eyes barely open. Upon spotting Li Zai beside her, she instinctively tightened her embrace. Don't move. Aru's voice, still raspy from sleep, sounded somewhat clingy. She buried her face in the crook of Li Zai's neck, rubbing against him, her tousled hair causing him to itch. Let me hold you a little longer. Li Zai felt somewhat helpless, sensing that his waist might just break. After a tiring night, being used as a pillow by these 2 heavyweight women had left his entire body protesting. Aru finally loosened her grip. I can't breathe. Don't let go. Aru, playfully stubborn, even curled her fluffy tail around Li Zai's calf, insisting, only if you give me a kiss. Before Li Zai could utter a word, a booming voice echoed from outside the cave. Dinner's ready. If you don't come out soon, the meat will go cold. This shout was more effective than anything else. Aru's eyes flew open, her languor evaporating in an instant. She swiftly sat up and pulled the reluctant Li Zai into her embrace. Come on, let's eat. You need to fill your belly to gain strength. Li Zai felt himself lifted effortlessly onto her shoulder, barely having time to put on his shoes as he was carried headfirst out of the cave. Breakfast was served in the central clearing of the tribe. The smoked strips of meat, roasted over the fire, exuded an enticing aroma. Everyone gathered together, the atmosphere relaxed and jovial. Li Zai, rubbing his aching back, sat between Lai and Aru. Opposite him sat Dahua, alongside the recently joined Ian. We need to discuss serious matters, Li Zai stated, swallowing the meat in his mouth as he looked at the core members before him. If we are to make this the safest place, mere walls are insufficient. We must extend our vision. Ian, holding a bone in hand, paused at this remark. Extend our vision? With so many trees in the forest, how can we do that? Climb the trees, Li Zai replied, gesturing toward the tallest giant trees surrounding the tribe. I propose we build platforms atop those trees, allowing people to stay up there all day. As long as we have a high vantage point, we can spot anything within miles, even a bird taking flight. Lai nodded, appreciating the idea. As an experienced hunter, she understood the importance of visibility, and adding more lookout points was certainly advantageous. This is feasible. After breakfast, I'll have someone gather vines for ladders. We need more pairs of eyes. Having addressed defense, Li Zai turned his gaze to Dahua. The young woman was busy inserting 5 or 6 short spears into a pouch on her back, which was bulging. Dahua, don't you find it exhausting to carry so many spears? Dahua sighed, slamming the thickest spear into the ground. Exhausting, indeed. But each spear counts. If we don't carry enough, we feel unprepared when battle comes. This was the current dilemma. While wooden spears were effective, they occupied too much space and were too heavy. A warrior could only carry 7 or 8 at most. Once thrown, they would be left unarmed for close combat. Li Zai furrowed his brow, thoughts racing. If only we could craft bows and arrows. Unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary office worker, though he knew what a bow and arrow looked like. He had no idea what would made for good bow limbs, what sinew could serve as bowstring, or how to ensure it wouldn't snap. In this primal jungle, if he were to fumble through the crafting of a bow, by the time enemies arrived, he wouldn't even be able to fashion a slingshot. He needed something simple, made from readily available materials, capable of long-range attack. Li Zai's gaze fell upon a pile of scattered stones on the ground. These were the pebbles the young ones had practiced with a few days prior. Stones were abundant, inexhaustible. If only he could amplify their power. A slingshot. The term popped into his mind. This device was simple to make, requiring only leather strips and stones. Although accuracy might be difficult to master, it was powerful, had a long range, and most importantly, ammunition was infinite. Aru, go find me some leather. I need it to be soft, yet unbreakable. Aru, gnawing on a bone, looked up at Li Zai with curiosity upon hearing his request. What do you need leather for? To make clothes? Her eyes danced mischievously as she leaned closer, whispering. Or do you wish to try something new? If you want to tie me up, I wouldn't mind. Li Zai coughed several times, caught off guard by her words. What on earth was this girl thinking? It's for making a weapon. A tool for killing. Aru let out a slightly disappointed "oh," before turning to rummage through the pile of processed scraps. Before long, she returned with several strips of skin from the demon-faced beast. This leather was remarkably resilient, perfect for crafting a slingshot. Li Zai took out a stone knife, cutting the leather strips to the appropriate width, creating a pouch in the center to cradle the stones, leaving handles on both ends. The design was astonishingly simplistic. Is this it? Dahua leaned closer, scrutinizing the soft leather strip in Li Zai's hand, her expression one of disbelief. Li Zai, you're not joking, are you? This soft thing can kill, unless you plan to rush in and strangle your opponent. Even Hongwei, who trusted Li Zai the most, displayed a skeptical look. Li Zai, won't it just go limp when you swing it? How will it strike anyone? Li Zai offered no further explanation. He picked up a fist-sized pebble from the ground and placed it into the leather pouch. Come on, let's head to the clearing. I'll show you how it works. Interest piqued. Even the little ones playing in the mud gathered around. Standing in the center of the clearing, Li Zai held the slingshot aloft. He took a deep breath, recalling the actions he had seen in videos before. First, he would swing the cord to build centrifugal force, then release one end of the cord at the right angle, sending the stone flying. The theory was flawless. Watch closely, he called out, beginning to rotate his wrist. The pouch, cradling the stone, whirred above his head, spinning faster and faster. The beast-eared girls around him held their breath. Though it looked rudimentary, the whistling sound was indeed intimidating. Li Zai sensed the speed was sufficient, aimed at the large tree ahead, and suddenly released his grip. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. He had released his grip a mere fraction of a second too late. Instead of launching forward, the stone plummeted with tremendous force, crashing into the ground and rebounding, narrowly missing Li Zai's ear before soaring behind him. With a loud thud, the stone landed by Dahua's feet, startling her into taking a step back. The scene fell into an awkward silence, before erupting into uproarious laughter. Haha, Li Zai, were you dancing? Was that stone trying to kill you instead? Dahua laughed so hard she nearly doubled over, tears forming in her eyes. Even the little ones stifled their giggles behind their hands. Li Zai stood frozen, staring at the empty leather strip in his hand, his face burning with embarrassment. This was a monumental failure. Chapter 45. Even teaching should be approachable. Dahua's laughter echoed across the clearing, leaving Li Zai feeling as though his face might ignite. This was indeed a skill that required finesse, while his mind grasped the concept. His hands failed to keep pace. What's so funny? Aru was the first to object. She strode over to Dahua, glaring at her like a protective mother tiger. Li Zai is experimenting, testing the durability of that leather. Do you even understand? She turned back to Li Zai, grasped his hand, and blew on it. Her expression filled with concern, as if it were not Li Zai who nearly got struck on the head, but rather the sky itself that had been shattered. Are you all right? Did it hurt your hand? Li gazed at Aru's anxious demeanor, feeling a significant alleviation of his own embarrassment. He withdrew his hand and shook his head helplessly. I'm fine. This is indeed challenging to master. I lack strength and my body is uncoordinated. Observing the beast-eared girls around him stifling their laughter, an idea suddenly struck him. It didn't matter if he couldn't practice well. These women were natural warriors. With their tails aiding their balance, their control over their bodies was nothing short of extraordinary. As long as he conveyed the principles to them, how could they possibly fail to succeed? Aru, come here, he beckoned. Aru obediently approached and stood before him. I'll teach you how to use it. Your physique is excellent. You will surely grasp it at once. He instructed Aru to face away from him, gripping one end of the sling with his right hand. To correct her posture, he had to get closer. He stood behind her, his chest against her back, his hands encircling her waist as he held her wrists. This position was incredibly intimate, akin to a heartfelt embrace from behind. Aru's body stiffened momentarily before softening, her focus entirely absorbed by the warmth radiating from him, neglecting any thoughts of weapons. Li's breath warmed her ear, sending waves of heat coursing through her. Raise your hands a bit higher, just like that. His voice was soft, yet imbued with a focused seriousness. To Aru, it was even more alluring than the sweet whispers shared in the cave that night. Her tail wagged uncontrollably, brushing against Li's calves, causing his pants to shift. Should I hold tighter? Aru asked softly, her voice trembling, her face flushed like a ripe fruit. Grip the rope firmly, but don't hold my hand, Li replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the challenging teaching environment. Nearby, Dahua and Hongwei were wide-eyed. Just moments ago, Dahua had been mocking Li, but now her gaze was filled with envy. This isn't about practicing with weapons, Dahua muttered sourly. I want you to teach me like that too. Hongwei, more direct, tossed aside her task and joined the queue. Li, if Aru can't learn, let me have a go. I'm more flexible, making it easier to teach. Silver, who had been observing silently, felt her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Was this truly the legendary tribe capable of defeating formidable foes? In broad daylight, how could such blush-inducing scenes unfold? Nonetheless, Li paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. He held Aru's hands, gradually starting to rotate the sling. Feel the weight of the stone, let it spin. When it reaches maximum speed, release your finger at the moment it points toward the target. Though Aru's mind was wandering, her innate talent was undeniable. She quickly found the rhythm. Now, release. Li commanded sharply. Aru loosened her grip. Whoosh. Crack. A sharp sound erupted as the stone shot forth like a cannonball from a barrel. Though it missed the tree, it struck a nearby pile of stones, sending sparks flying and debris scattering. The noise stunned everyone into silence. Dahua, who had been grinning just moments ago, now fell silent. The force of that strike could easily cause severe injury if it hit someone on the head. Success! Li exclaimed, releasing his grip with excitement. Aru, still in disbelief, glanced at her hands and then at the small crater created by the impact. This soft rope is so powerful. With a successful demonstration, the ensuing activities unfolded naturally. Dahua, Hongwei, and the exuberant youngsters all joined the training ranks. Particularly the little ones, with their small stature and low center of gravity, took to it instinctively. The leading little beast girl even added a flourish, spinning twice in place before flinging the stone away with her rotational momentum. Bang! It struck the trunk directly, splintering the bark. Wow, this is fun. The little ones squealed in excitement, filling the clearing with the sounds of wind whooshing and stones thudding. Li surveyed the burgeoning squad of ranged attackers with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Now, even if enemies approached, they would be met with a hail of stones before they could reach the walls. The day swiftly passed. By evening, the sounds of slingshots had become a background melody in the tribe. Everyone was diligently practicing, determined not to lag behind with this new weapon. Just as they were deeply engaged in practice, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air. It emanated from the newly constructed watchtower. However, something felt off about the sound. It was not the urgent short whistle of an enemy attack, but rather a long, warning signal. Li and Lai exchanged alarmed glances and halted their activities. What is going on? They hurried to the base of the large tree. The lookout was Hongwei, standing atop the high platform, pointing toward the horizon. Li, Chief, look over there. Following her direction, Li beheld a foreboding wall of dark clouds looming in the distance, advancing with an ominous force. The clouds hung low, flickering with flashes of lightning within. Birds in the forest took flight in a frenzy, flocking low and calling out in panic. The previously sweltering air turned cool, the wind shifting to carry the damp scent of earth. Lai observed the sky, her expression darkening. A storm is coming. A deluge. In this primordial forest, heavy rains often heralded disaster, rising river waters, landslides, and the ever-present dampness. Li felt a knot form in his stomach. He glanced back at the racks laden with cured meat and the wall that was only half reinforced. This was troubling. If the rain persisted for days, the hard-earned provisions would succumb to moisture and mold, jeopardizing the tribe's food supply. Stop practicing. Li turned and shouted. Quick, gather the meat. Everyone move. We need to get everything inside the cave before the rain starts. Chapter 46. The rainy night, the warmest sandwich. Without warning, large droplets of rain began to pelt down, crashing onto the ground. Moments ago, only dark clouds loomed overhead, but now, sheets of water cascaded from the sky. Hurry, don't just stand there. Grab the meat. Li wiped the rain from his face and shouted at the top of his lungs. At this point, no further direction was needed. The beast-eared girls, who valued the cured meat more than their own lives, were already on the move. Dozens of figures darted through the curtain of rain. Manhwa hoisted an entire rack of ribs, splashing through the muddy water, running faster than when chasing a wild boar. With nimble little girls in tow, Hongwei dashed forward, cradling an abundance of meat strips in her arms while shrieking in a cacophony of excitement or perhaps fear of the impending rain drenching their prize. Into that great cave. Move it up high? Li Zai commanded, gesturing towards the highest cavern within the tribe, typically a storage for miscellaneous items, dry and well-ventilated, the perfect sanctuary from the rain. He yearned to lend a hand in the effort, but as he bent to grasp a piece of meat, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. Aru, having procured a freshly processed demon-faced beast hide from somewhere, held it aloft with both hands, resembling a grand umbrella shielding Li Zai from the downpour. Stay still. We can manage this bit of work. Despite being drenched, her hair clinging to her face, and water trickling down her chin, Aru was utterly unfazed. Her eyes wide with concern, fixated on Li Zai, fearful that he might get even a drop on him. You're frail. A cold rain like this will surely make you ill. If you fall sick, you'll have to lie down, and then I won't be able to. Mid-sentence. Her cheeks flushed a bright hue, and she promptly bit her tongue, instead using her sturdy shoulder to nudge Li Zai towards the cave entrance. All right, he relented, unable to withstand her fervor. Besides, the beast-eared maidens around them worked with remarkable efficiency, rendering his strength somewhat futile. And he could do naught but yield to Aru's insistence as he retreated into the cave. The rain intensified, thunder reverberating above, shaking the very stones beneath their feet. In a short while, the meat on the rack outside was salvaged entirely. The last to enter was Lai, the chieftain, who dragged in 2 hefty bundles of kindling, which she had snatched from the firewood pile at the last moment. Upon entering, she dropped the wood with a flourish and shook her drenched hair like a lion emerging from the water. That was close. I nearly got soaked. Lai laughed heartily, her gaze surveying the mountain of meat that filled half the cave, her eyes alight with satisfaction. Outside, the world had become a blurred expanse of water mist, the sound of the rain resembling a torrent that threatened to submerge the entire forest. The temperature within the cave dropped swiftly, moisture rising from the ground. Let us get a fire going. Everyone gather around to warm up. Don't catch a chill. Li Zai found a sheltered spot and directed Dahu and the others to ignite the flames. Soon, vibrant orange flames leapt up, dispelling the darkness and chill of the cave. Dozens of beast-eared maidens crowded into the relatively small space. Though a bit cramped, the warmth of their camaraderie provided a profound sense of security. All were drenched, their beast-hide skirts clinging to their forms, accentuating their curves. Aru tossed aside the hide used for shelter, shaking her head and body like a large dog, sending droplets flying. Aru, what are you doing? Hongwei exclaimed, leaping back to avoid the spray. Just drying off, otherwise, it'll be uncomfortable. Aru retorted with conviction, then strolled over to the fire and plopped down beside Li Zai. Steam still rose from her body, the warmth of her skin evaporating the rainwater into a mist. Li Zai, are you cold? She disregarded the many curious eyes upon them, wrapping her arms around him in a warm embrace. I'm warm. Let me share some heat with you. This was no mere warmth. It was akin to being enveloped by a human furnace, pressed against her firm chest. Li Zai felt the heat radiating from her back. Aru's skin was smooth, the mingling of rainwater and sweat exuding a primal, yet pleasant scent. I'm not cold. Just as Li Zai attempted to wriggle free, feeling a tad embarrassed under the watchful gazes, another weight settled beside him. Li had sat down. Her stature even more imposing than Aru's, effectively sealing off any space on Li Zai's other side. Don't move. This rain will persist for quite some time. And it's warm here. Li, holding a dry piece of hide, roughly dabbed at Li Zai's head, wiping away the rain droplets that had splashed onto him. Then, quite naturally, she took his hand and placed it upon her warm thigh to keep it cozy. Your hands are so cold, and you still say you're not chilly. Li Zai found himself utterly sandwiched. To his left was the vivacious Aru, and to his right, the commanding Li. They pressed him snugly between them, akin to the safest, warmest sandwich imaginable. The soft yet resilient sensation enveloped him, restricting his breath, yet instilling a profound sense of tranquility. The flickering firelight danced upon their faces. Dahu was wringing out her hair, water cascading down. Een, along with her 4 sisters, huddled in a corner, gazing at the abundant provisions within the cave, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. This much meat should last us quite a while, right? Een murmured, absent-mindedly toying with a small stone on the ground. In her former tribe, rainy days were a calamity. Everyone would be left hungry, huddled in leaking shelters, their stomachs rumbling as they prayed for the rain to cease. How different it was now. Before her was a fire, behind her lay meat, and the man who provided them all with a sense of security was nestled right in the middle. At that moment, Hongwei approached, clutching several freshly roasted pieces of jerky. Have some. Running around earlier nearly starved me. She distributed the meat among them. Li Zai took a piece, biting into it. The warmth of the meat filled his belly, sending a comforting warmth radiating throughout him. It appeared the rain would not relent anytime soon. Chewing on the meat, Li Zai gazed at the thick curtain of water at the cave entrance. That's just as well. Li leaned against the stone wall. Her demeanor languid, her robust tail lazily swatting the ground. We've worn ourselves out these past few days. This rain is just the excuse we need to rest. The meat is all here, safe from theft and spoilage. She turned her head, casting a playful glance at Li Zai, who was hopelessly wedged between the two. And a smirk crept across her lips. Besides, with this delightful weather, we needn't venture out. We can indulge in other activities. The moment her words left her lips, Aru's eyes lit up in understanding. She tightened her embrace around Li Zai, instinctively pressing her thigh closer. Yes, let us do something else. Aru whispered heatedly into Li Zai's ear, her hands beginning to wander beneath his clothing. Li Zai, while everyone is distracted. Li Zai quickly restrained her mischievous hand. Not here, not in broad daylight. Although it may seem as dark as night outside, there are still dozens of eyes fixed on us in this cave, especially the little ones, who were sprawled across from the fire, wide-eyed and curiously gazing their way. Behave yourselves, there are too many people around. Li Zai lowered his voice in warning. What is wrong with that? Our tribe thrives on the vibrancy of numbers. Daha chimed in, chuckling, her flesh jiggling with mirth. If you're shy, we can just turn around and not look. Exactly. We want to look. Hongwei echoed, joining in the playful ruckus, even going so far as to cover her eyes with her hands, though her fingers were spread wide apart. Li felt overwhelmed. The thought processes of this group of beast-eared maidens seemed to lead straight to their lower bodies. As long as they were well-fed and had nothing else to occupy their minds, their thoughts invariably drifted to those matters. In an effort to shift the topic and alleviate the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere, Li cleared his throat. All right, enough of the nonsense. He adjusted his seating posture, striving to appear more serious, though being flanked by 2 women made it difficult to project any form of authority. Since we cannot leave, let us discuss the pressing matters at hand. Pressing matters? What pressing matters could there be? Aru muttered in mild discontent, though she had stopped her movements. She still lingered in Li's embrace, reluctant to depart. There are indeed pressing matters. Li gazed at the shadows cast on the cave ceiling by the flickering firelight, his expression becoming somewhat profound. Life had improved, but this was merely a temporary respite. Behind the Yaya tribe they had vanquished lay the ominous existence of the Blackstone tribe, along with the myriad dangers lurking within these woods. Though the tribe currently enjoyed an abundance of meat, their manpower remained insufficient, particularly skilled labor, crafting weapons, processing hides. And if they were to aspire to construct sturdier dwellings in the future, relying solely on the brawny, yet clumsy warriors like Dahu was not viable. Li turned to the chief beside him. Li was squinting her eyes, relishing the warmth of the fire. Upon hearing Li call her name, she lazily responded, "What is it? Aside from the Yaya tribe we've defeated, what about the Blackstone tribe?" Li's voice was soft yet clear within the tranquil cave. "Are there other neighbors nearby?" As soon as the question escaped his lips, the previously noisy cave fell into a significant hush. Een lifted her head to gaze at Li, while Dahu paused in her task of polishing her spear. Everyone knew that whenever Li posed such inquiries, it signaled the potential for significant developments. Li opened her eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within them. She released Li's hand and shifted to a more comfortable position. Neighbors, indeed. This forest is vast. How could it be just as few? The rain outside continued to pour relentlessly. However, the atmosphere within the cave had shifted due to Li's inquiry. Chapter 47. Choosing the softest persimmon to squeeze. The flickering flames in the cave elongated everyone as shadows, casting them against the uneven stone walls, resembling a horde of fearsome beasts. The sound of rain outside showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed intent on cleansing the very earth itself. Such weather was perfect for storytelling, as well as for plotting schemes. Li toyed with Li's fingers. Her palm, broad and rough, bore the marks of hard labor, contrasting sharply with Li's delicate and pristine hand. She pinched Li's knuckles, comparing their sizes with a playful grin, as if she were handling an intriguing new toy. In this vicinity, there are only 3 tribes worth mentioning. Li spoke nonchalantly, her voice languid, reminiscent of a well-fed cat basking in the sun. One of them is the Blackstone tribe, the very backing of the Yaya. Those ruffians reside in the eastern rocky outcrop of the forest. At the mention of the Blackstone tribe, Dahu snorted in disdain, clearly harboring no fondness for them. Those people are nothing but lunatics, with brains no bigger than a walnut, perpetually engaging in brawls and thievery. They rely on their thick skin and brute strength to be quite overbearing. Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are troublesome. But they dwell a bit far from us, separated by 2 rivers. With this torrential rain, the rivers will swell, making it difficult for them to cross anytime soon. Even under normal circumstances, they would be disinclined to venture so far to trouble us, unless we provoke them. Li silently noted this. Such opponents, strong in brute force but lacking in intellect, could be dealt with easily as long as they were kept at a distance, employing traps and ranged weaponry. However, there was no need to engage them directly at this juncture. What about the other one? Li inquired. The second is called the Red Fox tribe, situated to the north. Aru interjected, resting her chin on Li's shoulder, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Those troublesome foxes are the worst. Troublesome foxes? Li asked, intrigued. Yes, they are particularly cunning. Unlike us, who engage in direct hunting, they prefer ambush tactics. Li added, moreover, their leader is quite shrewd. In the past, we attempted to trade with them, and nearly fell victim to their schemes. However, they are few in number and timid. As long as we display our strength, they will not dare to act. Li nodded. Such opponents, akin to old coins, could indeed be vexing. Not only were they labor-intensive to confront, but they were also prone to underhanded tactics. Given that the tribe was in its infancy, it was unwise to engage in mind games with them. And the third? Li's intuition hinted that the main event lay ahead. Li smiled, a smirk that carried a hint of disdain and a touch of amusement. The third is the Drooping Ear tribe, nestled in the southern valley. Drooping Ear? Yes, a group of individuals with long ears, whose courage is even less than that of a mouse. Li raised 2 fingers, mimicking rabbit ears above her head. Their ears are so long that they flop down on either side of their heads. At the slightest sign of danger, they scurry away faster than anyone else. And how do they survive? Li asked. They graze on grass, dig up roots, and occasionally find some fruits. If luck is on their side, they might stumble upon the carcasses of dead rabbits or birds. Hong Wei chuckled nearby. Those folks are utterly useless in a fight. I could take on 10 of them single-handedly. The last time I encountered 2 of them in the woods foraging, they dropped everything and fled before I even spoke. They ran so fast that I could barely see their tails. Li's eyes sparkled. Do they possess any special skills? I mean, aside from their speed. Special skills? Li pondered. They are quite adept at crafting intricate items. They know how to find particularly strong grasses to weave mats, and they can also craft baskets from vines. The rickety basket we use for gathering fruits was traded from them. She continued. Moreover, they have an extensive knowledge of plants, understanding which herbs can stop bleeding and which can cause diarrhea. Hearing this, Li's mind began to formulate plans. This was the perfect labor force. What was the tribe currently lacking? Logistics. People like Dahu and Aru were born warriors, excellent at hunting wild boars and chopping wood. But asking them to sit still and weave vine armor or identify medicinal herbs would be akin to torture. The Drooping Ear tribe, with their weak combat skills, posed minimal threat and were easily manageable. Their proficiency in weaving and forging was precisely what the tribe needed to address its current shortcomings. Moreover, it sounded as though their lives were quite arduous. After all, subsisting solely on grass and fruits in this primitive world would undoubtedly lead to frequent hunger. Li turned his gaze towards the mountain of smoked meat piled within the cave. They currently had an abundance of meat that was becoming overwhelming, and he was pondering how to manage it all. Isn't this a ready-made transaction? Aru. Li's eye called out. Aru was toying with the corner of Li's eye's garment, even bored enough to insert the tip of her tail into the palm of his hand for him to squeeze. Upon hearing her name, she immediately perked up. What is it? Are we going to sleep? Sleep? Li's eye extracted her tail, chuckling as he patted her. Once the rain ceases, We shall have matters to attend to. He picked up a piece of charcoal from the ground and sketched a rough map on the smooth stone surface. Here is our tribe. And here is the ravine where those rabbits reside. Lai, what do you think we should bring as gifts when we visit our neighbors? Lai met Li Zai's gaze and instantly understood his intent. She was all too familiar with that look. Whenever Li Zai displayed a grin akin to a wolf eyeing a little rabbit, it invariably meant misfortune for someone. No, rather. It signified that good fortune was about to unfold. Let's bring meat then. Lai chuckled, her chest vibrating with mirth. The finest cured meats, several large baskets full. Those rabbits hardly ever have the luxury of even a broth, and the mere scent would likely leave them spellbound. Clever. Li Zai snapped his fingers. We won't harm them or seize their possessions. We shall simply befriend them. Inform them that as long as they are willing to assist us, help us weave and gather herbs, meat will be plentiful. But what if they refuse? Dahua, ever blunt, posed the question. Before Li Zai could respond, Yin interjected coolly from the side. They wouldn't dare refuse. Yin had been listening intently. As someone who had struggled on the brink of survival, she understood the mindset of such a vulnerable tribe all too well. When a group of formidable warriors, armed with spears and draped in meat, stands at their doorstep, they have only two choices, either submit or perish. Moreover, Yin glanced at Li Zai. For them, following you and having access to meat might not be perceived as a bad deal at all. Li Zai regarded Yin with approval. This wolf lady is quite astute. Precisely. We shall call this an alliance. In name, an alliance. In essence, a subjugation. Li Zai tossed the charcoal onto the ground. First, we shall borrow their labor, over time. As they become accustomed to our meat and the safety we provide, when the time comes to send them away, they likely won't leave. This is akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Although no one comprehended the phrase, the underlying meaning was understood. All right, we shall follow your lead, Lai exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Zai's neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Once the rain stops, we shall hunt rabbits, with the serious matters discussed. The rain outside had lessened slightly, transforming into a gentle drizzle. Sleep had abandoned them all. With nothing to do, they felt compelled to find something to occupy themselves. Li Zai didn't allow for idle chatter. Yin, take Hong Wei and the others to practice those slingshot knots. I noticed several people had their ropes slip off last time. This is a grave error. Dahua, your spear tip is dull. Hurry and sharpen it. If we head out in a couple of days with such a blunt weapon, wouldn't that be embarrassing? The group bustled about under Li Zai's direction. Yet each face bore a cheerful countenance. With prospects and tasks at hand, life felt invigorating. Li Zai himself was not idle. He found himself sandwiched between Aru and Lai, unable to move. He resigned himself to using Aru as a backrest while Lai's thigh served as a makeshift table. He diligently refined the rudimentary map on the ground. Here is the river, and here is the black stone. Li Zai muttered to himself. Aru, perched on his back, observed as he drew those winding lines. Though she couldn't comprehend them, she found it remarkably impressive. She reached out and gently poked the spot where Li Zai had just drawn. What is this circle? That is the place we shall conquer in the future. Li Zai grasped her finger and drew a large circle on the makeshift map, encompassing all surrounding territories. Henceforth, we will have dominion over this forest. Aru gazed at the circle, then looked at Li Zai's confident profile. Her heart raced, a sensation more exhilarating than capturing the largest prey. Leaning closer, she playfully nipped at his ear. Li Zai, you are quite naughty. Yet I like it very much. Li Zai's hand trembled, and a crooked line was added to the map. He turned back helplessly, observing the infatuated expression on Aru's face, as well as the teasing smile of Lai beside her. Though the rain continued to pour outside, the temperature within the cave seemed to rise. It appeared that before this torrential downpour ceased, he would not have the luxury of resting his back. Nonetheless, thoughts of the soon-to-arrive rabbit laborers made life seem undeniably promising. Chapter 48. Visiting good neighbors with meat. The heavy rain fell relentlessly for 2 days and nights, finally ceasing on the morning of the third day. As the long-awaited sun emerged, it evaporated the moisture in the forest as if it were boiling. Everything was damp, water droplets clung to the leaves, and the muddy ground was so soft that a footstep could sink up to the ankle. Li Zai had no intention of resting. Seizing the early light, he rallied the prearranged diplomatic entourage. The sight of this procession was quite imposing. Leading the way was Lai, the chieftain, who had donned a relatively intact hide today, wielding her well-used black-headed spear. Dahua and Hong Wei followed closely behind, each bearing an array of sharpened short spears. Resembling a porcupine armed with spikes, definitely not a group to be trifled with. As for Aru, she too was diligent today. She stayed close to Li Zai, one hand resting on his waist, fearful that the slick mud might cause him to slip. Are we all prepared? Li Zai glanced back. Besides their weapons, the most notable feature of this group was that each person carried a large wicker basket. These baskets were filled with the fine-cured meats prepared over the past few days. The rich aroma of smoke and meat wafted through the air, detectable from 2 miles away. Let us move. Lai waved her hand, and the group set forth in a grand procession toward the southern ravine. The journey was anything but easy. The muddy ground was slippery, and Li Zai stumbled frequently, nearly losing his balance several times, relying on Aru to catch him each time. I say, Li Zai, with all this meat we're taking, what if those rabbits are ungrateful? Dahua grumbled as she pulled her foot from the muck. Would they dare? Aru scoffed, flicking her tail to chase away a pesky insect that had dared to land on her. If they refuse to listen, I shall tear their ears off for the feast. Li Zai patted Aru's hand reassuringly. Let us not resort to violence. We are here to conduct business and should win them over with virtue. What is virtue? Dahua inquired. Virtue is the meat we possess, along with the spears on our backs. Li smiled faintly, remarking that offering food is a virtue, while disobedience leads to punishment, which is also a form of virtue. Dahua nodded in a somewhat confused manner, feeling invigorated by his words. After walking for approximately 2 hours, the terrain ahead began to descend. The scent of decaying leaves in the air lessened, replaced by a fresh aroma of grass. They arrived at their destination, just below them. Lai halted, pointing to a nearby hollow in the mountain. Li followed his gaze. It was a rather concealed ravine, flanked by steep stone walls, with an abundance of wild grasses and shrubs in between. At that moment, several figures were moving about in the underbrush. They were a group of females with long ears. Unlike Aru, their ears drooped softly beside their heads, some swaying slightly with their movements. Their garments could hardly be described as clothing. They were merely tattered leaves and dried grass woven together, barely concealing their modesty. Each of them was emaciated, digging for roots or stuffing unripe wild fruits into their mouths. This must be the fabled eared tribe. As soon as Li and his group emerged, the rabbits reacted instantly. A scream pierced the air, and the beast-eared women, startled as if their tails had been stepped on, jumped up in unison. Without even glancing back, they instinctively scrambled to retreat into their burrows. Stop! Lai's voice resonated, deep and thunderous, echoing through the ravine. The group of beast-eared women, terrified, felt their legs weaken. A few faint-hearted ones collapsed onto the ground, while others stood frozen in fear, trembling, their ears nearly covering their eyes. We do not intend to harm you, Li quickly added, gesturing for everyone to abandon their threatening posture. He instructed Dahua and the others to place their baskets on the ground. The dull thuds echoed ominously. The overpowering scent of cooked meat instantly filled the ravine. The trembling beast-eared women couldn't help but twitch their noses. It was the smell of meat. And not just any meat, but cooked meat. For these creatures, who subsisted on roots and occasionally rejoiced over a dead rat, this aroma was more intoxicating than any drug. Movement stirred in the grass. After a considerable wait, an older beast-eared woman timidly emerged. She appeared slightly sturdier than the others, though only marginally so. A tuft of stray hair adorned the tips of her ears, and upon seeing Li and his armed companions, her eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of breaking into sobs. This was the current leader of the eared tribe, named Mir. Why you? Mir struggled to articulate her words, gripping the tattered grass mat draped over her frail body. Are you going to eat us? Our meat is very sour and mostly bones. It's not palatable. Li, hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. How pitifully humble. Lai, growing impatient, could not abide such timidity. She stepped forward boldly, kicking over the closest basket. The dark red strips of cured meat tumbled to the ground. EQ, you should take a good look at yourselves. There is hardly 2 ounces of flesh on your entire body, not enough to even fill my teeth. Lai pointed at the meat on the ground, her tone brimming with arrogance. See that? That is for you to eat. Mir was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at the bright red strips of meat on the ground, a loud gulp echoing in her throat. Not only her, but the beast-eared women hiding in the grass also displayed eyes filled with longing. If not for their fear, they would have rushed forward to snatch it. For us? Mir could hardly believe it, raising her head to look at Lai, then at Li, protected by Aru. Why? Li stepped out from behind Aru, wearing a smile that appeared warm and inviting, yet in Mir's eyes resembled that of a wolf attempting to deceive a little rabbit. Our tribe has an overabundance of meat lately, too much to consume, and we fear it will spoil. Li spun a casual lie. Moreover, we lack skilled hands for delicate tasks. Aren't you all quite adept? You could help us weave some baskets and gather herbs, and we will provide you with meat. Provide meat? Mir felt as though she were dreaming. Could such good fortune exist in this world? Work a little and receive meat in return? Instinctively, she sensed a trap. These people appeared formidable, especially the leading woman who could easily flatten her with a single blow. Yet the meat truly smelled divine. Mir's stomach betrayed her, rumbling audibly like thunder. She found herself caught in a tremendous quandary. On one side lay the fear of being killed, and on the other, the tantalizing allure of a full meal. As she hesitated, Dahua grew impatient. She removed a spear from her back, weighing it in her hand, then casually tossed it toward a nearby dead tree. The spear plunged deep into the trunk, trembling at its end. Why the delay? Dawei glared, her voice resonating painfully in their ears. You refuse to take the meat? Must we drag you back ourselves? This display shattered Mir's already fragile psychological defenses. These people were far too strong. If they were to resort to violence, her group would be no match for them. Since resistance was futile, it was better to acquiesce. At least she could have a full meal before her demise. I agree. Mir closed her eyes, seemingly resigning herself to her fate. But we are many, and there are elders and children among us who cannot move. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and added, I will first find 10 individuals to accompany you. If it truly is acceptable, we will all follow afterward. This was the so-called cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Mir was no fool. Should this be a trap, sending 10 was certainly better than risking the entire tribe. Lee was quite satisfied with this outcome. Once they ate the meat, they would never think of fleeing again. Very well, 10 it is. Lee nodded. Choose your people. Mir turned, beckoning to the grass. Soon, 10 beast-eared women, appearing slightly more spirited than the rest, emerged. They kept their heads bowed, trembling as if they were about to be cast into a cauldron. Come, have some meat first, lest you become too weak to move. Lee gestured for Dahwai to share some meat with them. Although Dahwai felt a twinge of reluctance, she nonetheless grabbed several handfuls of meat strips and placed them into the hands of the 10 beast-eared women. Initially hesitant, they clutched the meat, until one, overcome by hunger, cautiously took a bite. In that instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, tears streaming down her face. It was exquisite. She had never tasted anything so delicious in her life. With the first one indulging, the remaining 9 cast aside all restraint, devouring the meat ravenously, licking their fingers clean of grease. The earlier atmosphere, laden with a sense of tragic heroism akin to that of one marching toward death, was abruptly dissipated by the fragrant allure of reality. On the journey back, the 10 beast-eared maidens were as docile as could be. They trailed at the rear of the group, occasionally glancing ahead at the formidable figures of Dawa and her companions, fearful that any sign of lagging would earn them a jab from a spear. Upon reaching Li Zai's tribe, these naive hares were utterly bewildered. As they stepped through the entrance, their eyes were not met with horrifying instruments of torture or towering piles of bones, but rather with an abundance of meat. Rows of glistening, crimson flesh adorned the racks, creating a veritable wall of sustenance. The aroma in the air was intoxicating, nearly dizzying. The beast-eared maidens of the tribe sat by the fire, gnawing on generous portions of meat, their faces radiating the languid satisfaction of having feasted well. There were no beatings, no hunger. This place appeared to be a mythical paradise. The 10 maidens stood at the threshold, their legs frozen in place. Li Zai turned around, chuckling at their inept demeanor. Stop gaping, he instructed, gesturing towards the meat racks. These are our reserves. We shall rest here tonight. Tomorrow, I will show you how we procure our meat. Chapter 49. Do you call this wood? That night, the 10 beast-eared maidens experienced a rather restless sleep. Although Li Zai had arranged for them a dry corner and provided 2 tattered hides for warmth, they were still in a wolf's den, cuddled together, even in slumber. Their long ears twitched occasionally, and the slightest rustle in the wind would rouse several of them. At dawn, just as the first light began to break, Hong Wei entered, carrying a large wooden basin. Awake, rise and shine, you lazy hares. Her booming voice startled the beast-eared maidens, who had still been dreaming of foraging for roots. They scrambled to their feet, huddling together, fearing they were being summoned for their final journey. Instead, Hong Wei set the basin down before them. Inside was a steaming pot of meat soup. Though the chunks of meat were few, they were rich in essence, garnished with a few wild greens floating atop. Hurry and drink, for there is work to be done afterward, Hong Wei declared, turning on her heel and leaving. The maidens gazed at the broth, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. This was no mere last meal, it was divine sustenance. They gathered around the basin, disregarding the heat, and drank heartily. Feeling warmth envelop their bodies. Before long, Li Zai arrived, dressed in a more agile ensemble, with vines woven around his waist, and his ever-present short spear in hand. Aru followed closely beside him, bearing several javelins on her back, and carrying 2 spare ones in her hands. Come, let us venture out. Li Zai beckoned the beast-eared maidens. They dared not decline. Obediently, they rose and formed a line behind him, their hearts pounding with trepidation. What was to become of them? Would they be released into the forest, or set as bait for wild beasts? Surely, they were to be used as bait. The one named Xiao Hui lamented inwardly, questioning whether her meager weight would even attract a predator's attention. Exiting the tribe, the group headed towards the forest in the east. Leading the way was Aru, accompanied by Dahua, along with Li Zai and the 10 hares, forming a modest contingent. Along the path, the maidens' gazes were irresistibly drawn to the weapons strapped to Aru's back, sharpened wooden sticks, their heads darkened as if charred. Can such wood be used for hunting? Xiao Hui murmured to her companion. Have they lost their minds, taking mere sticks into the woods? The hide of a wild boar is so thick that even a collision would shatter bones. What can these wooden implements possibly achieve? Her companion mirrored her despair. It's over. Yesterday's feast was truly our last. After approximately half an hour of walking, Aru suddenly halted, signaling for silence. Lizai also came to a stop, glancing back at the trembling hairs and making a shushing gesture. From the underbrush ahead came the sound of grunting. It was a group of wild boars. Around 5 or 6, foraging for food in the muddy ground. The lead boar was substantial, with long tusks jutting out menacingly. Upon sighting such a creature, the maiden's legs turned to jelly. In their past experiences, they had always fled at the first sign of such beasts, for even a moment's hesitation could lead to a lethal charge. Now, they were within 30 meters of the animals, and yet, the group did not flee. Xiao Hui began searching the ground for a hole, pondering if she could bury herself. Prepare, Li Zai's voice was soft yet steady. Aru and Dahua dismissed the boars entirely, skillfully drawing their short spears from their backs, leaning slightly backward, and adopting a throwing stance. Their movements were synchronized, exuding a powerful aesthetic. The beast-eared maidens widened their eyes in confusion. What are they planning? From such a distance, are they merely going to tickle the pigs with sticks? Release. With Li Zai's command, the air was filled with a spine-tingling whoosh. The maidens barely registered the blur of shadows darting through the air, as if guided by unseen eyes, hurtling forth with astonishing speed. Thud, thud. The dull thuds of the spears embedding into flesh echoed through the quiet forest, striking a stark contrast to the serene surroundings. The wild boars, engrossed in their foraging, were oblivious to their impending doom. The lead boar had just lifted its head when a spear pierced its neck, the tremendous force sending it crashing to the ground. Following swiftly, 2 more spears struck its belly and hind leg. A chilling scream reverberated through the woods. The remaining boars fared little better. 3 were felled in an instant, impaled by the trembling wooden sticks, blood spilling profusely. Only 2 smaller ones, terrified, squealed and darted into the forest, disappearing from sight. Yet, this was of little consequence. The entire encounter unfolded in less than 2 seconds, from the moment of the strike to their demise. The fierce wild boars had no opportunity to charge, nor even a chance to glimpse their attackers, before they became lifeless carcasses. The beast-eared maidens stood in stunned silence. Xiao Hui's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She rubbed her eyes, glancing at the twitching boars and then at Aru and her companions, who remained unscathed. Can wood fly? Is this how they died? Am I dreaming? Her mind struggled to comprehend the events. In their understanding, hunting involved bloodshed, desperation, and the use of claws and teeth to tear apart prey. Yet this group, standing so far away, had simply hurled a few sticks and brought down wild boars. This was nothing short of sorcery. What are you all standing around for? Come over and help with the meat. Dahua's booming voice jolted the stunned rabbits back to their senses. Oh, the beast-eared girls, as if waking from a dream, hurried over. As they drew closer, the horrifying nature of the wound became evident. The seemingly unremarkable wooden stake had pierced through the thick, tough hide of the wild boar with brutal force. What kind of strength was required for this? How hard must that would be? Xiao Hui trembled as he touched the spear still embedded in the pig's body. Thank goodness he hadn't run away yesterday. If that had pierced him, it would have surely meant his end. Stop touching it. That's for slaughtering pigs. Aru stepped forward and yanked out the spear, causing a spray of blood. She didn't even glance at the pigs. Instead, she turned to Li Zai. Li Zai, am I still the best today? Aru dragged the largest boar over to him, her face brimming with pride. The several 100-pound wild boar felt like a mere doll in her grasp. Indeed, Aru is the strongest. Li Zai chuckled as he wiped the sweat from her face. Aru lifted her chin with a proud air, her tail practically soaring to the heavens. Well then, tonight. She leaned into Li Zai's ear, her voice taking on a sticky sweetness. I still want more tonight. The beast-eared girls nearby observed this scene, although they could not comprehend their words. The overwhelming sense of dominance radiating from the strong towards the weak, the confidence of someone wielding life and death, was deeply etched in their minds. This is what it means to be strong. Following such a person, it truly seems there is no need to fear hunger any longer. Upon returning to the tribe, cheers erupted once more. Tonight's bonfire blazed even brighter than the last. The wild boars were quickly skewered over the fire, sizzling and oozing fat. 10 beast-eared girls were seated by the fire, each receiving a sizable bone with both skin and meat still attached. They gnawed on the meat while stealing glances around them. Everyone here was jubilant, laughing heartily, with no one worrying about whether they would go hungry the next day. Li Zai found himself flanked by Lai and Aru, enjoying the attentions of both women. He glanced at the rabbits with grease smeared across their faces and cleared his throat. Now that you're here, we are all family. Li Zai's voice brought immediate silence to the surroundings. However, we have rules here. We do not support idlers. He produced a wooden board, upon which simple symbols were drawn in charcoal. From now on, we will establish a contribution table. You, the eared tribe, are not strong enough for hunting. So you will do other tasks. If you weave a large basket, that counts as one entry. If you bring back a pile of usable herbs, that counts as another. If you clean the hides, that counts as yet another. Lizai gestured towards the meat. The more entries you accumulate, the more meat you can exchange for. Work more, eat more, work less, and you'll just have soup. Of course, as long as you are willing to work, I guarantee that everyone will have their fill, and no one will dare bully you. This was simple and easily understood. For these beast-eared girls, who had always lived on the brink of hunger, this was the most equitable of trades. No need to toil excessively. Just weaving baskets and gathering herbs would suffice for meat. Was there even a need for deliberation? We will do it. We will definitely work hard. Xiao Hui was the first to raise his hand, still chewing his meat as he shouted. The others eagerly nodded, afraid that if they delayed their agreement, this opportunity would vanish. Aru listened nearby, poking Lizai's waist with an air of discontent. Why make it so complicated? Just tell them to work. She eyed the slender but somewhat delicate rabbits with suspicion. Are you perhaps taken with their long ears? Wanting to lure them into the cave as well? Lizai couldn't help but chuckle. This girl's jealousy was growing more pronounced. He reached out and pinched Aru's cheek. Silly girl, he whispered in her ear. Forcing them to work would make them slaves. They would harbor resentment and contemplate escape. And they would slack off. But if they feel they are earning their share of meat through their own efforts, they will see themselves as part of this family. Only then will their hearts settle here, unmovable. Aru nodded, somewhat understanding. Lizai's gaze then fell upon the makeshift scorecard. With this system in place, the enthusiasm of these laborers would be thoroughly mobilized. The tribe's logistics were thus secured. Next, he needed to consider how to coax the remaining rabbits over. Illuminated by the firelight, a capitalist's distinctive smile spread across Lizai's face. Chapter 50. Only with a full stomach can one muster the strength to move stones. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate when activity began stirring within the tribe. Lizai stood at the edge of the tribe near a haphazard pile of stones, giving a kick to one of the unstable rocks. It wobbled a couple of times before tumbling down with a thud. The wall was pathetically inadequate. Rather than a wall, it resembled a mere heap of randomly stacked rocks barely reaching knee height. It would be ineffective against a charge from a large tribe, let alone fend off a wild boar. With just a slight nudge, the wall could collapse halfway, if they wanted to ensure long-term stability here. To guard the abundant smoked meat, this defensive line had to be erected. Lai approached, carrying a freshly roasted hind leg, prepared as breakfast for Lizai. What's wrong? You're looking troubled so early in the morning. Lai handed the meat to Lizai, following his gaze to the pile of crumbling stones. This wall is inadequate. Lizai took a bite of the meat, oil dripping from his mouth. It's too low, too fragile. If another tribe were to actually attack, this structure would even trip them up. We need to raise it higher and make it sturdier. Lai nodded, though she wasn't well versed in these defensive matters. She trusted Lizai. Then let us fix it. You say how, and we will do it. After all, we have no shortage of strength or manpower right now. Lai glanced back at the beast-eared girls wandering idly in the open space of the tribe. Having filled their stomachs, these women were brimming with energy that needed an outlet. No one is to be idle. Lizai quickly finished the meat, wiped his greasy hands, and began issuing orders. Dahua, take a few of the strongest to the forest to drag back those gray-skinned logs we cut yesterday. Also, the large stones by the river, carry back as many as you can. Aru, you gather people to dig for soil. We need that slightly sticky yellow earth. Redtail, go cut grass. The more, the better, and it should be the long, dried variety. Although everyone was unsure of what Lizai was plotting, the prospect of work excited them. For them, working meant meat, and meat meant survival. What about us? A thin voice piped up from the side. Mier, accompanied by her fellow members of the eared tribe, huddled in the corner. They watched as others found tasks, anxiety creeping into their hearts. In this tribe, those who did not work went hungry. Lizai turned to regard the frail rabbits. It was unrealistic to expect them to move the large stones. Come with me. Li led them to a muddy patch by the riverbank. Though you may possess little strength, your dexterity is commendable. Your task is to work with the mud. Li pointed towards the mire on the ground, instructing them to mix the silt from the yellow river's bed with the dried grass that Hongwei and the others had gathered. Add water and stir vigorously until the mixture becomes viscous enough to hold together without falling apart. This task may sound simple, yet it is a skilled and laborious endeavor. Meyer and her companions had never attempted this before. They had always resided in natural earth caves in that mountain gully, lacking any knowledge of construction techniques. A few of the rabbit women tentatively stepped into the mud pit, using their feet to stomp and their hands to grasp. However, they struggled with the proportions, finding either too much water resulting in a soupy mess or too much grass, making it unmanageable. Meyer was drenched in sweat, her long ears drooping behind her, swaying with her movements, and her face speckled with several muddy spots. Why won't this mud cooperate? Meyer gazed at the slurry in her hands, on the verge of tears. If this didn't turn out well, Their evening meal would surely be lost. Lee had been observing closely. Noticing their struggle, he sighed, rolled up his pant legs, and approached. This is not how it's done. He positioned himself behind Meyer. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, her long ears perking up momentarily before drooping again. Do not be afraid, Lee's voice was gentle. He squatted down, not minding the dirt smeared on Meyer's hands, and grasped her slender wrists firmly. Meyer's body stiffened in surprise. What was he doing? How could such a strong male hold her hand? His palm was large and warm, the heat radiating through her skin, causing her blood to rush to her face. See, your hands should be open like this, fingers pressed firmly into the mixture. Lee, unfazed by Meyer's reaction, guided her hands deep into the blend of mud and grass. Use your waist, don't rely solely on your arms. Push down, then turn it over. As Lee moved, Meyer was compelled to follow his rhythm, her back nearly pressed against his chest, though separated by a thin layer of animal hide. She could distinctly feel the vibrations of his voice emanating from his chest. The potent aura of masculinity surrounded her, mingled with the sense of sweat, earth, and a hint of smoked meat. Meyer's legs felt weak. She had never been this close to a male before. Do you feel it? That is called strength. Lee helped her to stir the mud, the thick resistance traveling up her arms. Meyer's voice was so soft it resembled a mosquito's buzz. Her face flushed like a ripe wild fruit. Her mind was a muddled haze, completely unaware of her actions, merely moving mechanically with the strength behind her. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Aru, who had just returned from the forest. Aru carried a log as thick as her thigh on her shoulder, ideal for wall stakes. She had intended to return triumphantly, eager to showcase her capabilities to Lee. However, upon entering the tribe, she was met with the sight of Lee and the long-eared rabbit intimately engaged in the muddy task. The position they were in appeared exceedingly awkward, provoking her ire. With a resounding crash, Aru hurled the log to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a cloud of dust to rise. The beast-eared women nearby, startled, halted their work to look over. Aru's face was darkened with fury, her ears flattened against her head, and the fur on her tail bristled. She stormed towards the mud pit. Lee, I can't work with mud either. Teach me. The jealousy in Aru's voice was palpable, even from a distance. Her formidable stature commanded attention. If she charged, she could easily bowl over the slender Meyer. Meyer trembled at the shout, nearly tumbling into the mud pit. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Lee's grip was steady. Don't lose focus, we have not finished yet. Lee did not turn, remaining dedicated to guiding Meyer in stirring the mud. Just as Aru was about to reach them, a hand intercepted her. It was Lai the chief, holding a measuring stick and smiling as she blocked Aru's path. What are you doing? That log isn't set down yet. Mother, look at Lee. Aru pointed at the mud pit, feeling utterly wronged. He never taught me like that. What is so special about that rabbit? She is nothing but skin and bones. Even touching her is unpleasant. Lai glanced at the scene with clarity. She gently ruffled Aru's messy hair, making it even more disheveled. Silly girl, she whispered in Aru's ear. Lee is teaching them to work for the tribe. If they are not taught, when will this wall ever be built? But no buts. Lai interrupted. You are a warrior of our tribe. Such delicate work is not meant for you. Your strength is for lifting heavy stones and logs. She pointed towards a few massive boulders yet untouched in the distance. Go bring those largest stones over. By dinner time, Lee will surely praise you. He adores capable women. Really? Aru sniffled, casting a doubtful glance at her mother. Of course it's true. Just think, aside from playing in the mud, what else can she do? You have many talents, Lai assured her. This resonated with Aru. Indeed, that frail rabbit could never compare to her. With a huff, she shot Meyer a fierce glare before turning towards the largest stones. It's just a rock, I'll show you. Fueled by determination, she clutched a boulder weighing several hundred pounds, let out a mighty roar, and lifted it with sheer force. Her muscles tightened under the sunlight, radiating strength. Lai watched her daughter's retreating figure, nodding in satisfaction. This girl still needed coaxing. At the mud pit, Lee released his hold. The mixture had been stirred to a desirable stickiness. All right, maintain this consistency. This type of mud hardens exceptionally well, firmly adhering to stones. Lee stood up, shaking the mud from his hands. Meyer quickly retracted her hand, lowering her gaze, too timid to meet Lee's eyes. She could still feel the lingering warmth of his grip on her wrist. Understood. Meyer replied softly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Work diligently. And once you finish, I shall reward you with an extra piece of meat tonight. With that, Lee turned to assess the progress in other areas. Meyer gazed at his retreating figure, then glanced at her hands, caked in mud. An unexpected realization struck her. The labor seemed less burdensome. And she even felt a flicker of anticipation for Li Zai's next visit to teach her. After a day's toil, what had once been a shabby low wall had transformed. Massive stones formed the foundation, while clay and gravel filled the gaps, topped with weathered timber, and sealed with a mixture of mud and hay, though not yet fully dried. It already exuded a sense of solidity. This was not merely a wall, it was a bastion of security. Li Zai stood atop the wall, surveying the bustling workers below, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, he knew this was insufficient. A wall without watchful eyes was merely a lifeless structure. He turned his gaze to Een, who was wiping her brow in a corner. The wolf maiden had exerted herself today, tirelessly assisting Dahu and the others in transporting timber. Een, come up here. Li Zai beckoned. Surprised, Een set down her ladle and nimbly climbed atop the still damp wall. Her agility was remarkable, traversing the uneven surface with ease. What is it? Een inquired, standing beside Li Zai and gazing at the distant forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it bathed the woods in a crimson hue. Now that the wall is erected, it needs guardians. Li Zai indicated the wall beneath their feet and gestured towards the newly constructed watchtowers in the distance. You have keen eyes and sharp senses. Shall I entrust the duties here to you? Chapter 51. Only from a higher ground can one protect home. Een stood atop the not yet completely dried wall, the wind tousling her silver-gray hair, revealing her vigilant eyes. Upon hearing Li Zai's words, she appeared momentarily taken aback. Entrust it to me? Een pointed to herself, incredulity lacing her tone. We are outsiders. Are you not afraid we might let the enemy in? In this primitive world, trust was the rarest of commodities. Typically, only those of the same kin would bear the responsibility of vigilance. Outsiders were relegated to mere laborers or cannon fodder. Handing over the critical eyes and ears to a few recently arrived wolf tribesfolk felt akin to exposing one's throat to danger. Li Zai chuckled softly, refraining from a direct answer. He turned to observe the beast-eared maidens below, all perspiring for a common goal, the evening feast of meat. You have already consumed our provisions and toiled alongside us, he remarked, patting the sturdy wall beneath him. This wall contains stones you have moved and clay you have mixed. If it were to collapse, or if an enemy were to breach it, do you think the new leader would spare you? Een fell silent. Indeed, they would not. The new leader was a madman, and should they fall into the enemy's hands, the only fate awaiting them would be flaying and torment. They were all bound together in this precarious situation. Furthermore, I have a keen eye for character. Li Zai turned to Een, his gaze devoid of doubt, radiating a reassuring certainty. If you wish to survive and secure ample food, this place can provide for you, as long as you guard it. You will safeguard your own sustenance. Een bit her lip. The sensation of being entrusted with such responsibility was unfamiliar, yet invigorating. She inhaled deeply, straightened her posture, and the characteristic pride of her wolf tribe resurfaced. Very well, Een nodded, her voice firm though soft. As long as we stand watch up here. Not even a fly could pass without my notice. Without waiting for Li Zai's response, she turned and called down to the others. Hui, Ban, no resting. Come up. The four wolf maidens, previously resting below, responded without hesitation, swiftly making their way up. Their movements were graceful and agile, traversing the narrow wooden beams with ease. Een efficiently assigned tasks, who would monitor the east, who would oversee the west, and who would keep watch from the highest tree platform. There was no need for Li Zai to worry. These skilled hunters immediately fell into their roles. They crouched on the wall or watchtower, bodies slightly forward, their ears attuned and eyes scanning the forest like radar. Their professional demeanor far surpassed that of Dahu and her comrades, who often relied on brute force alone. Li Zai, pleased, brushed the dirt from his hands and leaped down from the wall. The defensive framework had begun to take shape. Next, he needed to reinforce the logistics. Strolling over to a corner of the tribe, he found Meyer and her companions at work. Although dusk was approaching, the industrious rabbits continued their labor. Meyer sat upon a stone, deftly weaving a large wicker basket from resilient vines, intended for transporting earth and stones. Its construction required fortitude. Her fingers, long and nimble, danced swiftly between the vines, mesmerizing to behold. Yet, from prolonged exertion, her fingertips had reddened, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Li Zai refrained from interrupting her directly. Instead, he approached the fire and retrieved a piece of freshly roasted jerky. It was prime venison, glistening with juices, its exterior golden and crisp. He settled beside Meyer. Startled, she nearly dropped the vine in her hands. Li Zai, she exclaimed, hastily attempting to set aside her work and rise to pay her respects. Remain seated. He gently pressed down on her shoulder, guiding her back to the stone. Your handiwork is impressive. Your skill surpasses that of Hongwei and the others. Meyer lowered her gaze, her long ears drooping to partially shield her face. We only possess this modest talent. Yet, this talent is significant. Li Zai extended the piece of jerky towards her. Try this, it's freshly made. Meyer stared at the meat, her throat constricting. Though she had consumed her share of meat in recent days, the temptation of this morsel, particularly after enduring hunger, was irresistible. I am not hungry. I'll eat after finishing my work, she murmured, attempting to decline, for according to custom, one could not claim meat until their tasks were complete. Take it. Li Zai insisted, pressing the meat into her mouth. Meyer was compelled to open her mouth, clenching the meat between her teeth. The rich aroma of fat burst in her mouth. As Li Zai's fingers brushed against her soft, warm lips during the act, a subtle thrill coursed through him. Meyer felt as though she had been jolted by electricity, her entire being momentarily frozen. She stared wide-eyed at Li Zai, meat in her mouth, unable to chew or spit it out. Eat. This is your reward. Li was smiling as he gently tucked away the damp strands of hair clinging to her cheek due to perspiration. His fingers glided along the silky locks and naturally pinched the long rabbit ears. The sensation was delightful, soft, warm, and adorned with fine fur. Meyer shivered. A novel tingling sensation spreading from the tips of her ears throughout her entire body. She felt her face flush with such heat that it seemed capable of frying an egg. Was it delicious? Meyer mechanically nodded, slowly savoring the meat in her mouth. It was indeed delightful, exceptionally so. It was not merely the flavor of the meat, but the warmth of being cared for that made it so. In this harsh world, apart from the mutual warmth shared among kin, no strong individual would ever treat the weak in such a manner. He did not disdain her dirtiness or weakness. Instead, he provided her with meat and affectionately touched her ears. Meyer furtively lifted her eyelids to glance at Li. The firelight cast a gentle glow on his profile, rendering him anything but menacing. Rather, he exuded a warmth that beckoned closeness. If you're tired, take a break. Don't injure your hands, Li remarked. Observing her swollen fingertips, his tone laced with concern. From now on, let the Hua and the others handle the heavy lifting. You all should focus on the finer tasks. I'm not tired. Meyer quickly swallowed her morsel, eagerly asserting, we can manage. As long as there's meat and we can stay here. We're willing to do anything. She was genuinely terrified of losing this place. Here, sturdy walls shielded them from storms and beasts. There was an abundance of meat. And such kind individuals surrounded her. If she were cast out, returning to that cold ravine to gnaw on roots, she felt she might perish. Li chuckled softly at her fervent demeanor. This is akin to boiling a frog in warm water. As long as they grow accustomed to this lifestyle and to being cared for, they will never wish to leave this tribe. Rest assured, as long as you work diligently, there will always be a place for you here. Li patted her hand gently before rising. Get some rest. We must continue reinforcing the walls tomorrow. Meyer watched his retreating figure, her hand instinctively brushing over her ears where he had just touched her. It felt as though his warmth lingered there. The night was profound. The day's labor had finally drawn to a close. The bonfire in the center of the tribe blazed brightly. Although the walls were not yet fully constructed, a sense of security enveloped everyone. They gathered around the fire, feasting on meat and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Aru had already nestled into Li's embrace. After a day spent hauling stones, she was exhausted, resembling a great cat seeking comfort. Li, rub my back, it aches terribly, she implored, tugging his hand towards her taut waist. Li obediently massaged her while his gaze swept the surroundings. Een sat atop the wall, vigilantly watching the outside world. Meyer and her kin sat a little farther from the fire, whispering among themselves, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Lai was boasting to Dehua and the others about his accomplishments of the day. In that moment, the tribe was filled with harmony and tranquility. Li inhaled deeply. Life like this was truly wonderful. Meyer sat in a corner, her hands clutching an unfinished vine. She gazed at Li, who was surrounded by admirers. That man was grooming Aru, a smile gracing his face, exuding an amiable demeanor. She touched her flushed cheeks, realizing that her previously calculated thoughts were beginning to waver. Initially, she had planned to bide her time here for sustenance, and if things went awry, she would take her kin and flee. But now, this meat was so savory. And this nest felt so warm. And that male. Meyer bit her lip, burying her head into her knees. Perhaps she should observe a little longer. After all, running away was not an option at present. It was better to remain here while there was meat to eat. As long as he desired her to weave baskets, she would gladly weave for him a lifetime. This arrangement seemed rather advantageous, did it not? Chapter 52. Only by hardening one's body can one withstand the trials. The morning mist still lingered in the primordial forest, the damp air chilling as it filled the lungs, carrying the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Inside the cave, the rhythmic sounds of breathing echoed, while the two large stoves that enclosed Li remained in slumber. Li exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from their embrace. He leaned against his waist, gingerly crawling out of the cave entrance. Standing in the open, he took a deep breath, stretching his stiff neck, the bones emitting a series of soft cracks. This life was truly agonizing. Li managed a wry smile, thumping his lower back. Though he had consumed ample special beast meat in recent days that enhanced his physique, granting him greater strength than when he first arrived, his body still bore the remnants of a modern man. Compared to the two extraordinary beast-eared women in the cave, he was still woefully inadequate, especially during the nighttime activities, which felt like high-intensity physical training. If this continued, He would collapse before the tribe could flourish. He needed to train. Lee sought a relatively flat patch of ground. Kicking aside the pebbles, he positioned himself on the ground, supporting his weight with his hands and bringing his feet together to begin push-ups. 1, 2, 3. His form was impeccable, but he was not swift. He aimed not just to build muscle, but to strengthen his core. Only by hardening his abdomen and waist could he feel more confident in bed or when fleeing from danger. After completing about 20, sweat trickled from his forehead, dripping onto the muddy ground. His breath grew heavier. Just as he gritted his teeth to attempt the 30th, a pair of feet suddenly appeared before him. The bare feet, broad and with strong gripping toes, belonged to a girl whose well-toned calves and sun-kissed skin were striking. Lee looked up to see Aru squatting before him, her snowy beast ears twitching inquisitively as she tilted her head. "What are you doing?" Aru asked, holding an unfinished wild fruit, juice smeared around her mouth. "Are you talking to the earth? Or searching for bugs to eat?" Lee ignored her, holding his breath to finish the last 2 push-ups before collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for air? This is called exercise. He wiped his face with the back of his hand. Exercise? Aru blinked, clearly not comprehending the term. "It means making your body stronger and your muscles firmer." Lee pinched the meager muscle on his arm. "Look at how weak I am. I need to practice more to keep up with you." Aru understood. She tossed aside the fruit pit and her striking vertical pupils sparkled with excitement. "Get stronger? I want to train too." Without hesitation, she imitated Lee's stance and lay on the ground. However, this girl was anything but conventional. She supported herself with one hand on the ground while the other was clasped behind her back, her body taut and upright. Up, down, up, down. Her speed was astonishing, the movements appearing effortless as though she were merely sipping water. The muscular contours of her arms bulged and receded with each motion, brimming with explosive strength. After completing 50 repetitions in a single breath, Aru sprang up from the ground, not even breaking a sweat, her face devoid of any sign of fatigue. Not much of a sensation, really. She brushed off the dirt from her hands, pouting slightly in disappointment. "Is this how one increases strength? I reckon it would be more practical to lift a couple of stones." Lee's eye, observing this spectacle, twitched the corners of his mouth. "This is simply a dimensional reduction strike. You needn't practice this." Lee's eye waved his hand helplessly. "Your physique is already formidable. I train because my foundation is lacking." He stood up, intending to wash his face by the river. Just then, Aru suddenly approached with a mischievous grin. "Since you want to build strength, what's the point of just lying there? You need to add some weight." Before Lee's eye could react, Aru leaped onto his back. Her legs expertly coiled around his waist, while her arms wrapped around his neck, transforming her into a large backpack perched on him. "Come on, carry me to practice." This builds strength quickly. Lee's eye's legs, already a bit wobbly from his earlier exertion, nearly buckled under the sudden weight of over 100 pounds of solid mass. "Get down, quickly. You're going to crush me." "Not a chance. Aren't you the one who wants to train? I'm helping you." Aru giggled in his ear, her tail playfully flicking against his backside. "Hurry and take a couple of steps. Let me see how much strength you have." The two of them turned the open space into a lively scene. At this moment, others in the tribe began to awaken one by one. Dahua, carrying a thick log, passed by and, upon witnessing the scene, chuckled. "Lee's eye, you're quite spirited this early in the morning. It seems Aru didn't tire you out enough last night." Several beast-eared girls joined in the teasing. Lee's eye's face flushed crimson, and with great effort, he managed to shake Aru off his back. Enough, enough. Stop fooling around. Let us get to work." Lee's eye adopted a serious demeanor, asserting a bit of authority. "Today's task is substantial. The foundation for the wall over there must be laid before dark." Mentioning the matter at hand, everyone set aside their playful banter. After breakfast, the entire tribe sprang into action. The newly joined rabbits from the Drooping Ear tribe had fully adapted to the rhythm here. Mier, along with her kin, squatted at the edge of a mud pit, working the earth. Although this task was dirty, it didn't require much strength, making it ideal for them. "Add more grass. Otherwise, it'll crack when it dries." Lee's eye approached, not idle himself, wielding a stick to help mix the mud. Upon noticing him, Mier's long ears perked up, her face flushing slightly. "I got it." She lowered her head, her movements quickening. The mud pit was filled with yellow earth, sludge, and dried grass, creating a particularly sticky mixture. Lee's eye didn't want to be just a commander. He wanted to contribute. He rolled up his pant legs and stepped directly into the mud pit. The cold muck instantly engulfed his ankles. The slippery sensation was uncomfortable, yet very real. "I'll help too," Lee's eye said as he bent down, plunging his hands into the mud and vigorously stirring. Mier looked flustered. "You don't need to do that. We can handle it. It's fine. Everyone is working, and I feel embarrassed to just sit around while you all toil." Lee's eye chuckled, a few specks of mud dotting his face, but rather than appearing disheveled, it lent him a sense of approachability. Not far away, Aru was hauling a large stone over. Upon seeing Lee's eye mingling with the rabbits in the mud pit, her lips pouted in discontent. "Humph. Just showing off your mud-playing skills. Aru muttered quietly, but didn't escalate her irritation. She understood that Li Zai was acting for the good of the tribe. To vent her slight annoyance, she hefted the large stone, slamming it down into the foundation pit with a resounding thud. The earth trembled slightly. Aru, ease up. Don't collapse the surrounding soil. Li Zai called out from the mud pit. Got it. Aru replied tersely, turning to lift the next stone. Throughout the day, Li Zai refrained from contemplating new weapons or sketching designs. He simply embraced his role as an ordinary laborer. He mixed mud alongside the rabbits, assisted Dahua and the others in pushing stones. Although his face turned red and he strained, barely moving the stones, his attitude was noted by everyone. The gazes of the beast-eared girls towards him shifted from admiration to genuine recognition. Here, those who sweat together with everyone else were truly part of the family. As the sun neared the horizon, the foundation of the wall visibly extended outward. Gazing at the solid stone base, Li Zai, exhausted, could not stand upright and plopped down onto the ground, covered in mud and sweat. Though weary, the sense of fulfillment in his heart was stronger than anything else. A hand extended towards him, holding a fruit shell filled with water. Li Zai looked up to see Aru. She wasn't much cleaner than him. Her body coated in dirt, yet her spirit remained vibrant. Drink some water. Aru sat beside him and naturally used her sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. You performed well today, like a true male. Li Zai accepted the water, gulping it down with a smile. Of course, I can't always let you all support me. Aru gazed at him and suddenly leaned in, planting a kiss on his mud-smeared cheek. So dirty, so filthy, and yet you still kiss me? Mind your own business. She feigned disgust, yet her hand clutched Li Zai's arm tightly. Come on, let us wash up. Mom said there's good food tonight. Chapter 53, A Peaceful Daily Life. The nightfall draped like a dark cloth, thoroughly covering the jungle above. The massive bonfire at the center of the tribe blazed once more, its orange flames shooting high, dispelling the surrounding darkness completely. Tonight's dinner was somewhat different. In addition to the familiar aroma of grease, there lingered an unprecedented fragrance in the air. It was a type of wild vegetable that Mi-Er and her group had gathered from the forest's edge, with long, slender leaves that exuded a faintly spicy scent when crushed, reminiscent of wild garlic on earth. Li Zai instructed them to stuff this herb into the crevices of the meat or sprinkle it directly onto the sizzling, oily skin. Once roasted, the flavor was divine. How fragrant. This grass can be eaten like this? Dahua exclaimed, clutching a golden-brown roasted pig leg, leaning in to inhale the aroma deeply, her face alight with delight. She took a large bite, and the combination of the plant's freshness and the meaty richness exploded in her mouth, instantly reducing the cloying sensation by half. Though these rabbits were small in strength, their ability to forage for herbs was indeed impressive. As Dahua chewed on the meat, she mumbled her comments indistinctly. In the corner, Mi-Er, upon hearing this, perked up her long ears in delight, her expression noticeably easing. The acknowledgement from the tribe's formidable warriors indicated that they had firmly established their presence here. Li Zai sat closest to the fire, his backside cushioned by a thick, hand-woven mat crafted by the rabbits. This mat, made from dried, resilient grass, was soft and breathable, providing far greater comfort than sitting directly on hard stone or animal hides. To his left, Aru struggled with a particularly tough bone, while on his right sat Lai, the statuesque female chieftain, whose mood today was evidently buoyant. She gazed at the nascent foundation of the surrounding wall, then glanced at the weary, yet smiling faces of her kin. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from her, reverberating through the air and causing Li Zai's ears to buzz. She slapped him jovially on the back, nearly toppling him over, causing him to choke slightly on his morsel. Not so hard. Take it easy, protested Aru, abandoning her bone to rush to his defense. Li Zai is fragile, don't break him. Lai, however, was not offended. Instead, her laughter grew even more infectious. He won tea break. Our male is not so delicate. I saw him rolling in the mud all day. He is quite capable. She threw an arm around Li Zai's shoulder, pulling him close, reminiscent of a lioness protecting her cub or boasting of her mate. Li Zai, she said, lowering her gaze to meet his, the firelight dancing across her mature, wild yet alluring features, rendering her gaze exceptionally gentle. In the past, when darkness fell, we would huddle in our caves, afraid to speak loudly lest we attract unwanted attention. Not to mention, our bellies were often half full for days on end. She gestured around her. Look at us now. We have walls, we have meat, and even those rabbits who once faced starvation can now feast. You are the greatest treasure sent to our tribe by the heavens. Lai's tone, stripped of her usual commanding authority, brimmed instead with heartfelt gratitude and affection. She tore off the most tender and flavorful piece from the prime thigh meat before her. Here, open your mouth. The gesture was as natural as feeding a child or a beloved pet. Li Zai, unpretentious, complied and caught the morsel. The meat was succulent. infused with the fragrance of wild onions and a hint of saltiness from its natural seasoning. Delicious, he nodded in approval. If it's good, eat more, Lai urged, her eyes brimming with maternal warmth as she watched him. Only when you are full can your body grow strong. You've exerted yourself today, be sure to replenish. The implication in her words was unmistakable, prompting muffled laughter from several older beast-eared women nearby. Embarrassed, Li Zai lowered his head to gnaw on the meat, feigning ignorance of the suggestion. Just then, Yin jumped down from the wall, gracefully, like a large cat, brandishing a spear. Time to change guard. Yin approached the fire, snatched a piece of meat that had been set aside for her, and began to devour it voraciously. Her eating was swift and fierce, a habit ingrained from her wolf clan heritage, as if she were always prepared for battle. How is it outside? Li Zai inquired. Very quiet, Yin replied, swallowing her bite and wiping her mouth. Not even a rat in sight. The remnants of the Yaya tribe are likely too frightened to return. Li Zai nodded in agreement. That's good, but we mustn't let our guard down. Rest assured, as long as I'm up there, nothing will slip past. Yin's demeanor had transformed from her initial skepticism to one of earnestness. She recognized that this tribe was indeed capable of thriving. Associating with such individuals promised a future. Dinner lingered on, as no one was in a rush to retire. These moments of camaraderie were far too precious. Hong Wei was busy braiding complex styles with several young rabbits, while De Hua challenged some of the younger warriors, flexing her arm muscles in a playful debate over strength. The young ones darted about, bones in hand, chasing and frolicking in glee. Leaning against a rue, Li Zai listened to the surrounding cacophony of lively chatter, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. The day's fatigue, coupled with the satisfaction of a full belly, washed over him like a tide of drowsiness. Are you tired? Aru noticed his state. She wrapped an arm around him, drawing him closer for comfort. If you're sleepy, take a nap. There's nothing to worry about. Lai joined in, leaning against him from the other side. With both women flanking him, they formed that familiar sandwich-like embrace once more. Li Zai drowsily closed his eyes, feeling Aru's warm breath on his neck and Lai's broad palm gently patting his back. This sensation was reminiscent of childhood, a comforting return to a cradle-s embrace. Time slipped by, and gradually, the surrounding noise diminished as everyone retreated to their caves for rest. Lai stood, effortlessly pulling the half-asleep Li Zai to his feet. Let us go, back to the cave to sleep. Aru also rose, yawning, her tail lazily swishing behind her. The two women, one on each side, guided Li Zai toward the cave. Is it possible for me to sleep over at Aru's tonight? I'm really exhausted. Li Zai made one last feeble attempt at resistance. Though he desired rest, he wasn't keen on surrendering entirely. Lai turned back, casting him a sly smile. If you're tired, just sleep. We're not going to eat you. Exactly. I'm tired too. Let us squeeze together for warmth, Aru chimed in. With a sigh, Li Zai relinquished his struggle. Fine. After all, as long as there was no undue commotion, squeezing together didn't seem too troublesome. In this perilous, primal forest, being safeguarded by two such formidable beast-eared women, and finding solace in a warm cave for a good night's sleep was indeed the greatest of blessings. Thus, a beautiful day concluded amidst the serene sounds of contented snores. Chapter 54. The Efficiency of the Beast-Eared Women. The morning sun filtered through the treetops, casting a dazzling light on the newly reinforced wall at the tribe's entrance. Li Zai stood in the clearing, still clutching the half-piece of roasted meat left over from yesterday, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, the beast-eared women were remarkably efficient. The chaotic heap of rubble had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a robust defensive structure soaring over 2 meters high, resembling a small earthen mound. The yellow clay mixed with dry grass, combined with the thick, sticky silt from the riverbed, hardened into a solid mass after drying, producing a dull echo when struck with a hand. Remarkably, Dahu and her companions had somehow procured a multitude of thorny bramble vines that were densely entwined around the top of the wall and its outer edge. The sharp thorns glistened ominously in the sunlight, threatening to pierce any unwary hand. Li Zai initially estimated that this labor would take at least 3 to 5 days. Even though the beast-eared maiden possessed significantly greater strength than he, digging, transporting stones, and mixing mud were no trivial tasks. Observing the few still damp footprints at the base of the wall, Li Zai shook his head, compelled to concede that this was no mere work. It was a battle for survival. While he could lament, life must continue. After swallowing the last morsel of meat, he wiped the grease from his hands. Since these women were working so hard, he, the only male of the tribe, could not afford to lag behind. He found a relatively flat patch of hard ground and began to stretch his limbs. Since his arrival in this place, consuming the bizarre yet energy-rich beast meat, coupled with the intense nightly labor and various daytime tasks, he had noticeably transformed physically. In the beginning, even walking a short distance uphill left him breathless, and fetching a bucket of water was a daunting task. Now, However, things were different. Li Zai lowered himself to the ground and began doing push-ups. 1, 2, 10. His movements were steady, his breathing smooth. The muscles in his arms tensed with each repetition. Though not as grotesquely bulging as those of Dahu and her companions, their definition was considerably more pronounced. The softness he once felt had disappeared, replaced by a newfound firmness. Rising again, he picked up a short spear typically used for practice. Eschewing any flamboyant techniques, he executed a simple thrust. Engaging his core, he propelled his arm forward with force. Whoosh! The sound of the wind, though not loud, was distinctly audible, wiping the sweat from his brow. He felt a pleasant warmth coursing through him, as if he possessed boundless energy. Just as he was getting into the rhythm of his training, footsteps approached from the side. Without turning around, he could tell who it was by the sound alone. Li Zai, up so early for training? Aru's voice carried a lazy tone of someone just awakened, but it quickly shifted to excitement. Ignoring the spear he held, she sidled up to him. Her body pressed against his back. Oh dear, you're all sweaty and sticky. It's rather unpleasant. Though she feigned disgust, her hands were anything but innocent. Wrapping around Li Zai's waist and playfully exploring the hard planes of his abdomen. Aru, quit fooling around. I'm exercising. Li Zai did not shy away, having grown accustomed to Aru's playful antics over the past few days. At that moment, Dahu passed by, carrying a log. Upon witnessing the scene, she dropped the log to the ground. Well, Li Zai, you seem quite spirited today. Dahu grinned widely, revealing her pearly white teeth as she approached and playfully pinched his arm. Her strong grip made him wince. Easy there. I'm flesh, not stone. Dahu's hand was immediately swatted away by Aru. Hey, stop that. No unnecessary touching. Ha. Dahu, undeterred by Aru's admonition, laughed even louder, continuing her commentary. Look at you, Li Zai. You're much more solid than before. When you first arrived, you felt like water, just a touch, and you'd sway. Now, there's some chewiness to you. What's this chewiness? You don't mean you want to eat me, do you? As she spoke, her gaze wandered downwards towards Li Zai's lower half. Her unabashed stare sending shivers down his spine. Indeed, he looked far more appealing now, better able to withstand any rough handling. Aru shot a disapproving glance at Dahu. You're just all talk. Li Zai is mine. Dahu responded with a hearty laugh. One day, when I win at hunting, I'll have my turn with Li Zai to bear children. Aru tightened her embrace around Li Zai, laughing as she replied, That's impossible anyway. Nearby, Hongwei, who was weaving ropes, approached with a piece of vine in hand. Dahu, don't join in. Li Zai has it tough. He works during the day and has to cater to the chief and Aru at night. If it weren't for the good meat he's been eating, he'd have collapsed by now. Hongwei winked at Li Zai, a mischievous grin on her face. Li Zai, why not skip sleeping in that big cave tonight and come rest at my place? I promise not to bother you. I'll just give your back a rub. Get away with those thoughts. Aru instantly bristled like an agitated cat, tightening her grip on Li Zai and baring her teeth at Hongwei. Li Zai still needs to train. If you go there, you might just end up devoured. The women were in a jovial uproar in the open space, exchanging playful banter and risque jokes. Li Zai, caught in the midst of their teasing, couldn't help but chuckle along. This was what one might call a reversal of roles. In his previous world, no women would dare to tease men so openly. After enough merriment, Li Zai gently patted Aru's hand, signaling her to release him. All right, enough of this. Let's get back to our tasks. I'm going to take a stroll around the tribe, breaking free from that tender embrace. Li Zai adjusted his somewhat disheveled clothing. Wah, Li Zai, I want to go with you. Aru gazed at him with wide eyes, putting on a pitiful expression. Li Zai was not one to indulge her, firmly pinching her cheeks and playfully kneading them. Stop pretending. I know you too well. Wah, don't do that in front of them. This scene elicited hearty laughter from Dahu and Hongwei. Li Zai then released his grip and affectionately ruffled Aru's hair. All right, enough of the antics. I need to assess the situation in the tribe. Having such a stunning beauty beside me would only distract me. Feeling the gentle touch on her head, Aru smiled contentedly, nodding in agreement. Okay, it's fine, Li Zai. If you don't want Aru to follow, that's all right. Dahu immediately launched her campaign. That's right, I have nothing to do right now. Hongwei joined the fray. You too. Got nothing better to do, huh? Observing the two plotting to sneak away, Aru seized the napes of their necks and addressed Li Zai kindly. Don't worry, Li Zai, with me around. I guarantee these two won't get too close to you. When did you get so strong? Let go. Aru, let go. You're going to choke me. Li Zai, tell Aru to let go. Li Zai chuckled at the sight. Well, I'm off. Enjoy yourselves. What do you mean enjoy? Li Zai, don't leave yet. Tell her to let go. Without looking back, Li Zai began to wander around the tribe, leaving behind two beast-eared maidens caught by fate. Can we reconcile? Dahu forced a smile. At this very moment? Surely. You jest? Aru replied with a gentle grin. No way. Hongwei and Dahu cried out in unison. Certainly. The subsequent matters are no longer related to Li Zai. As he walked through the area, His satisfaction grew with each passing moment. In the corners of the tribe, rows of smoked meat hung, glimmering with a vibrant red hue. After several days of smoking, the meat had shrunk and hardened, its surface gleaming with a layer of oil. As long as it remains dry, it can hang for months without spoiling. The aroma, although somewhat pungent, now provided Li Zai with an unparalleled sense of security. Further ahead, he approached the area where furs were being processed. The previously rough hides of the ghost-faced beasts and long-haired deer had been meticulously scraped clean and were now stretched on wooden frames to dry. Gui held a coarse stone in her hands, diligently working to smooth the leather. Upon noticing Li Zai's approach, she promptly ceased her work and nodded shyly in his direction. "Busy, are we?" Li Zai inquired casually. "Yes, these hides are thick. They must be thinned to make clothing, or else they will chafe against the skin," Gui replied earnestly. Her hands continuing their task, Li Zai nodded in understanding and moved on toward the mud pit. A few new rabbits were there, mixing mud to repair several drafty old burrows. Though their strength was modest, their work was meticulous. The mud was mixed evenly, with ample grass added, resulting in a superbly adhesive mixture. The entire tribe was engaged in labor. There were no idle hands, no signs of laziness. Everyone was sweating for a better life. This thriving scene filled Li Zai with a profound sense of accomplishment. He stood atop a high stone, observing the bustling crowd below, the sturdy walls surrounding them, and the watchtower peeking through the treetops in the distance. This was no longer merely a primitive tribe. It had transformed into a home, a fortress steadily gaining strength. As long as they maintained their hold here, with everyone present, they could weather any storm that might arise in the forest. Li Zai took a deep breath, feeling the morning fatigue dissipate completely. His gaze shifted to the nearby walls, where Ian stood vigil at the highest point. In another corner, Mier was busy weaving baskets with her clan. She represented the fresh blood of the tribe, an individual deserving of special attention moving forward. With this thought, Li Zai jumped down from the stone and made his way over. Chapter 55. To earn their trust? Simply bear a child. Li Zai first climbed the wooden watchtower, which was nestled among the tree branches, standing about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, offering a broad view. As the wind blew, he could feel the trunk swaying slightly. Ian leaned against the railing, her eyes fixed on the distant forest. Her silver-gray hair glimmered under the sun, and although her animal hide was still old, it was impeccably clean. Hearing movement, Ian turned her head and relaxed noticeably upon recognizing Li Zai. "Oh, it's you." "Li Zai," she greeted, a semblance of tension easing from her shoulders. "How is it? Is the wind-up here bothersome?" Li Zai approached her side and mimicked her posture, gazing outward. "Quite pleasant," she replied, tucking a wind-tousled strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft yet sincere. "It feels more secure up here. From this vantage point, I can see far into the distance, which gives me peace of mind." She gestured toward the dense black forest. "When we were wandering outside, I never dared to close my eyes while sleeping, fearing that I might wake up with my throat slit by some creature. Now it's different." Ian turned to face Li Zai, her expression reflecting less of the wildness and wariness she had upon arrival, replaced by a sense of stability. "Here, we're well fed, with walls to protect us. As long as I remain vigilant, no one can sneak in. This is the most comfortable life I have ever lived." Li Zai discerned the sincerity in her words. For those who had scraped by on the edge of survival, the notion of stability was worth more than anything else. "That is wonderful. From now on, the responsibilities up here will be yours. As long as you're present, we can rest easy," he assured, patting the railing and offering her a reassuring glance. Ian nodded, saying nothing further, merely gripping her spear a bit tighter. Descending from the watchtower, Li Zai strolled over to Mier's area. The rabbits of the Drooping Ears tribe were busily working in a sheltered corner of the tribe. The ground was strewn with various vines and pliable dry grasses. Mier sat at the center, deftly weaving with a handful of vines. Her hands were indeed skilled, crafting baskets that were dense and sturdy, unlike those made by Dahua and her companions, which would leak half their contents even when filled with soil. Upon noticing Li Zai's approach, Mier was startled, her long ears perking up before drooping down again, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Li Zai," she stammered, holding the vines in her hands, unsure whether to rise. "Stay seated," Li Zai gestured, settling down on a nearby stone. "I just came to see. How are you finding it? Are you tired? Is there enough meat?" Mier quickly shook her head, her movements reminiscent of a bobblehead. "Not tired at all. This work is a breeze compared to digging roots in the mountains," she added, cautiously glancing at Li Zai, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "And the meat is exquisite. We've never tasted anything so delicious. My sisters all say this place is like heaven. Everyone wants to stay here working, even if it means weaving baskets every day." The surrounding rabbits nodded in agreement, their grateful eyes fixed on Li Zai. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seemed the strategy of sweetening the deal had proven effective. As long as he catered to their appetites and provided a stable home, This group of laborers would be firmly secured. All right then, as long as you all work diligently, there will be plenty of meat, he replied, not lingering too long. Exchanging a few more words to reassure the easily startled rabbits before taking his leave. After this round, Li Zai's spirits were exceptionally high. The walls had risen. The provisions were ample, and the hearts of the people were united. Though the beginning had resembled a hellish ordeal, it now appeared vibrant and flourishing. Just as he stood in the clearing, grinning at the promising scene before him, a fragrant breeze wafted by. Li had unknowingly approached from behind. The chieftainess appeared rather relaxed today, holding a fruit of unknown origin, nibbling on it while observing Li Zai. What is this? You look quite pleased. Has some mischievous idea popped into your head? Li stepped closer, offering the fruit to Li Zai for a bite. A new weapon? Or perhaps another method to enhance the flavor of our meat? Li Zai chewed the fruit and shook his head. Not so many new ideas. I simply feel we are finally getting into the groove. It's quite good. He surveyed the industrious tribe members around him and sighed. Li, do you think we still lack anything? Li tossed the remnants of the fruit into her mouth and wiped her hands dry. She shed her lazy demeanor, her gaze sharpening with the instinct of a leader. What are we lacking? Lie gazed at the imposing wall, then cast her eyes towards the boundless forest in the distance. It was, of course, about people. She extended a finger. There was also territory. The current supply of meat was sufficient, and the wall had been constructed. However, the population was far too scant. Lie sighed, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing her tone. Look how vast that forest is. With so few of us, we can only guard this meager patch of land. If we wish to avoid being bullied by that so-called Blackstone tribe and aspire to control more of the woods, we need more people. Only when our numbers grow will our strength increase, and our words will be heeded. That is true power. Lee nodded in agreement, recognizing a shared perspective. As productivity rises and relationships are streamlined, our greatest bottleneck is indeed the lack of a demographic dividend. Yes, people are a significant issue, Lee mused, stroking his chin. But this is not something that can be rushed. A child takes 10 months to bear and needs nurturing thereafter. We could absorb outsiders, but such willing individuals are not commonplace. This truly was a vexing dilemma. Just as Lee pondered whether to launch some form of propaganda to undermine the neighboring tribes, Lie suddenly leaned closer. A mischievous smile graced her lips, a smile that sent a shiver down Lee's spine. Wanting more people is quite simple, she said, pointing to Mir, who was weaving baskets nearby. There are ready-made candidates right there. Lee was taken aback. Are you referring to those rabbits? They are working quite diligently now. Although they haven't fully committed yet, they seem obedient enough. With a bit of encouragement, they might just integrate completely. Integrate my foot. What a hassle. Lie rolled her eyes, exuding exasperation. She draped an arm over Lee's shoulder, speaking with an air of utmost certainty. You should simply take Mir and the others to bed. Lee's mouth hung open, speechless for a moment. Is that truly permissible? Seeing his bewildered expression, Lie impatiently clarified. Are you foolish? By allowing them to bear your children, you treat them as kin, which is the greatest trust you can bestow. Look at Mir's eyes. She yearns to be close to you, but lacks the courage. Once you sleep with her, that timid group of rabbits will immediately be devoted to you. They will perceive this place as their home, and before you know it, they will rush back to that valley to summon the rest of their kin to join us. And there you have it, more people. The more Lie spoke, the more animated she became, even patting Lee's chest. How simple. Why complicate matters? Lee was utterly taken aback by this primal and straightforward logic of kinship. He regarded Lie's earnest expression and then glanced at Mir in the distance, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Lee's exclamation was filled with shock. The noise immediately attracted the attention of those nearby, all curious to know what the chief had said to Lee to elicit such astonishment. Chapter 56, Aru, who was preparing to watch the spectacle. Lie's smile made Lee's heart race. His mother-in-law departed with a confident air, leaving behind a remark that hinted at grand undertakings. Lee stood rooted to the spot, the mud at his feet still wet, weighing down his shoes. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, watching Lie vanish. His thoughts in disarray. His mother-in-law was indeed decisive. He wondered if he could withstand such pressure. Were this a civilized society? Such a matter would raise serious ethical concerns and issues of propriety. Yet, in this primitive jungle, it was the most efficient policy for population integration. One could not deny that experience was invaluable. Although this tactic was somewhat unscrupulous, it would undoubtedly assuage the fears of those timid rabbits. But perhaps the execution was a bit too forceful? Lee shook his head, rubbing his temples. Just then, he heard light footsteps approaching from behind. Unlike the heavy thudding of Dahua, a veritable tank in her own right. Before he could turn around, a warm, soft body pressed against him. Aru wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her chin on his shoulder, her form seemingly boneless against him. Her long tail coiled around his thigh, playfully nudging upwards. What are you thinking about? She inquired, her voice laced with a lazy post-meal contentment. Lee did not conceal his thoughts and sighed. I asked the chief what our tribe lacks, and she said we need people and land. Aru nodded in understanding. Yes, that makes sense. And then? Lee continued. Then we discussed how to expand our population, and she suggested that I should have children with Mir and the others. Upon uttering this, Lee instinctively recoiled, bracing himself for an impending outburst. He was well aware of Aru's protective nature. She had previously shown her teeth at Dahua for merely lingering too long in his gaze. However, after a few seconds, instead of the expected scolding or roar, he heard a light chuckle. Heh! Aru released her hold and stepped in front of Lee, tilting her head, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully, her face devoid of anger. Instead adorned with a mischievous grin, Lee felt a shiver run down his spine at her laughter. You're not angry? He inquired cautiously, sensing something amiss. Aru blinked, her pristine ears twitching slightly. Why would I be angry? She extended her hand, tracing slow circles on Lee's chest, her gaze imbued with cunning. Mother only wishes for the good of the tribe, and besides, you'll eventually benefit from it. Lee was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Aru crossed her arms, accentuating her toned curves. Think about it. Although Mir's kind may be timid, they are quite fertile. They often bear several offspring at once. Furthermore, in our tribe, apart from me, Dahua, Hongwei, and that newcomer In, who among them isn't eyeing you with longing? Aru took a step closer, her nose almost brushing against Lee's. If even those frail rabbits can bear your children, how can Dahua and the others possibly resist? Even if In isn't interested in you, she will likely do so to better integrate here. You are the most valuable resource. Soon enough, everyone will be eager to queue up for your attention. Aru's face bore a gleeful expression, her tail wagging excitedly behind her. Just imagine that scene, dozens of people surrounding you. During the day, you'll have to work with us, and at night, you'll need to woo each of them. Hee, good luck with that. Lee listened to her words, feeling a chill creep down his back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Good heavens, she had been waiting for this. He realized that Aru was not being magnanimous. Rather, she had seen through the hellish workload he was about to face. This is hardly a life of luxury. It is evidently a scheme to treat him like a beast of burden for the production team. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the situation, it appears to be a relentless endeavor. Are you here to mock me? Li Zai let out a wry smile, overwhelmed by his predicament. Aru chuckled softly, leaning back against Li Zai's shoulder once more, her clinginess resurfacing. It's not mockery, primarily. I simply find it rather arduous for you in service of the tribe, she remarked, nuzzling her cheek against Li Zai's neck. But rest assured, regardless of how many individuals may come into the picture, or how many rabbits you might burrow with. Aru suddenly halted her movements. She forcefully pushed Li Zai down onto the grass. The abruptness left him momentarily disoriented as he found himself pinned beneath her. Aru loomed above him, her long hair cascading down, obscuring the surrounding light. She bent down, parting her lips, and gently nipped at Li Zai's cheek. It wasn't painful, but it was slightly damp, eliciting a tingling sensation. You must remember, I am the first and foremost, she declared, releasing her bite and gazing at the faint imprint left behind, nodding in satisfaction. No matter how weary you may become, ensure my share is fulfilled first. With that, she scrambled off Li Zai, brushing the grass from her hands with a buoyant demeanor as she skipped away. Come on, let us return and see what delectable treats Mother has prepared for you. Li Zai lay on the ground, wiping the drool from his face, amused and exasperated by her cheerful retreat. The sky was gradually darkening. By the time Li Zai ambled back to the fire pit, dinner was nearly upon them. The tribe was abuzz with activity. Dozens of beast-eared maidens were gathered, encircling a roasting spit laden with succulent, dripping meats. As soon as Li Zai took his seat, he sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Sitting across from him, Mier, usually quite adept at her tasks, dared not lift her gaze today. She held a piece of meat, yet had not taken a single bite. The moment Li Zai's eyes flickered in her direction, her long ears drooped immediately, her head almost burying itself in the meager rise and fall of her chest. The nearby rabbitkin were no better. Each wore a flesh akin to that of a monkey's rear, exchanging furtive glances and remaining silent. A sudden pang of dread struck Li Zai. This cannot be good. It seemed the mother-in-law's efficiency was alarmingly high. Word had undoubtedly spread, and the details were likely meticulously arranged. He was just about to speak in an attempt to ease the awkward tension when, suddenly, darkness enveloped him. A pair of warm, large hands covered his eyes from behind. The palms were somewhat rough, yet exuded a comforting warmth, accompanied by a faint scent of wild berries. Immediately after, a deliberately low, peculiar voice whispered near his ear. Guess who I am? The surroundings fell silent, save for the crackling of the fire. Although Li Zai could not see, the sensation of the figure behind him was all too familiar. That soft, bouncy touch could belong to no one else. It was Hongwei. Li Zai did not resist, leaning back into the embrace, smiling as he remarked, "This must be Aru's idea. Only she could conceive such childish antics. Oh dear, how dull." The hands behind him released their grip. Hongwei, looking defeated, stepped forward, while Aru erupted in laughter beside her. I told you he couldn't be fooled. Li Zai is quite sharp. De Hua, gnawing on a bone nearby, joined in the merriment. Enough, enough, let us not dawdle. Quickly eat, after filling our bellies. We have serious matters to attend to, Li Yi interjected. At this, Mi-er buried her head even lower, nearly disappearing into the ground. Laughter erupted once again. Although the meal was lively, Li Zai felt as though he were partaking in a final supper. Each gaze upon him held a weighty significance. After indulging in food and drink, the night deepened. One by one, tribe members began to retreat into their burrows for rest. Li Zai stood, brushing off the dirt from his rear, intending to sneak back to his little corner, which he had yet to tidy up, while the others were distracted. Suddenly, a powerful hand grasped the nape of his neck. Where do you think you're going? Lia's voice boomed overhead. You're not going anywhere tonight. Chapter 57, The Overworked Ox. Before Li Zai could protest, his feet were lifted off the ground. Li Yi hoisted him as effortlessly as one would a newly hatched chick. This Li Yi, the chief, shouldn't we be adhering to a principle of gradual progression? Li Zai floundered midair, attempting to appeal to the barbaric female leader's sense of civility. Li Yi burst into laughter at his words. Gradual progression? Nonsense, just get inside. She granted him no opportunity for retreat or excuse, striding purposefully towards the cave. The tribe members they passed made way, all wearing that knowing, ambiguous smile. Especially De Hua, who even offered Li Zai a fist bump, signaling encouragement with a cheeky expression. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Li Yi flung aside the curtain and unceremoniously tossed Li Zai inside. This cave was the finest in the tribe, typically reserved for meetings and the storage of valuables. At that moment, the flickering firelight cast a warm, hazy glow within. As Li Zai climbed up from the thick pile of animal skins, he froze upon lifting his head. This was no place for slumber, it resembled a den of seduction. The cave was strewn with freshly laid soft grass, layered with several sheets of exquisitely treated long-furred pelts, emanating a delightful scent of dried hay. Aru sat cross-legged in the center, her large tail excitedly thumping the ground, producing a rhythmic sound, her eyes sparkling like two little bulbs upon seeing Li Zai enter. Yet, that was not the most alarming sight. In the corner of the cave curled a cluster of white figures. That was Mi-er, alongside 4 rabbit-eared maidens from the Drooping Ear tribe. They had evidently been prepped by Li Yi ahead of time, having been taken to the river for a thorough cleansing. The layer of dirt that once clung to them was nowhere to be seen, their skin glowing with a startling fairness. They were no longer clad in tattered grass skirts, but instead wrapped in new pelts distributed by the tribe, loosely hanging on their frames, exposing ample collarbones and shoulders. 5 pairs of long ears drooped in unison, trembling slightly from nervousness. Upon seeing Li Zai being thrown in, Mi-er lifted her head, her large, watery eyes reflecting both fear and a vague, indescribable anticipation. Oh no, this is dire. Li Zai internally lamented. This assembly is far beyond what I can handle. As if Aru's formidable strength weren't enough, now there were these 5 rabbits, along with the ever-watchful Li Yi behind him. He was a man, not a jackhammer. Instinctively, Li Zai shrank back, attempting to turn. However, a wall of flesh solidly blocked his retreat. Li strode in with purpose, firmly pulling the heavy beast hide curtain across the entrance, effectively blocking out the wind and light from the outside world. What are you all staring at? Li placed her hands on her hips, casting a disapproving gaze at the few rabbits huddled in the corner, her tone tinged with disappointment. Weren't you all so eager before? Why do you shrink back upon seeing me? Don't you wish to feast on meat? Don't you long for a cozy nest here? These piercing inquiries struck at the very heart of Mi-er and the others. In this harsh world, having a shelter from the storm and the luxury of meat at every meal was a fortune that could not be traded for even one's life. The mere mention of such things signified that Li truly regarded them as kin. Mi-er bit her lip, glancing at Li Zai. After a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, she blushed and timidly crawled out from the corner, gradually inching closer to Li Zai. Li Zai. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz, as she reached out and gently tugged at the hem of his garment. With this movement, the remaining 4 rabbit maidens followed suit, resembling a group of frightened little creatures instinctively seeking warmth, surrounding Li Zai. Aru, witnessing this scene, was not pleased. I was here first. I want to sleep inside. With a playful growl, she lunged forward, forcefully wedging herself into Li Zai's embrace, claiming that spot with determination. Li Zai found himself instantly enveloped in this tender haven. On his left, Aru's firm, muscular presence exuded palpable energy, while on his right, the weighty, reassuring aura of Li settled beside him. Surrounding him were Mi-er and the others, their soft and gentle touches everywhere. The tickling sensation of their fluffy long ears brushing against his face and neck sending delightful shivers down his spine. The air was fragrant with a medley of scents, Aru's sun-kissed aroma, Li's mature perfume, and the delicate herbal fragrance emanating from Mir and her companions. Lizai felt as if he were a worm trapped in a honey pot, utterly immobilized by an overwhelming sense of bliss. Can we have a chat? He attempted a final protest, his voice slightly airy. Chat about what? Lie observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. No one is allowed to slack off tonight. Our tribe's population plan starts now. Immediately, everyone launched a concerted assault. Anyone can join. Help me. Lizai could only emit one last feeble cry of despair before he was completely overwhelmed. His final thought before losing consciousness was that by the next morning, his waste would likely be rendered useless. The Eared tribe, after this encounter, would be irrevocably entangled. Yet the price was rather steep. Chapter 58, The Hardships of Lizai. The sun had long since ascended to its zenith, beams of light streaming through the crevices of the cave, mingling with the enticing aroma of meat wafting in from outside. Lizai felt as if his eyelids bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and with great effort, he managed to pry open a narrow slit. As soon as his eyes adjusted, he was met with a close-up of Aru's face, who was squatting beside him, her chin resting on her hands. Her captivating eyes fixed upon him as though he were a lazy cat just waking from slumber. Aside from the two of them, the cave was empty. Lie had already taken the others to patrol the territory, and the rabbits from yesterday were likely off to work. Hey, you're awake? Aru exclaimed, her smile revealing a set of neat white teeth. I thought you'd sleep until sunset. Lizai attempted to move his arms, only to be assaulted by a wave of soreness that surged through his nerves. It wasn't just his arms, his back and legs ached. As if he had been disassembled and carelessly reassembled, the pieces not quite fitting together. Get me some water. He managed to gesture weakly towards the side. Aru was quick to respond, grabbing a fruit shell nearby and holding it to his lips. Lizai gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling a bit more revived. He exhaled deeply, glancing at Aru's exuberant demeanor, a sense of imbalance brewing within him. Last night, it was she and Lie who had exerted the most effort, yet today, they seemed unfazed. While he, the one who had merely reaped the benefits, lay exhausted. What time is it? Where's the sun? Lizai propped himself against the beast hide, attempting to sit up. It's already past noon, Aru stated, poking his forehead with a finger, the pressure a bit too much, nearly toppling him back down. Everyone has eaten, and Dahua and the others are back from their stroll in the woods. You're the only one still snoozing. I was just tired, Lizai replied, shooting her an annoyed glance, adjusting his posture with a grimace. You have no idea what intensity we faced yesterday. Even the donkeys in the production team don't get worked like that. Aru didn't understand what he meant by the production team's donkeys, but she grasped that he was complaining about being tired. Instead of feeling embarrassed, she laughed even more heartily, her fluffy tail swishing behind her, sweeping up the stray hay on the ground. Is this what tiredness looks like? Aru leaned closer, mischievously tracing her finger across Lizai's belly. I think you just need to train more. Look at me. I'm brimming with energy. Lizai swatted her hand away, rolling his eyes. That's your natural talent. I'm just an ordinary mortal. Enough chit-chat. I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? Yes, I saved some for you. It's all warming by the fire outside. Aru stood up, brushing the dust off her backside. Get up quickly. Dahua and the others are waiting to see you. See me? For what? A sense of foreboding welled up within Lizai. To see if you can still walk, Aru replied matter-of-factly. Dahua bet me this morning that you'd definitely crawl out today. I wagered the best piece of hind leg meat that you could walk out on your own. You need to redeem yourself. Lizai felt a headache coming on. What were these beast-eared maidens thinking? Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hands against the ground and mustered all his strength. He managed to stand, but his legs were utterly uncooperative, wobbling like noodles beneath him, threatening to buckle at any moment. If he actually fell to his knees, he would have no place left in this tribe. Clinging desperately to the side for support, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Ha! Aru erupted into a fit of merciless laughter. Lizai, your legs are shaking so much. Can you even manage? As she laughed, she circled around him. Maybe we should just call it quits. If I lose my piece of meat, so be it. Lizai shot her a glare, attempting to take a step, but as soon as his foot left the ground, his body swayed dangerously. Stop laughing. Come help me. Aru, having laughed enough, finally approached him. However, she did not assist him as Lizai had anticipated. The young lady bent down, her shoulder pressing against Li's abdomen, moving at such a leisurely pace. It seemed as if the flesh would turn cold. Let me take over. Li felt a sudden vertigo, and in an instant, he was lifted off the ground once more. He found himself hoisted aloft like a sack of rice, head downward, hanging from Aru's back. Put me down. What would people think? Li protested weakly as he gazed at the ground retreating beneath him. What is there to fear? It's not the first time. Aru playfully smacked him on the backside and strode briskly out of the cave, a gust of wind swirling at her feet. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, and the clearing in the tribe was bustling with activity. Dozens of beast-eared maidens were gathered, some mending weapons while others processed furs. Upon seeing Aru emerge with Lee in tow, the previously noisy clearing fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into a louder roar of laughter. Oh, look, our great benefactor has arrived. Dahua, who was sharpening the tip of a spear, flung it to the ground and clapped her thigh in amusement. I told you. She must be exhausted. Aru, that piece of hind leg meat belongs to me. Aru gently placed Lee onto a large stone covered with soft animal hides. Her movements surprisingly delicate, ensuring he wasn't jostled. Here you go. Always thinking about food. Aru huffed, though she had lost some meat. The pride on her face remained unabated. Sitting on the stone, Lee felt a touch more comfortable. What are you all laughing at? Are you all just idling about? Hong Wei approached, holding a half-eaten bone, her gaze flitting over Lee. How do you feel? Those rabbits, haha, must be quite tasty, right? Hong Wei winked with a nose for gossip. I've heard rabbits are timid. Do they cry while, you know? A few young beast maidens nearby perked up, abandoning their tasks to gather around. Lee's face flushed with embarrassment. Being thrust into such a private topic for public discussion was quite overwhelming even for him. What nonsense. That's for the sake of the tribe's population strategy, a serious matter. Lee cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Don't just revel in laughter. Have the patrols been organized for today? Are Een and the others keeping watch at the wall? Yes, they're keeping watch. Dahua waved her hand and plopped down across from Lee, her frame blocking half the sunlight. Een and the others are indeed diligent, remaining still under the blazing sun. As Dahua spoke, her gaze drifted back toward Lee. However, Lee, don't you think we ought to revise our rules? Revise what? Lee took a piece of roasted meat that Aru had handed him and took a bite. The meat was perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside, yet tender within. With each mouthful, it burst with juices. That unique energy slid down his throat and warmed his stomach, alleviating the discomfort in his aching back. It's about that hunting competition. Hong Wei interjected, looking quite aggrieved. Aru has been like a woman possessed lately, carrying that spear deep into the mountains every day. How can we compete with her? Hong Wei tugged at Lee's sleeve, swaying her body in a pleading manner. Lee, could you talk to Aru and let her ease up a bit? Even if it's just this once, I'd like to take you back to the cave. As soon as she uttered those words, the surrounding beast maidens joined in the teasing. Indeed, Aru is too domineering, devouring meat without leaving any bones. We also wish to have Lee. Hearing this while pouring water for Lee, Aru's brows shot up. Dream on. Aru shoved the water container into Lee's hands, turned around with her hands on her hips, and blocked his path like a mother tiger guarding her food. That was a special circumstance, meant to draw the rabbits over. You're not outsiders. If you want to compete with me, you must prove your worth. Aru pointed a finger at Hong Wei's nose. You expect me to ease up? Not a chance. As long as I can move, I will win every day. If you think I'm incapable, then go hunt something bigger than me. As long as it weighs more than mine, even if it's just an extra piece of meat, I'll concede. But expecting me to yield to you? In your dreams. Dahua rolled her eyes. Though slightly displeased, she was begrudgingly impressed. All right, you're impressive. I refuse to believe that tomorrow I won't stumble upon a larger prey in the depths of the mountains. Humph, I'm ready whenever. Aru lifted her chin, radiating pride. Although the atmosphere was lively and boisterous, it was far from tense. This competition infused the tribe with vitality. Each individual strived for a better life and sought after their desired mate. This was the most primal and pure motivation of all. Sitting in the back, Lee munched on his meat, watching these women vie for his favor. Despite the ache in his back, he felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. He stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, and the feeling of fullness rejuvenated him completely. Only when sated could one muster the strength to contend with this pack of fierce women and lead the tribe to survive in this harsh world. Enough of the banter. Lee stood up, though his legs still felt a bit wobbly. He was now able to walk steadily. Once full, it was time to get to work. Dahua, go check on those smoke-drying racks. Don't let the fire go out. Hong Wei, take some people to deal with that pile of newly gathered vines. I'll go see the newcomers. Lee wiped his mouth and cast his gaze toward the designated area for the floppy-eared tribe in the corner of the settlement. After last night's encounter, the hearts of these rabbits should have settled. It was time to assess the results. Aru intended to follow, but was intercepted by Lee. You needn't go. Your aura of intimidation might frighten them. Go help Dahua move some wood, and I'll spend quality time with you later this evening. Upon hearing that there would be time together later, Aru's eyes sparkled, and without further ado, she cheerfully dashed off to work. Lee smiled at her retreating figure before turning to approach the group of rabbits. Though his steps were still a bit unsteady, his spirits soared. Chapter 59, The Ambitions of the Wolf Pack. In a sheltered corner of the tribe, a designated workshop for the floppy-eared tribe had emerged. The ground was layered with hay, piled high with various vines, resilient grasses, and an assortment of freshly gathered, unknown herbs. Several rabbit maidens were seated together, engrossed in their tasks. Unlike their initial appearance of fear and readiness to flee, they now exuded a sense of calm, albeit with a hint of shyness. Their inherent tranquility was unmistakable. A few of them even hummed softly, their long ears swaying gently to the rhythm, creating an atmosphere that was utterly soothing. Lee strolled over leisurely. The first to notice him was Mier. This girl was intently weaving a half-person high backpack. Upon hearing footsteps, her long ears perked up like radar. Precisely swiveling toward Lee's direction. She lifted her head, and upon recognizing Lee, her face flushed instantly, turning crimson all the way to the tips of her ears. Memories of last night still lingered in the air. Yet, unlike before, she did not shrink away in fear, nor did she shy away. Mier set aside her work, stood up, and somewhat awkwardly brushed the grass clippings from her fur skirt before taking small steps towards Lizai. Lizai, she called softly. Her voice a gentle contrast to Aru's boisterousness. You're up? Lizai looked at her and smiled, nodding in affirmation. The girl, having enjoyed a night of nourishment, appeared significantly revitalized. Her complexion now radiated a rosy glow, and her eyes sparkled with life, glistening with an endearing innocence. Yes, come take a turn. How do you feel? Is your body all right? Are you tired? Mier's cheeks flushed deeper, and she lowered her gaze, her hands nervously entwined, while her short tail quivered anxiously behind her. No, not tired, she replied, shaking her head, then, summoning immense courage, took a small step forward. She reached out, gently grasping the hem of Lizai's garment. Her movements cautious as if fearing to disturb something fragile. Lizai, I feel wonderful, Mier said, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling with delight. After eating meat, I feel strong. Moreover, she hesitated, the unspoken words evident in her expression. The feeling of being accepted, protected, and even cherished made her forget the hardships endured in the mountain ravine. Lizai clasped her hand in his, noting how cool her fingers were, though slender and calloused. They were notably softer than those of Aru and the others. As long as you feel strong, that's what matters. There will be plenty of days like this ahead. He guided her to sit on the grass mat. The other rabbit maidens gathered around, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as they looked at Lizai, some daringly reaching out to touch his arm. Lizai, how do you find this basket I've woven? Mier presented the half-finished basket to him, as if offering a treasure. We've treated the vines, smoothing out the thorns, so it won't prick when carried. Plus, we've reinforced the base with 2 extra layers so that stones won't spill out. Lizai examined it closely. The craftsmanship was indeed commendable. The weaving was tight and uniform, and the joints were expertly finished, far superior to the rough and hasty work of Dahua. A fine creation, Lizai praised sincerely. This will be essential for our tribe's transport. It's much easier than carrying things directly. Mier's ears perked up with joy at the compliment. She nestled closer to Lizai, nearly pressing against him, the faint scent of herbs wafting into his senses, refreshing and uplifting. Lizai, this place is truly wonderful. Mier said softly, her tone filled with emotion. Back in the ravine, when it rained, we had to worry about leaks, and the fear of snakes slithering in haunted us. Winters were unbearably cold. Many sisters didn't survive. Here, we have walls for protection, and there's meat to eat. She lifted her head, gazing at Lizai's profile, determination flickering in her eyes. I want to return to the ravine in a couple of days. Lizai raised an eyebrow, turning to her with a knowing expression. Why go back? Do you miss home? Not really, Mier shook her head. There are still many sisters there. Some elders and younger children are enduring hunger. She bit her lip, glancing at Lizai with trepidation, fearing his disapproval. I want to bring them here. They can work too. They can weave baskets and gather herbs. They don't eat much. A bit of leftover soup would suffice. Lizai, could you let them come? Lizai gazed into her pleading eyes, a chuckle forming in his heart. Wasn't this the very outcome they desired? This was what it meant to gather one's own kin. It was far more effective than anything else. However, he maintained a facade of contemplation, pretending to deliberate. Well. Upon seeing Lizai hesitate, Mier grew anxious. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his, leaning against him, her soft form pressing against his arm. I beg you, Lizai. They are truly obedient. As long as you provide food, they will do anything. Moreover, she added, her voice dwindling to a whisper. If you agree, you can do whatever you want with me from now on. Lizai sensed the moment was right. He decided not to tease her further. He reached out to stroke her long ears, the touch delightful. All right, since we are family, we cannot let them starve. Once the walls are finished in a couple of days, I'll have Dahua take some people with you to fetch them. Really? Mier nearly leaped with joy. She excitedly hugged Lizai's arm, oblivious to the onlookers, and impulsively placed a grateful kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Lizai. You are truly wonderful. The surrounding rabbit maidens cheered, encircling Lizai. He sat amidst them, guiding them on how to improve the basket straps while listening to their animated chatter about life in the ravine. This warm and tender daily routine offered a soothing reprieve to his weary spirit. However, this scene did not escape the notice of those with keen eyes. From a distance, atop the towering wall, Een was perched at the railing of the lookout tower, her silvery hair dancing wildly in the wind. Her wolf-like eyes narrowed as she fixated on the man surrounded by a throng of rabbits. Her keen vision allowed her to discern the rosy hue on Mier's cheeks and the little white rabbit nuzzling against Li Zai. "Tch," Een muttered, her irritation evident as she ran her fingers through her hair. Behind her, Hui and Ban leaned against the wall, resting. "Sister, what are you staring at so intently?" Hui inquired, peering down the direction of Een's gaze. "Oh, look at those rabbits clinging to Li Zai," she scoffed, a hint of envy creeping into her tone. "But truth be told, those rabbits are quite fortunate. We were the ones who arrived first, yet they managed to climb into that male's bed before us." Een remained silent. She was astute, having navigated the treacherous line between life and death as a hunter. She understood clearly. In this tribe, hard work could indeed yield meat and survival. However, to truly establish a foothold, mere labor was insufficient. Look at those rabbits, how humble they once were, trembling at the sight of others. Yet since entering that grand cave last night, they emerged transformed, exuding a newfound vitality. Even Dehua, known for her fiery temper, had tossed them 2 generous pieces of meat today. This stark contrast highlighted the difference between kin and outsiders. "We cannot be outdone by those grass-eaters," Een suddenly spoke, her voice low but laced with determination. "Huh." Hui blinked in surprise. Een turned to her sisters. They were all strong, with well-defined physiques, slender waists, and powerful legs, brimming with explosive potential. In every regard, they were far superior to those scrawny rabbits. Silver extended her tongue, moistening her parched, cracked lips, her eyes glimmering with a fierce ambition. The light merely served as a sentinel here, a mere gatekeeper. If one wishes to savor the finest meat. She pointed towards Li Zai below. "We must take him down as well. But how shall we proceed?" Silver let out a cold chuckle. "Fear not, opportunities abound. We need only triumph in our hunt." Her gaze swept over her sisters. "Patience is still required. We must bide our time for the right moment to prevail." Silver reclined against the railing once more, observing the figure below, her eyes akin to those of a predator fixated on its prey. "We must find a chance to let him taste our prowess. I refuse to believe we are inferior to those feeble creatures." The wind carried away these whispered words. Yet a seed of ambition had already taken root in the hearts of this pack of she-wolves. Below, Li Zai remained blissfully ensconced in the tender embrace of the rabbits, utterly unaware that his already precarious position was now targeted by a more formidable set of hunters. Chapter 60. The Great Migration of the Drooping-Eared Tribe. The relocation initiative was swiftly enacted upon its proposal. By the time Mir, accompanied by the remaining tribesfolk, appeared at the tribal gates, the sun had begun to descend in the west. The journey had not been easy. The rabbits moved sluggishly, and Mir, along with the few who had come to assist her, had to half-drag, half-carry them back. All the drooping-eared tribe members stood outside the freshly constructed wall, each one huddled, their long ears drooping to their shoulders. Their eyes were filled with exhaustion. However, when the gates swung open, releasing an overwhelming aroma of meat, all panic turned into a stupor. Everywhere they looked, there was meat. Rows of wooden racks were laden with glistening, crimson strips of cured meat. As the wind blew, the strips swayed as if beckoning them. Beside the fire pit on the ground lay several recently butchered ribs, still stained with blood. For this group of rabbits, who had spent their years foraging for roots in the ravines and occasionally scavenging a dead mouse for sustenance, this spectacle was more surreal than a dream. A very young rabbit girl tugged at the grass skirt of the adult beside her, swallowing hard, her voice trembling. "Mom, are we dead? Is this a place only the deceased can visit?" The adult beside her remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the meat, tears streaming down her face. Li Zai stood in the center of the clearing, observing this group of refugees who resembled a band of the displaced, his heart filled with reflection. The disparity was staggering. On one side, Aru and Dehua glistened with health and vitality, while on the other, the rabbits appeared so frail that a gust of wind could topple them. Liao stepped forth from the crowd. She had deliberately donned a cleaner piece of animal hide today, yet her powerful musculature was unmistakable. Approaching the group of rabbits, she placed her hands on her hips, radiating an aura of leadership. The rabbits, frightened, instinctively began to retreat, some nearly buckling at the knees. "Stop trembling." Liao's voice boomed, intended as a welcome, yet her loudness startled several of the timid ones. "Since you've come, do not consider yourselves outsiders. We do not entertain frivolities here. Do you see that meat?" Liao pointed towards the wall of flesh behind her. "As long as you are willing to work and heed our guidance, there will be more than enough meat. Our tribe does not harbor idlers, yet we will never let our kin go hungry." Though her words were coarse, they resonated with a profound sense of comfort. Nothing held more power than the promise of ample meat. Mir hurried over, pulling her kin close, tears streaming down her face as she nodded. "Did you all hear? This is our new home. From now on, we shall feast on meat." That night, The bonfire in the tribe blazed more brightly than ever. To welcome this new influx of laborers and to showcase the tribe's strength, Li Zai had instructed Dahua to roast 2 additional wild boars. The flames soared high, casting a warm glow on every face, turning them all rosy. The newly arrived rabbit maidens cradled steaming bowls of meat broth and large chunks of meaty bones, devouring them with abandon. The sounds of slurping soup and cracking bones filling the air. They ate with such urgency that some choked, pounding their chests before hastily stuffing more food into their mouths. Fearing they might miss their next meal, Li Zai sat atop a large stone, cushioned with thick, soft grass, in the center of it all. To his left was Liao. To his right Aru, while Mir and a few bolder rabbit maidens encircled him. The mingled aromas of grease, sweat, and the unique scent of femininity enveloped him completely. Aru was particularly exuberant that day. In her hand, she clutched a sizzling piece of hind leg, the finest cut from the entire pig. Instead of eating it herself, she tore off a strip, blew on it to cool it, and promptly stuffed it into Li Zai's mouth. Eat. Have more. Aru exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched Li Zai chew, her large tail wagging rapidly behind her, occasionally brushing against his arm. Look, our numbers are growing. Though these rabbits may seem frail now, with some care, they will surely thrive. And when that happens, Aru chuckled, leaning closer to Li Zai, her warm breath tickling his neck. If you aren't fit enough by then and collapse from exhaustion at night, I wonder what you will do with so many mouths to feed. Li Zai nearly choked on the piece of meat in his mouth. He quickly took a sip of water, glancing at Aru with resignation. This girl had become increasingly unrestrained in her speech, daring to voice whatever came to her mind. Can't you wish for something good for me? He retorted with mild annoyance. I'm merely concerned for your well-being, Aru replied defiantly, pinching his waist. Look, your waist is far too slender. This simply won't do. When we return tonight, I shall make sure to nourish you properly. With that, she tore off another piece of fatty meat and forcefully stuffed it into Li Zai's mouth. You must finish it. No sleep until it's all gone. As Li Zai chewed on the fatty morsel, his mouth coated in grease, he surveyed the lively scene around him. Dahua was demonstrating to several newcomers how to wield a spear. Though the rabbits struggled to hold it steady, they listened intently. Mir was teaching the young rabbits how to braid, their laughter ringing out like music. Such a life was indeed flourishing. With more people, the spirit of the tribe soared. Li Zai pondered to himself. These rabbits, though they appeared weak now, possessed nimble fingers. Weaving baskets and processing hides were their strengths. Most importantly, in the future, the task of crafting weapons could be entrusted to them. Previously, the tribe had relied solely on sharpened wooden poles as spears. While they were lightweight and quick to produce, they had a significant flaw: they were too brittle. When faced with tough-skinned beasts like the ironhide beasts, a spear thrust could easily break, failing to penetrate even the skin. To enhance combat effectiveness, an upgrade in equipment was necessary. Stones. The riverbanks were replete with hard pebbles, and there were flint stones on the mountain capable of being honed to a sharp edge. If we could sharpen these stones and bind them to the ends of wooden sticks, their lethality would undoubtedly double. Previously, this was not pursued due to the time-consuming nature of polishing stones. With Dahua and her temper, she would discard them after mere moments of grinding. However, now with this group of rabbits, the task seems feasible. Li Zai gazed intently at the rabbits cautiously gnawing on bones, his expression somewhat dazed. These are not refugees. They are a collection of untapped precision instruments. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warm, damp sensation on his cheek, followed by a slight sting. Hiss. Li Zai inhaled sharply, covering his face as he turned around. Aru was retracting her head, a bit of grease glistening by her lips, looking at him with visible dissatisfaction. What are you thinking? You've been staring at those rabbits without blinking. Nothing. I was just pondering. Aru snorted. I don't believe you. Are you perhaps enchanted by their petite and adorable forms, harboring some improper thoughts? Let me tell you, tonight you are mine. Don't even think about sneaking off to that rabbit den. Li Zai touched his face, certain there was a tooth mark there. What the hell, are you a dog? Why do you bite without warning? I do bite, Aru retorted, leaning in again. This time, instead of biting his cheek, she took one of his fingers into her mouth, gently rubbing it with her teeth. The sensation sent a jolt through Li Zai. I must leave a mark on you, so that those newcomers know this piece of meat has an owner, Aru mumbled indistinctly. Li Zai watched her protective demeanor with amusement, not retracting his hand. The campfire crackled, the wood popping rhythmically. Throughout the night, laughter echoed in the tribe. Chapter 61. What does it mean to say it's still early in the day? Early the next morning, the tribe buzzed with excitement. The newly arrived rabbits, despite having stayed up late the previous night, were the first to rise. They dared not linger in bed, fearing expulsion for their laziness. One by one, they squatted in the clearing, awaiting Li Zai or Lai to assign them tasks. When Li Zai emerged, a faint red mark adorned his face. Dahua, carrying a large thigh bone, was basking in the sun at the wall's base. Upon spotting Li Zai, her eyes lit up. Hey, Li Zai, Dahua called out, her voice startling a few nearby rabbits. You look lively today. That mark on your face is quite distinctive. Did Aru not feed enough last night and use your face as a midnight snack? Dahua laughed heartily, observing Li Zai's embarrassment as he rubbed his cheek. Stop saying nonsense. That is from an insect bite. An insect? Dahua tossed the bone to the ground, laughing even more. When did the insects in our forest develop such neat little teeth? Can they even leave a circle like that? Just then, Aru emerged from the cave, her energy unusually high as she walked with a spring in her step. Hearing Dahua's teasing, Aru felt no embarrassment. She quickly approached Li Zai, linking her arm through his, pressing her body against him. What are you laughing at? If you're capable, try to beat me. Aru lifted her chin proudly. So what if I bit? I'll bite however I please. If Li Zai weren't so thin-skinned, I'd have taken a bite out of his neck too. Dahua rolled her eyes, smirking. All right, you're impressive. I won't argue about that. She stood up, brushing off the dirt from her backside. But speaking of which, Li Zai, I noticed you were staring at that pile of rubble earlier. What were you looking at? Dahua pointed to the untidy heap of stones by the riverbank. Li Zai drew his arm from Aru's grasp, replying earnestly. I was contemplating our spears. Spears? Aru and Dahua paused, momentarily bewildered. Aren't our current spears quite effective? Yesterday, Hongwei told me that the wooden tips penetrate wild boars effortlessly. Aru questioned, puzzled. Li Zai shook his head. The wooden tips suffice for ordinary beasts. But should we encounter something like the ironhide beast, or even tougher adversaries, the wood is too brittle. It's prone to breaking and dulling. He approached the pile of stones, bending to pick up a piece of sharp flint. Just look at this. Li Zai raised the stone, drawing it forcefully across a discarded piece of wood, producing a sharp sound. A deep groove appeared in the wood as shavings flew. This stone is considerably harder and sharper than wood. Turning to face the two curious onlookers, he continued, I want those new rabbits to specialize in sharpening these stones, fashioning them into pointed shapes, which we can then bind to the ends of wooden sticks. Stone spears. Dahua scratched her head, struggling to envision such a thing. If the stone is bound, won't it just fall off? What if it flies off and hits us? Therefore, it must be secured with skill. Li Zai did not elaborate further. Some matters could not be conveyed through words alone. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Once we possess these stone spears, even the toughest prey will fall to a single thrust through their thick hide. Aru, though somewhat confused, grasped the crux of the matter. This was indeed formidable. Her eyes brightened, and she clung to Li Zai's arm, shaking him. Let us get to work. Make me the biggest and sharpest one first. Li Zai, dizzy from her fervent shaking, replied, Don't rush. This requires patience. Polishing stones is a meticulous task. Me and the others need to practice first. Upon hearing this, Aru pouted discontentedly. It's always me and that group of rabbits. You only know how to assign them tasks. Don't you find their hands soft and pleasant to touch? As she spoke, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on the back of Li Zai's hand. This time, she bit a bit harder, causing him to gasp in pain. Let go. Let go. Are you really a dog? Li Zai quickly pushed her head away with his other hand. Aru released her grip, gazing at the circle of red marks on his hand with a few huffs. This is a punishment for always thinking about other women. Weren't you not angry before? Humph. What do you care? I'm angry, so what? Li Zai found her mood truly incomprehensible. Dahua watched the scene with amusement. Li Zai, just endure it. Aru is worried you'll be bewitched by those rabbits. Just as the three were embroiled in their playful banter, Li Zai suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Aru didn't give him time to react. She clasped his waist with both hands and lifted him as if he were a turnip, effortlessly tossing him over her shoulder. Aru, what are you doing? Li Zai felt the world spin, hastily gripping her animal skin skirt for stability. Stop talking. Aru smacked his backside, her feet gliding as she turned and dashed toward her cave. What is so interesting about those broken stones? We can deal with them tomorrow. Just now, you kept saying that Meyer is skillful, which made me feel uncomfortable. Aru shouted while running. I must let you know that although my hands are clumsy, my other abilities surpass those of that group of rabbits. Moreover, it's getting late. We should return to rest. Dahu stood still clutching that bone, watching as Aru carried someone away like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. She looked up at the sky. The sun had just risen and hadn't climbed too high. Or was it late? TSK. Dahu shook her head and bit down hard on the bone. This was not rest. This was a call to arms. Youth truly possesses such vigor. I foresee Li Zai inevitably becoming a mere shell of a man. The curtain of the cave was suddenly flung open and then heavily dropped again. Inside, Li Zai's final protests could be heard, soon stifled by a series of muffled sounds. The beast-eared women outside were diligently engaged in their tasks, utterly unaware of the ordeal Li Zai was enduring. Chapter 62. The Days of Grinding Stones. Li Zai, supporting his not yet fully recovered back, stumbled slowly to the open space at the corner of the tribe. Aru trailed behind him, hands poised to catch him at any moment. fearing he might fall. She had deliberately refrained from moving large stones today, claiming she would provide close protection, when in reality, she simply wished to linger by Li Zai's side. This open area now belonged to the drooping ear tribe. The ground was strewn with pebbles transported from the riverbank and the hard flint found on the mountainside. Meyer was squatting down with a dozen tribe members, sorting through the stones. Upon seeing Li Zai approach, the rabbit ears perked up in unison before drooping again. Everyone, pause for a moment. Li Zai found a clean wooden stump to sit upon and clapped his hands. The rabbits immediately abandoned their tasks and gathered around him, kneeling obediently on the ground, their big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Today, we won't be weaving baskets. We shall engage in something else. Li Zai picked up a sharp-edged flint from the ground and weighed it in his hand. I want you to grind these stones down to be thin and pointed, shaped like a spearhead with edges on both sides. He sketched a rough outline of a spearhead in the dirt. This task was labor-intensive and required keen eyes. However, if done well, our tribe would be significantly more formidable in hunting. Observing the rabbit's bewildered expressions, Li Zai understood that mere philosophical reasoning would not suffice. Here, tangible benefits were the greatest motivators. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice slightly. I know this work is exhausting. Today, whoever produces the sharpest stone shard, resembling a spearhead, will be rewarded with the finest piece of fatty meat for dinner, the kind that drips with juice at the first bite. The moment these words left his mouth, the previously quiet rabbit den erupted with excitement. That fatty meat, glistening with juices, was a rare delicacy, typically reserved for the main warriors like Dao, while they, as support staff, were content with a bit of broth and lean meat. Meyer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she gulped audibly. Really? Have I ever deceived you? Li Zai replied with a smile. Then let us begin. Meyer took the lead, shouting, and grasped a stone, beginning to grind it against the nearby large grindstone. The sharp, grating sound filled the air instantly. This task was indeed challenging. The stones were hard, requiring both finesse and patience to shape. Li Zai did not remain idle. He wandered nearby, observing their efforts. When he reached Meyer's side, he noticed her posture was incorrect. She was simply grinding with her arms, quickly becoming sweaty and trembling, producing uneven results. Stop. If you continue like this, your hands will be ruined by tomorrow. Li Zai sat down directly behind her without a second thought. Meyer felt the warmth of his presence behind her. Li Zai extended his hand. You see, you must follow the grain of the stone. Don't stiffen your wrist. It should be more flexible. Leaning forward, his chest nearly pressed against Meyer's back, she felt as if she were transported back to that evening, the sensation leaving her dizzy. Unable to even discern the stone she held, her face flushed crimson, and her tail twitched restlessly behind her. Apply pressure here, then pull back slightly. Li Zai focused intently on teaching, completely oblivious to Meyer's unusual demeanor. He merely felt her small hand, though slightly rough, possessed a pleasant texture. Meyer softly hummed, leaning back into Li Zai's embrace. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Aru, who was fetching water. She had been grinding stones as Li Zai instructed when she lifted her head and beheld the sight. The position they were in could easily be misconstrued as something inappropriate. With determined strides, Aru approached, creating a gust of wind. I want to grind too. Without regard for Meyer still leaning against Li Zai, she forcefully squeezed in. Meyer was startled, quickly retracting her neck to avoid contact. The other rabbit-eared women paused their work, cautiously observing the unfolding drama. What are you causing a ruckus for? Can you even handle this delicate work? Li Zai regarded the irate Aru with a hint of exasperation. Who says I can't? I have plenty of strength. Aru defiantly tossed aside her stone, seizing the half-ground flint from Meyer's grasp, using both hands to press it onto the grindstone with all her might. Screech! An excruciatingly discordant noise erupted. Aru applied too much pressure. With a sharp crack, the nearly shaped flint shattered into 3 pieces in her hands. Aru was momentarily stunned, staring at the fragments in her hands, then glancing at Li Zai, her lips pouting in a display of grievance. This stone is too brittle. It's targeting me. The other rabbit-eared women lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. Li Zai, surveying the scattered debris, couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and playfully pinched Aru's puffed-up cheek. Ha, enough with the stones. You are our tribe's hunting expert. This task is not suited for you. Go over there and keep an eye on the fire, making sure the meat doesn't burn. Though Aru remained somewhat unconvinced, hearing Li Zai assign her to oversee the meat lightened her spirits. She tossed aside the stone and hopped over to the fire pit. Li Zai shook his head with a smile and turned to Meyer. Please don't take offense. Aru has quite the temperament. Meyer, blushing, nodded in response. It's all right, I don't mind. All right, then let us continue grinding the stones. For the next 2 days, the sounds of grinding stones filled the corners of the tribe. Li Zai kept busy, constantly monitoring their progress, checking on this stone and that. These rabbits, though timid, exhibited remarkable patience. For the sake of that piece of fatty meat, they ground until their fingertips were raw, Yet not a single one complained of fatigue. By the evening of the third day, the first batch of somewhat decent stone spearheads had finally been crafted. Although they lacked the precision of modern craftsmanship, their edges were indeed sharpened, and the pointed tips were quite formidable. Lee gathered several straight wooden sticks, split the top ends to create a slit, inserted the stone flakes, and then tightly bound them with vines. Success! Lee held the first completed stone spear. Although it appeared somewhat rough, it certainly looked more lethal than mere sharpened wooden sticks. Manhwa rushed over upon hearing the news. She had long been aware of Lee's endeavors to create new weapons and was itching to try one out. Let me have a go. Let me have a go. Manhwa snatched the spear and began to demonstrate with a few flourishes. It had some weight to it, being a bit top-heavy, yet it appeared quite fierce. Approaching a large tree, she spat into her hands and rubbed them together. Watch me pierce this tree, Manhwa bellowed, her arms flexing as she thrust the spear forcefully into the trunk. Thud! The spear tip indeed penetrated, but immediately afterward, there was a loud crack. The stone flake, wedged in the slit of the wood, could not withstand the force and flew out of the vine binding, landing far away and shattering into two pieces. The wooden rod, compromised by the split at the front, also cracked down the middle, extending to where she gripped it. The moment was eerily silent. Manhwa stood there with the useless wooden stick, looking utterly bewildered. Is it broken already? She asked, somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Lee. This won't do, thought Lee. It was far less sturdy than his previous one. If it were to pierce a wild boar, the boar might survive, but his weapon would be rendered useless. The on-looking beast-eared girls also displayed expressions of disappointment. After expending such effort and grinding stones for several days, this was the outcome? Lee walked over, picked up the broken stone fragments, and examined the cracked wooden stick. The problem was quite evident. The method of securing the stone was too rudimentary. Merely relying on vine binding could not withstand such immense impact. Additionally, splitting the wood had compromised its structure, making it prone to cracking under pressure. Don't worry. This is just the first trial. Although Lee felt somewhat disheartened, he maintained a composed demeanor. The direction is correct. The stone did penetrate. Look at this bark. He pointed to the deep gash on the tree trunk. If it were to strike flesh, it would certainly cause bleeding. We need to devise a way to secure the stone more effectively. At that moment, Mi-er, who had been quietly observing from the back of the crowd, took a couple of tentative steps forward. Holding a piece of unused vine in her hands, she gazed at the cracked wooden stick, deep in thought. She glanced at Lee, then at the frame used for drying animal hides. Lee's eye, Mi-er called softly. Lee turned around. What is it? Mi-er pointed to the hide rack, and then to the spearhead. I have an idea. Although her voice was barely above a whisper in the hushed atmosphere, everyone heard her. What idea? Lee's eyes brightened. Mi-er, feeling a bit anxious, licked her lips. Back in the valley during the cold winter, we would wrap our feet in fresh, recently skinned hides. Once the hides dried, they would constrict tightly, making them painfully difficult to remove. She looked at Lee, her eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and the fear of misstepping. Could we use wet hides to bind it? Chapter 63, The Birth of a New Weapon. Upon hearing this, Lee's mind sparked with inspiration. Of course, thermal expansion and contraction, along with the shrinkage of fresh hide as it dries. This serves as the most natural and powerful adhesive. How had he overlooked this? As long as they used wet strips of fresh hide to bind the stone and wood together, once the strips dried thoroughly, they would contract with immense force, securing them as if they were one. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lee, filled with excitement, rushed over and lifted Mi-er off the ground. Mi-er gasped in surprise. Not having time to react before she was airborne, Lee spun her around in circles, unable to contain his exhilaration. Mi-er, you are a genius. How did I not think of this? Dizzied from the spinning, Mi-er felt herself soften in Lee's embrace, her cheeks glowing like ripe apples. Once he set her down, he disregarded the curious gazes of those around them and shouted to Hong Wei, quick, fetch the best jerky. Give Mi-er a large piece. This is a significant contribution. The surrounding rabbits looked on with envy at the treatment Mi-er received, while feeling inspired. It turned out that using one's intellect could indeed yield rewards, even resulting in Lee's affectionate embrace. Just then, a heavy cough sounded from nearby. Aru stood there, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. I thought of that too. I did, but I just didn't have the chance to say it. Aru muttered stubbornly as she approached, separating Lee and Mi-er, standing in between them like a wall. Need hides, do you? I'll go get some. Without waiting for Lee's response, she turned and dashed to the pile of untreated scraps. With a new approach in mind, they set to work immediately. Over the next 2 days, the tribe's workshop buzzed with activity. This time, not only the rabbits were busy, but even Manhwa and Aru joined in. They selected the toughest skins from the demon-faced beasts, cutting them into long strips and soaking them in water to soften. Lee redesigned the top of the spear shaft, no longer merely splitting it, but instead carving a groove to securely hold the stone flakes, making it less prone to cracking. The most crucial step followed, the binding. This task required 2 people to cooperate. Aru eagerly claimed her position beside Lee. I'm strong, I'll pull. Aru sat across from Lee, pressing her feet against his, gripping the damp hide strips tightly. Pull harder, tighter. Lee shouted instructions as his hands swiftly wrapped around the wooden stick. The effort caused Aru to lean back, her beast skin skirt stretching tightly, accentuating her curves. They were close enough that they could feel each other's breath. While exerting herself, Aru playfully nudged Lee's calf with her toes. Lee, how is my strength? Is it enough? Her gaze sent a flutter of unease through Lee. It's plenty. Just focus. Lee was sweating profusely, unsure if it was from exhaustion or the heat. After a flurry of activity, once the hide strips had dried and hardened, the new stone spear was finally formed. The layer of dried hide turned a deep brown, as hard as iron, binding the stone and wood together so firmly that even with force, it would not budge. Let us test it. This time, it was Aru who took the lead. Ready to put the spear to the test, she stood on the testing ground, clutching the newly crafted stone spear. Before her loomed a stout wooden post, thick as a thigh, deliberately wrapped in 2 layers of thick animal hide to simulate the tough-skinned, muscular beasts of the wild. Aru took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening with determination. She sprinted forward, her long legs propelling her as though she were a bowstring drawn taut. Go! With a commanding shout, the spear was released from her grasp. Whoosh! The sound of the wind was louder than ever before. Thud! A muffled impact echoed, the sound of the spear piercing through flesh and bone. The spear struck true, hitting the very center of the post. The sharp stone blade sliced through the 2 layers of hide, embedding itself deeply into the wood, with the spear tip even protruding slightly from the back of the post. The tremendous force caused the wooden post to tremble violently, nearly toppling over. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the spear tail that still quivered slightly. The stone tip remained intact. The wooden shaft showed no signs of fracture. This was precisely the formidable weapon everyone had yearned for. My goodness! Dahu exclaimed, her mouth agape as she rushed forward to retrieve the spear. She gripped the spear shaft with both hands, bracing her foot against the post, and managed to pull it free with great effort. The spearhead remained flawless. The stone seemingly fused to it. How astonishing! If this were to pierce a person, goodness gracious! Dahu caressed the spearhead, utterly captivated. Lai was also stirred by the commotion. Emerging from the large hole, she observed the pierced wooden post, then glanced at the long spear, her smile widening with each passing moment. She strode confidently towards Lee, extending her large hand to deliver a hearty clap on his shoulder. Lee, caught off guard, nearly buckled at the knees from the force. Well done, young man. Truly impressive. Lai laughed heartily, pulling Lee into a close embrace. This is precisely the kind of tool our warriors should wield. With this, I dare anyone to challenge us. Lee rubbed his sore shoulder, feeling a mix of annoyance and immense pride. Now that the weapon was crafted, it was time to put it to the test. He surveyed the eager eyes around him. Merely piercing wood was not sufficient. Tomorrow, we shall organize a grand hunt. Everyone capable must participate, armed with our new weapons. We shall seek a true beast to practice our skills. Let us see if this spear can indeed penetrate the toughest hide. He scanned the crowd, and you, me along with your group of rabbits, will carry spare spears and monitor for any damages, so we can make necessary adjustments upon our return. The crowd erupted in cheers. Aru rubbed her hands together, already envisioning herself dominating the forest the following day. I will surely be the first, Aru shouted, brimming with confidence. However, beyond the jubilant crowd, atop the towering wall, Ian leaned against the railing, clutching an ordinary wooden spear, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. She had witnessed everything, the praise for the rabbits and the might of the new weapon. She begrudgingly acknowledged her envy. If such a weapon were in her hands, her combat prowess would at least double. Moreover, it was evident to her that in this tribe, to gain status and draw closer to that man, one must achieve merit. The rabbits had risen through their intellect and craftsmanship, now thriving in abundance. Though the wolf clan was a later arrival, they could not afford to fall behind the grazing herd. Ian turned and beckoned Gray and Ban, who were on guard, to join her in a secluded corner. Did you all see that? Yin's voice was low but laced with intensity. That new weapon is formidable. If only we could wield it ourselves. What should we do? Big sister? Gray asked anxiously. We are merely gatekeepers. Such fortune is not meant for us. Tomorrow presents an opportunity. Yin's gaze fell upon Lee, surrounded by adoring followers, her wolf-like eyes glinting with ambition. During the grand hunt, the rabbits will merely play a supporting role. If we wish to take down the big game, it will require true hunters like us. We must request to join Lai, and if we wield that new weapon, we will need to outperform everyone. To kill more than anyone else. Ian licked her parched lips. Why shouldn't we compete for the privilege of bringing Lee back to the den, in accordance with the rules? The wolf maiden's eyes glimmered with greed at her words. That was Lee, the male who could provide sustenance for all and craft such impressive tools. If they could capture him, who would dare to underestimate them in this tribe? Let us do it. Tomorrow, we shall show them what true hunting means. The night breeze carried away their murmurs. Yet the restless desire blazed like wildfire in each heart. The forest of tomorrow was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 64. Everyone desires the finest. Lee stood in the clearing, gripping the freshly made stone spear, testing its heft. It was noticeably heavier than a pure wooden one, its weight shifting towards the front, providing a reassuring solidity in his grasp. The rabbits had labored diligently, binding the sinews tightly. And now the stone shard seemed inseparable from the wood, steadfast and unmoving. Lee attempted a forward thrust, though not particularly swift. The force behind it was undeniably greater than before. Lee, a familiar voice called from behind. Lee turned to see Een and her 4 sisters standing a few paces away. They had foregone their watch at the wall today, opting instead for a more streamlined appearance in their animal skins, each holding unsharpened wooden sticks. Een stepped forward, her silver-gray hair casually tied back, revealing her striking features. After a period of recuperation, her complexion had regained some color, no longer appearing as gaunt as when she first arrived. The animal hide clung to her form, cinched at the waist, accentuating her strong thighs, adorned with faint, lingering scars. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on lookout today? Lee inquired, lowering the spear tip. Een wasted no time, her gaze fixed intently on Lee. We wish to join the grand hunt tomorrow, she declared, gesturing to her sisters behind her. We've watched from the wall for several days. Watching you feast on meat has made us envious. Relying solely on the rabbits to carry supplies will prove futile if we encounter a formidable beast. Lee scrutinized her. The ambition of this wolf maiden was evident on her face. What will happen to the wall if you go? We've arranged for Godhood to station a few elderly individuals with mobility issues to keep watch. Should anything arise, they will sound the alarm, and we will hear it. Een replied, inching closer, a wild scent wafting from her. Moreover, we wish to compete. Silver extended her tongue to moisten her slightly parched lips, her gaze boldly sweeping across Lee's eye before finally resting on his still recovering waist. The chief had proclaimed that the one who brought back the finest prey would claim their prize that night. This rule surely applies to us as well, doesn't it? The question was rather direct. A few nearby rabbits, clutching wicker baskets, froze upon hearing her words. Their ears perked up in alarm as they hurriedly lowered their heads and scampered away, fearing they might overhear something they ought not to. Lee's eye chuckled softly. Having come this far, he had long since reconciled himself to the situation. Of course, it applies. As long as it is one of our tribe, anyone is eligible. Well then, Silver tossed her wooden stick to the ground and reached for the stone spear in Lee's eye's hand. We need a few of these for ourselves. Just as her hand was about to touch the spear shaft, another hand suddenly shot out from the side, snatching the spear away. Why take it from Lee's eye? Aru swept in like a gust of wind. She brandished the spear before Silver, her chin held high. What's this? Can't walk yet, and already eager to run? This spear is not as easy to wield as a wooden stick. Be careful not to poke your own foot. Silver regarded Aru without anger, merely tugging at the corners of her mouth. Whether or not it pricks, one must try to know. But you, don't come crying to Lee's eye if I outdo you. Huh, me lose to you? Aru seemed to have heard a great joke, slamming the spear onto the ground, her large tail whipping through the air with a whoosh. Then let us have a contest. Whoever brings back the lighter prey today will have less opportunity to flaunt before Lee's eye in the future. It's a deal. Silver wasted no time. Turning to the pile of newly crafted weapons, selecting a suitable one, and weighing it in her hand. The atmosphere instantly became charged with excitement. Lee's eye observed the two women, both fiercely competitive, and felt a sense of amusement. This kind of healthy rivalry was precisely what he desired. If everyone was all peace and harmony, who would be motivated to work hard? All right, enough talk. Lee's eye clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. This new weapon is different from the ones we used before. It's heavier. You must first acclimate. Don't throw it and accidentally injure a comrade's heel. As he spoke, he picked up a stone spear to demonstrate. It wasn't a complex technique, merely the simplest power exercise. Feet apart, hips lowered. Then suddenly thrusting forward to transfer power into his arms. Lee's eye was quite earnest in his practice, aware of his own lack of strength. He understood the need to rely more on technique. Aru, noticing him practice, stopped bickering with Silver and hastily approached. Lee's eye, your stance is incorrect. Lower your hips a bit more. As she spoke, she guided him, her body pressing closely against his back, her warm flesh snug against him. You see, this area needs to be tightened. As Aru spoke, she poked at Lee's eye's abdominal muscles, then slid her hand down slightly, her movements decidedly inappropriate. Lee's eye felt a tickle from her touch, but did not push her away. Focus, don't get distracted. I'm helping you find your feel, Aru retorted, nuzzling her face against Lee's eye's shoulder, her long hair brushing against his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Silver, observing the scene, did not react like a petulant child. She narrowed her eyes and approached, spear in hand. I find this thing a bit heavy as well. Silver stood on the opposite side of Li Zai, raising her arm to showcase her own. Though she was not as muscular as Aru, the lean muscles she possessed exuded a remarkable explosiveness. Li Zai, can you help me see if I'm holding it correctly? Silver tilted her body, the exposed curve of her waist aligning perfectly with Li Zai's gaze. Though her skin bore a hint of dust, the delicate texture was still discernible. She deliberately slowed her movements, exuding a primal beauty. Li Zai found himself caught between the passionate Aru on his left and the coolly ambitious Silver on his right. The air was thick with an intoxicating scent of hormones. Quite well, quite well. Li Zai wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that this morning practice was even more exhausting than work. You all should practice your feel, don't just orbit around me. Be careful not to damage the spearheads. Everyone eagerly tested the new weapons in the open space. The group of rabbits was not idle either. Mier, leading her kin, brought over the freshly braided grass ropes. These ropes, crafted from a particularly resilient vine, were meant to secure the spear shafts, preventing slips. Li Zai, this is for you. Mier, blushing, handed over a finely woven loop. It's soft, one to chafe your hands. Li Zai accepted it, trying it on his wrist, finding it indeed comfortable. How thoughtful. He smiled at Mier. Her ears twitched, and she quickly lowered her head and scurried away, looking like a child caught in a misdeed. Aru watched from the side, huffing as she gripped her spear shaft tightly, the sound creaking ominously. Those rabbits, always fussing about with trivialities. That's called attentiveness. Li Zai patted her head. Just as everyone was nearing the end of their practice, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the forest outside the tribe. Hongwei rushed back, breathless from her earlier scouting duty. Li Zai, Aru, there's a big catch. Bursting through the entrance, her face was alight with excitement. Neglecting to wipe the sweat from her brow, by the edge of the black forest, I saw a set of footprints. They were enormous. Deeper than the iron-skinned beast we hunted before. At these words, all action ceased. Aru's eyes suddenly brightened, her spear raised high. How big? Well, a little rabbit could fit inside that footprint. Hongwei gestured. Silver approached as well, a glimmer of excitement sparking in her gray eyes. It seems our luck today is quite favorable. Li Zai watched as the women instantly shifted into battle mode, feeling a surge of adrenaline himself. Just in time. The new weapons were ready, and it was time to find a worthy opponent to test them against. Are we all prepared? Li Zai inquired. Ready. Dozens of voices responded in unison, causing the nearby leaves to tremble. Then let us go? Let us see what that giant looks like. Li Zai swung his stone spear. What we have for dinner tonight depends on this. The procession left the tribe's gates in a grand array. Each person bore several newly crafted stone spears on their backs, the sharp stone blades glinting in the sunlight. This time, they were not fighting for survival, but to prove who among them was the finest hunter in the forest. And of course, for the chance to claim Li Zai all to themselves that night. Aru led the way, her steps swift, her tail held high. She glanced back at Silver, her eyes brimming with challenge. Silver remained silent, merely quickening her pace to follow suit. The palpable tension between the two women could be sensed from a considerable distance. Li, positioned in the middle, observed the scene with a resigned shake of his head. Chapter 65, The Discovery of the Behemoth. The light within the dark forest was consistently dimmer than that outside. Towering trees, aged beyond reckoning, obscured the sky above, allowing only a few shafts of light to filter down, illuminating the ground blanketed with decaying leaves. The air was damp, imbued with a musty aroma. The party assembled for this outing was even more formidable than the last. Lai brought up the rear, serving as a steadfast anchor. She had no intention of intervening, leaving the opportunity for these young warriors. Aru and Silver strode ahead like sentinels, one to the left and one to the right, clearing the path. Li, just watch me. Today, victory is undoubtedly mine, Aru declared proudly, casting a deliberate glance at Silver. Unfazed, Silver continued to scrutinize their surroundings intently. Li found himself shielded by a solid wall of companions, with burly forms encircling him, rendering him impervious to even the slightest breeze. Stay vigilant. Although we've upgraded our gear, we must still exercise caution and avoid recklessness, he cautioned. Rest assured, Li, I am the strongest, Aru replied, her confidence unwavering. Though Li remained uncertain whether her words resonated with her. All right, Aru, you're the most formidable. Of course, she beamed at Li's compliment, her heart swelling with pride. Li then turned to address Mier and the others. Mier, during the hunt, it's best to maintain some distance. Everyone must be cautious. Understood. We will. Li, you need not worry. We won't hinder you, Mier assured, leading a troop of rabbits behind. They carried empty baskets on their backs, prepared for the collection of meat. Lai observed Li with a slight smile. However, Aru's earlier bravado remained within acceptable bounds. A warrior indeed requires confidence, yet it must be tempered with restraint. The group advanced quietly for approximately 10 minutes. Everyone halt. Silver suddenly raised her hand, signaling for them to stop. Her silver-gray ears twitched, and her nose pressed to the ground, inhaling deeply. I can smell it. The scent is potent and lies just ahead. She pointed toward a patch of untidy underbrush. It has a somewhat fishy odor, mingled with earthy notes. It must belong to something that regularly rolls in the mud. Aru, not to be outdone, crouched to examine a broken branch on the ground. Judging by its height, this creature is no small fry. Moreover, the bark has been scraped off, indicating it has tough skin and enjoys scratching against surfaces. Silver and Aru exchanged knowing glances. They had already deduced the creature's identity. Everyone, be cautious. That behemoth is just ahead, Aru whispered. The others immediately understood, including Lee, who remained oblivious to their discovery. They held their breaths, slowly inching forward. Upon passing through the thicket, a clearing unfolded before them. In the center lay a fallen giant tree, beside which squatted a colossal creature. It was a bear, but not an ordinary one. Its fur was sparse, its skin a grayish-white hue, covered by a layer resembling rocky armor, particularly thick around its shoulders and back. It turned its back to the group, using its immense bulk to ram into a standing tree. Thud, thud. With each collision, the ground trembled, and leaves cascaded down from the branches. It resembles a bear, yet something seems amiss, Lee murmured to those around him. That creature is known as a rock bear. Do you not see how its body resembles stone? Dahu lowered her voice to explain to Lee. This beast is notoriously troublesome in the forest. Although its size does not rival the previous ironhide beast, it possesses a ferocious temperament, and its forepaws are astonishingly powerful. One swipe could shatter stone. The most perilous aspect is its rocky hide. A mere wooden spear would barely tickle it, failing to penetrate its defenses. In the past, tribesmen would steer clear of such beasts. Yet today was different. The group gazed at the bear with excitement rather than fear. Those were the eyes of hunters who had spotted a prized quarry. That hide looks promising. Aru licked her lips, gripping her stone spear tighter. If I can skin it for Lee to craft new armor, it would surely surpass the one made from the ghost-faced beast. Silver remained silent, quietly drawing a stone spear from her back, beginning to regulate her breathing as she focused on the meat of the bear. Everyone, remain patient. The more anxious we are, the slower we must proceed. Lee's voice, though soft, was steady. He held everyone in check. Though bears may be clumsy, their explosive power is formidable. If it charges at us and lands a blow, none would endure. Lee drew a circle in the dirt. As per usual, we will encircle it. However, this time, let us not approach too closely. Our weapons may have been upgraded, but remember to maintain distance and avoid close-range attacks. He gestured to Aru and Silver. You two will flank it, while Dahu leads the front to capture its attention. Remember, do not be overly ambitious. The first round is merely a test. Let us see if our spears can pierce its armor. If not, we will withdraw. Do not engage recklessly. Everyone nodded, swiftly dispersing. Air and the rabbits took cover behind a large rock. She retrieved a wooden board and a piece of charcoal, a task assigned by Lee to record who could throw the most accurately and who exerted the most effort. This would serve as a ledger of merit. The encirclement gradually tightened. The rock bear continued to ram into the tree, blissfully unaware it had been surrounded by a cadre of ill-intentioned women. It thrashed enthusiastically, emitting snorting sounds. Lee concealed himself behind a tree, watching the immense silhouette, his heart racing. The effectiveness of the stone spear hinged on whether it could breach the bear's defenses. He raised his hand, scanning the surroundings. Aru was already in position. Hidden behind a cluster of ferns, her body coiled like a taut bow. Silver, on the opposite side, had ascended a high rock, her stance poised and ready. Everyone held their breath. The bear seemed to sense something amiss. It ceased its assault on the tree, turning its massive head sharply, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Its small eyes gleamed with menace. Roar! A roar erupted from its throat, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. It had discovered them. Attack! Lee's hand swung down forcefully. In that fleeting moment, a dozen long spears, tipped with black stone blades, soared forth from every direction. They cut through the air with a resounding whoosh, embodying the collective yearning of the women for flesh and their possessive desire for Lee's eye. As they plunged fiercely toward the colossal target, the true test had begun. Chapter 66, The Price of Greed. The air was filled with the sharp sounds of weapons slicing through the atmosphere. Almost simultaneously, the stone spears struck their mark. The rock bear, just about to turn, was overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. The razor-sharp spearheads, propelled by tremendous force, pierced through the bear's grayish-white, rocky hide. Blood erupted forth in an instant. One spear found its mark with particular precision, embedding itself deep within the bear's shoulder seam. Roar! The rock bear was driven to madness by the pain it had never experienced before. Where had those tickling attacks gone? How had these adversaries suddenly become so formidable? The excruciating agony sent it into a frenzy. Ignoring everything, it rose upright, wildly swinging its forepaws, snapping a nearby sapling in two. "Ha! We hit! We hit!" Dahua exclaimed with excitement, no longer hiding, as she leaped from behind the tree, clutching a second spear, ready to throw. Meanwhile, In remained composed. She knew she had to seize every opportunity to secure victory today. From her elevated position, she aimed for the tender flesh beneath the bear's exposed neck as it turned. With a flick of her wrist, another stone spear soared forth. Precise and ruthless. It struck true. A whoa! The bear howled in pain, its body swaying, clearly wounded. At that moment, Aru, witnessing the successful strikes of her companions, particularly the deep thrust from Een, felt a surge of fiery determination within her. If Een were to slay the bear, wouldn't Li Zai belong to her tonight? No, absolutely not. This sense of urgency clouded Aru's judgment, causing her to disregard Li Zai's earlier admonition to maintain distance. Get out of the way. It's mine, Aru shouted, brandishing a stone spear as she charged out from her cover. She intended to deliver the final blow and claim the glory for herself. Li Zai's heart raced as he watched Aru's reckless pursuit of glory. Aru, come back. Don't go. But it was too late. Aru sprinted forward, closing the distance to the rock bear in mere strides. Though injured, the bear remained the sovereign of the forest, fiercely resilient. Spotting the reckless creature charging towards it, its red eyes blazed with murderous intent. Enduring the excruciating pain, it lunged forward, its massive paw slicing through the air toward Aru's head. If that paw landed, even the hardest head would be reduced to pulp. Only then did Aru realize her folly in rushing forward. She attempted to evade, but the slick mud beneath her feet caused her to stumble. As the bear's paw descended, a figure darted in from the side. It was Een. She had been monitoring the battle, her reflexes sharper than anyone else's. At the very moment the bear's paw was about to strike, Een collided into Aru, sending her tumbling aside. Using the momentum, Een crouched low and thrust her spear upward with force. It pierced directly into the bear's armpit, targeting the heart. Thud! Blood sprayed across Yin's face. However, due to the proximity, though the bear's paw did not strike with full force, its sharp claws still grazed Yin's arm. Sizzle! 3 deep gashes appeared on her arm, exposing bone and tearing flesh. Li Zai, disregarding the danger, rushed forward. At that moment, Da Huai, Hong Wei, and the others surged forward, hurling their spears at the bear without restraint. Die! Everyone, throw now! This beast is near its end. Ha ha! This was exhilarating. The already severely wounded rock bear, besieged by the onslaught of so many, finally let out a reluctant roar before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was utterly defeated. Silence fell upon the battlefield. Een, clutching her arm, appeared pale as she sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Blood dripped through her fingers. Aru, rising from the ground, covered in mud, looked at the fallen bear, then at the injured Een, her expression blank. She realized the foolishness of her earlier actions. Not only had she failed to claim glory, but she had nearly lost her life and endangered others. Quick, Mi-er, fetch the herbs. Li Zai shouted as he pressed down on Yin's wound. The group of rabbits, snapping back to reality upon hearing his call, hurriedly carried their baskets over. They extracted hemostatic herbs from their baskets, chewing them carefully before applying them to Yin's wound. Bear with it, it'll sting a bit. Li Zai tore a piece from his garment to bandage Een. She remained stoic, not uttering a sound, merely watching Li Zai work with a complex gaze. This injury is nothing, I want to die from it, Een stated nonchalantly. At that moment, Aru approached, her head lowered, her usually perky beast ears drooping like a chastised child. Een, Aru's voice was barely a whisper. Thank you for saving me. Though competitive, she recognized the reality. Had it not been for Yin's timely intervention, she would surely be dead now. Een glanced at her, refraining from uttering any harsh words. We all act for the tribe. Furthermore, she pointed at the lifeless bear and then at their sisters surrounding them. This was a collective effort. Without Li Zai's leadership, we would not have succeeded. This acknowledgement gave Aru the respect she needed. Lai stood nearby, observing everything unfold. She refrained from speaking to Aru. Some lessons can only be learned through experience. Aru had always had it easy. This setback would serve her well in the future. Yin's words reflected the qualities of an exemplary warrior, fostering unity within the tribe, a beneficial outcome for all. After tending to the wound, Li Zai stood up, gazing at Aru, who wore a look of guilt. He sighed and reached out to wipe the mud from her face, then flicked her forehead lightly. That's enough, don't sulk. As long as you're safe. That's what matters. Remember, don't be reckless. Life is more valuable than glory. Aru nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes but not spilling over. Li Zai, I will remember. All right, now is the time for celebration. We should rejoice. Da Huai chimed in, eager to lighten the mood, and immediately began dancing and cheering exuberantly. Although there was a minor mishap, The exuberant cheers of the group echoed through the forest as they beheld the colossal prey sprawled upon the ground. It was a rock bear, a creature they once dared not approach, now vanquished by their hands. Moreover, it had been slain with newfound weaponry. What does this signify? It signifies their burgeoning strength. Meat. An abundance of meat. Dahua patted the bear's belly, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Tonight, a sumptuous feast awaited them. Chapter 67. We are all one family. As the tense atmosphere dissipated, a jubilant celebration of abundance ensued. The rock bear was truly immense, resembling a small mountain lying there. They gathered around it, their faces radiating genuine delight. Haha, the hide is remarkably thick, Hongwei remarked, running her hand over the bear's rock-like shell, astonished. We never even dared to dream of this before, yet here we are, having slain it. Li Zai began directing the others to get to work. Mia, gather your sisters and bring the baskets over. Dahua, start skinning it, but be careful not to damage the hide. It's a valuable resource. All right. You can count on me, Dahua replied, extending her claws and expertly beginning to strip the bear of its hide at its vulnerable points. Okay, everyone, hurry over and pack the meat. Upon hearing Li Zai's words, Mia swiftly directed her kin. Hooray, so much meat. Haha, what a bountiful harvest. We truly have a great bounty. The group of rabbits had already prepared, each of them carrying empty baskets, eagerly waiting nearby. Once, they would have hidden far away in such a scene, but now they were able to pack the meat with their own hands. This bear paw is a prized possession. Pack it up, pack it up. Hongwei severed a massive paw and tossed it directly into Mia's basket, causing her to sink down slightly under the weight. Oh dear, this meat is quite heavy, but I feel so happy, Mia exclaimed, her face blossoming into a smile despite her complaints. Indeed. Let us pack the other one too. After placing one paw down, Hongwei swiftly took up another. Good. Everyone is bustling about, cutting meat, removing entrails, and rolling hides. Each basket was filled to the brim. Even the smallest rabbits carried 2 strings of entrails. In sat nearby, resting with her arm bandaged, unable to perform heavy tasks. Several sisters from the wolf tribe gathered around her, some offering her water, while others wiped her brow. Sister, that move you made earlier was truly impressive, Hui said, her face filled with admiration. Of course, who do you think I am? In chuckled, though the wound still ached, her heart felt elated. Not only had she made a name for herself, but she had also saved Aru, a significant gesture of goodwill. In this tribe, who would dare call them outsiders again? As Dahua walked past In, she deliberately paused to offer her water flask. You've worked hard, have a drink. We owe you a great deal. Without you, Aru might not have survived. Dahua's straightforward nature compelled her to respect those who proved their worth. In's selfless act of saving a life had thoroughly earned her admiration. Thank you, we are all family. Helping each other is what we ought to do. In accepted the flask and took a sip, finding the water sweeter than usual. Indeed, we are all family, the other 4 wolf maidens echoed in agreement. Haha. Well said, we are indeed family. Dahua laughed heartily, gently patting In's shoulder, a clear sign of acceptance. In smiled back in return. Meanwhile, Li Zai was accompanying Aru, who was sullenly cutting meat, her usual boisterous spirit noticeably absent. Li Zai approached her, offering a piece of freshly cut tenderloin. Don't be downcast, try this. It's the most tender piece. Aru took the meat and bit into it, though it didn't taste as delightful as usual. Li Zai, am I foolish? I proclaimed myself the strongest, and yet this happened. She hung her head, her voice muffled. I wanted to win, to prove myself to you. But you did win. Li Zai interrupted, gently grasping her face to draw her gaze. Huh. Aru looked at him, bewildered. I said you won. Your experience has grown. After releasing her face, he sat beside her, undeterred by the pungent scent of blood on the ground. Everyone has encountered failures in hunting. What matters is that you recognize your mistakes and learn from them. He ruffled Aru's hair. And you've seen how united our tribe is now? In risked everything to save you, which proves we are all family. As long as we are together, winning or losing is not of paramount importance. But if I lose, then you will, Aru. Don't place such importance on winning or losing. We are family. If your mother had defeated you, would you feel the same way? Aru. We are all family, moving forward together. A few victories or defeats are inconsequential. What truly matters is being able to progress together. As Aru listened to his words, the knot in her heart slowly began to unravel. Yes, everyone was here, and Li Zai was here too. She sniffled, swallowed the meat in her mouth, and her gaze regained its determination. Yes, we are all family. Next time, I will definitely listen to orders and not run off. She pointed at the massive bear hide. When we return, I will ensure it is processed to be soft, so I can make you new protective gear. This hide is tough, in the face of danger. It will be able to shield us. In front of Li Zai, she was eager to regain her capable self. Li Zai did not disillusion her, merely nodding with a smile. All right, I look forward to wearing your new protective gear. At that moment, A few beast-eared maidens on watch returned. Weavee scoured the surroundings. There's nothing else present. Although the scent of blood is strong, it seems other beasts are deterred by the smell of this bear and dare not approach. Good. Then you all check this area again. It will take a little more time. Understood. Then Leah stood up, surveying from a high vantage point. With so much meat, everyone was working diligently, and soon the processing was nearly complete. Observing the progress, Leah shouted, "Is everything ready? Once it's all packed up, we can head home." All set. The group responded in unison, their voices brimming with satisfaction. The team reorganized itself, each person laden with meat, their steps heavy yet buoyant. Lizai walked in the center, gazing at the returning party. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating every face. The earlier tension of competition had vanished, as had the fear of confronting fierce beasts. What remained was a profound sense of fulfillment from their collective effort. Aru walked closely beside Lizai, though she and T1. She remained steadfastly by his side. In walked to his right. Despite her injuries, her posture remained straight and proud. Meyer and the others, burdened with meat, began to hum an unfamiliar tune. Lee, observing this scene, felt a sudden warmth in his heart, realizing that life was becoming increasingly delightful. As he returned home that evening, he mused to himself about indulging in a hearty meal. This sentiment was shared by most of the beast-eared maidens, who believed that a bountiful harvest warranted a grand feast. Matters of tomorrow could be addressed later. For now, the priority was to savor the meat. Chapter 68, An Unexpected Concession. Everyone returned to the tribe. The chunks of rock bear meat and its hide were tossed into the communal area, stirring up a cloud of dust. The elders and the young beast-eared maidens who had remained in the village gathered around. Upon learning that it was the rock bear, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the massive creature sprawled on the ground. This beast, which typically roamed the forest with an air of dominance, now lay transformed into a heap of meat. Dahua, particularly proud, stood with her hands on her hips, her ample bosom accentuated. "Look here. This is the grand prize we've brought back today," she bellowed, pointing at the pile of rock bear meat. "This beast is notoriously tough, yet today, it was decisively brought down by our new weapons." Hongwei chimed in, eager to join the excitement. "Dahua's right. You should have seen the scene. We all worked together. And with a single thrust of our spears, we brought this giant down." Her enthusiasm grew as she spoke, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. A cheer erupted from the crowd. With this great bear, the tribe's drying racks would soon be filled to the brim. Everyone cherished these days of abundant meat. Soon, the tribe members began to take on their respective tasks. Seeing so much meat invigorated them, and Lee smiled as he watched the bustling scene. Everything is flourishing, he thought to himself. Presently, Meyer approached with several rabbit maidens from the drooping-eared tribe, each carrying large wooden bowls filled with a hot soup made from wild onions and minced meat. Meyer stepped in front of Lee, looking particularly demure. "Lee, please have some hot soup. We've just made it," she offered, her eyes sparkling with earnestness. "Thank you for your hard work," Lee replied. "No. Everyone is busy with the meat. We merely prepared the soup," Meyer insisted, her cheeks flushing at his compliment. "That's not true. Everyone has contributed," Lee affirmed, prompting Meyer to nod bashfully in agreement. "All right, enough talk. Please drink up," she urged. Lee graciously accepted the bowl and took a hearty sip. The flavor was delightful. A harmonious blend of rich fat and the fresh aroma of wild vegetables, gliding smoothly down his throat and warming his body. "You've truly improved. This soup is excellent," Lee praised. "Hee, I'll go serve the others. They must be hungry too," Meyer said. Her long ears perked up with joy as she skipped away to distribute the soup. Lee waved at her retreating figure before seeking out his own tasks. For there remained much to accomplish after such a bountiful day. As night fell, a colossal bonfire was soon ignited in the center of the tribe, its flames illuminating the entire area with a warm glow. Everyone gathered around the fire, enjoying roasted bear meat, which was both chewy and warming, filling them with vigor. Lee sat in the center, with Aru to his left and Ian perched on a nearby stump. Yin's arm was bandaged with herbs and hides, with a slight trace of blood seeping through. She typically wore a stern expression, and today was no exception. Quietly, she nibbled on a piece of lean meat. Her silver hair tousled over her shoulders, her tail resting on the ground in a rare moment of relaxation. Hui and Ban, her sisters, sat beside her, whispering softly while occasionally glancing toward Lee. Aru, holding a large bone, ate slowly, her mind preoccupied with the earlier events in the woods. When the enormous paw of the bear came crashing down, she genuinely feared for her life. She had been unable to evade it. It was Ian who had rushed in to push her aside, sustaining a wound in the process. Aru gazed at her uninjured hands, a realization dawning upon her. She had always believed Lee to be solely hers, strong enough to hunt and provide for him, preventing anyone else from encroaching. Yet today, she understood that it was not sufficient to rely solely on her strength. Lee was indispensable. He was the backbone of the entire tribe. Had she perished today, what would have become of Li? Though Dahua and the others were indeed formidable, would they act as selflessly as Een in times of peril? Aru gritted her teeth. A clever beast-eared maiden. She comprehended what choice would be best for the tribe and for Li. Een was not only strong in combat, but also possessed a clear mind, capable of saving lives in critical moments. If such a woman could remain by Li's side, it would provide him with an added layer of protection. Across the fire, Dahua finished her meal and stood, wiping grease from her mouth. Chief, with this magnificent beast brought back today, shouldn't we determine who deserves the most credit? She called out, looking at Li. Silence fell over the gathering as eyes shifted between Aru and Een. Everyone knew that the final blow had been dealt by Een. Yet Aru had also exerted considerable effort, and given her esteemed position within the tribe, speculation swirled about who would ultimately be deemed the victor today. Li rose to address the assembly. Though she had not been directly involved in the hunt, witnessing the bounty brought back filled her with satisfaction. Everyone performed admirably today. Her voice resonated in the ears of all present. However, rules are rules. Regarding this rock bear, before Li could finish her thought, Aru abruptly dropped her bone and stood up, striding purposefully toward Een, who looked up with a hint of wariness. Gray and Ban shared the same tension as they observed the unfolding scene. Aru approached Een and seized her uninjured arm, pulling her up from the stump with strength that belied Een's own. Aru, what are you doing? Een furrowed her brow in confusion. Without responding, Aru dragged her to Li's side, firmly placing Een in her rightful position. The entire gathering fell silent, taken aback. Aru stood before Li and Een, raising her chin with a serious expression. For today's rock bear, Een deserves the most credit. Had she not pushed me aside, I would be a lifeless corpse now. Turning to Li, her gaze conveyed a hint of reluctance, yet was primarily resolute. Li, today it was Een who triumphed, and she has been injured. You must take good care of her. Li regarded Aru's actions with an approving glance, recognizing that her daughter had matured. Li sat there, fully aware of the difficulty behind Aru's decision. Een sat beside Li's eye, her entire being somewhat stiff. She observed Aru as she returned to sit by Dahua, then turned her gaze back to Li's eye beside her. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in her gray eyes. The banquet concluded in an atmosphere that was peculiar yet profoundly harmonious. Everyone tidied their belongings and retreated to their respective caves to rest. Li's eye rose, casting a glance at Een, who remained seated. Come, I shall assist you back, he offered, extending his hand. Een hesitated for a moment, contemplating the pristine hand before her, yet ultimately placed her own upon it. Her hand was icy. Li's eye grasped hers gently, leading her slowly towards a secluded cave. Tonight, this place belonged solely to the two of them. Chapter 69, Do Not Worry About Me. The cave was enveloped in tranquility. In the corner, a small fire burned brightly, warming the enclosed space. The floor was layered with several meticulously treated deer skins, plush beneath their feet. As Li's eye guided Een inside, she appeared somewhat reserved, uncertain of how to abandon her inhibitions. Her large, fluffy tail lay stiffly against the ground, motionless. Ha ha ha, don't be so tense. Please take a seat, Li's eye encouraged. Gesturing towards the thickest hide, Een obediently settled down, her back straight, hands resting upon her knees. Li's eye approached her, illuminated by the firelight, and examined her injured arm closely. The herbs applied by me air had proven effective. The bleeding had ceased, yet the 3 deep wounds, with their torn flesh, were a painful sight. Noticing Li's eye's focused gaze upon her injuries, Een felt an urge to conceal her arm behind her back. Do not look, the wound is unsightly, she said, her shyness evident as she attempted to hide her arm. Though a seasoned warrior, she found herself inexperienced in such situations, her mind a blank slate. Stay still. Let me take a look. Li's eye gently grasped her wrist, pulling her arm back. His touch was tender, his fingertips brushing against the skin of her wrist, sending a wave of warmth through her. Een involuntarily quivered. She lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Li's eyes. He retrieved a shell filled with clear water and a piece of clean soft hide. The wound requires further cleansing, lest it become infected. Li's eye dipped his fingers into the water, carefully avoiding the herbs, and delicately wiped away the blood surrounding the wound. His movements were gentle, his expression intensely focused. Een admired the seriousness etched upon his profile, feeling his breath tickling her ear as her heart began to race. In her past, she had fought fiercely against beasts and rival tribes to survive. Never had anyone treated her with such meticulous care. Even her wolf sisters had merely bandaged her wounds hastily. This sensation of being cherished and protected was entirely new to her. Her silvery gray hair cascaded down her shoulders, partially obscuring her cheek. Her chest rose and fell with tension, mingled with an indescribable emotion. Once the blood was cleaned away, Li's eye set down the water shell and regarded Een, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. You have lost quite a bit of blood today. You must rest, he said softly. It's best for you to have a good night's sleep to recuperate. The matter we discussed can wait. We shall revisit it once you have healed. As he spoke, he turned to fetch a larger hide to cover her. Just as he pivoted, his wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by a hand. The strength of the grasp was surprising, causing a twinge of pain in Li Zai's bones. He turned back to see Yin standing, her uninjured hand clutching him firmly, her eyes shining brilliantly in the dim firelight. In her lexicon, the notion of surrender did not exist. As long as the prey she coveted was within her grasp, she would not relinquish it. To give up was to exhibit weakness. Moreover, this was their opportunity to integrate into this realm. She trusted that Li Zai would uphold his promises. Yet the passage of time held uncertainties. No, she stepped closer, her body nearly brushing against his. Yin's enchanting gaze bore into Li Zai's eyes, resolute. It is but a minor injury. I am not so fragile. I have endured worse and still managed to run and leap. Her voice trembled slightly, a hint of shyness lacing her words. You are mine, a prize I have won. You need not concern yourself with me. I can endure. Li Zai regarded her, taken aback by the intensity of her determination. He sighed, preparing to offer further counsel, but Yin preempted him, leaning in closer. Her movements were awkward, even somewhat fierce. With her uninjured hand, she encircled Li Zai's neck, forcefully pulling him into her embrace. Yin lowered her head, biting down on Li Zai's lips with a fervor that was almost reckless. It was indeed a bite, imbued with an unrestrained intensity. Li Zai felt a sharp sting on his lips, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of desire. The essence of Yin enveloped him entirely. It was a blend of her sweat, the earthy scent of soil, and a hint of her unique fragrance. Initially intending to push her away, he sensed the slight tremor coursing through her body. She was not as fearless as she appeared. She was also putting on a brave front. Attempting to validate her worth through this act, Li Zai enveloped Yin's slender waist with both arms. Sensing his acquiescence, Yin's actions grew bolder. The flames flickered against the cave walls, while the night wind rustled through the trees outside, producing a soft whisper. The warmth within the cave intensified. As the night deepened, the fire dwindled to mere embers. Yin lay nestled in Li Zai's embrace, her breathing finally steadying. Her silvery hair sprawled across the hides, and her tail coiled tightly around his calf. Li Zai gazed up at the cave's ceiling, a familiar ache in his waist. He sighed softly, reflecting on the challenges posed by these beast-eared maidens. Just as he was about to close his eyes and succumb to sleep, he felt Yin stir within his arms. Suddenly, her body began to tremble violently. Though her eyes remained tightly shut, her brow furrowed deeply, cold sweat beading upon her forehead. A muffled whimper escaped her throat, reminiscent of a wounded wolf pup hiding in a corner, licking its wounds. Run, don't worry about me. Yin's lips quivered as she managed to utter fragmented words. Her hands flailed in the air before seizing the fabric of Li Zai's chest, her nails digging into his flesh. She was trapped in a nightmare, one that was terrifically harrowing. Li Zai extended an arm, pulling the trembling beast-eared maiden close, offering her solace. He endeavored to convey the warmth of his body to her. His gentle, warm hand glided along Silver's silvery spine, caressing from the nape of her neck down to the base of her tail. It's all right. With me here. You are safe. No one can harm you, Li reiterated, his soothing gestures unwavering. Within the comforting embrace of Li's warmth and the mellifluous cadence of his voice, Silver subconsciously grasped at a lifeline in the endless darkness, discovering an unequivocally secure refuge. Her trembling gradually subsided, and her tightly furrowed brow began to unfurl. She buried her face deep into Li's chest, her previously taut body completely relaxing into a soft, pliable state. Li gazed down at the slumbering Silver in his arms, adjusting the fallen pelt to better cover her. Night had finally descended into tranquility. Chapter 70. Engaging in new endeavors. The morning sunlight filtered through the crevice of the cave entrance, casting its warm glow upon Li's face. As he opened his eyes, he felt a fuzzy head nestled against his chest. Silver was still asleep. Her long, silvery hair lay tousled across her pale shoulders. The beautiful visage, typically marked by vigilance, now radiated serenity, a hint of a reassuring smile gracing her lips. She resembled a gentle giant dog, cozily curled within Li's embrace, her large tail tightly entwined around his calf. Li remained still, fearful of disturbing her. At that moment, the heavy pelt curtain at the entrance was lifted, revealing Aru. In her hands, she carried a hollowed fruit shell, brimming with steaming meat broth. The savory aroma, mingled with the scent of wild greens, quickly permeated the cave. Aru, what have you brought? Li began to inquire, but upon witnessing the scene, Aru gestured for him to lower his voice, gently placing the broth on a nearby flat stone. Keep it down, she's still asleep. She crouched beside Li, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Silver. Did you both sleep well last night? Aru asked in a hushed tone. Li instinctively nodded before quickly shaking his head in denial, concerned about displeasing her. Yes, we slept fairly well. Oh no, don't misunderstand. Aru chuckled softly at Li's flustered response. Haha, I'm not angry. I'm not that petty. Her gaze shifted to Silver's arm, wrapped in healing herbs, revealing genuine concern. This broth was just prepared by Mir. I specifically chose the tenderest meat. When she wakes, make sure she drinks plenty to replenish her strength after losing so much blood. Lee regarded Aru with admiration, recognizing her growth. Once a girl who only knew how to compete, she had matured into someone who empathized with others and understood the greater good. Noticing Lee's unwavering gaze, Aru felt her cheeks warm. Why are you looking at me like that? If Silver hadn't risked herself to push me away, that bear would have crushed my skull. I know very well the value of her sacrifice. Ah, it's nothing. I just feel you've grown a lot, Lee replied, genuinely complimenting her insight. She reached out to smooth his tousled hair. Enough about me. You should stay here and keep her company. I have to go help Dahua. There are still many things to take care of outside. With that, Aru stood and cheerfully exited the cave. Lee watched her retreating figure, his heart swelling with contentment. The atmosphere within the tribe had markedly improved. Everyone was working together harmoniously. Before long, Silver stirred awake. Are you awake? Lee asked, observing her as she blinked into consciousness. What time is it? She queried, preparing to rise, clearly intent on resuming her duties. Hold on, no need to rush, you are still recovering. You must take care of yourself, Lee gently urged, supporting her shoulder as she sat up. First, drink this broth. Aru brought it, and specifically selected the tenderest meat for you to regain your strength. Lee tested the temperature of the broth before placing a hand on Silver's back, preparing to feed her. Upon feeling his touch, Silver flinched, turning her face away to avoid his gaze. I can manage on my own, Lee. No need to feed me. It's all right, just focus on resting. Open your mouth, he reassured her. Under Lee's soothing words, Silver reluctantly parted her lips. As the warm broth filled her mouth, the rich flavors of meat and wild greens enveloped her senses. She consumed it slowly. If she were on her own, she would have finished it in one go. Yet with Lee's gentle feeding, the moment felt elongated yet profoundly comforting. Before long, she finished the bowl of steaming broth, her complexion visibly brighter. Lee wiped her mouth clean and helped her lie back down. You should rest. Everyone is here for you. Just relax, and I'll step outside for a moment. Okay, Silver replied, nodding slightly, feeling reassured by his words. As Lee exited the cave, she traced her fingers over her lips, unknowingly smiling to herself. She found this male intriguing, truly captivating. The morning air was refreshingly crisp. The tribe had already embarked on a day of bustling activity. Lee made his way towards Dahua, who was crouched on the ground, vigorously scraping the rough surface of a bare hide. Each determined motion caused her back and arm muscles to flex, and her tattered beast skin skirt struggled to contain her ample figure, the soft flesh jiggling with her efforts. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead under the sun's rays. Lee, you're up, Dahua exclaimed, looking up with a broad smile that revealed her bright white teeth. This bare hide is incredibly thick. It's quite the task to scrape clean, but once it's done, it will surely keep us warm. Lee offered her praise, urging her to take care of herself. He then wandered to a corner of the tribe, where Mir was seated among the group of women from the Drooping Ear tribe. They were weaving baskets with slender vines, their nimble fingers at work. Mir's long rabbit ears drooped adorably beside her cheeks, giving her an innocent and gentle appearance. Lee approached and sat beside Mir, reaching out to stroke her soft, long ears. Instantly, she halted her movements, her face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck, while her short tail twitched nervously. Yet, she did not pull away. Lee, is there something you need us to do? Mir inquired softly, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. Lee gazed at the haystack where they sat and glanced at the distant caves meant for slumber. Everyone was currently resting, simply laying a layer of hay on the ground, topped with animal hides. Although the caves were sheltered from the rain, the dampness of the ground remained considerable. Prolonged exposure to such moist conditions could lead to aching bones and deteriorating health. We cannot continue to sleep on the ground. Rising to his feet, Lee brushed the dust from his hands. Today, we shall not weave baskets. Instead, we will create something new. This creation is known as a bed, which will separate us from the dampness of the ground, offering far greater comfort than sleeping on hay. Chapter 71, A Visitor Arrives. The beast-eared maidens surrounding him, intrigued by the prospect of a new invention, set aside their tasks and gathered around. Lee called for Hongwei. Hongwei, go into the woods and find some straight saplings. Break them and bring them back. Mir, take some of the others to select the thickest and sturdiest vines. Understood. Seeing Lee's enthusiasm for a new creation, everyone was eager to assist. They dispersed to gather materials. The beast-eared maidens, possessing great strength and speed, quickly amassed a pile of resources in the clearing. Drawing upon his memory, Lee began to direct the construction. He instructed Hongwei to assemble the wood into a rectangular frame, supported by 4 short legs. He then took the vines and haphazardly wound them around the wooden frame, attempting to create a surface suitable for lying down. Before long, a rudimentary bed frame emerged. albeit crooked and poorly secured with loose vines. Is this sufficient? Hongwei circled the wooden structure, her curiosity evident. It appears less sturdy than my spear. Can it truly support someone? Of course it can. Give it a try. Li felt a surge of confidence in his makeshift creation. Without hesitation, Hongwei approached the bed, lifted her rear, and sat down heavily. As soon as she did, a sharp crack echoed. The vines binding the wooden joints could not withstand her weight and slipped free. The horizontal beam snapped, causing the entire structure to collapse. With a startled cry, Hongwei tumbled onto the muddy ground, landing on her back. For a moment, there was silence, followed by an eruption of laughter. Dahua laughed until tears streamed down her face, while Aru clutched her stomach in mirth. Rubbing her backside, Hongwei rose from the ground, a look of dismay on her face as she stared at the heap of broken wood. Li, this new invention is utterly useless. I nearly broke my backside. Li stood awkwardly to the side, scratching his head in embarrassment, his face slightly flushed. He had indeed underestimated the complexity of the task. Such handiwork, lacking nails or mortise and tenon joints, could not be reliably secured with mere vines tied together. However, he refused to give up. Aware of his limitations, he recognized that the beast-eared maidens, skilled in craftsmanship, would surely have a solution. Gathered around the fallen structure, they squatted down. I messed this up. The joints are too loose, and it cannot bear weight. Do any of you have a good idea to make it sturdy? Mir extended her hand, picking up a broken vine, her eyes glimmering with insight. Aru approached, examining the rawhide strips bound to Dahua's spear. They seemed to grasp the concept. Holding the broken vine, Mir spoke first. Li, your previous method of casually wrapping the vines will not suffice. She pointed to the half-finished basket beside them. Observe how we weave. The vines must cross over and under each other. This creates a net, distributing weight evenly, preventing breakage. Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It was the most fundamental principle of weaving under stress, and he wondered why it had escaped him. At that moment, Ian approached, brandishing the spear she had just examined, pointing to the spearhead. Moreover, this wooden frame cannot be secured solely with dry vines. When Dahua sits down, they will slip off. We must use the method for crafting stone spears. She suggested wrapping the four corners tightly with damp rawhide strips. As the strips dry in the sun, they will shrink, becoming even harder than stone, ensuring the frame remains intact. Li clapped his thigh in delight, a broad smile spreading across his face. Excellent. You have been immensely helpful. Let us proceed as you have advised. He quickly reorganized the group for collaboration. Dahua went to fetch thicker and sturdier wood, smoothing it down and positioning it. Ian led Hui and the others to cut the bare hide they had removed the day before into long strips, soaking them in water to soften. Together, they tightly wrapped the damp rawhide strips around the four corners of the wooden frame. Mir and the rabbit maidens took the most pliable thin vines and began weaving swiftly through the center of the wooden frame. Their fingers moved with dexterity, weaving the vines in a crisscross pattern until a tightly knit vine net covered the entire frame. They carried the completed structure to the fire, using the heat to dry the rawhide strips. The strips visibly changed color, tightening into the wood. Finally, the first true suspended vine bed was completed. It appeared square and taut, exuding an aura of primitive craftsmanship. Aru, unable to contain her excitement, dashed towards the bed and leaped onto it before Dahua could approach. The vine bed creaked slightly under her weight, yet the four legs held firm without a hint of instability. The net sagged ever so slightly under the pressure, yet its elasticity was remarkable. This is wonderful, Aru exclaimed, rolling joyfully on the bed. Compared to the hard, damp earth, this suspended vine bed was sheer bliss. Suddenly, she reached out, grabbing Li's arm and pulling him down onto the bed with her. Caught off guard, he tumbled onto the soft surface. The vine bed bounced slightly, accommodating their combined weight. Aru seized the opportunity to roll over, pinning Li beneath her. Her sun-kissed skin pressed against him, and her long legs wrapped around his waist. This bed is so soft, let us sleep on it tonight. It will surely be more enjoyable than rolling on the ground, she said playfully, her warm breath tickling Li's face. The beast-eared maidens, witnessing this scene, paused their tasks, eyes wide with interest. Hongwei stood nearby, her eyes turning red with envy. Stomping her foot in frustration, she exclaimed, Aru, you are so greedy. You always want the best for yourself. Li, I want to sleep on that bed too. Li quickly pushed Aru away and sat up, adjusting his clothing. Looking at the eager faces surrounding him, he raised his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. All right, no need to fight. Everyone shall have a turn. Each of you will have a chance. Let us aim for tonight, so everyone can sleep on the dry vine beds. A jubilant cheer erupted from the gathered crowd, filling the clearing with excitement. The entire tribe was immediately engulfed in a fervor of industrious labor. The sounds of wood being chopped, bark being smoothed, and the playful laughter of the beast-eared women intermingled harmoniously. In the corner, the aroma of smoked meat wafted through the air. This painted a scene of serene agricultural bliss. Time passed swiftly, and before long, afternoon had arrived. Most of the beds had already taken shape, awaiting the drying of the skins. As everyone toiled eagerly, the tranquility of the tribe was suddenly shattered. Hush! Hush! Too sharp. Brief notes of a wooden whistle rang out from the highest treetop. It was a signal from Gray and the others stationed at the lookout. These two whistles indicated that outsiders were approaching. The beast-eared women, who had been laughing and joking, fell silent in an instant, dropping their wood and vines to seize nearby spears. Li Zai and Lai also promptly set down their tools. The two hastened to the reinforced earthen wall, climbing up the wooden ladder to peer over the top. In the distance, movement could indeed be discerned among the trees. Before long, several figures emerged from the forest, appearing in the clearing outside the tribe. They were also beast-eared women, but unlike Aru or Een, they sported pointed red ears atop their heads and trailed behind them large, furry red tails. Their animal skins were elegantly worn, cinched tightly at the waist. Strangely, these red-tailed, beast-eared women showed no signs of aggression. Each of them held meticulously woven canisters made of fine vines. They walked slowly, smiles gracing their faces, exuding no intention of hostility. Lai, peering over the wall, squinted to scrutinize the newcomers. A cold snort escaped her nostrils, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. It was that group of cunning foxes. Li Zai turned to look at Lai. He recalled her remarking that these foxes were quite sly, never engaging in actions without personal gain. Why would these opportunistic beings swagger into their midst today, especially carrying such large canisters that suggested they were here to present gifts? Li Zai's heart quickened as he observed the smiling fox women below. What were they here for? He whispered. Lai shook her head, tightening her fists. I don't know, but they surely harbor ill intentions. Let us confront them. Li Zai nodded, preparing to ascertain the fox's intentions. Open the gate. Lai shouted down from atop the tall earthen wall. She was unafraid that the foxes would dare to attack. Even if they did, their spears could easily pierce through them. Upon hearing Lai's command, the heavy wooden gates were slowly pushed open by Dahua and the others, emitting a dull grinding sound. However, Lai raised her finger, pointing sternly at the red foxes outside. Before entering, open up what you are carrying and let us see clearly. The leading red fox, instead of displaying anger at this demand, wore an even brighter smile. She was exceedingly alluring, her fair skin glistening under the sunlight. Her enormous red tail swayed gently behind her, radiating an innate charm. Ah, Chief Lai, you remain ever so cautious, the red fox leader cooed, then, in a most cooperative manner, lifted the woven canister high, removing its lid for those atop the wall to see. The others behind her followed suit. From a distance, it was evident that the canisters contained nothing but sticky substances, devoid of any dangerous items. Lai waved her hand, signaling for them to be allowed in. The red fox leader, swaying her figure like a serpent, slowly entered the tribe. The moment they stepped through the gate, the fox women's eyes could not help but wander. Their gaze darted around, unable to conceal their astonishment. They beheld the sturdy earthen wall, high and thick, adorned with sharp spikes. They saw piles of fresh animal pelts stacked like small mountains in the corners of the tribe. Most captivating of all were the rows of meat racks hanging high, still dripping with grease. The sheer quantity of meat made these outsiders unable to resist swallowing their saliva. The fox leader's gaze swept around before finally settling on the group of rabbits diligently weaving with mud and vines. She was even more astonished. How could these timid, floppy-eared rabbits, usually relegated to foraging in the southern valleys, have come to work here? Moreover, they appeared healthy and vigorous, showing no signs of being mistreated as slaves. The fox leader's thoughts raced. Her clever mind was rapidly assessing the current strength of this tribe. The two sides sat facing each other in the central clearing of the tribe. Dahua and Aru stood behind Lai and Li Zai, brandishing sharp stone spears like two vigilant sentinels. The glint of the spear tips deterred the red fox tribe's attendants from making any sudden movements. This was a pure exchange and test of intentions. Oh, Chief Lai, it has been far too long since we last met. The fox leader began with flattering words as soon as she sat down. Your tribe has undergone such a remarkable transformation. This wall is built so sturdily, and the abundance of meat is enough to make one envious. It seems that Chief Lai has achieved considerable victories of late. Lai, with her straightforward disposition, was averse to such roundabout flattery. She snorted coldly, leaning back slightly. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak your mind. The fox leader, undeterred by the bluntness, shifted her approach to subtly inquire about information. I am merely curious. With so much meat, how did you manage to capture it? And how did those timid rabbits come to work for you? Have you perhaps found some formidable allies? Lai was certainly no fool. She casually deflected the question. There are many beasts in the forest. We were simply fortunate to catch a few. The rabbits came of their own accord to earn a meal. Noticing that she could glean no information from Lai, the fox leader's eyes darted toward Li Zai, seated beside her. She had noticed this peculiar figure as soon as she entered. This male, devoid of fur, appeared clean and refined, utterly unlike the coarse beastmen of the forest. Moreover, and most importantly, he was able to sit on equal footing with Lai. Nearby, Aru gazed at him with an intensity that suggested she wished to be physically closer. Even the obedient rabbits flitted around him, serving him with utmost caution. The fox leader keenly sensed that this hairless male was undoubtedly the key figure behind the tribe's remarkable transformation. She leaned forward slightly, her fair chest creating a deep cleavage. With a charming smile, she regarded Li Zai, her voice dripping with seduction. You seem so unfamiliar yet captivating. What is your name? Surely, these delightful innovations cannot all be your doing? She attempted to extract information from Li Zai through her allure. Li Zai regarded the beguiling foxwoman before him, his heart remaining unfazed. He had seen such tactics all too often. Li Zai remained composed, adorned with an impeccable, courteous smile. I am Li Zai. Our tribe is remarkably united, and all of this has been accomplished through our collective efforts. His words flowed with precision, revealing the tribe's current prosperity and unwavering solidarity, while effectively concealing any coarse secrets. The fox leader, having probed for quite some time, realized that this man named Li Zai was remarkably tight-lipped, yielding no useful information whatsoever. She understood that, given their newfound strength and the presence of a formidable figure like Lai, a direct confrontation would be utterly futile. It was imperative to cultivate goodwill rather than provoke hostility. Thus, the fox leader set aside her ulterior motives, her eyes glimmering with intent as she decided to address the matter at hand. With a cheerful smile, she clapped her hands. Immediately, several attendants approached, carefully placing a few intricately woven baskets before Li Zai and Lai. The fox leader gazed at Li Zai with a seductive glance, her fingers lightly tapping on the lid of one of the baskets. Since we are good neighbors, it would be remiss of us to visit empty-handed. She straightened her posture, her expression revealing the shrewdness of a business person. I have brought a few rare curiosities and wish to discuss a small transaction with your tribe. Li Zai and Lai exchanged glances, intrigued by the fox leader's confidence, pondering what treasures might lie within those baskets.